Sword God Chapter 1127 to Chapter 1177. Today, the wind was calm, the clouds were condensed, and the sun was shining brightly. 3 10-meter-tall white clouds flew across the sky like auroras, entering the sea of clouds and approaching White Cloud Mountain. Looks like we've returned at the right time. The short-haired man swept his eyes across the sky and saw the figures on the white clouds flying back and forth, suddenly grinning. The Outer Sect Great Competition is held once every 5 years, we've returned at the right time. The long-haired man smiled lightly, his voice light like a spring breeze. It's just the Outer Sect Great Competition, what's there to see? The man with a scar on his face grinned disdainfully. These 3 people were White Cloud Mountain's inner sect disciples, Saint Realm Masters. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big, like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a Transcendent was, in the eyes of a Saint Realm Master, they were like ants. It was like comparing a true martial realm to a Transcendent. No matter how strong a true martial realm Master was, in front of a Transcendent, they were nothing. Li Xing, we were also Outer Sect disciples. The short-haired man glanced at the scarred man and curled his lips. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect disciples were divided into 3 grades, Human Grade, Earth Grade, and Heaven Grade. Disciples of different grades lived on different peaks, and the number of disciples was also different. White clouds flew up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying from one peak to the other, heading towards the sky above White Cloud Mountain. In the sky above White Cloud Mountain, a sea of clouds gathered together, as if condensing into a floating island. This floating island of clouds floated 5,000 meters above the ground, motionless, and covered a large area. One by one, figures arrived and landed on the floating island of clouds. Not long after, there were many people present. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect had more than 10,000 human-grade disciples, more than 2,000 Earth-grade disciples, and more than 200 Heaven-grade disciples. The Outer Sect Great Competition was a grand event held once every 5 years, and it was a great attraction to any Outer Sect disciple. Those who were confident in their strength would definitely participate, while those who were not strong enough could also participate and fight with stronger senior brothers and junior brothers to improve themselves. At the very least, they would be reduced to spectators, witnessing the grand event held once every 5 years. There were more than 12,000 Outer Sect disciples, and most of them were present. As for those who were not present, they were unable to make it back in time. However, those who did not make it in the end were in the minority, because the Outer Sect Great Competition every 5 years was very important to all Outer Sect disciples. Those who were unable to make it back, there were often special reasons. Generally speaking, many forces would invite some experts to come and watch the competition. This way, they could better promote the prestige of the sect and strengthen its reputation. White Cloud Mountain was different from these factions. As an 8-star faction, they were powerful and had a deep foundation. They did not need the recognition of the outside world at all. Therefore, White Cloud Mountain did not invite outsiders to participate in the quinquennial Outer Sect Grand Tournament. The might of White Cloud Mountain no longer needed to be displayed through some small tricks. It was there, standing tall for tens of thousands of years. It was unshakable. In this land, it was supreme. White Cloud Floating Island was not a real island. It was formed from the sea of clouds of White Cloud Mountain. It was the work of a Downlord of White Cloud Mountain. More than 10,000 Outer Sect disciples landed on White Cloud Floating Island and withdrew their white clouds. The ground was soft and comfortable to the touch. This was especially true for the disciples who were stepping on White Cloud Floating Island for the first time. It was soft but did not collapse. Chenzong, who was secretly amazed, felt a sharp and cold gaze. It was like a sharp sword was coming straight at him, as if it wanted to pierce through him. Turning his head, Chenzong saw Su Ling staring at him from a few thousand meters away. Chenzong, I will avenge the humiliation of your sword. Su Ling saw Chenzong's gaze and immediately transmitted his voice to Chenzong. His cold voice entered Chenzong's ears. Chenzong withdrew his gaze and ignored Su Ling, as if he had not heard anything. More than a year ago, Su Ling was unable to resist his sword. Now, after more than a year of cultivation, Chenzong's improvement was terrifying. Even if Su Ling had made great progress, he was still not his opponent. Peak 9th Layer Transcendent Realm, This was one of the fruits of Su Ling's hard work over the past year, but Chen Zong was confident that no matter how much Su Ling improved, he would not be able to catch up to him. Releasing his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong covered all the disciples in his surroundings, but none of them were aware of his presence. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong carefully sensed the aura fluctuations of each outer sect disciple. There were nearly 12,000 people who had arrived, and more than half of them had reached the transcendent late stage, or nearly 6,000. The so-called transcendent late stage referred to the 7th to 9th layer transcendent realm. There were nearly 6,000 disciples who had at least reached the 7th layer transcendent realm, an astonishing number. The rest were all mid and early transcendent realm cultivators, with the majority being mid-transcendent realm and only a few hundred early transcendent realm cultivators. It was certain that the early and mid-transcendent realm cultivators were only here to spectate. Only the late transcendent realm cultivators were truly qualified to participate in the sect competition. This was not discrimination, but a fact. Under normal circumstances, a clear gap in cultivation would also lead to a clear gap in strength. A 6th layer transcendent realm cultivator would not be a match for a 7th layer transcendent. What's more, even if a genius 6th layer transcendent had the strength to contend with or even defeat a 7th layer transcendent, they would not necessarily be an opponent for an 8th layer transcendent. What really attracted Chen Zong's attention were the late transcendent realm cultivators, especially the 9th layer transcendent realm. Of the nearly 6,000 late transcendent realm disciples, there were more than 1,000 who had reached the 9th layer transcendent realm. Each of them possessed a tyrannical aura, and even if they did not deliberately release it, the fluctuations they exuded were astonishing. Among the 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators, there were also some who were strong and some who were weak, and there were more than 100 who had reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. The peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm in the Lingwu Holy World was theoretically equivalent to the peak of the 9th layer Heavenly Profound Realm in Blue Wave World, but the difference in strength was enormous. It could be said that the strength of an ordinary peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World completely exceeded the strength of an ordinary peak 9th layer Heavenly Profound Realm cultivator in Blue Wave World, many times stronger. Even a master below the titled Emperor realm could compare. There were even powerful peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators who possessed the strength of an Emperor realm master in Blue Wave World. Strength, the stronger the better. Only then would he be able to fight to his heart's content. Chen Zong thought to himself, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. More than a year ago, when he returned from Blue Wave World, his strength was so tyrannical that even without using the scarlet flame flowing edge sword, he could still be considered an extremely high-level transcendent. Even compared to the masters on the previous cloud list, he could rank among the top 20. Then, after more than a year of secluded cultivation, the potential he had stimulated during his life and death experiences in Blue Wave World had been transformed into cultivation and strength. As for what level his strength had reached now, Chen Zong was actually not very clear. He could only be certain that he was stronger than he was a year ago, much stronger than he was a year ago, enough to easily defeat him. Then, if he wanted to know how strong he was, the most direct way was to fight with a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the better it would be to test his strength. Of course, there was a limit to how strong a master could be. If he was too strong, to the point where he could not compete, then he would be defeated very quickly. As for how strong he was, it was still unclear. Chen Zong's spiritual sense was extraordinary. Even a half-step Saint Realm master would find it difficult to detect, and with his extraordinary perception, Chen Zong could sense the strength of a few peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators. Their bodies seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. They were like giant beasts that were in a deep slumber. Once they woke up, they would erupt with astonishing power. Chen Zong secretly thought about this power and could not help but feel surprised. White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force with an incomparable heritage and strength. Naturally, the requirements for recruiting disciples were also very high. If one's talent was insufficient, they would not be able to enter White Cloud Mountain's eyes, let alone become a disciple. As a result, every disciple of White Cloud Mountain, even if they were the lowest human-ranked disciples in the outer sect, could be considered a genius in the outside world. They were completely superior to ordinary cultivators. Outstanding talent coupled with the powerful heritage of an 8-star force like White Cloud Mountain, their strength would not be weak. More than a year ago, Gao Hongjing was very strong, stronger than the top demon emperors of Blue Wave World's Earth Demon Abyss, close to the half-step saint realm. Chen Zong used his spiritual awareness to carefully observe those disciples who gave him a strong feeling. At the same time, he pondered, after more than a year of cultivation, Gao Hongjing's strength should not be stagnant. Then, it is very likely that he already has the strength of a semi-saint. The reason why proud sons of heaven were proud sons of heaven was that they could do what others could not and fight above their level. The gap between the transcendent realm and the half-step saint realm was not too big, because the half-step saint realm was not a name for cultivation, but a level of strength, referring to the strength that surpassed the transcendent realm but was inferior to the saint realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the half-step saint realm was huge, but the gap between the half-step saint realm and the saint realm was even bigger. No matter how powerful a half-step saint was, he would not have much resistance in front of an ordinary saint realm master. But it was not absolute. It was rumored that some peerless geniuses could compete with ordinary saint realm masters when they were at the half-step saint realm. But, that might be a legend. With a myriad of thoughts, Chen Zong associated Gao Hongjing with other people on the cloud roll. Fu Yunxiao, the first on the cloud roll, was definitely not inferior to Gao Hongjing in strength, possibly even stronger. Bai Xia, the third on the cloud roll, might not be as strong as Gao Hongjing, but it was estimated that the difference was not much. Then, the top 3 of the last cloud roll may already have the strength of a half-step saint. No, maybe not only the top 3 on the cloud roll, but also the top 5 or top 10. They may all have the strength of a half-step saint. At the thought of this, Chen Zong could not help but feel his blood boil, like the water of a great river, surging and surging in his body. The fighting spirit also grew from the depths of his blood, from the bottom of his heart, and from the depths of his soul. In an instant, it swept through his whole body and was about to soar into the sky. 5,000 meters up in the sky, White Cloud Island was suspended in the air as if it was frozen in the void. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples were gathered here. Then, waves of powerful aura spread from outside the island. It was the arrival of some inner sect disciples. Almost all of the inner sect disciples were promoted from outer sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were familiar with the outer sect competition. Inner sect disciples were already at the saint rudiment stage, completely above the transcendence stage. They would not deliberately come for the outer sect competition. They just happened to be here to take a look and see which junior brothers in the outer sect could catch their eye. After all, there would be some outstanding outer sect disciples who would become inner sect disciples in the future. Then, a vast amount of energy descended. Everyone's expression turned serious. The Almighty of White Cloud Mountain had arrived. White Cloud Mountain had 5 Dao Masters, each of which had a Dao Master. They were the strongest in White Cloud Mountain. The fact that a Dao Master had come for the outer sect competition was enough to show how much importance White Cloud Mountain placed on the outer sect competition. In fact, a Dao Master would definitely appear in the quinquennial outer sect competition. The other 4 Dao Masters were either in seclusion or secretly observing. This time, the one who descended was someone Chen Zong found familiar. Dao Master Huan Yun. Greetings, Dao Master Huan Yun. The inner sect disciples were the first to react and immediately bowed. Soon, the outer sect disciples also reacted and hurriedly bowed. Dao Master Huan Yun's eyes were white as if they contained a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was like heaven and earth, containing endless mysteries. One look at it and one would feel like they would be drawn into it. Chen Zong felt that Dao Master Huan Yun's gaze seemed to pause on him, but it seemed like an illusion. Rise. The calm voice seemed to contain supreme power. When the voice sounded, the wind stopped and no waves were created. After saying those 2 words, Dao Master Huan Yun did not speak again. Instead, he stood high up in the sky, above the clouds. The Dao Master had arrived for the outer sect competition. The real host was an elder of White Cloud Mountain, an elder with Saint Rudiment stage cultivation. There are similarities and differences between this year's grand competition and the previous ones. The elder spoke in a clear and loud voice. His loud and clear voice traveled into everyone's ears. The top 72 people in the competition can be listed on the cloud roll and receive rewards from the sect. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. If one was in the top 10 of the cloud roll, the rewards would be very tempting. If one was in the top 3, the rewards would be even more shocking. This was because the reward for the top 3 on the cloud roll was to choose a lower grade Saint class cultivation skill or martial skill to cultivate. Zong couldn't help but think of Xianxia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. The 3 of them were the top 3 of the previous cloud roll. All of them had chosen sacred level cultivation methods or martial arts. Even if they were only lower grade sacred level cultivation methods, they were still much better than spiritual level cultivation methods. They were not on the same level. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, with the talent of the 3 of them, they should be able to cultivate the low-grade Saint-level cultivation method or martial arts to a certain level. Saint-class cultivation method, Saint-class martial arts. Zong's eyes lit up. He clenched his left hand tightly, and the force was so strong that it felt like it could crush a mountain. Zong was very curious about the profundity and power of Saint-level cultivation methods and Saint-level martial arts. He could not wait to fight with the top 3 of the previous cloud roll and experience it for himself. The elder continued to speak. What he mentioned before was the reward for each cloud roll, and what he said later was the difference from the previous cloud roll. The top 10 of this cloud roll will get a chance. As soon as the elder finished speaking, his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Suddenly, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable sense of expectation emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chance, what kind of chance was it? Everyone was very curious. This chance is also an opportunity for you to enter the Saint Realm. As soon as the elder finished speaking, there was an uproar. The Saint Realm, that was the realm of a real master. Only when one entered the Saint Realm could he be called a master. Those in the transcendent realm could only be regarded as masters. After all, this was the Lingwu Holy World, a world where there were supreme masters of the great Saint Realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the Saint Realm was huge. Since ancient times, many cultivators had stopped at the transcendent realm or the half-saint realm, and had no chance to enter the Saint Realm. Even the genius disciples of the big forces dared not say that they could break through to the Saint Realm. Even the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, although they were confident that they could break through to the Saint Realm, were not sure when. Transcendent, Saint Realm, this was a qualitative improvement, a transformation of the level of life. The group of inner sect disciples was also surprised. They, who were already in the Saint Realm, knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the Saint Realm. In order to break through to the Saint Realm, each of them had put in a lot of effort and time to get an opportunity. If there was no opportunity, they would have to put in even more time and effort. A single opportunity was even comparable to decades or even hundreds of years of effort. An opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, everyone's heart was burning with excitement, especially those disciples whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level transcendent realm. For them, the transcendent realm cultivation had reached the limit and could not be further improved. They could only work in other aspects to reach the half-saint realm. However, this did not hinder the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. As long as they obtained an opportunity, as long as they comprehended it, they could turn it into their own. When they wanted to break through, it would be easier for them to break through to the Saint Realm and step into the ranks of masters. Fu Yunxiao, who was dressed in a white robe and had a calm expression since he appeared, also had a flash of excitement in his eyes. An opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, no matter who it was, would be tempted. Gao Hongjing's personality was different from Fu Yunxiao's. In the face of such an opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, he was very excited. His eyes shone brightly as a tyrannical aura spread out from his body like a storm. It immediately pushed away the people around him, making them fearful. Xianxia, who seemed to be aloof from the world, had a calm expression on her cold and beautiful face, but her towering chest rose and fell rapidly in an instant. Obviously, she was also excited by the word's opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. However, the elder did not specify what kind of opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, which made everyone extremely curious. If you want to obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, then fight with all your might. As long as you are ranked in the top 10 of the cloud roll, you will have a chance to obtain this opportunity, the elder said, his voice full of encouragement. However, Zong's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity to enter the Saint Realm naturally made Zong excited. However, the elder's words seemed to imply that the top 10 of the cloud roll only had a chance to obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, and it was not 100% guaranteed. In other words, the top 10 of the cloud roll was equivalent to obtaining a qualification. They would have to continue to compete to obtain the so-called opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. As for how they would compete, Qianzong did not know, nor did he know who they would compete with. However, Qianzong was vaguely sure of one thing. This opportunity to enter the Saint Realm should be competed with others by the top 10 of the cloud roll of White Cloud Mountain. It was not limited to White Cloud Mountain, and it might expand to other forces. However, for now, it was better to get into the top 10 of White Cloud Mountain's outer sect disciple competition and be ranked in the top 10 of the cloud roll to obtain the qualification. Next, the elder announced some rules of the outer sect disciple competition. The 72 people from the previous cloud roll did not need to participate in the preliminary round and directly advanced to the finals. This was their privilege, and no one had any objections. After all, those who could be ranked on the cloud roll were all at least in the Transcendent Realm 9th level, and their strength was even stronger than ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivators. In fact, if one did not have enough strength, there was no point in having objections. Those who had enough strength did not need to have any objections. They could fight with their own strength and advance to the finals, where they would be able to battle with others. Excluding the 72 people from the previous cloud roll, there were more than 11,700 people left to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple competition. The Outer Sect Disciple competition was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was the elimination round. As the name suggested, a group of people would be eliminated first, just like sand being washed away by waves. The second stage was the preliminary round. It was a battle between disciples who had advanced through the elimination round. The winners would continue to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple competition, while the losers would naturally be eliminated and reduced to spectators. The third stage was the promotion round. In this round, the disciples would compete with the 72 people from the previous cloud roll to compete for the 72 position on the cloud roll of this year. The fourth stage was the finals. It was a ranking competition between the 72 people of this year's cloud roll to determine their ranking on the cloud roll. The first stage of the elimination round began. The elder's tall body trembled slightly, and an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly surged out from his body. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, the aura was extremely tyrannical. In an instant, it was as if an invisible mountain had fallen on the 11,700 Outer Sect disciples. This was the aura of a Saint Realm Master, and not just any ordinary Saint Realm Master. The aura of a Saint Realm Master was extremely tyrannical, but this elder did not use his full strength. He only released a small part of it. After all, the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big. The 11,700 Outer Sect disciples only felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. This kind of pressure not only affected the body, but also the mind. To resist the pressure of the aura, one had to gather their own momentum to resist it. Where did the aura come from? It came from one's own cultivation, one's own strength, one's own belief, and one's own will. If one's body was not strong enough, the aura would not be strong enough to resist it. Therefore, this was a way to test whether a person was strong or not. Of course, the Great Thousand Worlds was filled with all kinds of strange things. There were also some existences who were not strong but were able to release a powerful aura. However, such existences were not from the human race, but rather from the beast race. Facing the aura released by the Saint Realm Elder, the group of early-stage Transcendent Realm disciples couldn't even last 3 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground. Their cultivations were too low and their strength was insufficient, so they were unable to resist. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, gradually, even the 4th-layer Transcendent Realm disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground. Once they fell to the ground, they would no longer be suppressed by the aura and would be eliminated. As the aura continued to grow, more and more disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground, but the other disciples grit their teeth and persisted. The elder didn't clearly state how long they had to persevere before they could advance to the next round. This was actually another formless test. Because everyone didn't have a clear goal, they would be at a loss, which would then affect their will. After a long time, constantly enduring the pressure would become a kind of torture. End of 5th update, begging senior brothers for monthly votes and subscriptions. Under the tyrannical aura, the wind stopped and the clouds fell silent. Shenzong could feel that the aura suppressing him was growing stronger as time passed, but it was still not enough, far from enough for him. The intensity of this aura was equivalent to the full strength of a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, which was nothing to him. Basically, any disciple who had cultivated to the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm on their own would be able to withstand this pressure, let alone a late-stage Transcendent. For a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, this kind of aura was no different from a gentle breeze. Of course, the aura of a Saint Realm Master was somewhat different, it was more direct and could not be underestimated. As the aura continued to grow, reaching the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm, many 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were unable to withstand it, their bodies swaying as they fell one after another. Only a few 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were still able to grit their teeth, the veins on their foreheads bulging as they clenched their fists tightly. 9th-layer Transcendent Realm, as the aura continued to grow, the 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators who were barely able to withstand it trembled as if they had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Many 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were also unable to withstand the pressure and were eliminated. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm and did not continue to grow, but it did not dissipate. At first, some disciples were able to withstand the suppression of this aura, but as time passed, they began to feel the pressure. This kind of pressure not only acted on their bodies, but also their minds. There weren't many who were able to remain calm under this aura, but there were still several hundred of them. A moment later, the aura suddenly shrank and the terrifying pressure disappeared, causing some of the disciples to sway, as if their full strength had hit cotton, causing them to lose their balance and almost fall forward. Fortunately, they had a solid foundation and were able to immediately stabilize themselves, but a small number of them still fell to the ground and were eliminated. They had clearly resisted the suppression of this aura and should have been able to pass the first stage of the elimination round, but now they had dropped the ball at the last moment. However, this was also one of the tests of the first stage. Those who were strong could freely control their aura. When one was under great pressure, they had to resist it, but when the pressure suddenly disappeared, they should be able to adjust in time. Not being able to adjust in time only because one's reaction was not fast enough and their control over their body was insufficient. Not being able to control one's strength and aura freely was fatal to an expert. It was reasonable for him to be eliminated. In the end, the number of disciples who passed the first stage of the first stage of the first stage of the first stage. 5,040 disciples, all of them at the late-stage Transcendent Realm, with the weakest at the 7th stage, but even so, the number of 7th-stage Transcendent Realm cultivators wasn't high. The first stage, the Transcendent of the Transcendent Sect's disciples, the sect, then, the elder waved his sleeve, and white clouds floated up from the floating island. There were 72 of them in total, and each of them had a radius of 1,000 meters. They floated 10 meters above the floating island, and they spread out in all directions. These 72 white clouds were the 72 arenas. They were the arenas used for the preliminary round of the Outer Sect Grand Tournament. According to the rules of the preliminary competition, the 72 strongest people would be selected and they would enter the 3rd stage of the promotion competition. They would participate together with the people from the previous cloud roll and compete against the 72 people from the current cloud roll. The first stage of the great competition was to guard the stage. The 72 stages had 72 stage masters. Under the special rules, any energy consumed or injuries sustained after a battle would be restored and they would be able to continue the next battle. Only by fighting at full strength would the competition be fair. The person who became the arena lord first was not chosen on their own initiative. Instead, it was chosen randomly. The elder waved his hand and 72 clouds fell from the sky without a trace. They landed randomly among the 5,040 outer sect disciples, and 72 people were chosen to be the arena masters. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Of the 72 stage masters, some were 7th layer Transcendent Realm, some were 8th layer Transcendent Realm, and some were 9th layer Transcendent Realm. According to the rules, each stage could only have 69 challengers. This was to prevent some stages from having too few challengers and some stages from having too many challengers. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Everyone wanted to advance to the finals and enter the cloud list, so after a short observation, they immediately jumped onto the stage. Outer sect disciples were divided into different levels of cultivation and strength. As soon as the first stage of the great competition began, someone was defeated. Defeat was equivalent to elimination. Of the 72 stages, some of the first battles were still ongoing, while others had already ended and the second stage had begun. The most exciting part of the great competition was the third stage of the great competition and the fourth stage of the great competition. Especially the fourth stage of the great competition, it was the most attractive and was the reason why many inner sect disciples came to watch. However, for the eliminated outer sect disciples, the second stage of the great competition was also worth watching. Therefore, all the spectating disciples sat on their own white clouds and watched the battles from above. Whichever battle on the arena was more exciting and intense would attract their attention. One punch. On one of the arenas, a new challenger leaped up and landed on the arena. He spoke to the arena lord in a tone filled with confidence and an astonishing aura. "That's fierce tiger Gao Leping. That's the new disciple who awakened his fierce tiger bloodline when he entered the sect. He does seem to have some skill." There were many new disciples in this great competition, but not many could directly become a heaven-grade disciple. Gao Leping was one of them. Every heaven-grade disciple received a lot of attention, especially since Gao Leping had awakened his bloodline. Among the entire White Cloud Mountains outer sect disciples, there weren't many who had awakened their bloodline, only a small portion of them. This fierce tiger bloodline was quite good. It was also because of his awakening of the fierce tiger bloodline, coupled with his own good talent and hard work, that Gao Leping's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years. His punch was like a tiger roaring through the forest, shocking everyone. Gao Leping didn't boast. With just one punch, he sent the stage master flying out of the stage and became the new stage master. Chen Zong had a slight impression of Gao Leping. Perhaps because he had awakened his bloodline, he was proud and arrogant. He had fought with Gao Leping once before, but Gao Leping had easily defeated him. At that time, Gao Leping was still very inexperienced, but the current Gao Leping was different from before. His cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent 8th layer. That punch just now had allowed Chen Zong to see some clues. Gao Leping's martial arts were very profound. Standing on the stage, Gao Leping's eyes swept over the crowd in high spirits. He had cultivated hard for several years and remained silent for a long time, all for the sake of showing his ambition today. Cloud list. I also want to participate. Gao Leping's eyes flashed with unparalleled confidence. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the transcendent 9th layer, he had defeated 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators before. Gao Leping's expression changed slightly when he saw Chen Zong. He recalled how he had been defeated by Chen Zong in the past, and how easily he had been defeated. Gao Leping wondered if he should challenge Chen Zong, but then he remembered that Chen Zong's strength had already surpassed his a few years ago. Now that several years had passed, even if he had improved, Chen Zong wouldn't have remained stagnant. Moreover, more than a year ago, a rumor had spread in the sect that Su Ling, who ranked 70th on the previous cloud list, had been defeated by Chen Zong and had even fainted from the shock of his aura. This news wasn't very accurate, but since it had spread, there was a reason for it. All in all, facing Chen Zong, Gao Leping still wasn't confident that he could defeat him. Therefore, there was no need to challenge him now. First, he had to qualify for the finals. If Chen Zong was really strong, he could also enter the finals. Sooner or later, they would face each other and he would be able to wash away his shame. Chen Zong didn't regard Gao Leping as an opponent, although Gao Leping wasn't weak. At a glance, Chen Zong paid attention to the arena masters on the 72 stages. So far, the 72 stages had experienced at least a dozen battles and at most 20 battles. No arena master had been able to hold the arena master's position for a long time. Victory or defeat, it was always on display. The 72 people from the previous cloud list didn't have to fight. They just watched to see who was stronger and who could pose a threat to them. But so far, no one had caught their eye and attracted their special attention. I, Xiao Minglang, will challenge you. A clear voice sounded. Immediately, a figure leaped and rushed over like a ray of light. Immediately, he landed on the stage. It's Xiao Minglang. Suddenly, many disciples exclaimed. Xiao Minglang was also a new outer sect disciple and a heaven grade disciple. Over the past few years, he had proven that Xiao Minglang was indeed superior to ordinary heaven grade disciples. Ninth layer transcendent realm middle stage. Chenzong was slightly surprised. This person called Xiao Minglang was really extraordinary. Even among the previous batch of disciples, his cultivation was among the best. In fact, the cultivation of this batch of new outer sect disciples was generally not high. Reaching the 7th layer of the transcendent realm was considered good, reaching the 8th layer of the transcendent realm was very good, catching up with the previous batch of disciples. As for those who reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, they couldn't be described as good. At present, among the new disciples, there were less than 10 who had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. Xiao Minglang was one of them and had reached the 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage, the highest cultivation among the new disciples. This disciple called Xiao Minglang is very active. A person on the previous cloud list said with a smile, immediately looking at the 72nd place on the cloud list, Junior Brother Wang, it is said that Xiao Minglang challenged you not long ago, what was the result? Wang Kong, who was 72nd on the previous cloud list, heard this and his expression changed slightly, but he didn't answer because he didn't want to. It wasn't a good memory. Seeing Wang Kong's expression and hearing some gossip, everyone understood that this Xiao Minglang was indeed extraordinary and qualified to fight with them. Yun Yanxin had defeated the previous arena master and became the new arena master. After more than a year of cultivation, Yun Yanxin's cultivation had taken a big step forward from the peak of the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, breaking through to the early 9th layer of the transcendent realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation brought about a great leap in his strength. Chenzong was happy for Yun Yanxin. On White Cloud Floating Island, the 72 arenas were filled with battles. Chenzong landed on one of the arenas and faced the arena master directly. This arena master was an Earth grade disciple from the previous batch and his cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent realm 8th layer. His extraordinary talent and many years of hard work had given him tyrannical strength. In the outside world, he was strong enough to challenge rogue cultivators. Therefore, this arena master stared at Chenzong without the slightest fear, instead full of confidence. Make your move, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The arena master's voice was deep and powerful. As he spoke, he immediately gathered his strength, causing the 8 spirit wheels in his body to revolve rapidly. Spirit chi rushed out from his body, not only protecting him but also allowing him to instantly erupt with tyrannical strength to counterattack. Chenzong didn't say anything. His response was extremely simple, he simply pointed his finger at the arena master and suddenly, like a small stone falling into a calm water surface, ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light immediately shot out from the center of the ripples, piercing through the sky with irresistible force and shooting towards the arena master like a meteor chasing after the moon. The speed of this sword was extremely fast and mysterious, making it impossible for the arena master to dodge. The arena master's face suddenly changed and he immediately erupted with all his spirit chi, pouring it into his palms. Waving his palms, he summoned countless clouds from all directions and condensed them into a wall in front of him. White Cloud Wall, this wall attempted to block Chenzong's sword chi. With a pop, the White Cloud Wall was instantly pierced through. The terrifying power was like a giant hammer as it directly smashed into the arena master's palms, causing the spiritual energy gathered on his palms to collapse. His entire body was sent flying. One strike, with just a single blow, without even drawing his sword, Yang Kai had defeated an Earth-grade disciple who was at the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm with just his finger. This kind of strength was no small matter, shocking all who saw it. This person's sword technique is very exquisite, some people from the previous cloud list narrowed their eyes and said in surprise. He is indeed not bad. Moreover, that finger is probably not even 50% of his strength. I know. His name is Chenzong. He is a new heaven-ranked disciple and is quite outstanding. It is said that more than a year ago, junior brother Su Ling was defeated by a single sword strike and fainted from the shock. I don't know if it is true or not. The disciple on the cloud list who spoke glanced at Su Ling. Su Ling's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. To him, this was a humiliation, the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he was born. It was a humiliation he was unwilling to recall. Being defeated by a single sword strike was nothing. After all, there was a difference in strength. However, to be stunned by the opponent's aura to the point of fainting was very embarrassing. It felt as if all the hard work and effort in cultivation had been wasted. It was a huge humiliation. This was the pain in Su Ling's heart. Su Ling didn't answer because he didn't want to. However, the disciple who spoke didn't intend to let him off. Since there was competition in the cloud roll, it was naturally better to suppress the other party. However, when the disciple on the cloud list was about to speak again, his body suddenly tensed up as he felt a gaze on him. The gaze contained an extremely shocking power that was boundlessly overbearing. The extremely terrifying power suppressed him and made it difficult for him to move. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the pair of eyes with a horrified expression. It was Gao Hongjing. No matter what, Su Ling was Gao Hongjing's follower and had done many things for Gao Hongjing. If someone wanted to target Su Ling, Gao Hongjing wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, it would be disappointing. Under the deterrence of the gaze, the disciple on the cloud list shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Gao Hongjing also withdrew his gaze and ignored him. For a moment, the disciples on the cloud list fell silent. After all, other than Bai Xia who was ranked third and Fu Yunxiao who was ranked first, the others didn't have the confidence to confront Gao Hongjing head-on. Since the outer sect grand competition 5 years ago, the gap in strength between the top 3 and the rest had already existed. Moreover, the top 3 on the previous cloud list had cultivated lower sacred class cultivation methods or martial arts techniques. It was still unknown to what level their strength had reached. Gao Hongjing's gaze turned and fell on Chenzong. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Chenzong. Chenzong frowned slightly. His perception was extremely sharp. When he was stared at by someone, he would feel it. Moreover, Gao Hongjing's gaze was so overbearing. Turning his head to look, Chenzong's eyes suddenly met with Gao Hongjing's eyes. The invisible gaze seemed to have turned into a substance and collided with each other in the void with their respective wills. There seemed to be sparks bursting and splashing. The collision of the invisible forces caused the air to distort like water. There weren't many people who could sense this scene. Only the top 10 on the previous cloud list could sense it, and they were all surprised. Gao Hongjing's strength was obvious to all. Powerful strength gave Gao Hongjing an amazing will, which could be seen through his gaze. This was normal. However, this newly promoted heaven-grade disciple, Chenzong, could do the same. It proved that besides his outstanding talent, it also showed that he had an extremely strong will and had excellent control over his own essence, qi, and spirit. Rare, for a moment, many of the top 10 on the cloud list paid more attention to Chenzong. Perhaps this person would bring them some surprises. This cloud list battle might be more interesting than the previous ones. After defeating his opponent with one finger, Chenzong naturally became the new champion. He guarded a ring and waited for others to challenge him. Not long after, someone jumped into the ring and issued a challenge. With a shake of the sword, the body of the sword trembled slightly and emitted a myriad of sword lights. It was as if a rainstorm was descending from the sky, and it carried an earth-shattering might as it blasted towards Chenzong like lightning. Under this sword, thousands of clouds surged and intertwined with the rainstorm like sword lights. This powerful sword had many more changes and could confuse the opponent. Such a brilliant sword could exert an indescribable magical effect. Unfortunately, the opponent was Chenzong. With just a glance, Chenzong saw the flaw of this sword clearly and completely grasped it. The dark light sword at his waist shot out in an instant. The body of the sword couldn't be seen, only a ray of extremely bright and dazzling light pierced through the sky with heart-palpitating sharpness. This sword was abundant and irresistible. This sword could split everything. This sword was invincible. Shatter! Shatter! The rainstorm-like sword lights were shattered in an instant, and the clouds and mist exploded. This extremely terrifying sword strike directly landed on the sword that the other party had barely managed to retrieve to defend himself. An extremely frightening power exploded forth. It was as if an enormous power could shatter a mountain, causing the sword to bend. The enormous power struck the other party's chest, causing a loud sound similar to that of a drum. The other party was instantly sent flying. Defeated, another sword move. What a brilliant swordsmanship. In the last cloud list, many swordsmen's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, they all wanted to keep their ranking on the cloud list and strive to reach a higher level, but they also wanted to fight with masters to sharpen themselves and improve their martial arts. The competition for the cloud list was just for the moment, but the road of martial arts was a lifetime. Chen Zong's arena was not far away from Xianxia's arena. Therefore, seeing Chen Zong defeat his opponent to become the champion and defeat his opponent again, Xianxia smiled sincerely. Chen Zong unsheathed the dark light sword, but didn't put it back. He held it in his hand, and a sharp aura rose to the sky and surrounded him. It was like a never-ending stream of water, forming a perfect cycle. The strength that Chen Zong showed in the 2 consecutive battles was amazing. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him again. However, according to the rules, only 69 people were allowed to challenge in succession in each of the 72 arenas, and the interval between challenges couldn't be more than 60 breaths. In other words, if no one challenged the arena for more than 60 breaths, according to the rules, the champion of the arena would immediately advance to the next stage of the competition. Even if the champion's strength was not so strong. Therefore, in less than 60 breaths, another person jumped into the arena and challenged Chen Zong. Seeing Chen Zong's powerful strength, the challenger looked dignified. He didn't attack at once, but moved quickly and circled around the arena. He observed carefully while walking at a high speed, trying to find Chen Zong's flaw and attack him. Chen Zong knew the opponent's intention very well, so he directly exposed a small flaw. The opponent's eyes lit up and he immediately seized this small flaw to attack. The knife light was bright and cold. It tore through the sky and was dazzling. The wind and clouds were surging, and the momentum was mighty. This knife seemed to split the arena into 2 halves. Chen Zong didn't move at all. He looked calm, as if he didn't feel anything. Just as that astonishing and dazzling blade light was about to slash down with the momentum of the wind and clouds, the profound light sword flicked up from the bottom and turned, collapsing the blade. The body of the sword followed the blade and slashed forward vertically, like an antelope hanging the horn of a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, and stopped at the opponent's neck with a profound and unrestrained profundity. The sharp blade was extremely cold, causing the challenger to be startled and feel a chill run down his spine. There was no doubt that he was completely defeated. After saluting Chen Zong to show his gratitude for his mercy, the challenger turned around and jumped out of the arena. In the 3rd battle, Chen Zong won and continued to be the champion. Although he didn't consume much of his strength, there was still an invisible force that made Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit at the peak. In the 4th battle, the challenger's strength was slightly stronger, but he was still no match for Chen Zong. He was defeated by 1 sword. The 5th battle, the 6th battle, the 7th battle, in the blink of an eye, 10 consecutive battles had been fought. Chen Zong won all of them easily. 1 sword strike, no matter who his opponent was, they were all defeated with 1 sword strike. This boy is not bad. The elder presiding over the outer sect great competition looked at Chen Zong and secretly nodded. In the 10 battles, even though he had defeated his opponent with a single strike, from that single strike, one could more or less tell that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was rather high. Amongst the outer sect disciples, he could definitely be ranked amongst the best. On top of that, although his cultivation was only at the peak of the transcendent 8th layer, making it impossible for him to enter the top 100 outer sect disciples, the purity of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of many outer sect disciples, allowing him to rank among the best. The purity of one's spirit energy was closely related to one's strength. This meant that this child had cultivated a spirit-level top-grade cultivation method, and had cultivated it to a very high level. With the elder's eyesight, he could naturally see that Chen Zong hadn't used his full strength in these 10 battles. However, it was difficult to say how much strength he had used. Victory after victory, he was invincible. The last opponent was also defeated by Chen Zong. Since then, there were no more challengers in this arena. Chen Zong directly passed the preliminary round and would enter the 3rd stage of the promotion round. He would compete with the 72 people from the last cloud list for this year's cloud list. Not long after, the challenges in the other 71 arenas also came to an end, and the final 72 arena masters appeared. Xia Mingling, Yun Yanqin, and Gao Leping were among them. Under the cover of Chen Zong's powerful soul sense, he easily knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer, a record of all the previous disciples, but there weren't many of them, only 4 in total. The next highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer with 8, the late transcendent realm 9th layer with 14, the mid transcendent realm 9th layer with 20, the early transcendent realm with 24, and the 8th layer with 2. Of the 2 transcendent realm cultivators, one was Gao Leping, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm, and the other was Chen Zong, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, Chen Zong's cultivation was undoubtedly the lowest among the 72 people who had passed the preliminary round, but his strength was frightening. The 72 arenas moved toward the center from all directions, touching each other and merging silently. Finally, they formed a huge arena that was 10,000 meters long and wide. Congratulations to all of you for entering the promotion round. Next, all of you will fight against the disciples of the previous cloud roll. A bright light flashed in the elder's eyes. His voice was loud and powerful, resounding like thunder in the surroundings. There was a hint of excitement in his voice that made people feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. Promotion match, this was the first half of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, and it was about to begin. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. After watching the competition for so long, my hands are already itching. Let's show these people how powerful we are. All the disciples on the cloud roll laughed. Watching other people fight, especially those with decent strength, had already stimulated their fighting spirit. Now, it was finally their turn to make a move. All of them were naturally extremely excited. There were 72 people on the honor roll and 72 ringmasters in the preliminary round. There was a total of 144 people who would go through one round of duels. It was just one round of duels. This round of duels would determine the new honor roll. It sounded simple, but there might be some unexpected situations. For example, some people had the strength to enter the cloud roll, but they were defeated by stronger opponents and had no chance to enter the cloud roll. However, the path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. Luck was also a part of it. 144 people began to draw lots to test their luck. There were a total of 144 lots, from number 1 to number 144. Number 1 would fight number 2, number 3 would fight number 4, number 5 would fight number 6, and so on. 143 would fight 144. Chen Zong drew lot number 35, so his opponent was naturally number 36. However, since everyone was conservative about the lot they drew, Chen Zong did not know who drew lot 36. But no matter who it was, Chen Zong was fearless. He fought and won. The third stage of the promotion round began. The first round of the promotion round, number 1 against number 2. Soon, number 1 and number 2 leaped up from different directions and landed on the 10,000-meter wide ring. They faced each other from 1,000 meters away, their eyes shining brightly as they collided with each other. Number 1 was a disciple of the Origin Cloud Roll, Lei Gang, who was ranked 64th and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Number 2 was one of the 72 people who passed the preliminary round, Feng Xiu, who was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Lei Gang and Feng Xiu had the same cultivation, so the winner would be decided in other aspects. With a low roar, Lei Gang erupted with an astonishing momentum. As the clouds surged, there seemed to be lightning arcs leaping. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed out. It was as if a thunderbolt tore through the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, and an astonishing sound like a demon's voice poured into Feng Xiu's mind. The wind elementalist had rich battle experience. His eyes narrowed slightly as he unsheathed his long sword. Like a gust of wind, it cut through the air with astonishing sharpness, bringing along a sword pressure that was as frightening as a wind blade as it pierced out. Lei Gang's thunder saber and Feng Xiu's wind sword bloomed with astonishing power at this moment. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they stared with rapt attention. The saber light was like lightning while the sword chi was like the wind. Whether it was Lei Gang or Feng Xiu, both of them had used their full strength. Whether they were using their full strength or not was unknown, but at the very least, they were using 80% of their strength. The saber light was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air, one saber strike after another. Not only was it extremely fast, but its power was also extremely tyrannical, capable of destroying everything in its path. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would be smashed to smithereens. Feng Xiu's sword brought about an endless storm of sword qi that swept out in all directions, forming an astonishing sword qi tornado that filled the air, covering a radius of 100 meters and constantly colliding with the lightning saber light. Shatter, regenerate, an extremely terrifying force blasted out in all directions. The astonishing saber light and sword shadows tore the arena apart, leaving behind a series of ghastly scars. This kind of power caused the eyes of the eliminated disciples to twitch in shock. Strong. Too strong. Feng Xiu used his full strength, causing his sword to completely disappear, as if he was wielding a gust of wind, constantly tearing the sky apart, each of his sword strikes incomparably sharp. Feng Xiu's strength was indeed astonishing. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, and he had cultivated a spirit-grade top-rank secret art to the 15th stage. His spirit energy was extremely pure, and his extraordinary force, wind force, had also reached the 6th stage. However, Lei Gang's strength was even higher. With the same cultivation, Lei Gang had cultivated a spirit-grade top-rank secret art to the 16th stage, causing his spirit energy to be even purer and his overall strength to be even more tyrannical. Fight, fight, fight. As a disciple of the cloud list, Lei Gang had already cultivated one of the 5 white cloud paths, the refining cloud path, and had even displayed a 5th-grade secret art, Thunder Demon Hand. As his saber slashed down, countless white clouds condensed out of thin air and fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts also gathered in an instant, transforming into a majestic saber light. Kong. It was as if the world itself was about to collapse. Feng Xiu used his full strength and unleashed a 5th-grade secret art, slashing out with his sword. This sword strike condensed the essence of the flying cloud path's upper stage. The sword strike, the wind and clouds, shattering the sky. Wind and thunder, saber and sword, as they collided, countless clouds exploded and filled all directions. The shocking power destroyed the mountains and countless forces tore the sky apart, leaving behind shocking traces. Thump, thump, thump. Feng Xiu could not stop himself from retreating. After retreating for more than 10 meters, a figure burst out from the clouds like an arrow shot from a powerful bow. The arm that swelled and thickened, with pitch-black lightning arcs jumping around, held a long saber. The saber was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. It was Lei Gang. As he slashed out with his saber, the lightning saber light tore the sky apart and blasted toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu struggled to lift his sword to meet the attack, but the sword body was shaken off. The terrifying saber light brazenly attacked and sent Feng Xiu flying. There was a saber scar on his chest, as if his body was about to be split into 2. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Feng Xiu flew out and almost fell out of the arena. Although Feng Xiu was severely injured, he still had the strength to continue fighting. However, he was obviously no match for Lei Gang and could only admit defeat helplessly. Fortunately, even if he admitted defeat now, it did not mean that he had lost all his chances. In the end, he still had a chance to enter the cloud list. A burst of power surged and fell on Feng Xiu's body. Feng Xiu's pale face quickly recovered and the shocking saber wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 30 breaths of time, the obvious saber wound had completely disappeared and the injury had been healed. This was the ability of White Cloud Floating Island. After all, White Cloud Floating Island was a rare treasure that was connected to White Cloud Mountain. Because of this, it had such a magical ability. If it was taken to other places, it would be useless. It was also because of this miraculous ability that they could heal injuries in a short period of time. It could be said that as long as they didn't die, all injuries could be healed. This allowed the disciples to fight at ease and fight wholeheartedly. They wouldn't be restrained because of anything. Feng Xiu's recovery had nothing to do with the next battle. Number 3 and Number 4 had already appeared in the arena. However, number 3's cultivation was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer while number 4's cultivation was at the late Transcendent Realm 9th layer. The obvious gap in cultivation also brought about a gap in strength. Therefore, in less than 10 moves, number 3 was defeated and number 4 won, placing her on the cloud list. In the third match, number 5 versus number 6, with number 5 winning. In the fourth match, Xianxia was number 7. Her opponent was the 68th on the previous cloud list, whose cultivation had reached the peak Transcendent Realm 9th layer, even stronger than Xianxia who was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Those who could be ranked on the cloud list were already very strong, enough to challenge those above their realm. After several years of cultivation, their cultivation had improved further, and their strength had only increased. However, Xianxia's talent was much higher, and she had completely mastered the essence of the flying cloudway. She had also comprehended the 7th layer of her wind force. At the beginning, the battle between Xianxia and the 68th on the previous cloud list was extremely fierce, but as time passed, Xianxia gradually grasped the rhythm and gained the upper hand. With a slash of her sword, the wind and clouds surged, as if she was flying through the sky. The 68th on the previous cloud list was directly sent flying by the slash, and all the strength in his body collapsed. Without any resistance, he fell from the ring and was defeated. With Xianxia successfully ranked on the cloud list, Qianzong smiled, feeling happy for senior sister Yu. Battle after battle, Su Ling fought against Xia Minglang. Unfortunately, Su Ling was defeated by Xia Minglang. Su Ling was very angry about this. He had been cultivating hard for more than a year in order to defeat Qianzong and wash away the shame. But now, he was defeated before he could even fight with Qianzong, and he was defeated by a new disciple. In another battle, Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent with a tyrannical posture and strength, showing the amazing demeanor of the top 10 on the cloud list. There was no doubt that Yu Shuiyuan would occupy one of the spots on the final cloud list, and his ranking would even be higher. According to the experience of the previous batches, the top 10 of the cloud roll would rarely be shaken. Most of them could continue to take the top 10 of the cloud roll. Even if there were accidents, the top 10 would be taken by the newcomers who were at the bottom. Battle after battle, it was soon the turn of the 35th contestant, Qianzong. His aura was like that of a tiger's, tyrannical and ferocious, spreading out in all directions as if a tiger was roaring in the forest. Qianzong, the shame of my defeat in the past will be wiped away today. Gao Leping's eyes seemed to carry the majesty of a tiger as he roared out in a deep voice. After a few years, not only had Gao Leping's cultivation and strength improved significantly, but his temperament had also become much calmer. This was directly related to one's experience and tempering. Bring out your full strength, Qianzong said unhurriedly. Compared to a few years ago, Gao Leping's strength had indeed improved greatly, even surpassing some early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Heaven grade disciples, but compared to Qianzong, the gap was even greater. If Gao Leping were to use his full strength, Qianzong would have to use everything he had, including his fierce tiger bloodline. Gao Leping knew that he had indeed improved greatly, but it seemed that Qianzong had also improved greatly, so he wasn't confident he could defeat him. Since that was the case, Qianzong decided to stimulate his bloodline. Fierce tiger bloodline, explode. Gao Leping's body trembled, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly exploded. His robe fluttered as if it was being blown by a gale. The astonishing aura was like a raging storm that blasted out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. A blood-red light swept out from Gao Leping's body, filling his entire body as the vague image of a blood-red tiger appeared beside him, adding to his aura. As soon as he activated his bloodline, Gao Leping's aura doubled and his strength soared. This was also the reason he was able to defeat ordinary early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples, allowing him to contend with ordinary mid-9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples. This fist of mine is a bloodline martial skill, I'll defeat you with one punch. Gao Leping let out a loud roar, and his tyrannical spiritual power and bloodline power merged into one, surging like a torrent, surging towards his right arm like a biting cold blade pushing forward. Fierce tiger dominating mountain. The strength in Gao Leping's body condensed into an incomparably tyrannical force that blasted out from his fist. Incomparably fierce, the tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. One could vaguely see a huge blood-red tiger's head bombarding the sky, as if it wanted to shatter the space. The extremely terrifying power directly covered a radius of 10 meters. In other words, everything within a radius of 10 meters was under the power of this punch. Only those who moved 10 meters away could avoid this attack. This attack was extremely powerful and domineering, as if it could easily shatter a mountain. It also contained a trace of willpower impact, which made Xianxia feel as if there was a blood-red phantom of a fierce tiger in his sea of consciousness. It was roaring with its head raised, full of vigor, and was about to attack his spiritual willpower. Unfortunately, Xianxia's soul had been liquefied. His spiritual sense was extremely powerful, and his willpower was also unprecedentedly strong. This blood-red tiger phantom could not shake him at all. With a single thought, Xianxia's terrifying spiritual force crushed the blood-red tiger phantom, causing it to disappear completely. At the same time, Gao Leping's extremely powerful punch also blasted out. The astonishing fist pressure squeezed out from all directions and directly bombarded Xianxia's body, as if it wanted to shatter Xianxia's body. It had to be said that the power of this punch was indeed very strong and exquisite. It was a bloodline martial skill, but also a martial skill that belonged to Gao Leping himself. There was no such thing as a rank. The strength of this punch was directly related to Gao Leping. This punch was enough to defeat many 9th-layer Transcendent Realm early-stage Outer Sect disciples and even threaten many 9th-layer mid-stage Outer Sect disciples. But for Xianxia, it was not enough, far from enough. What really interested Xianxia was the power behind this punch. Under Xianxia's powerful spiritual sense, he had already seen through it. There was no need to use much strength, only a chi-refining cultivator's spirit energy was needed. The sword left its scabbard, the grade 3 spirit artifact, profound light sword, shot out like an aurora from its scabbard, a dazzling sword light piercing through the sky like a meteor, bursting forth with a tyrannical sharpness. Wherever the sword light passed, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The tiger phantom was pierced through by the dazzling sword light, and a terrifying sword chi surged out, directly crushing the tiger phantom. Straight through, Gao Leping's punch was directly penetrated, and all the power behind it dissipated. The sword light pierced through Gao Leping's shoulder, piercing through his shoulder blade. The sharp pain caused Gao Leping to let out a miserable groan, his face suddenly turning pale and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Since this floating cloud island had a miraculous ability to heal injuries extremely quickly, Xianxia did not hold back. After the sword pierced through his shoulder, Gao Leping was very clear that his strength was really not as good as Xianxia's. Victory and defeat, it was so simple. Xianxia was listed on the cloud list and was waiting for the final, while Gao Leping was eliminated and had no chance to be listed on the cloud list. It was not that Gao Leping was too weak, but that Xianxia was too strong. This guy's strength is expected to reach the top 20, an inner sect disciple nodded secretly and said. Indeed, it should not be a problem for him to reach the top 20, but it's a bit difficult for him to reach the top 10, another inner sect disciple also said. A loss was a loss, and Gao Leping did not say any harsh words, because he had clearly recognized the gap between himself and Xianxia. However, Gao Leping was not discouraged and continued to work hard. Although he was not as good as Xianxia, he could surpass others. In the path of cultivation, a temporary competition was not the most important, but the competition of a lifetime was the most important. After winning a battle and being listed on the cloud list, the following battles in the third stage had nothing to do with Xianxia, and he only needed to be a good audience. Xianxia was also very curious about the strength of the top 10 on the cloud list, especially the top 3. However, until now, only Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the cloud list, had fought. The other 9 had not fought yet. But next, the top 10 on the cloud list would fight one after another. Even the top 20 on the previous cloud list were very strong, and their martial arts attainments were very high. In the next battle, Xianxia fought. Her opponent was not on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation was not low, having reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Facing Xianxia, who was ranked 3rd on the previous cloud list, even though he was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, he could not help but feel a little nervous. It could not be helped. The 3rd place on the previous cloud list was very powerful, and it was very difficult to challenge them. It was almost impossible to succeed. If there were no accidents, the top 3 on the current cloud list should be born from these 3 people. Standing in the arena, Xianxia remained motionless. Her body was surrounded by a faint light, like moonlight. She looked like a moon goddess, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Facing Xianxia, those who did not have a strong will would not be able to maintain a stable state of mind, and it would be difficult for them to exert their full strength. Taking a deep breath, they tried to adjust their state of mind and calmed down. "Senior Sister Bai, please enlighten me." As soon as his voice fell, this person immediately condensed his spirit energy and used a secret technique, bathing his whole body in a white light, as if thousands of clouds were surrounding him. "Please," Xianxia said, her faint voice filled with coldness, making people feel as if they were bathing in moonlight. Kong. This peak transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator used a secret technique and 100% of his spirit energy to send out a palm strike. The huge palm print was earth-shattering, and its power was terrifying to the extreme, causing the sea of clouds to churn and mountains to collapse. Facing this tyrannical palm, Xianxia's expression did not change in the slightest. She simply waved her hand lightly, as if she was plucking a string, and a beautiful and intoxicating sound faintly rang out. The air seemed to be plucked like a string of a zither, releasing a sharp aura that tore through the sky. Chi 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 a subtle sound rang out as the huge and powerful palm print, filled with terrifying power, was suddenly cut like tofu. That extremely sharp aura came charging at him, and he could not dodge it. It landed on his body, but it did not tear his body apart. Instead, it wrapped around him and threw him out of the arena. Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. The application of power contained in this move was very clever. Sure enough, the 3rd place on the previous cloud list was no small matter. However, Chen Zong was even happier. Therefore, it was difficult to find an opponent, and Xianxia would obviously be a good opponent. After a few battles, another top 10 on the cloud list took action. Zhu Liwen, the 8th place on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent in one move. Gao Hongjing took action. He did not even use the Scarlet Dragon sky-splitting spear. He directly swung his arm in place of a spear, and with a bang, the sky shattered as it flew towards his opponent. It was too fast and domineering, directly sealing the space in front of him and suppressing his opponent with an astonishing momentum, making it difficult for him to move. He was directly swung by Gao Hongjing's arm, and all his defenses collapsed in an instant. He was sent flying, spinning in midair as blood spurted out from his mouth. He directly flew out of the ring and fell to the ground, rolling a few times on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Miserable, very miserable, everyone's eyelids trembled unconsciously, and it was a ghastly sight. Gao Hongjing's attack was too ruthless. Although the injury could be healed quickly, such an outcome was terrible and no one was willing to bear it. Gao Hongjing sneered and turned around to jump down from the ring. One had to be prepared to bear the consequences when fighting with him. It was Fu Yunxiao's turn to take action. As the 1st place on the previous cloud list, Fu Yunxiao's reputation was the highest, and his deterrence was also the strongest. "Senior brother Fu, please show mercy." The person who fought with Fu Yunxiao was unfortunately one of the people on the previous heavenly roll and was ranked 36th. In the previous cloud list, he had fought with Fu Yunxiao and knew how powerful Fu Yunxiao was. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Even though his strength had improved significantly over the past few years, he was still no match for Fu Yunxiao 5 years ago, let alone now. "Go ahead." Fu Yunxiao said neither slowly nor quickly, and his voice was as light as the wind. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was different from Xianxia's coldness. Xianxia's coldness was a kind of coldness, like the bright moon. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones and soul, originating from his outstanding talent and powerful strength. 1st place on the cloud list, that was one of the reasons why Fu Yunxiao could be cold and arrogant, and also one of the sources of his confidence. Fu Yunxiao's opponent attacked with his full strength. However, before the attack could reach Fu Yunxiao put his finger together like a sword and stabbed lightly. The stab was silent and casual, as though it had pierced through the void. It directly crushed and penetrated the opponent's extremely tyrannical attack that was like a flash flood. Fu Yunxiao's opponent was like a hot knife through butter. The 3rd stage of the advancement match ended with the outcome of the 143rd and 144th contestants. Some of the matches were ordinary. After all, when there was a huge disparity in strength, the opponent would usually be defeated in one move. However, some of the matches were very intense. When both parties were of similar strength, they had to give it their all in order to win. As the third stage of the advancement match ended, the 72 people on the cloud roll were born. However, these 72 people had yet to be ranked. The final match of the fourth stage was the cloud roll ranking match. It would determine everyone's ranking on the cloud roll. Among the 72 people who were listed on this year's cloud roll, a total of 54 of them were from the previous cloud roll while 18 of them were from this year's newcomers. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the previous cloud roll was and how extraordinary this year's newcomers were. Among the 18 people, Xianxia was one of them. Yun Yanxin was also one of them. Xiao Minglang was also one of them. Those who lost in the advancement match might not necessarily lose because of their strength. It could also be due to luck. The elder spoke in a loud voice. Therefore, before the final match of the fourth stage, those who lost will have a chance to challenge someone on the cloud roll. If they win, they will be listed on the cloud roll. If they lose, they will be eliminated completely. No one was surprised. It had been the same for the previous outer sect competition. This was also the reason why no one was too upset after being defeated. It was because there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The challenges had begun. Although it was said that everyone who lost in the third stage had a chance to challenge, not everyone would do so. They knew their own strength and the opponent's strength. However, there were also some who felt that they were not weak but were unlucky to have drawn a strong opponent. Those who lost were full of confidence. There were 72 people on the cloud roll. The difference in strength between the first and the last was huge. Although the final match had yet to be determined and the ranking was not clear, it could be seen who was stronger and who was weaker among these people. Naturally, one would challenge those who were weaker so that one could be listed on the cloud roll. When the challenge match ended, there was another change in the cloud roll. 9 people were defeated. They had really failed to make the cloud roll. The 9 of them looked upset. Being listed on the cloud roll was an honor in itself. One could also receive a handsome reward from the sect. Now, they had no chance. As for the 9 people who won the challenge, they were overjoyed. Regardless of their final ranking on the cloud roll, at least they were listed on the cloud roll. Some were happy while others were sad. The fourth stage of the finals began. It's finally starting. I feel like I've been waiting for a long time. The most exciting part is about to come. The group of outer sect disciples were all excited and filled with anticipation. In the outer sect tournament, the first elimination round and the second preliminary round were nothing much to watch. The third round of the promotion round was starting to get exciting, but the fourth round of the finals was the most exciting part of the tournament. The reason why the inner sect disciples had come to spectate was for the finals of the fourth stage. The fourth stage of the finals was not as simple as the previous stages. It used a point system. The so-called point system meant that 1 point would be awarded for each victory, and no points would be awarded for a loss or a draw. The final ranking would be based on the number of points one had. The one with the highest number of points would naturally be ranked first, while the one with the lowest would be ranked last. As for how to earn points, it was very simple. Every person on the cloud roll had to fight with 71 people other than themselves. The highest score they could get was 71 points. Everyone had to fight 71 times. No matter how much they tried to hide their strength, they had no choice but to reveal it one by one and even use all of their trump cards. Each of the 72 people on the cloud roll received a number plate. It was a public number plate. Xianxia's number plate was number 18. Starting from number 1, he could choose his opponent. Other than himself, he could challenge anyone from number 2 to 72. 72 white clouds floated in the air around the 10,000-meter arena. The disciple on the first white cloud swept his gaze across, looking for an opponent. Although everyone had to go through 71 battles and fight with the other 71 people, no one liked to lose. Therefore, they had to choose a suitable opponent from the start and obtain victory. This would build up their confidence and momentum. To a certain extent, it would raise their fighting spirit and allow them to unleash their strength more fully. If they were defeated from the start, it would affect their fighting spirit. They did not have to wait for long. In just 10 breaths, number 1 had chosen his opponent. Number 7's cultivation was not as good as number 1. Secondly, from the previous battles, number 7's strength was not as good as his. Number 1 and number 7 both leaped from the white clouds and landed on the arena. Fight, there was no need to say anything. As number 1 had expected, number 7's strength was indeed inferior to his. After a fierce battle, number 1 gained the upper hand. In less than 60 breaths, number 7 was defeated and number 1 won. Number 2 chose his opponent. While number 1 was observing and choosing his opponent, number 2 had already chosen his opponent, number 10. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle, number 10 won by a narrow margin. Number 3 versus number 13, number 3 won. Number 4 versus number 20, number 4 won. Number 5 was called Ho Wu. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll and had extraordinary strength. The opponent he chose was number 18, Xianxia. I know that you have yet to use your full strength. However, you can only unleash your full strength now. Otherwise, you will lose without a doubt. Ho Wu stared at Xianxia as he firmly declared. His tone was filled with confidence. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll and his cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm. His strength was far superior to ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivators. With great strength came great self-confidence. Ho Wu was very confident in himself. Even if his opponent was in the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, he was confident he could challenge them. Xianxia had also seen Ho Wu's battle and knew he was indeed extraordinary. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he was still able to see the big picture. I hope you won't let me down, Xianxia responded unhurriedly. These were sincere words. He hoped that Ho Wu would use his full strength, but when they fell into the ears of others, they inevitably sounded a little arrogant, especially Ho Wu, who was very unhappy. Smiling coldly, a trace of ferocity flashed across his eyes. Ho Wu made up his mind to teach this arrogant man a lesson. Bending his knees slightly and lowering his body, Ho Wu looked like a beast that had locked onto its prey. A tyrannical spirit energy burst out from his body like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire ring to shake and space to shatter. Ho Wu's entire body transformed into a meteor, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as he mercilessly slammed towards Xianxia. Amidst the blazing light, Ho Wu's bent arms suddenly straightened, his 5 fingers forming claws that tore through the sky. Like a tiger's claws, as sharp as an eagle's claws, there was even a trace of cloud energy swirling around them, giving off a bewildering aura. Profound martial arts, tyrannical strength, and the power of an 8th-order wild beast, this blow was extremely powerful. It was Ho Wu's full strength. Like a tiger, like an eagle, like a cloud, Ho Wu's attainments in martial arts were extremely profound. At the transcendent realm, the truly profound masters often absorbed the essence of the martial arts they cultivated and evolved them to better suit themselves, allowing them to display greater power. Ho Wu was such a profound master. Ho Wu's aura covered his entire body and a pair of gloves instantly appeared on his hands, releasing a tyrannical aura. A 7th-grade spirit artifact. A 7th-grade spirit artifact possessed the strength of an ordinary 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Although it was nothing to a 9th-layer transcendent, when superimposed on one's own body, it was still a considerable strength, especially in certain combat situations where it was enough to turn the tide of a battle. Ho Wu had to admit that he was a very scheming person. As soon as he attacked, he was empty-handed at first, and only when he was about to hit Xianxia did he use his 7th-grade spirit artifact and superimpose his strength, hoping to destroy all of Xianxia's defenses in one fell swoop and defeat Xianxia with absolute strength. If Xianxia's strength was similar to Ho Wu's, then Ho Wu might have been able to succeed. This blow also allowed Xianxia to see Ho Wu's true strength. Ho Wu was indeed not weak, but compared to himself, there was still a big gap. However, Xianxia didn't show any intention of using his full strength, instead only using his qi refining cultivation. The profound light sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light and shot out from its scabbard, instantly piercing through the sky. Its aura was incomparably sharp, and its sword light fluctuated unpredictably. Xianxia's current qi refining cultivation was at the peak of the 8th-layer transcendent realm, which wasn't high. It could be said that he had the lowest cultivation on the cloud list. Even in the outer sect, there were several hundred disciples whose cultivation was higher than Chenzong's. However, Chenzong had cultivated the white cloud extreme true art to the 17th layer, which was one of the best among all the outer sect disciples. After all, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the 18th layer of a spirit grade secret art, much more difficult than cultivating the 17th layer because once one succeeded, they would be able to grasp the secret art's meaning and increase the purity of their spirit chi by 1-fold. Even with Chenzong's amazing perception, after more than a year of cultivation, he had only managed to raise the white cloud extreme true art from the 15th layer to the 17th, still a thin line away from the 18th layer. Chenzong estimated that this thin line would take at least half a year to break through, but there was a possibility that it would take even longer. Of course, if he could find an opportunity, he might be able to break through in a shorter time. Because of the purple cloud black star flame's purification, the purity of Chenzong's white cloud extreme true spirit chi was comparable to that of an 18th layer white cloud extreme true spirit chi. Chenzong had also cultivated the heart sword's force to the 8th layer. Chenzong had cultivated the force of white cloud to the 7th layer. Chenzong had also cultivated the force of flame to the 7th layer. With the fusion of these three transcendent forces, their power increased by several times. However, Chenzong didn't fuse these three transcendent forces, only fusing the heart sword's force and white cloud's force while concealing the force of flame. Combining these two forces together with his brilliant sword art and the third great accomplishment stage of the sword Dao, the power he displayed was incomparably astonishing. As the sword pierced out, the tip of the sword trembled slightly and changed unpredictably. Two crackling sounds could be heard. He Wu's all-out attack of a brilliant martial art was hit by the tip of the sword in an instant. Like a popped bubble, the power dissipated. His legs were like dragons and pythons, stirring up an incomparably violent air current. The air current contained an astonishing amount of power, frenziedly grinding everything in its path. It was as if numerous large white pythons were coiling around Chenzong, wanting to grind him to death. He Wu's speed of changing moves was extremely fast, and there were no flaws in the connection. His two legs smashed forward, and the power was even more tyrannical than his hands before. The destructive power was incomparable. Chenzong moved his feet smoothly, and his sword trembled slightly. He instantly attacked. Under the control of the sword with his heart, it was extremely agile and flexible. What a high level of sword principle. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. As an elder of White Cloud Mountain and a veteran Saint Realm master, he naturally had good eyesight and a high level of martial Dao. Fu Yunxiao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chenzong and Chenzong's sword. He felt an indescribable mysterious aura from Chenzong's sword. It was not the aura of a sword, but the aura of sword principle. His high level of sword principle was even higher than his own. For a moment, Fu Yunxiao's interest was piqued, but only slightly. After all, although Chenzong's strength was good, it was far from enough in Fu Yunxiao's eyes. The corners of Gao Hongjing's mouth curled up into a cold, domineering smile. Bai Xia's expression was calm, and her aura was cold. Chenzong used his high level of sword principle to explain the true meaning of a sword in hand is unbreakable by 5 feet. The brilliance of using one's heart to control the sword was that one could master the unbreakable sword ring of 5 feet. As the name implied, within a radius of 5 feet, the long sword would not be able to break through the defense of one's sword ring and injure one's body unless the power exceeded one's tolerance limit. Now, with a sword in hand, no matter how hard He Wu attacked, Chenzong blocked all of his attacks with just the sword in his hand. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. What a terrifying level of attainment in sword principle. How can he be so powerful? Gao Leping smiled bitterly. It turned out that the gap between him and Chenzong was so big. Even if he used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to He Wu. Now, even if He Wu used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to Chenzong. He Wu himself was extremely shocked as well. After all, his strength wasn't weak, and his martial techniques were extremely exquisite. The flawless combination of his hands and legs caused him to erupt with a terrifying might that was like a violent storm, a tsunami, and a landslide. Even if it was a real mountain, it would be able to collapse and shatter it. But now, he couldn't even break the sword circle created by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Secret technique. Giant beast aura. Hou let out a low roar, like the roar of a giant beast. An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from his body, covering his whole body. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of an unknown giant beast appear on his body. In an instant, Hou's aura skyrocketed. Giant beast aura. This was a powerful 6th grade secret technique, which Hou had obtained through a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 years. Boom! Boom! Hou attacked again under the influence of the behemoth's anger. Every attack became extremely violent, and the power of every attack was greatly increased. It was at least several times stronger than before. With this kind of strength, if it was increased by several times, its power would be even more terrifying. Chenzong suddenly felt the pressure. The unbreakable sword circle was not really unbreakable. It was an extremely brilliant sword control technique, a very mysterious technique. There were 2 ways to break the unbreakable sword circle. The first way was to have a higher martial Dao realm. Naturally, one could see the shortcomings of the unbreakable sword circle and use a more brilliant technique to break it. The second method was to use absolute strength to break through everything, regardless of the realm of the martial way or the level of the technique. It was to use brute force to break through everything. However, Chenzong's sword principal realm, sword control with the heart, had reached the highest level of the 3rd level. If one wanted to surpass him in martial Dao realm, one had to reach the 4th level. As for the technique, Chenzong's technique was even more brilliant. He had also reached the peak of the 3rd level. In other words, one could not break the unbreakable sword circle without reaching the 4th level. However, the 4th level of the martial Dao was something that many Saint Realm masters had not reached. As for the power of absolute power, no one knew how tyrannical it was. Of course, there was actually a 3rd way to break the unbreakable sword circle. That was to continuously attack with great power to consume Chenzong's strength. Maintaining the unbreakable sword circle consumed mental power. The weaker the opponent's strength, the less mental power consumed. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more mental power consumed. With Hou's strength, even if he used the secret technique, Giant Beast Qi, to increase his strength, he could not make Chenzong consume much of his mental power. After continuously attacking for dozens of breaths, he still could not break Chenzong's sword circle. Chenzong could not even move an inch. Chenzong was also sure that Hou really did not have any other means. The thousands of sword lights surrounding him suddenly condensed into an extremely majestic sword. Countless clouds surrounded it, exuding an amazing halo. The sword slashed down. Break! This sword strike seized the best opportunity. It was the moment when Hou took a break after a series of attacks. In essence, a cultivator was still a human being, but a human being who had become stronger had all the advantages and disadvantages of a human being. The power was endless, but it could not be truly endless. Especially when attacking with full strength, it could be maintained for a period of time, but it could not be maintained for long. There was always a break to buffer. Powerful people would shorten this break to the extreme, making it look like there was no break, and even use all kinds of methods to cover it up. In Chenzong's eyes, Hou was not good enough. Therefore, Chenzong immediately grasped the opportunity. The old force was gone, and the new force was not yet born. The timing was just right. Facing Chenzong's sudden sword strike, Hou's face suddenly changed. He only felt that his surroundings were sealed, and there was no way to dodge. He could only resist. Forcing himself to erupt with power, regardless of the burden on his body, he crossed his arms in an attempt to block this majestic sword light. However, since Chenzong had counterattacked, this sword strike was not so easy to block. Cut! Hou's arms were suddenly split. The strength on them exploded, and his arms were also shaken off. The majestic sword light directly bombarded Hou's chest, and he flew backward. His body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he could not help but spit out blood. But in fact, Hou was not seriously injured, because Chenzong only used the cultivation of Qi refining. The falling dark light sword was lifted up, and the cloud-white sword Qi, like a waning moon, tore the sky and attacked Hou again. This sword strike carried an amazing impact, and Hou's body kept flying backward. The third strike, Hou directly fell out of the arena. Chenzong won and got 1 point. It seems that this is almost Chen Zong's strength. I think so. Even if it is not his full strength, at least 80%. He hasn't used the secret method yet. Counting the enhancement of the secret method, he should be hiding more than 20%, maybe 30%, or even 40%. For a moment, many people made the judgment that Chen Zong's strength was almost at this level. Even if he hid some of his strength, it should not be much more than what they speculated. With such strength, there should be no problem for him to be in the top 20 of the cloud roll, but it would be very difficult for him to be in the top 10. For a moment, everyone's attention and curiosity about Chen Zong plummeted. Illusory Cloud Path Lord smiled faintly. Others might not have been able to tell, but as one of the strongest cultivators of White Cloud Mountain, his level and vision were naturally extraordinary. He could see that Chen Zong's body contained an extremely terrifying power that had yet to be unleashed. In other words, Chen Zong's hidden strength was more than what everyone had guessed, 20% or 30%. Fantasy Cloud secretly guessed. The so-called 20% or 30% did not mean Chen Zong's hidden strength, but the strength that he had just shown. Little did he know that although Fantasy Cloud had overestimated Chen Zong, in fact, he had still underestimated him. After all, Fantasy Cloud did not know that Chen Zong had comprehended such a terrifying cultivation method as the heart calming sword. Chen Zong did not care whether others were paying attention to him or not. Ho Wu's strength was not enough, and there would be stronger opponents in the future, such as Bai Xia, Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao, and the others. It was not worthwhile to show his strongest strength now. Hiding some strength could be used as a trump card. Su Ling was surprised and doubtful. Ho Wu's strength was undoubtedly much stronger than his, and Chen Zong's defeat of Ho Wu was not so overwhelming. However, more than a year ago, Chen Zong's aura that shocked him to the point of fainting was so powerful. After more than a year, how could his strength not have improved significantly? Could it be that Chen Zong was hiding more strength? Did he have a bigger plan? Su Ling only felt that his mind was in a mess. The battle continued, one battle after another. Some people won, and some lost. Yun Yanqing's opponent was a disciple on the cloud list this year. His cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th level, higher than Yun Yanqing, and he was also very strong. However, Yun Yanqing was stronger. After a quarter of an hour of fierce battle, Yun Yanqing blasted out with his sword, bringing with it an astonishing surge of wind and clouds. He was extremely powerful and defeated his opponent, obtaining 1 point. Dao Lord Huanyan glanced at Yun Yanqing. Xiao Minglang also successfully defeated his opponent and obtained 1 point. Among the 72 people on this year's cloud list, the strongest were still Bai Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. The gap between their strength and the others was too big. Therefore, most people were not willing to challenge them at all. If they did, they would lose. However, according to the rules of the 4th stage of the finals, everyone had to fight with the other 71 people one after another. It was unavoidable. Chen Zong was number 18, and it was soon his turn to challenge. Chen Zong chose number 20, a peak Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivator. His opponent was still unable to do anything to him when he used the unbreakable sword circle. He seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Of course, at the beginning, everyone could try to avoid the 3 strongest people and only choose others as their opponents. Therefore, for a period of time, Bai Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao would not be challenged. However, the 3 of them had to take the initiative to issue challenges. Bai Xia chose her opponents casually. Although it was said that she chose them casually, she still avoided Gao Hongjing and Fu Yunxiao. These 2 were very strong, and even if they wanted to fight, they would leave it until the end. However, the person who was chosen by Bai Xia as her opponent had a bitter expression. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Bai Xia's. I admit defeat, the person said directly. The gap in strength was too obvious, and it would be useless to fight. It was better to admit defeat and preserve one's strength. The child has a fever of more than 40 degrees. After being busy for half a day, I feel that my body has been hollowed out. Dominator of 6 realms can't write more. Resume normal update. Although some people admitted defeat in the duels of the cloud list, many of the battles were very exciting. Soon, it was Gao Hongjing's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Hongjing's body was strong, and his aura was extremely overbearing. It spread in all directions. When he glanced over, the crowd immediately felt extremely oppressed. Everyone who was swept by Gao Hongjing's gaze couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. An indescribable feeling welled up from the depths of their hearts. It seemed to be throbbing. Only a few people remained calm and composed when facing Gao Hongjing's gaze. One was Bai Xia, another was Fu Yunxiao, and the last one was Chen Zong. Gao Hongjing glanced at Bai Xia and Fu Yunxiao. Although Gao Hongjing wanted to challenge Fu Yunxiao and defeat him, Fu Yunxiao was very strong. It was not that easy. Now, it was only the first battle. There was no need. Immediately, Gao Hongjing's gaze stopped on Chen Zong's face. His gaze became sharper. It seemed that he was going to choose Chen Zong. This scene made many people secretly relieved. At the same time, they felt that Chen Zong was very unlucky. Although Chen Zong would fight with Gao Hongjing sooner or later, there was still a difference between sooner and later. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. He looked at Gao Hongjing directly. If Gao Hongjing really wanted to choose him as his opponent, Chen Zong would not admit defeat. Gao Hongjing was indeed very strong, but Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Because he was not weak either. Only by fighting could they know who would win. Gao Hongjing seemed to have felt the fighting desire in Chen Zong's eyes. He was slightly stunned, and his pupils contracted slightly. Chen Zong was not afraid of him at all. He even had a trace of fighting desire. Was he overestimating himself, or was he confident in his own strength? If it was the latter, it meant that he had hidden more strength than he had imagined. However, no matter how much he hid, he was still no match for Yi Shiwen. This was self-confidence, supreme self-confidence, an unshakable self-confidence that was like an immemorial mountain. You're too weak right now. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Gao Hongjing sneered at Chen Zong. Either you show me more strength that is enough to attract my attention, or you challenge me yourself. Everyone knew that Gao Hongjing wouldn't choose Chen Zong as his opponent. Then, who would be his opponent? Immediately, everyone's hearts were raised again. Then, I'll pick whatever I want. Gao Hongjing grinned. His eyes shone with a cold light as he pointed his finger at random. Gao Hongjing casually pointed his finger. Every time he pointed at a person, the person who was pointed by Gao Hongjing's finger would tremble slightly. Their expressions would change slightly, and their hearts would abruptly contract. Only when his finger pointed at someone else did they let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Gao Hongjing was too strong. The problem was that when they fought with Gao Hongjing, which one of them wasn't seriously injured, or even embarrassed, in the end, they would rather fight with Fu Yunxiao than Gao Hongjing. Because Gao Hongjing's attacks were too violent and merciless. On the 9th time, his finger pointed. It's you. Gao Hongjing said. The person who was chosen was shocked. He revealed a bitter smile and said, Senior brother Gao, I'm not your opponent. I admit defeat. Gao Hongjing sneered. He didn't say anything, but everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. The person who admitted defeat had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. The gap between their strength was too big. Not long after, it was Fu Yunxiao's turn to pick his opponent. Fu Yunxiao wasn't as high profile as Gao Hongjing. He casually pointed at a person not far from him. Senior brother Fu, I admit defeat. The person immediately said. After that, no one admitted defeat. Regardless of the result, it was still a battle. The first round of the finals ended. Some people won and received 1 point, some lost and didn't receive any points. There were also some who drew and didn't receive any points. Before the start of the second round, everyone's strength and injuries had recovered, so it wouldn't affect the following matches. The second round still began with number 1. After the first round, number 1 had rested for a long time and watched a lot of battles, so he had a good idea of how to choose his opponent. Battle after battle continued. This time, Chen Zong's opponent was number 12. Number 12 wasn't on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. He had also cultivated the white cloud extreme true art to the 16th stage and comprehended the power of white clouds to the 7th layer. When the battle began, number 12 knew that Chen Zong's strength wasn't bad, so he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. White clouds surged forward like a surging tide, carrying with them a terrifying force. Each wave of energy was tyrannical, condensed from number 12's strength, seemingly capable of destroying everything in its path. This kind of offensive was completely different from Ho Wu's attack just now. It wasn't a point-to-point attack, but rather an area of effect attack. This was also the method number 12 came up with to break Chen Zong's sword ring. Would it work? Chen Zong's expression remained calm and indifferent. Facing number 12's tidal wave of attacks, he simply slashed out with his sword. The sword light scattered in all directions, forming a 5-foot sword circle. Instantly, it resisted the raging tide that was pushing towards them. The raging tide surged past them. It was like a wave crashing against a reef, rushing past an immovable reef. As it turned out, the sword ring was still unbreakable. Without a higher realm, skill, or absolute strength, it was impossible to break Chen Zong's sword ring. The only way to break it was to continuously attack and consume Chen Zong's strength. But number 12 obviously wasn't enough. However, Chen Zong didn't fight back immediately. Instead, he took advantage of number 12's increasingly violent attacks to sharpen his sword ring and eliminate as many flaws as possible. In many people's eyes, Chen Zong's sword ring had no flaws, but Chen Zong sensed that his sword ring was still incomplete and could be perfected. 15 minutes later, number 12 had used his secret method, but he still couldn't break Chen Zong's sword ring. And Chen Zong's sharpening had come to an end. Counterattack. Following a slight flaw in number 12's attack, number 12 attacked with his sword. This sword was extremely mysterious. All of number 12's strength was shattered. Number 12's sword went straight in. An extremely tyrannical force burst out from number 12's sword, instantly tearing apart number 12's defense. Defeated, Chen Zong got 3 points. Number 13, number 14, number 15, one challenge after another. It was number 18's turn again, Chen Zong. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong picked a random opponent and performed a 5-foot-long sword ring. Number 12 couldn't break it at all. After a series of fierce attacks, Chen Zong found a flaw and defeated number 12 with a counterattack, gaining 4 points. I figured out Chen Zong's style. First, he performs the sword ring to defend himself. When number 12's attack stops, he seizes the opportunity to fight back, a disciple said confidently, thinking that he had figured out the secret. That's right. When dealing with Chen Zong, we must grasp the rhythm and not let him seize the opportunity. It was easy to say, but not necessarily easy to do. What's more, this was only a small part of Chen Zong's strength. Xianxia defeated her opponent again and gained 3 points. Senior sister Yu. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. The stronger her opponent was, the stronger she seemed to be. This meant that Xianxia's strength was not as simple as she had shown. She was even stronger. Xianxia was strong, and Chen Zong was happy for her. Xiao Minglang's strength was also very strong. He won consecutively and gained 3 points. It had to be said that Xiao Minglang was indeed very outstanding among the new disciples. So far, he was considered the most outstanding new disciple. Even among the veteran disciples, he was extremely outstanding. Xiao Minglang is expected to be in the top 10. Yes, he's very strong. In this year's batch, Xiao Minglang is the most outstanding, followed by Xianxia and Chen Zong. The others are just average. Chen Zong is just SOSO, if this is his strength. There were a lot of discussions, and naturally, Chen Zong heard them. Chen Zong was not upset at all. It was as if he didn't hear them. It didn't matter what others said. What was important was oneself. When it was by Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao's turn, no one took the initiative to challenge them. However, when they challenged others, they all admitted defeat. One match after another, the second round of the finals came to an end. In each round, being challenged and challenging others could earn 2 points at most. However, if you lost, you wouldn't get any points. After 2 rounds, there were not many who could maintain a winning record. The third round began. In each round, every disciple would appear in their best condition. Chen Zong still won 2 matches. Yu Nianxin also won 2 matches. Xia Minglang also won 2 matches. They all got 6 points. Some people were surprised that Chen Zong could win 6 matches in a row and get 6 points. The 4th round. Chen Zong won another match and accumulated 7 points. Number 33 chose Chen Zong as his opponent. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Number 33, named Su Qinglin, was ranked 15th on the last cloud list. His strength was not comparable to He Wu's. Chen Zong's winning streak is about to end. Su Qinglin's strength is extremely strong. He should be able to break Chen Zong's sword circle. Once the sword circle is broken, Chen Zong will be defeated. That's right. Su Qinglin also practices swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is extremely brilliant. He will definitely be able to break Chen Zong's sword circle. To many people, the sword circle displayed by Chen Zong was a kind of swordsmanship. It was a kind of swordsmanship with impenetrable defense. Only those who were skilled in martial arts could see that it was not a kind of swordsmanship, but a kind of extraordinary skill under a high level. Su Qinglin practiced swordsmanship, but his swordsmanship realm was not as high as Chen Zong's. He had only reached the 2nd level of swordsmanship. Your sword circle is indeed brilliant, but my swordsmanship is even better. Su Qinglin was full of confidence. His words revealed a trace of shocking sharpness. Those who practiced swordsmanship needed to have a clear mind and cultivate the spirit. Only then could the sword be incomparably sharp. Su Qinglin's tone and eyes revealed amazing confidence and willpower, with a terrifying sharpness. This showed that Su Qinglin had brilliant attainments and belief in swordsmanship. Perhaps, this would be a good opponent, but he did not know how much strength he could use. Could he deal with him with only the cultivation of qi refining? 5,000 meters up in the sky was blue and the sun was hanging in the sky. Its light was dazzling, scorching, and dazzling, illuminating everything. On the 10,000-meter high arena, 2 figures faced each other from a distance. Su Qinglin blinked his eyes and his pupils became as sharp as a sword, emitting a cold light. Sword qi pierced through the void and shot straight into Chen Zong's eyes. Those who practiced the sword had a sharp aura, and their eyes were as sharp as a sword that had been unsheathed. When combined with a unique technique, they could cultivate the eye sword. If the opponent's spiritual will was not strong enough, they would be frightened by the eye sword. It would be as if they were being cut by the sword, and it would be difficult for them to use their full strength. The sharper the eye sword, the more profound the sword cultivator's understanding and mastery of the sword Dao. It also meant that the sword cultivator's willpower was stronger. In most cases, Su Qinglin's eye sword was successful, but it didn't work on Chen Zong. Su Qinglin was secretly shocked. He restrained the sharpness in his eyes and waved his right hand, leaving after images. His fingers grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. A ray of dazzling blue light rippled out like water. An astonishing chill spread out and swept in all directions. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The sword was emitting a green light. Its body was very thin and slender. Traces of terrifying power lingered around it. A grade 8 spirit sword, it had the strength of an ordinary transcendent realm level 8. Basically, the top 10 on the cloud roll all had grade 9 spirit weapons, while the 11th to 20th had grade 8 spirit weapons that could significantly increase their strength. The long sword was unsheathed and sword qi shot out. Then, Su Qinglin's wrist shook and the sword trembled, leaving behind a blurry illusion as it shot out. The sword was like an illusory cloud. It was changeable and shockingly sharp. Chen Zong could tell at a glance that Su Qinglin also cultivated the illusory cloud way and should only be in the upper part. The illusory cloud way was the main transformation. If he practiced the sword, he would have the sharpness of a sword. Chen Zong also cultivated the illusory cloud way and had already mastered the essence of the upper part. Now, he had comprehended most of the essence of the middle part. In terms of attainments in the illusory cloud way, he was better than Su Qinglin. The cyan light was as changeable as the clouds, covering Chen Zong from all directions. It was like the fluctuation of clouds and mist, but it also had the sharpness of a sword. It was as if it was going to pierce thousands of holes into Chen Zong's body. His feet did not move, and his body did not move. The black light sword was unsheathed, and the blade seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a beam of light in the sky. An extremely ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, surging through the sky, and ripples spread out like ripples on water. Su Qinglin launched dozens and hundreds of attacks with his sword. They surrounded Qinzong, but were all blocked by Qinzong's sword. The sword circle reappeared. It was as if a large number of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, creating countless ripples. Su Qinglin was a little surprised that he was unable to break through the sword circle with one strike. However, it was only a little surprise. After all, this strike was just a probing strike. Su Qinglin's expression was solemn and his eyes were sharp. A sharp light shot out from his eyes like cold lightning. His aura became even sharper in an instant, as if invisible sword qi was cutting through the void. Kill! With a low shout, it was as if the wind and the clouds were surging and the thunder was splitting the sky. The momentum was terrifying. The green light exploded, bursting out with an incomparably shocking power, bringing along layers upon layers of misty sword shadows. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was as if the clouds in the sky were constantly changing, yet it was also as sharp as a gust of wind. The speed of the sword was amazing, and its power was tyrannical and extremely sharp. Even the disciples who were far away from the arena could feel the terrible power contained in this sword, as if it was going to tear them apart. What kind of sword pressure would Qinzong bear the brunt of it? However, Qinzong looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the slightest pressure. Su Qinglin's extremely fierce sword attack came, but Qinzong waved his sword and blocked it accurately. The 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Ding! Ding! Su Qinglin's spiritual power burst out, and his body seemed to turn into a blue cloud. Countless sword lights burst out, like thousands of clouds falling down, and like a torrential downpour. Such an attack was much fiercer than Ho Wu's. If it were Ho Wu, he would probably be defeated in less than 3 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, Qinzong's 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Su Qinglin's attack became sharper and more powerful, and Qinzong's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Only the dense sound that made people's scalp numb kept surging. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open, but they could not see Qinzong. They did not know whether Qinzong's unbreakable sword circle had been broken or not. 30 breaths, it lasted for 30 breaths, which showed Su Qinglin's amazing endurance and terrible attack. Like a blue cloud surging, it kept changing in the air and retreated quickly. Su Qinglin attacked wildly, but he was unable to break through Qinzong's sword circle. While feeling incomparably shocked, he also recalled that the people who had been defeated by Qinzong before had been defeated because Qinzong had grasped a trace of an opening and counterattacked. Then, he could not give Qinzong this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment before his energy was exhausted, Su Qinglin immediately retreated and pulled away from Qinzong, so that Qinzong could not catch a flaw and immediately counterattack. In this way, he could regroup and burst out again. When Su Qinglin retreated, Qinzong, who had been motionless, suddenly took a step forward. His footsteps were unpredictable like clouds, making people feel that he was unfathomable. It was as if he was stepping on clouds without any force and would fall at any time, but he was very stable, making people tremble in fear. The black light sword broke through the air with a beam of stunning sword light. The sword light was like a rolling white cloud that was unpredictable, and it directly enveloped Su Qinglin's entire body. Illusory cloud path. Su Qinglin was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to resist. However, Qinzong's illusory cloud path was superior, Qinzong's sword principle was superior, and Qinzong's attainments in swordsmanship were superior. In other words, except for his cultivation level, Qinzong was superior to Su Qinglin in all other aspects, which was enough to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Previously, Su Qinglin only felt that Qinzong's swordsmanship defense was amazing and difficult to break through. After experiencing it personally, he was even more impressed. The sword circle sword technique was difficult or even impossible to break through. What he did not expect was that Qinzong's counterattack was so exquisite that it seemed to be superior to his platinum sword body. Su Qinglin had already cultivated the platinum sword body to the phenomenal success stage. Once he used it, a platinum light immediately covered every part of his body. This platinum aura was not only astonishingly sharp, but also provided a layer of protection for Su Qinglin to better protect himself. Once the 5th grade secret technique, Platinum Sword Body, was used, Su Qinglin's strength increased significantly. When he counterattacked with his sword, the sword light was dyed with a layer of platinum and became even sharper. Illusory Cloud 9 turns. With a low shout, the long sword hummed and turned into a platinum cloud. In an instant, it changed 9 times. Every time it changed, its aura would be strengthened. After the 9th change, the aura reached its peak, and the sword was chopped down. It was like a blow from heaven. After the changes reached the peak, it turned complicated into simple, and the sword was majestic. Chop, with a roar, it was like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven. The power was extremely terrible, and Su Qinglin had used up all his strength. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open. The power of this sword had already made the top 10 on the last cloud list feel a little pressure. Would Qinzong be able to block this sword? If he could not block it, it meant that Qinzong's strength was limited. If he could block it, it meant that Qinzong's strength was higher than everyone's guess. Xiao Minglang narrowed his eyes and stared at Qinzong. He remembered that back then, he had broken the record and wanted to receive 16,000 contribution points. In the end, someone called Qinzong beat him to it. Since then, Xiao Minglang had remembered the name Qinzong. However, as time went by, there was no more news about Qinzong, and Xiao Minglang forgot about him. More than a year ago, it was said that Qinzong defeated Su Ling, who was ranked 70th on the cloud list, with a single stroke, and even made Su Ling faint with his aura. Although he was not sure if the news was true or false, this name came into his mind again. After more than a year, this person did not have any obvious actions, and Xiao Minglang forgot about him again. Now, he had entered the cloud list with him, and he had won consecutive battles. Furthermore, they were disciples of the same batch. Xiao Minglang had to pay attention to him. Su Qinglin's strength was very strong. If it were Xiao Minglang, he would not have much confidence to defeat him. Xiao Minglang also felt great pressure from this sword. He was not completely confident that he could block it. Then, could Qinzong block it? Qinzong's eyes flashed. This sword was indeed very exquisite. He had mastered the essence of the upper part of the illusory cloud way and created this move, the illusory cloud 9 turns. 1 turn, 1 change, 1 change, and 1 change increased the power. In the last turn, whether it was the aura or the power, it was raised to the extreme. This sword was exquisite and powerful, but Qinzong was not afraid. So far, Qinzong had only used part of the strength of qi refining, and even not all of his strength. However, the power of this sword was indeed very strong. Qinzong had to use more strength to deal with it. Spiritual power surged and burst into the dark light sword. The sword trembled. The dark light sword was only a 3rd grade spiritual sword. It could no longer keep up with Qinzong's pace. However, Qinzong did not dare to use the Nirvana evil sword. This was not the Canglan world, but the much stronger Lingwu holy world. There were many Saint Realm powerhouses, and even great Saint powerhouses. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not be tempted by the Nirvana evil sword. After all, in Qinzong's opinion, the Nirvana evil sword was stronger than the Scarlet Flame sword. It might even be a saint weapon. The Nirvana evil sword could not be stored in the storage ring, so Qinzong temporarily left it in the Cloud Hall. As for the Scarlet Flame sword, it was a half-step saint weapon. It was very powerful. Qinzong did not want to use it at the moment. Firstly, in the outer sect competition, Qinzong wanted to rely on his own strength. Unless the opponent was too strong, so strong that he had no choice but to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Secondly, the Scarlet Flame sword was very precious. If he could not use it, he would not use it. As a trump card, he would avoid unnecessary covetousness. However, if it was only to deal with Su Qinglin, there was no need to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. This was a peak grade spirit grade sword art that Qinzong had cultivated long ago. He had grasped the true intent of this sword art, and after countless battles and massacres, his Tao of the sword had improved greatly. The level of this sword art was much higher than before, and it was infinitely close to being a peak grade spirit grade sword art. When this sword was unleashed, it seemed to have a familiar and unique charm. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Chop chop chop, like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Everything was torn apart by the white line of sword light. In terms of strength, there was not much difference, but in terms of technique, there was a clear difference. Chen Zong had always been good at defeating the strong with the weak. Shatter. Tear, Su Qinglin was sent flying. The second sword slashed out, and the sword disappeared into the sky. The sword chi was so majestic that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the third strike, the sword chi transformed into a sword net that covered the sky. As soon as Chen Zong counterattacked, Su Qinglin's rhythm was immediately disrupted and controlled by Chen Zong. After 3 consecutive sword strikes, Su Qinglin's attack was disintegrated, and his defense was also disintegrated. He was then forced to retreat. This is a good opportunity. Seeing that Chen Zong did not attack again, Su Qinglin took the opportunity to quickly recover. Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly found that he was already outside the ring. Falling off the stage was equivalent to losing. Su Qinglin was stunned at first. He found it hard to believe. He felt that he shouldn't have lost just like that. However, it was a fact that he had fallen out of the ring. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change it. Moreover, he had already challenged Chen Zong, so he couldn't challenge Chen Zong again. There was no possibility for him to turn the tables. Su Qinglin's heart was filled with unspeakable depression and unwillingness. "You're lucky this time," Su Qinglin said to Chen Zong. Lucky? Chen Zong couldn't help but smile, but he didn't answer. Idiot. Gao Hongjing directly spat out 2 words. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. They thought he was talking about Chen Zong, but some people were confused. It seemed that he was talking about Su Qinglin. Su Qinglin's strength was not bad, but he could not compare with Chen Zong. Although it seemed that Chen Zong defeated Su Qinglin with some luck, the real smart people could see that Chen Zong was relaxed. First, he defended. Su Qinglin was helpless as the sword circle was not broken. Then, he counterattacked. He directly disrupted Su Qinglin's rhythm and took control of the battle's rhythm. Brilliant, this showed that Chen Zong was very experienced and talented in fighting. It was a pity that he was not strong enough. Otherwise, he might have been a good opponent. A few disciples who were ranked high on the previous cloud roll thought to themselves. True cultivators were not afraid of challenges and setbacks. They all hoped to fight with different powerful opponents. Only then could they fully hone themselves. If Chen Zong was stronger, with his amazing fighting talent and experience, he would be a good opponent. The 4th round ended, and the 5th round began. Chen Zong won 2 more rounds in a row. From the beginning to the end of the 6th round, Chen Zong won 2 more rounds in a row. An unstoppable winning streak. There were 6 rounds, and each round was worth 2 points. Now, Chen Zong had 12 points. However, Xiao Mingling did not. Instead, he lost a match and received 11 points. As for Yun Yanqin and Chen Zong, they were the same. They both received 12 points. As a result, Chen Zong received more and more attention. After all, there weren't many people who could win consecutively. The 7th round, the 8th round, the 9th round, the 10th round, Bai Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao almost didn't fight because their opponents admitted defeat one by one. They got points for nothing. However, no one had any objection. That was the result of their strength. In the 10 rounds, Xiao Mingling lost 4 matches and only got 16 points. Yun Yanqin kept winning consecutively and got 20 points. As for Chen Zong, he also won 20 consecutive matches and got 20 points. As Chen Zong had guessed, Yun Yanqin was not weak. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Yun Yanqin was. His tenacity was amazing. No matter how difficult the battle was, he could find a chance to defeat his opponent in the end. As for Chen Zong, none of the opponents he encountered in the last 10 rounds were in the top 10 of the previous cloud roll. Therefore, he won consecutively. Some people said it was strength, while others said it was luck. The 11th round, number 48 chose Chen Zong as his opponent, which caused an uproar. Number 48, Su Yi, ranked 9th on the previous cloud roll. There was no luck in the top 10 of the cloud roll. It was all about strength. Su Yi always had a smile on his face. He looked very approachable. In the arena, Su Yi was facing Chen Zong. Because of his smile, his eyes were slightly narrowed. He looked very happy. Xianxia, I watched your battle. Your strength is really good. Sui put his hands behind his back and said with a smile. His tone was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, which made people feel comfortable listening to him. I feel that you haven't shown your full strength yet. I wonder if you will still hide your strength in this battle. That depends on senior brother Su's strength. Chenzong also responded with a smile. Interesting. Sui was not annoyed at all. Instead, the smile on his face seemed to be more obvious. However, the other disciples under the arena were different. Most of them were annoyed. The top 10 of the previous cloud roll had a lot of supporters. Chenzong's tone sounded very simple, but the content was very arrogant. At least for many people, it was very arrogant. On the one hand, he admitted that he had hidden his strength. On the other hand, it seemed that he did not take Sui seriously. I think he is absolutely no match for senior brother Su. That's right. I am also very sure that he is absolutely no match for senior brother Su. If he can defeat senior brother Su, I will perform sword swallowing on the spot. One of Su Yi's supporters was so excited that he danced and shouted loudly. In the arena, Chenzong and Sui naturally heard this person's voice. Senior brother Su, in order to prevent your supporters from performing sword swallowing on the spot, you have to do your best. Chenzong smiled and said it half-jokingly. That depends on Xianxia's strength. Sui cleverly responded with Chenzong's previous words. Unknowingly, the two of them had a verbal confrontation. However, no one gained the upper hand. Senior brother Su, please. Xianxia, please. The two of them spoke at the same time. In a flash, Sui, with his hands behind his back, stepped out continuously. Every step he took, there would be ripples spreading out. Layers of ripples were like ripples, as if he was stepping on water. He quickly approached Chenzong. In a flash, Suyi's speed increased by dozens of times. Behind him were countless phantoms, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. In an instant, Suyi showed an amazing speed, which was extremely fast. Amazing speed. Senior brother Su's amazing speed has appeared again. Under the arena, the disciples who supported Sui were all very excited. In the previous cloud roll, Sui defeated his opponents one by one with amazing speed and finally ranked 9th. When Suyi's speed burst out, Chenzong was also surprised. Fast, really fast, like a gust of wind passing by. When describing people's speed, they usually said it was like the wind. However, it was just like the wind. Now, Suyi's figure and speed were like the real wind. Likeness and authenticity were two different concepts. In a flash, Sui appeared in front of Chenzong, only a few inches away. Chenzong could clearly see the subtleties of Suyi's face, and also saw Suyi's eyes squinting because of his smile. However, as if it was an illusion, Suyi's figure faded, like a ripple, and disappeared. His real body was nowhere to be found. Senior brother Su's speed is even faster. It's hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. I don't know where he is at all. Under the arena, everyone was shocked. They stared with their eyes wide open, but they couldn't find where Sui was. Like the wind, it filled every corner of the arena. Xianxia, can you find where I am? Suyi's voice sounded, but it was erratic, as if it came from all directions, and floated into Chenzong's ears. It had to be said that Suyi's speed was really amazing. Once he showed it, his figure was everywhere. Under normal circumstances, when facing such an opponent, there was no way to deal with it, unless, directly, a large-scale attack. But with the speed Sui showed, a large-scale attack would have to at least cover the entire arena. Otherwise, it would be difficult to hit Sui. Such a large-scale attack was not something a transcendent could perform. However, under the cover of Chenzong's extraordinary spiritual sense, no matter how fast Sui was, he couldn't escape Chenzong's lock. Where his real body was, Chenzong could easily find it. This feeling was as if he was standing on a high vantage point, looking down from above, and controlling everything. However, because of Chenzong's spiritual sense, Sui couldn't detect it at all. Even a half-saint powerhouse would find it difficult to detect Chenzong's spiritual sense. With this point alone, Chenzong had the advantage. Standing in place, Chenzong didn't move, the profound light sword was still in its scabbard. Chenzong's whole body was in a relaxed state. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. In an instant, Sui appeared behind Chenzong and made a feint attack, but didn't really attack. His purpose was to test whether Chenzong could react. However, Chenzong didn't react at all, as if he didn't notice. But Sui was very vigilant. He didn't really launch an attack, but after a feint, he instantly moved away and appeared above Chenzong. Test, test, test. After several consecutive tests, Chenzong was still indifferent, as if he really didn't feel anything, which made Sui suspicious. Sui had always been an easygoing person, but he was actually more suspicious. The more Chenzong didn't react, the more suspicious he was, and the less he dared to attack directly. In the eyes of most people, they didn't know what was going on, because they couldn't find where Suyi's real body was. They only saw Chenzong standing still. He must be scared silly. In front of senior brother Su's wind-like speed, he can't even react. One by one, the disciples who thought Chenzong wasn't that good said one after another. Could it be that this person really can't detect Sui? Some of the stronger disciples were secretly puzzled. Judging from the previous 10 rounds of battle, Chenzong was obviously not weak. If it was in the last competition, he could have been ranked in the top 15, or even close to the top 10. He shouldn't have been completely unaware and unresponsive when facing Sui. But now, Chenzong's performance made people unable to fathom it. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little worried, but he also felt that Chenzong shouldn't be unable to fight back. For dozens of breaths, Sui was moving at high speed. In all directions and even in the sky, there were shadows of him everywhere, but they were all fake. Hundreds of figures surrounded in all directions with different postures. Every one of them looked so real that it was hard to tell them apart. Suyi's real body appeared behind Chenzong. He raised his right hand and put his 5 fingers together. His palm was facing forward with a cloud-white luster. He slapped quietly and quickly toward Chenzong's heart on his back. This slap was ingenious. Not only was it silent, but once it hit, the defensive spiritual energy would also be destroyed instantly. If it hit the back, the spiritual energy would shake the whole body and make the target lose the ability to resist in an instant. This would make it easier for him to attack later. After all, Sui had always been suspicious and cautious. When the slap was about to hit Chenzong's back silently, suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. It was very dazzling, as if it had been there for a long time to block Suyi's slap. Sui was shocked, but he did not panic. He immediately unleashed a tyrannical power, and the light from his palm became even more intense and dazzling. It went from light to incomparably heavy, and from silent to sudden shocking momentum. It was as if a huge wave was crashing from afar, sharp and majestic. The sound alone made many people feel dizzy. They could only hear the fierce roar in their ears and couldn't hear anything else. Then, a pair of thin gloves appeared on Suyi's palm, bursting with amazing power. It was a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. Although he didn't know why, since the original plan had failed, he might as well defeat Chenzong directly with tyrannical power. The light flowed on the dark light sword like water. The sword vibrated at a high speed, bursting with amazing sharpness. Suyi's extremely powerful palm strike landed directly on the sword. The sword was bent and almost stuck to Chenzong's back, but its power was constantly weakened by the high vibrations of the sword. Chenzong used his ingenious technique to divert the power, and the remaining small part was withstood by Chenzong's strong physique, leaving him unscathed. Sui was very surprised that his slap was blocked. Although he was best at speed, the power of his attack was not weak. At least in the last cloud list, it was enough to rank in the top 15. However, not only had Chenzong caught his attack and intercepted it, he had even blocked it when he had unleashed his full power. It was simply unbelievable. In an instant, the top 10 on the previous honor roll narrowed their eyes. They had fought with Sui before and they knew Suyi's strength very well. Moreover, Suyi's strength had only become stronger after 5 years. As expected, Chenzong was not that simple. From the looks of it, he should have the ability to challenge the top 10. Being able to challenge the top 10 was a very important mark, a watershed. Moreover, only those who were in the top 10 of this year's cloud roll were qualified to enter the Saint Realm. This was even more important than the previous years. Originally, they thought that the top 10 would be fought for by those few people. They didn't expect that Chenzong also had the ability to fight for the top 10. Sui attacked 3 times in a flash, but they were all blocked by Chenzong's sword. Suyi's face turned grim. What a powerful defense. Even senior brother Su can't break it. What else can we do? Below the stage, each and every one of them exclaimed endlessly, frightened by the strength that Chenzong displayed. With a burst of speed, Sui surrounded Chenzong and transformed into a dozen shadows at the same time. Each shadow launched an attack. Among the dozen shadows, one was real and the others were illusory. However, Suyi's speed was so fast that he could teleport and appear in a flash. As a result, the dozen shadows seemed to be real, and the attacks they launched were also real. Almost at the same time, Chenzong was facing the attacks of a dozen Suis. This was the way Sui came up with to break Chenzong's sword circle. Could Chenzong block it? Once again, Chenzong's strength was proved. All of Suyi's attacks were blocked by Chenzong's sword, and Chenzong's body did not move at all. Although he did not use his body refining cultivation, Chenzong always had a strong body, so he could withstand stronger attacks. Although Suyi's strength was very strong, it was still impossible for him to break Chenzong's sword circle. Dozens of breaths. Sui attacked for dozens of breaths, but he still could not break Chenzong's sword circle. It felt like he was hitting a turtle's shell. No, it was worse than hitting a turtle's shell, because Chenzong's sword could appear anywhere on his body, and there was no blind spot in his defense. After a series of fruitless attacks, Suyi's face became more serious. He increased his speed and distanced himself from Chenzong, appearing in the distance. Chen Shidi, the defense of your sword circle is really amazing. This time, Sui showed a bitter smile. Suyi's speed was unfathomable to many people because it was too fast. It was not easy to deal with Sui. Speed was what he relied on. Today, Chenzong's sword circle defense was also unbreakable for many people. Even with Suyi's amazing speed, he could not break Chenzong's sword circle defense. How could he break Chenzong's sword circle? Senior brother Su's speed is also amazing. Chenzong smiled. Suyi's speed was really fast. Chen Shidi, next, I'm going to use all my strength. Suyi's face became serious and he said seriously. His eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly opened and emitted a sharp light. Senior brother Su, please. Chenzong also became serious and looked forward to it. That's not senior brother Su's full strength. Many disciples under the arena were surprised. In this way, we can see how much Suyi's strength has improved in the past 5 years. Some of the top 10 on the last cloud list said secretly. Every top 10 on the last cloud list was a strong competitor for the top 10 on this year's cloud list. Their strength, skills, and trump cards were all paid more attention to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew slowly and became fierce. It was like a gust of wind blowing on the arena, turning into a storm, sweeping over wantonly. Endless wind came from all directions, blowing towards Sui. Sui became the center of it all. Under the endless storm, Suyi's body gradually floated into the air. This scene immediately caused everyone to feel astonished. As everyone knew, Transcendents couldn't really fly. They had to rely on other means, such as White Cloud Mountain's flight spirit artifact, etc. Even a half-step saint couldn't fly with their own ability. Now, Sui was floating in the air without the slightest fluctuation of a spirit artifact or White Cloud Mountain. It was as if Sui had merged with the wind between heaven and earth. This aura. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly, it's the aura of heaven and earth force. Obviously, Sui had also obtained a kind of heaven and earth force. At least, it should be the wind, a kind of heaven and earth force. Heaven and earth force. A group of knowledgeable disciples were also slightly surprised. Heaven and earth force existed between heaven and earth. It was born naturally between heaven and earth and was very difficult to find. To obtain heaven and earth force required great luck and opportunity. In the entire White Cloud Mountain, there were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples. However, those who obtained heaven and earth force and were known by others were very few. Moreover, each of them was very strong. As for the inner sect, no one knew. No matter what, it was enough to show how precious heaven and earth force was. In the outer sect major competition 5 years ago, Sui didn't use any heaven and earth force. Now that he did, it meant that Sui had encountered an extraordinary opportunity and obtained heaven and earth force. It's not that simple. Not only did Sui obtain a kind of heaven and earth force, he also obtained a corresponding secret skill. Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the previous cloud ranking, narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice. With heaven and earth force, if there was a corresponding secret skill, one could unleash even more mysterious power. Chen Shidi, I'm coming. Suyi's voice became even more fleeting. Almost at the same time as his voice faded, his figure had already disappeared. He closed in on Chen Zong, bringing with him an extremely terrifying sharpness that could cut through everything in the world. Heaven and earth force coupled with a corresponding secret skill not only increased Suyi's already astonishing speed, but also gave Sui an astonishing sharpness. It was as if his hands had turned into swords that could cut through everything. Chen Zong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Suyi's strength was enough to threaten him now. However, facing Sui, whose strength had increased tremendously, Chen Zong still didn't intend to use his full strength. He still displayed the 5-foot sword circle. The stronger the opponent's pressure, the better the sword circle's sharpening effect. An area of 5 feet was completely enveloped by the sword ring, blocking Suyi's increasingly swift and sharp attacks one after another. However, every time it blocked, Chen Zong could feel the terrifying power passing through the sword body and rushing towards him. The speed was extremely fast, and he had to spend more of his mind to grasp and defend. Unknowingly, the consumption of his mind increased. However, Chen Zong didn't care. He tried his best to defend against Suyi's attacks. His strong physique allowed Chen Zong to hold the sword more steadily and better defend against the power of Suyi's violent and fast attacks. He still didn't move an inch. Impossible. Sui, who was attacking rapidly, was shocked. One had to know that in this state, his strength had more than doubled, yet he still couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. This was simply unheard of. Not only was Sui shocked, but many disciples were also extremely shocked. Even Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the last cloud list, was also shocked. How can Chen Zong's sword circle defense be so terrifying? Ning Tianming said secretly. He was shocked in his heart. Interesting. Gao Hongjing grinned. His strong aura fluctuated, as if it was going to set off a blazing storm. Suddenly, the crowd felt that Chen Zong was full of mysteries. When they thought they had seen through his strength, they found that Chen Zong showed even more powerful strength, which made it even more difficult for them to see through him. It was even doubtful whether what he was showing now was his full strength. Even if what Chen Zong showed now was the sword circle defense and not other strength, it was still shocking. After all, when one's strength reached a high level, it would be extremely shocking. Take Sui for example. When he didn't use the natural strange wind and the corresponding secret skills, his attack power was relatively ordinary. However, his speed was extremely fast, which allowed him to rank 9th on the last cloud list. With the help of the storm, Chen Zong turned into the son of the wind, wild, sharp, and extremely fast. Swoosh, a subtle but sharp sound was suddenly heard, as if the space was being torn apart, and the sword light shot out. This sword was extremely fast and ingenious, directly blocking Suyi's fast attack. The sword turned, shook, and vibrated, releasing different forces in an instant, diverting Suyi's attack to the side, and then the sword went straight in. Sui was shocked. Chen Zong's sword art was so ingenious that it was impossible to find a flaw. It was perfect. Retreat, Sui rose with the wind, and moved with the wind. Suyi's body retreated in an instant, and Chen Zong's sword followed him like a shadow. Suyi's body changed rapidly in the air, but he couldn't avoid Chen Zong's sword. He had no choice but to soar into the sky and avoid Chen Zong's sword with the advantage of being in the air. With a flick of the sword chi turned into a crescent moon and slashed through the air, but Sui still avoided it. Sui looked down at Chen Zong from 100 meters in the air. The combination of the natural wind and the secret method allowed Sui to fly, but there was a limit. He could only fly up to 100 meters. 100 meters was not high, but Sui had the advantage of being in the air. Unless Chenzong could also fly. Of course, if Chenzong called out the riding white cloud, he could fly, but his speed would not be as fast as Suyi's. Cut. Sui was in the air, with his arms surrounded by the biting wind, sharp as knives. He stared at Chenzong, and a shocking cold light burst out from his eyes, like cold lightning breaking through the air. He waved both of his arms and slashed out repeatedly. Numerous palm winds that were as sharp as blades slashed down from the sky. In an instant there were tens and hundreds of palm winds, all of which blasted towards Chenzong. The power of each palm strike was extremely terrifying, capable of cutting through and tearing apart everything. Sui didn't want to fight with the advantage of being in the air, but Chenzong's strength was too amazing, and Sui couldn't be capricious anymore. He had to defeat Chenzong first. Otherwise, if he lost or drew, he wouldn't be able to get any points. If he missed the chance to enter the Saint Realm, he would regret it for many years. This time, Chenzong didn't use the 5-foot sword circle to defend himself. If Chenzong wanted to win, he could not rely on defense alone. Moreover, defense had never been Chenzong's way of swordsmanship. Defense was only temporary and occasional. Chenzong's sword could cut through everything with his sword in hand. His legs were slightly bent, and the leg muscles under the robe bulged and contracted, bursting forth with astonishing power. The tyrannical dragon power was also surging within. When he returned from the Kanglan world, Chenzong's body-refining cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the dragon power realm. Even if he hadn't improved much in the past year due to the lack of sufficient resources, he was still a little more powerful than he was a year ago. He was close to the peak of the 9th level of the dragon power realm. With a boom, the entire arena shook in an instant, as if it was about to collapse. There seemed to be billowing dust and smoke, rushing in all directions like waves. Chenzong's body shot up into the sky like a giant ballista. This time, Chenzong used his body-refining cultivation. As soon as it burst out, everyone was shocked and then shocked. What a strong body! Chi and body-refining cultivation at the same time. Not only that, his body-refining cultivation has also reached a very high level. So, this is his hidden strength. After being shocked, they all realized that this was Chenzong's hidden strength. The dragon power burst out, and his body-refining cultivation was extremely terrifying. Chenzong seemed to have transformed into an azure dragon, soaring into the sky and rampaging. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would crush them with one blow. Swinging the sword, the dragon power covered the dark light sword. Although he couldn't borrow the power of the dark light sword, the power brought by his body-refining cultivation was strong enough. Slash, hundreds of sharp blades fell with a terrifying power that could shatter rocks and tear the earth apart. However, under Chenzong's sword, they were all cut into pieces like rotten wood. With a sword in hand, Chenzong demonstrated what it meant to be unstoppable. In an instant, he shattered hundreds of attacks and rushed at an astonishing speed. Extreme slash, Chenzong's speed was too fast, and his aura was unparalleled. It directly hit Suyi's body, and his murderous aura was as deep as the sea, boundless and majestic. Suyi's mind was in a trance, as if he had fallen into purgatory and saw endless bloody bones floating. A battle between masters only lasted for a moment. The moment his mind was in a trance, Sui knew that he was in trouble. He couldn't avoid this sword at all. Extreme slash, heaven and earth, nothing can't be cut through, nothing can't be destroyed. This was an extremely terrifying power, and also an extremely terrifying belief. My sword, cut through everything. The penetrating coldness and dominance that penetrated the bone and soul attacked Suyi's mind again. The sword light was like a waterfall across the sky, unparalleled. Unable to dodge, he could only take it head-on. Under the shock of his mind, Sui couldn't exert his full strength at all. The sword slashed through the air. In an instant, Suyi's face changed dramatically. He could feel an extremely terrifying power that instantly shattered the defensive power of his arms, and also tore apart the power brought by the strange wind of heaven and earth. This power was so overbearing, so domineering, like an ancient giant beast that was rampaging without mercy. This sword didn't have the sharpness of a sword, but it was like a heavy sword without a sharp edge, invincible. The roar was earth-shattering, and an invisible explosion of air shot up to the sky. Suyi's body was also sent flying higher in an instant. His blood was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but spit it out. Blood splattered across the sky, and his face turned pale. The terrifying impact of the power also made Suyi feel his muscles and bones go numb, and he felt weak all over. The roar shook the sky, and the invisible power passed through Qinzong's feet and exploded again, pushing the air to produce a shocking rebound force, causing Qinzong's body to shoot forward again. In an instant, he appeared above Suyi. Suyi forced himself to gather his strength and resist again, but his strength was defeated again. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteor, and an extremely shocking roar sounded. With a boom, Suyi's body directly hit the arena. His back protruded forward, and his whole body bounced up like a big shrimp landing on the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood. When he landed again, Suyi's face was as white as a sheet of gold paper. He lay on the arena with his whole body stretched out. There was no part of his body that wasn't sore, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain. Suyi's lips curled into a bitter smile. This smile also affected his injuries, and it was painful. He was injured, and it wasn't light. Below the arena, everyone was silent. They were all stunned. At first, they all thought that Qinzong had some strength, but not enough. However, battle after battle, Qinzong's strength was proven, and time after time, he exceeded their expectations. But before this battle, Qinzong had only shown the defense of the sword circle. In terms of attack, he wasn't that outstanding, but he had a unique grasp of timing. Whether a cultivator was strong enough, in fact, it was judged from many aspects. If one was outstanding in only one aspect, he would indeed surpass many people, but he would still have shortcomings. For example, Suyi's speed was extremely fast, but he was relatively ordinary in other aspects. Otherwise, his ranking in the last competition would have been higher. A truly powerful cultivator could be proficient in one aspect, but not bad in other aspects. Previously, Qinzong's performance made people think that his attack was relatively ordinary. They didn't expect that his attack would be so terrifying. Domineering, after 10 breaths, Suyi, who had been healed by the power of White Cloud Floating Island, got up. Qin Shidi, you've hidden your strength too well. Suyi smiled bitterly. Senior brother Su, you're so powerful that I had to show my strength. Qinzong smiled, indirectly affirming Suyi's strength. After winning this battle, no one dared to look down on Qinzong anymore, because the strength he had shown was shocking. His outstanding talent was beginning to show, and he would soar to the sky. The battle continued. Yun Yanqing's opponent was Mu Jingyao, who was ranked 10th on the previous cloud roll. Both of them had unparalleled looks, and each had its own merits. They were like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn. Therefore, the battle between the two attracted more attention. In addition to her strength, she was also beautiful. Beautiful things often made people appreciate them more. Beautiful and powerful people were even more eye-catching. Mu Jingyao practiced the saber, and it was a double saber. The double sabers were like willow leaves. With the double sabers in her hands, Mu Jingyao's body swayed like willow leaves, and the double sabers slashed out continuously, turning into sharp and thin saber blades that seemed to be spinning in the wind. Saber chi surrounded the surroundings, constantly cutting the sky, and attacked Yun Yanqing. Wisps of cloud chi fluctuated, causing Mu Jingyao's body to sway more and more, making the saber chi even more misty. With his sword in hand, Yun Yanqing was like the wind, and with a wave of his sword, he blocked the saber chi and counterattacked. Being able to rank 10th on the previous cloud roll, Mu Jingyao's strength was unquestionable. Compared to Mu Jingyao, Yun Yanqing's disadvantage was his cultivation. Yun Yanqing's cultivation was at the early stage of the transcendent realm, while Mu Jingyao's cultivation was at the peak stage of the transcendent realm. Her spirit energy had been tempered to the extreme and was incomparably pure. Qinzong stared at the battle on the ring. As Mu Jingyao continued to slash out with her saber, Yun Yanqing began to feel uneasy and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. According to this situation, if Yun Yanqing didn't have any trump cards up his sleeve, he would most likely be defeated. With a shout, Yun Yanqing's body suddenly burst forth with a tyrannical aura that swept out like a storm. In an instant, the powerful momentum forced back the saber chi that was closing in on her. Whistling sounds rang out incessantly as the wind raged. Xianxia's robe fluttered and her black hair was dyed with a blue light, fluttering in the wind. Heaven and earth wondrous wind. Chenzong was slightly surprised. It turned out that Xianxia had also obtained a kind of heaven and earth wondrous wind. This might be her trump card. For a moment, many disciples were also surprised. First, Sui had displayed the heaven and earth wondrous wind, and now Xianxia had also displayed it. When the power of the heaven and earth wondrous wind appeared, it immediately increased Xianxia's movement speed and sword speed by several times, increasing her strength. Powerful strength or super-fast speed were both guarantees of strength. With an even faster sword speed, Xianxia instantly slashed out dozens of times, repelling the saber qi, and rushed forward, her sword light flashing across the sky towards Mu Jingyao. The blades and swords clashed, and countless sharp noises rang out incessantly like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Countless energy ripples spread out on the arena, as if many small stones were sprinkled into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. Xianxia, who had used the worldly wonder wind, was able to recover from his disadvantage, but Mu Jingyao also used her full strength, and for a time, the two were evenly matched. Secret technique, Wind Whisk Willow. Mu Jingyao paused for a moment, and the twin blades suddenly burst out with dazzling light. The light was dazzling, and in an instant, the willow leaf blades seemed to disappear in the air, turning into countless willow leaves that appeared from all directions and attacked Xianxia. This was an offensive secret technique, a 6th-grade secret technique. Even though Mu Jingyao had not yet cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, its power was still terrifying, far surpassing her own limits. In an instant, Xianxia was surrounded by countless willow leaves, constantly cutting at him. Her expression cold, Xianxia's sword speed exceeded her limit, her fine black hair dancing wildly as she constantly waved her sword to resist the dense attacks coming from all directions, but each strike was incredibly powerful, causing the pressure on Xianxia to increase dramatically. At this critical moment, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from Xianxia's body. A breakthrough in battle. Her cultivation has improved. Indeed, under the pressure of Mu Jingyao's 6th-grade secret technique, Xianxia had actually broken through to the mid-9th layer transcendent realm, her spirit qi becoming purer and her strength increasing. With her strength increased, she was able to block Mu Jingyao's 6th-grade secret technique and counterattack. A sword light tore through the air, so fast that even the blade could not be seen, only a wisp of extremely condensed blue sword light shot out like an aurora. 6th-grade secret sword art, refining wind-piercing cloud. This sword attack was too fast and sharp. Mu Jingyao barely managed to cross her twin sabers to block it, but her defense was directly broken and a terrifying force pierced through her sabers and into her body, wreaking havoc. As if there was an invisible sword piercing through her body, Mu Jingyao's body trembled and her spirit qi collapsed, unable to block Xianxia's follow-up attack and directly losing. This woman also has the ability to compete for the top 10. For a moment, many of those who had set their sights on the top 10 felt the pressure. Bai Xie chose her opponent, and her opponent immediately admitted defeat, allowing Bai Xie to obtain a point without having to fight. It was Gao Hongjing's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Hongjing's gaze swept over them and finally fell on Chenzong's face. "Your strength has piqued my interest." Gao Hongjing laughed maniacally. The light in his eyes became more and more intense, bringing with it an astonishing pressure. "Then, do you want me to choose you or not?" No matter whether Chenzong answered yes or no, he was at a disadvantage. All eyes fell on Chenzong's face, waiting to see how Chenzong would respond to Gao Hongjing. "As long as you are, so will your sword," Chenzong replied unhurriedly. Every word he said was as sharp as a sword. The light in Chenzong's eyes was restrained, but it was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed as he stared at Gao Hongjing. What he meant was, "My sword and I are here. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't talk nonsense." Chenzong's answer stunned Gao Hongjing. It was a little unexpected. "Interesting. But it's not enough for me to choose you as my opponent." Gao Hongjing laughed. He moved his gaze away from Chenzong and looked at the others. If he randomly chose someone as his opponent, that person could only admit defeat with a bitter face. The opponent chosen by Fu Yunxiao also admitted defeat. As the battles went on one after another, and as the rounds began and ended, the number of opponents that everyone could choose became limited. In this round, Chenzong was chosen by another top 10 on the last cloud ranking. Yu Shuiyuan, who ranked 5th on the last cloud ranking. Yu Shuiyuan, who was dressed in a blue robe, crossed the sky with his hands behind his back like flowing water. He appeared on the arena. There were lines on his blue robe that were like flowing water, rippling slightly like endless flowing water. It was an extraordinary artistic conception. Being able to rank 5th on the last cloud ranking, Yu Shuiyuan's strength was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, no one dared to look down on Chenzong. Because in the battle with Sui, Chenzong had shown his outstanding strength and let everyone know that his strength was not due to luck. Chen Shidi, please. Yu Shuiyuan did not speak as much as Sui. Instead, it was a very simple sentence. Unlike Sui, Yu Shuiyuan did not have a smile on his face. He was as calm as water, and so was his tone and eyes. Senior brother Yu, please. Chenzong had always treated others with respect. He would return the favor with respect. Yu Shuiyuan did not decline modestly. This was a battle, a competition. He had to use his strength to defeat his opponent. He raised his hand and pointed out a finger. It seemed that there were countless water vapors surrounding it. As the water vapor permeated the air, it changed like clouds and mist. His fingertip trembled slightly, and then a soft sound was heard. At the moment when the sound was heard, there was already a wisp of finger radiance that was as smooth as water piercing through the air and shooting towards Chenzong. Its speed was much faster than the speed of sound. The moment Yu Shuiyuan raised his hand and pointed out his finger, Chenzong had already sensed it. Chenzong had also expected that the finger radiance would shoot towards him so quickly. He unsheathed his dark light sword and pointed it towards Yu Shuiyuan. It made a soft sound as if it had pierced a bubble. Chenzong had blocked and broken the finger radiance, but Yu Shuiyuan did not feel anything strange. This was reasonable. If Chenzong could not even block such a finger radiance, then there was no need for this battle to continue. It would end in an instant. Being able to defeat Sui, Chenzong's strength was not simple. He was expected to be ranked in the top 10 of the cloud ranking. He was a strong opponent. However, Yu Shuiyuan was not afraid. On the contrary, he was a little excited and full of fighting spirit. He flicked his 10 fingers continuously. Streaks of finger radiance that were like clouds and water shot out frequently. Each streak of finger radiance was more powerful and carried an amazing follow-up impact. It was like a long spear piercing through the void, shooting towards Chenzong one after another. No, it should be said that they were shooting towards Chenzong. Although the finger radiance was only as thick as a little finger, it contained tremendous power. It was like an embroidery needle bursting out a giant hammer-like attack. It was very terrifying. It also showed that Yu Shuiyuan's application of strength was very amazing. But this was all reasonable. Every top 10 on the cloud ranking of the last cloud ranking was very clever in the application of their own strength. Their understanding of strength had also reached an amazing level. Moreover, Yu Shuiyuan's martial arts realm had also reached the 3rd level. Although he had just entered the 3rd level, he had already surpassed Suyi's level. With the sword in his hand, Chenzong performed a 5-foot sword circle to block the continuous finger radiance shot out by Yu Shuiyuan's 10 fingers. All the finger radiance was smashed without any mistake. Once again, he performed the unbreakable sword circle. The mind consumed by performing the unbreakable sword circle in the fight with Sui had already been fully recovered. Now, he performed the unbreakable sword circle with his full mind. Every time the sword radiance smashed the finger radiance, Chenzong could feel a terrible force hitting the sword body. Moreover, there was an amazing follow-up force that rapidly spread through the sword body to the palm, trying to attack the palm and even the arm. However, Chenzong's body was strong and he had mastered a brilliant technique of offloading. He directly offloaded the continuous force of the finger radiance, and his body was not affected at all. No, it was not right to say that he was not affected at all. Because the finger radiance shot out by Yu Shuiyuan's 10 fingers was very powerful, and it was still increasing. It gradually increased the consumption of Chenzong's mind. The consumption of his mind could not be seen at the moment, but Chenzong was sure that if this situation continued, his mind would be consumed more and more quickly. 10 breaths later, Yu Shuiyuan, who had already shot out over 100 finger forces, suddenly paused. Subsequently, his index and middle fingers joined together like a sword. Endless water vapor surged out. With a slash of his sword fingers, a shocking sword chi tore through the air. It was like a long whip as it viciously slashed towards Chenzong. The sword seemed to have split the arena into two. Slash, the sky was vast, and the earth was vast. The power of this sword chi was so terrible that it could tear apart mountains and split the earth. It split the arena into two in the bright night. Chenzong swung his sword and performed a 5-foot sword circle to resist this terrible sword chi. However, at that moment, Chenzong also felt the consumption of his mind increase a lot. The stronger the opponent, the more he could train himself. If he did not consider the consumption of his mind, Chenzong would definitely perform the 5-foot sword circle to perfect the sword circle. However, once the power of his mind was exhausted, he would become weak and could not exert much of his strength. He might even fall into a coma. Therefore, when the power of his mind was almost half consumed, Chenzong changed his way of fighting. He no longer defended blindly. With a boom, Chenzong unleashed his dragon power. The power was so strong that it seemed to crush the arena. The speed of the explosion was so amazing that it broke through everything. He approached Yu Shuiyuan directly like an ancient beast. However, Yu Shuiyuan reacted very quickly. The moment Chenzong approached him, his body slid back like flowing water. It was so natural that it seemed to contain some kind of truth, and it made people feel comfortable. Chenzong approached again and slashed out with his sword. He did not perform the tranquil sword, because in Chenzong's opinion, he did not need to perform the tranquil sword to fight against Yu Shuiyuan. Although Yu Shuiyuan's strength was very strong, it was still limited. It's almost equivalent to the level of a mid-level demon emperor. Chenzong said secretly, evaluating Yu Shuiyuan's strength. Of course, this was only the strength that Yu Shuiyuan had shown now. There must be some hidden strength. If he used it all, he might reach the level of a high-level demon emperor. If he used the red flame sword, Chenzong could easily defeat Yu Shuiyuan. However, doing so would not achieve the effect of training himself. Unlike Sui, Yu Shuiyuan's strength was more comprehensive and not so special. This was a very strong opponent, one that made Chenzong's blood boil. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, a snow-white waterfall rippled in the air, swaying like water. It was like a spirit snake, but also like a fish swimming in the water. It was a flexible sword. Flexible swords were different from ordinary swords. It was harder to cultivate and was difficult to get started. It was a kind of strange weapon. If it was successfully cultivated, it would have extraordinary power and was even harder to defend. The hissing sound came from the soft sword in Sui Yuan's hand. It was like a spirit snake that came from all directions. Every strike was as smooth as flowing water. At the same time, it was also strange and tricky. It was like a continuous stream of water that flowed endlessly. On the 10,000-meter arena, the fierce battle was going on. Endless white clouds surrounded the arena in all directions. The clouds and mist were surging, changing between real and fake. In an instant, Chenzong felt himself being enveloped by Yu Shuiyuan's swordsmanship. It circled around his body 360 degrees without any blind spots. It was as if the flexible sword had split into countless parts and attacked from all directions at the same time. The 5-foot sword circle was impenetrable. All the attacks, no matter from which angle, fast or slow, were blocked by Chenzong. They could not cause any harm to him. Such swordsmanship, such a high realm, made the people who fought against Chenzong feel helpless. They could clearly feel a sense of powerlessness. If they could not break the opponent's defense and attack him, it would be difficult to defeat him. Difficult, Yu Shuiyuan suddenly felt what the disciples who fought against Chenzong felt. Water ripple force. With a low shout, Yu Shuiyuan's robe shook slightly, as if it was moving in the water. Layers of ripples appeared, and the force was like water ripples. It was transmitted from his 5 fingers to the sword. With a buzzing sound, the soft sword was straightened in an instant, and a terrible force was shot out. It penetrated everything and rushed toward Chenzong. However, it was blocked by Chenzong. But at the moment when Chenzong blocked the sword, he suddenly felt a force that was not affected by the force. It went directly through the sword to his palm. It was not fast, but it was continuous and unstoppable. This was a secret method. It was not a high-level one. It could not strengthen Yu Shuiyuan's attack, but it could transmit his force into the opponent's body to cause more damage. Since it could not be broken from the outside, it could be broken from the inside. Every one of them was a genius. They all had their own ideas and put them into practice. They tried to break Chenzong's sword circle defense, but they all failed. They did not know if Yu Shuiyuan could do it. The ripple-like force was constantly transmitted to Chenzong. The force was endless and strong, and it carried a strange force that seemed to want to disintegrate and disperse the force in Chenzong's body, making him lose the ability to resist. If this force was stronger, it might succeed. However, there were no ifs. Compared to Chenzong's own strength, this force was obviously not enough. The tyrannical dragon power surged in an instant, letting out a furious dragon roar, directly shattering the water ripples that had invaded his body. Yu Shuiyuan could not help but feel a headache coming on. The defense of Chenzong's sword circle was too formidable. It was impossible to break through. If he couldn't break through the defense of the sword circle, then he couldn't defeat Chenzong. As he was thinking, Chenzong's left sword finger touched the sword body, and an amazing sharpness broke out. The sword cut horizontally, and the world was cut open like a piece of paper. The amazing sharpness made Yu Shuiyuan's face suddenly change. A soft sword danced in front of him like a flying dragon, constantly intertwining with each other to resist Chenzong's sword. Close combat was Chenzong's forte. Using his powerful physique to wield his sword, the speed of his sword was even faster and more ferocious. Supplemented by his vigorous and agile spiritual energy, the might of every sword had reached the pinnacle. It was as if Chenzong had used up all of his strength, yet every sword was incomparably nimble and flexible. The sword seemed to be given an independent life. With the soft sword in his hand, Yu Shuiyuan waved it with all his strength. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions. In the ripples, the tip of the sword was like a swimming fish, pointing at Chenzong, showing amazing swordsmanship. The soft sword had the advantage in flexibility. Under the arena, everyone was stunned. The scene of two swords being wielded at high speed and flexibility, constantly colliding and attacking according to the flaws and gaps of the opponent's swordsmanship, was really wonderful. It was like a sword moving unconventionally, standing alone on a cliff in green pine, shocking people. In such a close combat, with such a sharp weapon as a sword, one would be hit and injured if careless. Every breath was like walking on a thin rope, and below, there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. The sword light fell like a waterfall, and the sword shadows were like mountains. The audience was very excited. Their hearts were beating fast, and their blood was boiling. Unconsciously, their eyes were shining. Whoosh! 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 Chenzong not only resisted Yu Shuiyuan's swordsmanship, but also made very accurate counterattacks, catching Yu Shuiyuan off guard. Gradually, Yu Shuiyuan was defending more than attacking. True water ripple technique. With a low shout, he used his secret technique. Layers of water rose from the bottom of his feet like sharp blades, and quickly wrapped around his body like a swimming dragon, firmly protecting Yu Shuiyuan. This was a 6-tier secret technique. It was a defensive secret technique with a hidden counterattack. As long as an attack landed on the power of the true water pattern technique, the attack would immediately be dissolved and the attack would be counterattacked by the power of the true water pattern technique. More importantly, Yu Shuiyuan had already cultivated the 6th grade secret technique to the great success stage, and its power was the strongest. Platinum Sword Body. Chenzong instantly displayed the Platinum Sword Body, a 5th grade profound success secret technique. The platinum light was full of sharpness and penetrated Chenzong's body, making his sword even sharper. Streaks of platinum sword marks, either straight or curved, were all over the place. This was a battle of strength, but also a battle of skills. I didn't lose unjustly. Sui once again showed a bitter smile and said to himself. Although the battle between Chenzong and Yu Shuiyuan didn't seem to be so fierce, nor did it have the tyrannical power to destroy mountains, it was the result of highly condensed power on the sword. If one was hit by it, one would be seriously injured. Sui was sure that if it were him, no matter if it was Yu Shuiyuan or Chen Zong, he would be defeated within a few moves, even with his superb speed. Ning Tianming looked dignified. Yu Shuiyuan's strength was actually not much different from his. It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. No matter how Chen Zong and Yu Shuiyuan ended up, it showed that Chen Zong's strength was very strong, and probably not inferior to his. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with Chen Zong. Sooner or later, there would be a battle. Thinking of this, Ning Tianming stared more attentively at Chen Zong. He wanted to know more about Chen Zong's fighting style and swordsmanship, so that he could be more confident in such a battle. However, the more Ning Tianming watched, the more dignified his expression became. Unfathomable, he could only use these two words to describe Chen Zong's swordsmanship. Under the eruption of strength, Yu Shuiyuan's strength was comparable to a high-level demon emperor powerhouse of the Blue Billow world. He was very tyrannical. Without using the heart-calming sword, the pressure Chen Zong was under was extremely strong. But under this kind of pressure, it was like tempering steel in a fierce fire. His potential was stimulated and sharpened. Making progress under pressure, this was one of the cultivation methods Chen Zong had always adopted. Using battle to nurture battle, improving in battle. While fighting, Chen Zong sighed with emotion. No wonder he was fifth on the last cloud list. His strength was really strong. If his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm 9th layer, it wouldn't be so difficult. The 8 spirit wheels kept rotating, and the spirit power rushed up and down his body like a torrent. It poured into the profound light sword in an instant, flowing from one blade to the tip of the sword, then to the other blade, returning to Chen Zong's palm, entering his arm and spreading to his body, forming a large cycle. By doing so, he could not only exert the power it should have, but also reduce the consumption of spirit power. Only those who had reached a high level of cultivation could use it. Yu Shuiyuan couldn't do it now. And Chen Zong couldn't do it before. Under the constant fierce battle with Yu Shuiyuan, he was under the pressure of the other party and finally comprehended it. Chen Zong found that after mastering this method, the consumption of his spirit power was greatly reduced, almost half, and if he continued and became more proficient, it was not impossible to reduce it to 2/3. Thinking about it, if the consumption of spirit power during a fierce battle was 1/3 of the usual, it meant that he could fight for a longer time. The second benefit was also immediately apparent. Chen Zong could feel that his spirit power was becoming purer. With a pop, as if some kind of boundary had been broken, the spirit power in Chen Zong's body surged like a tide, rising and falling, and an even more tyrannical aura spread out from his body. What's going on? Yu Shuiyuan was secretly surprised, only feeling that Chen Zong's sword seemed to be stronger. Did he break through during the battle? No, his cultivation is still at the peak of the transcendent realm 8th layer, he hasn't broken through, but his spirit power has become purer. It's a breakthrough in his secret art. For cultivators, cultivation was important, but the level of their secret art was also very important. If both could reach a high level, it was undoubtedly the best. Chen Zong should be cultivating the White Cloud Extreme True Art. His White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Qi is very pure, yes, as some disciples guessed, Chen Zong had indeed broken through. The White Cloud Extreme True Art had broken through from the 17th layer to the 18th layer. The breakthrough from the 17th layer to the 18th layer was much more obvious than the previous breakthroughs. The purity of his spirit power had directly doubled, and he had grasped the true meaning of his secret art. Wisps of white clouds spread out from Chen Zong's body. They were like silk, but they were countless times tougher. Even a sword would find it difficult to cut through them. This was a vision brought about by the White Cloud Zenith martial art. Immediately, the wisps of white clouds wrapped around his sword, greatly increasing its power. Chop! In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong swung his sword more than a dozen times, each of them slashing down on Yu Shuiyuan's flexible sword and breaking through the true water ripple art's defense. The 18th layer's White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Qi was originally very pure, not to mention that Chen Zong's spirit energy was twice as pure as a normal 18th layer cultivator's, which meant that his attacks were twice as powerful. Under Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship, the effect of this increase in strength was even more significant. In an instant, the balance was broken. Under Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship, Yu Shuiyuan's hands and feet were tied, as if he was a low-level cultivator who had just learned how to use the sword, unable to organize an effective defense, let alone counterattack. Yu Shuiyuan was currently swaying from side to side. Yu Shuiyuan only felt the pressure on him increase sharply, the hand holding his sword trembling slightly, because a terrifying force was passing through his sword, causing his hand to gradually become numb. Stab, slash, flick, tap. Even senior brother Yu Shuiyuan was defeated. Chen Zong's strength is too strong. Yu Shuiyuan was defeated, and everyone below the stage was shocked. It was too shocking. He wasn't an ordinary disciple or a genius. He was a super genius who ranked on the previous heavenly ranking. He could be considered a famous genius in the entire Sky Pillar upper region. There was no doubt that he was very strong. Although the overall strength of this cloud roll was stronger than that of the last one, everyone was sure that Yu Shuiyuan could get into the top 10. The only difference was his rank. Now, Yu Shuiyuan was defeated by Chen Zong, which meant that one of the top 10 spots on this cloud roll had been reserved by Chen Zong. For a moment, everyone was more anxious, especially those who had a chance to get into the top 10. As for those who had no chance to get into the top 10, of course, they would try their best to get a better rank, because the higher the rank, the better the reward. Chen Zong defeated Yu Shuiyuan. Although the cloud roll had not been officially released, it was certain that he would get into the top 10. Yun Yanqin was also happy for Chen Zong, and secretly encouraged himself to get into the top 10. Only in this way could he be qualified to participate in the so-called fight for the opportunity to enter the Sage Realm and have a chance to kill Lui Jue. Round after round, the range of opponents he could choose to challenge was getting smaller and smaller. I'm more interested in you, Gao Hongjing pointed at Chen Zong and said arrogantly, you don't want to admit defeat, do you? Chen Zong did not say anything. His figure flashed, and like a streamer, he flew over and landed on the arena. He directly expressed his intention with action. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Gao Hongjing seemed to be testing him once or twice, with a bit of provocation and even a bit of fun. Now it was the third time. Nothing could be done more than 3 times. No matter whether Gao Hongjing really wanted to challenge him this time or was just testing and provocation like before, Chen Zong did not intend to continue to deal with him. There would be a battle sooner or later. Previously, he felt that it was a little too early. But now, the finals of the 4th stage had already reached the end. It was time for him to battle with the top 3 of the previous Yun roll. Chen Zong's reaction was very direct and decisive, which stunned everyone. Soon, their hearts beat wildly, and their eyes shifted from Chen Zong in the ring to Gao Hongjing. Fight. If Gao Hongjing was still the same as before, with a hint of playfulness, it would be tantamount to shooting oneself in the foot. Because if he didn't fight, he, Gao Hongjing, would lose face. If they were to fight, they would only be toying with others. Instead, they would be forced to fight. No matter what, he, who originally had the initiative, had been reduced to a passive state in an instant, and his momentum had weakened. Seeing that Chen Zong didn't say anything, but directly appeared in the ring, looking down at him with indifferent eyes, Gao Hongjing's expression suddenly changed, and a burst of anger burst out from the depths of his heart. Chen Zong's approach made Gao Hongjing feel uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon. Even if it was Fu Yunxiao, he wouldn't dare treat him like this. Now, a trivial new disciple, a trivial cultivator who hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, actually dared to respond to him in such a manner. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The anger in Gao Hongjing's heart continued to surge, like the magma of a volcano, constantly rising, ready to erupt. However, Gao Hongjing wasn't someone ordinary people could compare with. This soaring anger was temporarily suppressed by him, seemingly transforming into a tyrannical force that reverberated endlessly in his chest. Since you want to lose, I'll fulfill your wish. With a heart full of anger, Gao Hongjing jumped up dozens of meters high, then suddenly fell down like a meteorite breaking through the sky, with a great momentum. With a loud bang, the entire arena shook. An extremely terrifying qi surged out like a raging tide. With Gao Hongjing's body as the center, wave after wave of extremely terrifying power rushed out in all directions. This kind of power caused everyone to be aghast. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, at least several dozen tons of impact force, enough to shake a mountain or even collapse a mountain. This terrifying shockwave was like a tidal wave, seemingly wanting to shatter Chenzong's body, but when it hit Chenzong's body, it seemed to be split apart by an invisible sword, passing by Chenzong's left and right, unable to affect Chenzong in the slightest. Amidst the billowing qi, Gao Hongjing's imposing figure stood tall like a spear, his imposing aura soaring to the heavens, his pair of eyes flashing an icy cold light, as if he wanted to crush Chenzong's will. If an ordinary cultivator were to face Gao Hongjing's attack, they would definitely be frightened, their momentum greatly reduced, and even feel dizzy or even faint. But Chenzong wouldn't. Gao Hongjing's attack simply couldn't affect Chenzong in the slightest. It should be known that Chenzong's soul was very powerful, not something Gao Hongjing could compare with. In addition, after countless tempering and slaughtering in the Kanglin world, Chenzong's will had also become stronger and more tenacious. If the will contained in Gao Hongjing's attack was like a gust of wind, then Chenzong's will was like a mountain, unmoving no matter how strong it was. Gao Hongjing was secretly surprised, the anger in his heart also weakened a bit in an instant, and he calmed down even more. When anger soared, it was true that he could exert more power for a while, but because of lack of reason, he would make mistakes in other aspects. If he calmed down, he would be able to exert his true strength to the extreme. It seems that you do have some ability, Gao Hongjing said in a low voice, and immediately grinned. His white teeth reflected a dazzling cold light, looking incomparably dazzling. His voice suddenly became resounding and sharp, full of domineering. I hope you can resist a little, and not be defeated so easily. As his voice fell, Gao Hongjing's arm shook, his 5 fingers closed together like a sharp awl, and fiercely blasted toward Chenzong like a big spear piercing through the void. This spear was astonishingly sharp and contained a terrifying and violent might. It was as though it wanted to pierce through Chenzong's body and crush it. Gao Hongjing practiced the spear, and his spear technique was extremely brilliant. His martial arts realm had reached the 3rd level, not the initial level, but the initial level. It was very exquisite. Using his arm to replace the spear, this fierce attack made Chenzong feel that he couldn't dodge. Moreover, the power was extremely strong. But looking at Gao Hongjing's relaxed appearance, he was afraid that this was not an all-out attack, but a tentative attack. His fingers were like a sword, and from the bottom to the top, the arc light was round, and it contained the charm of heaven. It was indescribable, and it was mysterious and unpredictable, like moving clouds and flowing water. This finger, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, pierced through the sky with an irresistible force, and pierced through the air. It demonstrated the sharpness of a sword, but also contained a powerful and domineering force, like a heavy sword fiercely striking. In an instant, the people under the ring seemed to see a big spear and a heavy sword colliding with each other. The tip of the sword against the tip of the spear, the finger of the sword against the 5 fingers, the terrible sound exploded in all directions, and the amazing strength shattered the surroundings, turning into circles of ripples that swept out like crazy waves. Chenzong and Gao Hongjing's bodies shook together. An extremely tyrannical and violent force blasted towards him in an unstoppable manner. It was as if it wanted to shatter his arm before shattering his body. If it wasn't for his high cultivation and body refinement, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, with his powerful physique, this terrifying force was completely neutralized. However, Chenzong found that it was very difficult for him to get rid of it. The force was very tyrannical. But no matter what, it was still a tyrannical body refining cultivation that gave him a strong body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist it with his spiritual power. Very strong, Gao Hongjing's strength was very tyrannical. In truth, Gao Hongjing was also very surprised. It was one thing for him to be unable to do anything to Chenzong with his powerful mental will, but now, even after using 50% of his strength, he was still unable to do anything to Chenzong. Gao Hongjing even felt a shockingly powerful force coming at him, causing his arm to feel numb. His right hand suddenly grasped, and a blazing flame instantly spewed out. Then, he clenched his fist, and a big spear with burning flames appeared in Gao Hongjing's hand as if it pierced the sky. Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear. Senior brother Gao is going to use his real strength. Su Ling was secretly excited. He was defeated by Chenzong and was shocked into fainting, which was extremely humiliating. He wanted to wash away his shame, but unfortunately, Chenzong was too strong for him to deal with. Now that Chen Zong was facing senior brother Gao, with senior brother Gao's powerful strength, he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Zong and teach him a lesson. Even if he was not the one who defeated Chen Zong, he would feel better. As soon as the Crimson Dragon sky-splitting spear appeared, Chen Zong's face became dignified. That kind of blazing and tyrannical aura rippled in the void, filling all directions, and made Chen Zong feel hot all over and depressed. Gao Hongjing's strength was very strong, which Chen Zong had seen more than a year ago. At that time, Gao Hongjing was fighting with a genius from the ethereal heavenly palace. Perhaps both of them had some scruples at that time, so they did not completely burst out their full strength. However, that kind of fierce battle at least showed most of their strength, except for the hidden cards. After more than a year of cultivation, Gao Hongjing's strength should be improved. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong concentrated. Gao Hongjing was different from his previous opponents. He was very strong and merciless. Moreover, he had cultivated holy-level cultivation methods or martial arts. The top 3 on the cloud list represented a completely different meaning. Chen Zong looked dignified, but there was no fear at all. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement and fighting spirit emerging from his heart and filling his whole body. With the Crimson Dragon sky-splitting spear in hand, it meant that Gao Hongjing was going to show his real strength. With a shake of his arm, the big spear suddenly shook, and there was a faint terrible roar, like the roar of thousands of beasts and the explosion of thunder. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This momentum alone was enough to make many people's spiritual power chaotic and difficult to resist. However, Chen Zong's spiritual willpower was extremely strong, and his spiritual power was extremely pure, so he was not affected at all. The spear blasted towards him. It did not seem to be a high-level spear technique, but it was a simple spear technique. It integrated the essence of various spear techniques into it and turned it into an instinctive stab. Chen Zong could feel the astonishing power of the spear, as if it was going to pierce through him. His surroundings were directly sealed and suppressed, making him feel as if he was fixed in place. He could only watch as the spear stabbed towards him. The spear was like a dragon, suppressing the world. The dragon power erupted, and a sword broke through the sky. When the sword and the spear collided, the sword slashed 9 times in an instant, cutting and chopping at the tip of the spear from all angles, weakening the power of the spear step by step. Gao Hongjing's spear was indeed very powerful. It was not comparable to the Suiyuan sword art. Fortunately, Chen Zong's White Cloud ultimate skill had broken through to the 18th level. Its purity had doubled, and so had its power. Together with the power of the dragon power, he immediately resisted Gao Hongjing's spear. However, the powerful impact still made Chen Zong feel pressured. The second spear, the third spear, the fourth spear, the fifth spear, Gao Hongjing's spear was extremely powerful. The spear was like a dragon, and the void was shaking. The terrifying power of each spear sealed and suppressed the surrounding void, making it difficult for Chen Zong to dodge. He could only wave his sword to resist. The sound of the explosion was like the collision of mountains. The momentum was so great that it seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The faces of the people under the arena changed greatly. Such momentum and power was extremely terrifying, and it was even more shocking than any of the previous battles. Sui, Yu Suiyuan, in front of such power, they were nothing. Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the last cloud list, looked dignified. He had to use all his strength to deal with such a collision. However, Gao Hongjing's strength was definitely not that simple. As for Chen Zong, I can't see through him, Ning Tianming could not help but shake his head and say secretly. Indeed, he could not see through him. Again and again, he was unexpected and shocking. So far, no one dared to say that they could see through Chen Zong. Who knew if he was still hiding something? Even Gao Hongjing, who was fighting with Chen Zong, was not sure if Chen Zong had used all his strength. Gao Hongjing's attainments in martial arts were extremely high. With the great spear in hand, his spear techniques were exquisite to the extreme. Every spear strike carried an extremely frightening power, and every spear strike was simple. It was as if he had returned to the basics, and he had integrated the essence of various spear techniques into it. It was not a powerful spear move, but it was more powerful than some powerful spear moves. Why were there different levels of cultivation skills and martial arts in the world? It was because the power of cultivation skills and martial arts were different from the mysteries contained in them. Where did martial arts originate from? They were created by the ancestors after observing the myriad things in the world. They contained the mysteries and principles of the myriad things in the world. However, some cultivation methods and martial arts contained the principles of the world that were very shallow and almost non-existent. Some had more, and some were very profound. Naturally, there were different levels. For example, mortal rank cultivation techniques and martial arts focused more on one's own principles and focused more on the development of one's own potential. They didn't have much to do with the mysteries of heaven and earth. On the other hand, spirit-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts were different. They had already surpassed the development of one's own potential and were more inclined towards the profound mysteries of the world. Although they were all spirit-level martial arts, they were divided into low-level, middle-level, high-level, extreme level, and even peerless level. This was because of the difference in the strength of the principles of all things in the world contained within them. For example, the truth of all things in the world contained in low-class spiritual level martial arts was relatively shallow, while the truth of all things in the world contained in peerless spiritual level martial arts was very profound. For an ordinary transcendent realm early-stage cultivator, a spirit-grade low-rank martial art was enough to display their full strength while also being able to interpret the mysteries of all things in the world contained within. If one cultivated a spirit-grade mid-rank martial art, they would be able to grasp the mysteries contained within and display even greater strength. However, if it was a spirit-grade high-rank martial art, an early-stage transcendent realm early-stage cultivator would simply not be able to cultivate it. Even reaching the basic level would be difficult because if one's cultivation wasn't high enough and their talent wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries contained within. If one couldn't comprehend them, the result of forcibly cultivating them would be a tragic death. If one was a genius early-stage transcendent realm cultivator, then a spirit-grade low-rank martial art wouldn't be able to display their full strength and would require at least a spirit-grade mid-rank. As a cultivator's cultivation improved, their strength would also increase by leaps and bounds, allowing them to display astonishing power and even surpass some lower-level martial arts. For example, a cultivator at the late stage of the transcendent realm would normally display more power than a spirit-grade low-rank martial art, comparable to a spirit-grade mid-rank martial art. As such, only a spirit-grade high-rank martial art would be able to display their full strength, and if it was a spirit-grade top-rank martial art, they would be able to display even greater power. For Gao Hongjing, a spirit-grade high-rank martial art wasn't essential to him because the power of his normal attacks wasn't inferior to a spirit-grade top-rank martial art. Only a spirit-grade top-rank martial art could bring him some benefits. Of course, this didn't mean that spirit-grade, low-rank, mid-rank, or high-rank martial arts were useless. A master like Gao Hongjing had cultivated step by step from a weak beginner to his current strength, not overnight. When one was weak, they would naturally cultivate some lower-level secret arts and martial arts in order to lay a solid foundation. What's more, different martial arts contain different mysteries, so if one had the time and energy to cultivate these martial arts, they would be able to grasp their true meaning and further perfect themselves. The higher one's cultivation, the higher one's realm, the more they could absorb the essence of the various martial arts they had accumulated in the past and integrate them into their own body. In this way, every strike would contain many mysteries without consuming too much of one's strength, making it stronger than an ordinary attack. In other words, it would become an ordinary attack. However, there were very few people who could achieve this. Many peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators couldn't do so because it required a high realm, cultivation realm and martial Dao realm. Gao Hongjing didn't lack either, so he was able to achieve this. Chen Zong, who was fighting with Gao Hongjing, gradually began to comprehend this. In terms of talent, Chen Zong wasn't inferior to Gao Hongjing. The only difference between him and Gao Hongjing was the amount of time they had spent cultivating. Moreover, from the beginning, there was a big gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation environment and inheritance. Chen Zong's cultivation environment, resources, inheritance, and other aspects couldn't be compared to Gao Hongjing's at the beginning. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how smart a person was, if they didn't have enough knowledge, they wouldn't be able to display their talents. However, Chen Zong's learning ability was amazing and his perception was extremely high. Therefore, as he continued to fight with Gao Hongjing, he was able to comprehend some of the mysteries of Gao Hongjing's spear strikes. Coupled with his astonishing realm of sword manipulation, he was able to gradually integrate the various sword arts he had cultivated in the past into each of his strikes. Chen Zong could feel that the sword in his hands seemed to be faster, more powerful, more flexible, and sharper. In Blue Wave World, Chen Zong had accumulated thousands of sword arts. When it came to his peers, no one could compare. In the past, he had only lacked an opportunity, but now, Gao Hongjing had brought him an opportunity, allowing Chen Zong to make even greater progress. Gao Hongjing's expression was slightly dignified. In the confrontation with Chen Zong's sword, he could clearly and intuitively feel the changes contained in Chen Zong's sword. It was even more exquisite. There was a saying called martial fusion. As the name implied, it was to integrate the mysteries of various martial arts that one had cultivated in the past into one's own. At this level, he had only comprehended and gradually grasped it in the past year or so. On the other hand, Chen Zong hadn't grasped it at all in the previous battles, but now, he was gradually grasping it. Was he hiding it before, or was he comprehending it now? If it was the former, Gao Hongjing would feel better. If it was the latter, didn't it mean that Chen Zong had only comprehended it after fighting with him? This was even more unacceptable for the proud Gao Hongjing. As the spear struck out, Gao Hongjing's whole body shook. Suddenly, there was an astonishing explosion that resounded through the world. For a moment, endless clouds surged in from all directions and gathered above the arena. The clouds were first white and incomparably vigorous, like a vast cloud mountain, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Chen Zong suddenly felt a pressure in his chest and had difficulty breathing. His expression was dignified, and his eyes looked up at the sky in horror. The vast cloud mountain was becoming more and more vigorous, nurturing an extremely terrifying power that could easily shatter a mountain. Immediately, the incomparably thick cloud mountain suddenly rotated and poured down. The color of its center was even deeper, gradually turning into a fiery red, as if there was a raging fire burning there. Rumble, the sky shook, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. The incomparably thick cloud of fire was like an inverted volcano, completely red. An incomparably scorching red flame spewed out from the inverted red cloud volcano, and the rumbling sound was extremely shocking. The aura became more and more vigorous, more and more overbearing, and more violent. It came with an astonishing wave of destruction, as if it was going to destroy all life. This aura. Chen Zong's expression became more and more dignified, and his heart was filled with horror. This kind of aura had clearly surpassed the spirit grade. Perhaps, it was the saint grade secret art that Gao Hongjing cultivated. Remnant Cloud Flame Art. Fu Yunxiao and Bai Xia also had dignified expressions. This was the saint grade low-rank secret art that Gao Hongjing cultivated. It was also one of the few saint grade secret arts in White Cloud Mountain. It seemed that Gao Hongjing had already cultivated this saint grade low-rank remnant cloud flame art to a certain level, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to display it. Although saint grade secret arts were much stronger than spirit grade secret arts, the difficulty of cultivating them was also much higher. Even for geniuses like them, it was still very difficult. If they hadn't cultivated it to a certain level, they wouldn't be able to display its full power, and would instead put a burden on themselves. Since Gao Hongjing was able to display the remnant cloud flame art, it meant that he had cultivated it to a certain level, enough to make himself stronger. Gao Hongjing originally didn't intend to use the remnant cloud flame art because it was too powerful. It had already surpassed the level of the transcendent realm, reaching the half-step saint grade. He was prepared to keep this trump card to deal with Fu Yunxiao. However, Chen Zong's performance had brought him a lot of pressure. If he didn't display the remnant cloud flame art, he didn't know how long he would have to fight to defeat him. It had never been Gao Hongjing's style to drag things out. Since the other party wanted to bring him some pressure, and since he wanted to defeat the other party, then he would do it thoroughly. He would defeat the other party with greater strength and let the other party understand the gap between them. The rumbling sound was earth-shattering as a terrifying torrent of magma fell from the inverted cloud mountain, directly submerging Gao Hongjing's body. His imposing aura soared to the heavens and shook the world. Around the ring, each and every one of them wore a dignified expression. This pressure was too tyrannical, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The terrifying heat was enough to incinerate their bodies into ashes. The ring seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under this terrible pressure. Like a flood of heavenly fire, Gao Hongjing's body was submerged, as if he was being swallowed whole. The magma-like torrent poured into Gao Hongjing's body in waves, causing his expression to become dignified as he grit his teeth, as if he was under great pressure. Using a saint-grade secret art as a transcendent realm cultivator would have a great burden on their body, and if one didn't have enough strength, their end would be very miserable. Therefore, even if one obtained a saint-grade secret art or martial art, not just anyone could cultivate it. One had to be a transcendent realm genius, a half-step saint-grade master, or a true saint realm master. A large amount of heavenly fire magma poured into Gao Hongjing's body, causing his aura to become even more tyrannical and terrifying. The surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, causing Gao Hongjing's body to become ethereal, as if he was about to turn into a wisp of smoke and dissipate. It was unknown whether it was because the heavenly flame magma was too powerful for Gao Hongjing's body to bear, or because of other reasons, but there was still a layer of flame burning around his body. The flame was bright red, and its color was bright and dazzling. These flames spread to the scarlet dragon heaven-splitting spear, making Gao Hongjing look like a war god bathed in flames, insufferably arrogant. This kind of vision left everyone shocked and unable to forget for the rest of their lives. But in fact, this was because Gao Hongjing was unable to fully control the power of the low-rank saint-grade remnant cloud flame prison art. If he could, all of his strength would be contained within his body and would not be so overwhelming. Although this kind of momentum was very intimidating, it was mostly superficial. Even so, at this moment, Gao Hongjing's aura was incomparably terrifying and his strength tyrannical. Directly facing Gao Hongjing, Zong felt the terrifying aura constantly fluctuating from his opponent's body. This kind of aura was simply too astonishing. If not for the purple cloud black star flame, it would have been difficult to resist this kind of heat. Below the arena, everyone had already retreated far away. The temperature was too high, as if they were in the crater of a volcano. Their entire bodies felt like they were about to be roasted. Their mouths were dry, and even their blood was about to be ignited. Su Ling was even more excited. This time, Zong was going to be finished, right? You forced me to use the fragmentary cloud inferno art. Well done. Gao Hongjing's voice was low and deep, but it contained the explosiveness of fire and the majesty of mountains. It was as if the magma of a volcano had erupted and turned into a torrent rushing through the mountains. Zong looked dignified, but there was also an indescribable excitement in his heart. That was his desire to fight. He would be able to experience the might of a saint-tier cultivation technique for himself. Even if Zong lost this battle, he would not regret it. Of course, if he could win, Zong would fight for it. With a boom, Gao Hongjing's great spear trembled as it pierced through the air once more. This spear thrust was very slow as it slowly moved forward. However, it contained an incomparably majestic aura as it directly sealed off the space within 100 meters around Zong. Zong only felt a terrible pressure pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body into powder. An astonishing hot aura mixed with the terrible pressure. Not only would he be crushed into powder, but it would also burn his soul. If he was not strong enough, Ning Tianming would not be able to withstand such pressure at all. At most, he would only be able to hold on for a few breaths. Zong also felt very uncomfortable. The difference in cultivation was too great. Whether it was in body refining or chi refining, Zong had not yet reached the limit of the Dragon Force realm or the Transcendent realm. On the other hand, Gao Hongjing had already reached the limit, and his spirit energy had been tempered to the extreme. He even cultivated a saint-grade low-rank secret art. Under normal circumstances, Zong would not be able to fight against him, even if he had reached the grand accomplishment stage of sword manipulation with heart. But this did not mean that Zong did not have the ability to resist. With a breath, a scorching aura poured into Zong's body, wantonly spreading, as if it wanted to burn his internal organs to ashes. But not only did it not succeed, but it also gave Zong a stronger fighting spirit. His fighting spirit soared to the sky, the dragon force rushed between his bones and muscles, and the dragon roars became louder and louder. The 8 spirit wheels rotated at full strength, and the extremely pure spirit energy surged endlessly. In an instant, with Chen Zong's body as the carrier, the two different systems of power collided again. There was no conflict, no chaos, and it condensed into a new and much more powerful force. This force was completely under Chen Zong's control. This was the heart-calming sword technique. As soon as the power of the heart-calming sword appeared, Chen Zong's mind became tranquil, unaffected by the outside world. In an instant, Chen Zong broke free from the burning pressure around his body, like a fish breaking free from ice and diving back into water. His figure flickered, and his feet moved, completely unaffected by the power of Gao Hongjing's spear, directly avoiding, crossing, and approaching. A sword pierced through the air, heart-calming sword. Gao Hongjing was shocked, Fu Yunxiao and Bai Xia were also shocked, and the inner sect disciples who came to watch the battle were also shocked. It stood to reason that Gao Hongjing, who had activated the Saint-grade low-rank remnant cloud flame prison art, should have been able to defeat Chen Zong like a hot knife through butter, but now it seemed that Chen Zong was not affected in the slightest. He was able to dodge and even approach Gao Hongjing to counterattack. In that instant, Chen Zong broke free from Gao Hongjing's tyrannical spear, and his movement and speed were shocking. The outer sect grand competition's elder was startled at first, then his eyes emitted a strong light that pierced through the sky and landed on Chen Zong, as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. He realized that he could not see through Chen Zong. Previously, when Chen Zong attacked, he could see through everything, but now, he could not see through Chen Zong. He could not understand what kind of power Chen Zong used. The high and mighty illusory cloud Taoist master was also startled, but soon after, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he focused on Chen Zong. The sword light pierced through the air, slicing through everything, and a shocking pressure slashed towards Gao Hongjing. It actually made Gao Hongjing feel threatened, which was unbelievable. Grabbing and lifting with both arms, Gao Hongjing's wrists rotated and crushed, displaying different kinds of power in an instant. The Crimson Dragon sky-splitting spear also trembled at that moment, and was abruptly lifted up, and with a rotating force, it was thrown towards Chen Zong. If this sword was aimed at Gao Hongjing, Chen Zong would also be hit by the spear. Gao Hongjing was ruthless to his enemies, and ruthless to himself. Of course, he was confident that he could withstand Chen Zong's sword, but he also believed that Chen Zong would not be able to withstand his spear. With a turn of his body, the sword that was aimed at Gao Hongjing was suddenly retracted, and along with the rotation of his body, he charged towards the incoming spear. An extremely terrifying power passed through the vibrations of the sword, as if it wanted to crush Chen Zong's body into pieces, but under Chen Zong's tyrannical strength and physique, it was resisted. The power of Chen Zong's sword also instantly passed through the spear and rushed towards Gao Hongjing, causing Gao Hongjing's expression to change. He quickly shook the spear, and tried to dissipate the power of the sword as much as possible. In this confrontation, Chen Zong experienced Gao Hongjing's tyrannical strength. It was really terrifying, much more tyrannical than a top demon emperor, but fortunately, he still had not reached the half-step saint realm. If he had the strength of a half-step saint, with Chen Zong's current strength, he would not have been able to contend against him, unless he used the Crimson Flame sharp sword. However, as a last resort, Chen Zong did not want to use the Crimson Flame sharp sword. Gao Hongjing also felt Chen Zong's strength at this moment, and his face could not help but sink. If he did not use the Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique, he really would not have been able to defeat his opponent. The Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique was a low-grade saint-level technique, and Gao Hongjing had also cultivated it to a certain level. Its power was very terrifying. In terms of absolute strength, Chen Zong could feel the disparity. However, Gao Hongjing's control of the power of the Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique was not enough, causing the application of its power to be not so smooth. On the other hand, Chen Zong had absolute control of his own power, and coupled with Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship, the battle between the two was incomparably fierce. Under the terrifying attack, cracks spread all over the arena, almost tearing it to pieces. However, the arena itself had a powerful repairing power, and in a short time, it was completely restored to its original state, and no damage could be seen. However, the speed of the damage was equal to the speed of the repair, and the scene was even more shocking. With a loud bang, Gao Hongjing's spear chopped down like a giant axe. Its might was terrifying to the extreme, capable of destroying mountains and destroying peaks. It directly split the martial ring into two halves. That huge crack was a ghastly sight, and a terrifying chi force rushed out of the martial ring, almost affecting some of the disciples. The huge and shocking crack was quickly healed under the repairing power of the arena itself, and in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. Chen Zong's figure jumped around the arena, and he rushed around Gao Hongjing to attack. Under the superb technique of the tranquil sword, the body-refining dragon force and chi-refining spirit power merged into one, and it flowed through every part of Chen Zong's body. It not only covered his internal organs, but also filled between his bones and muscles. With the combination of the internal and external, Chen Zong had an astonishing explosive power and terrifying speed, and also extraordinary flexibility and versatility. Advancing and retreating freely, fast and slow, everything was under his control. The power of Gao Hongjing's spear was extremely terrifying, and an ordinary spear had the amazing power of a spiritual-level martial art. If he was hit, coupled with the power of the Crimson Dragon sky-splitting spear, Chen Zong knew that it would be difficult for him to resist. Dodging, 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 and every time he dodged, the crowd's heart would be lifted. It was extremely dangerous, and they felt that Chen Zong was about to be hit, but he dodged at the critical moment. Path of Cloud Refining. Great Sun Crimson Dragon. Gao Hongjing suddenly jumped, and his figure went straight to the sky for 1,000 meters. Looking down from above, the burning flames around his body became more and more intense, and the spear swept in all directions, as if it had turned into a scorching sun, blooming rays of light and monstrous heat. The extremely resounding dragon roar resounded through the world. Immediately, the scorching sun exploded, as if it had turned into a red dragon, and its whole body was burning with terrible flames, and it shot down from the sky. The red dragon was 100 meters long, and its body was thick and strong. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and it was earth-shattering. The terrible pressure suppressed the entire arena, and Chen Zong could not dodge. Unless he could leave the arena, otherwise, no matter how he dodged, he would have to face the terrible power of the spear. The 100-meter-long red dragon emitted a red light as bright as the grand sun. It was so hot that it seemed as if the grand sun was going to burn and evaporate everything in the arena. The terrifying red dragon directly locked onto Chen Zong and bombarded him. One blow was enough to destroy the world. Chen Zong looked up. His body and spirit were under great pressure. This pressure seemed to crush Chen Zong's essence, chi, and spirit. Chen Zong's strong body and tenacious willpower allowed him to resist this terrible pressure. His eyes turned in an instant, as if there were clouds rising and spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of clouds. The sea of clouds fluctuated endlessly, as if it was filled with the endless mysteries of heaven and earth. The heart existed in the clouds, whether it was intentional or not. Following the most mysterious and ancient guidance in the depths of his heart, Chen Zong raised his sword slightly. The tip of the sword seemed to be pointing upward, but it was not so straight. It was slightly slanted. This sword was suddenly filled with an indescribable mystery, causing Gao Hongjing, who was thousands of meters in the air, to unconsciously tighten his body. There was a faintly discernible sense of crisis that emerged from the depths of his heart, and even the great sun-red dragon's spear could not dispel it. After that, Chen Zong's sword-wielding arms shook abruptly, and a peerlessly formidable force erupted. The dark light sword stabbed diagonally without making a single sound, and the sword light was completely restrained. It seemed as if it was following some sort of profundity of the heavens and the earth as it stabbed out. It was impossible to imagine or guess where this sword would stab. It was as if there was no place in heaven and earth that could be avoided. It was even more impossible to imagine how much power this sword contained. It seemed so weak that it could not pierce through thin paper, but it also seemed so strong that it could shatter the sky. Heartless sword, the sword came out heartless, and the sword returned without intention. The highly condensed and compressed sword light pierced the sky and stabbed the red dragon falling from the sky. It directly penetrated the red dragon's open mouth and came out of the dragon's tail. However, after piercing the red dragon, the power of the heartless sword was also exhausted. But the penetrated red dragon also lost a lot of its power. It only had the shape but not the power. The terror that could suppress the sky and crush the earth was also gone. It could not pose any threat to Chen Zong. Tranquilizing sword, he waved the sword again. The sword light condensed into a silk thread and twisted. It directly tore the void, and the sword shot out at an amazing speed. The crimson sky dragon's body was split in two from head to tail. The sword light twisted and shot toward Gao Hongjing, who was 1,000 meters in the sky. Gao Hongjing was shocked. He shook his great spear and suddenly chopped down. It was like a giant axe that could split heaven and earth. The extremely terrifying power immediately shattered the tranquil sword. The power. At the same time, Gao Hongjing swung his long spear. It was like a heavenly dragon swinging its tail, bursting forth with an extremely terrifying force. It rushed into the air, pushing his body down at an astonishing speed. The great spear pierced downwards, like a falling meteor. Tranquilizing sword, the filament-like sword light went against the flow. Heartless sword, the white sea of clouds reappeared in his eyes. Heartless, unintentional, and without thinking, he only followed the instinctive feeling of heaven and earth deep in his soul. The heartless sword could be very weak or very strong. It was closely related to the user. In Chen Zong's body, it was very strong. It followed the mystery of heaven and earth and attacked the weakest part of the opponent's attack. It vividly interpreted the mystery of the weak attacking the strong. In the next breath, Chen Zong exerted strength in his legs. The tyrannical and violent power bombarded the arena like a volcanic eruption. The whole arena trembled in an instant. The place under Chen Zong's feet exploded in an instant. A terrible power bombarded the arena. The arena seemed to be collapsing. Chen Zong's body shot into the sky like an upside-down comet. The profound light sword trembled. Under the new power, it was sharp to the extreme. It cut through the sky and followed behind the tranquilizing sword and heartless sword to attack Gao Hongjing. In 1/10 of an instant, Gao Hongjing's spear and Chen Zong's sword met. Spear and sword collided in an instant. The world suddenly became silent. The light suddenly became black and white. The strong light suddenly appeared and engulfed everything. Chen Zong and Gao Hongjing's bodies disappeared in an instant. Only the elders in charge of the outer sect tournament and the high and mighty illusory cloud Dalord could see clearly. As for the inner sect disciples, they could only vaguely see two blurry figures in the strong black and white light. One of the two blurry figures was black and the other white. After the silence, an indescribably sharp sound rang out. The sound seemed to come from outside, but it also seemed to explode in everyone's hearts. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bai Xiye's expression changed slightly. Fu Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. However, he found that it was difficult to see the situation in the strong black and white light. It was very blurry like an illusion. Fu Yunxiao had no choice but to take such a terrifying strength seriously. After 3 breaths, the strong black and white light dissipated. An extremely terrifying roar resounded through the world. Above the void, the two figures constantly collided. Although they couldn't fly, they could still hover in the air for a short period of time. Gao Hongjing attacked with his spear, Chen Zong attacked with his sword. An extremely fierce battle unfolded hundreds of meters in the air. Every sword and spear move affected the hearts of the audience, causing them to rise and fall with nervousness. The energy was like raging waves, exploding and filling the surroundings. Countless holes were pierced in the arena, but they healed in an instant. If it was an ordinary piece of land, it was unknown how broken it would be. The more they fought, the more shocked Gao Hongjing was. This Chen Zong's tenacity was too shocking. His absolute strength was obviously inferior to his, but he could fight fiercely with him until now. Moreover, he seemed to be improving little by little. What kind of opponent was the most terrifying? In the past, Gao Hongjing couldn't tell the truth. However, he now felt that an opponent like Chen Zong was the most terrifying. His cultivation was obviously not that high, but he didn't know why he had such terrifying strength. Moreover, his swordsmanship was incomparably brilliant and unfathomable. So much so that the stronger he met, the stronger he became. In a high-pressure battle, he could actually continuously learn and improve himself. This kind of ability was enough to make one feel despair. Gao Hongjing was even a little jealous. Jealous, how could this kind of emotion be born in his heart? If he was jealous, it would be others who were jealous of him. It had always been like this. Even if Fu Yunxiao had defeated him before, he had never felt the slightest bit of jealousy. This was because Gao Hongjing was confident that he could catch up and even surpass Fu Yunxiao. When have I, Gao Hongjing, ever been jealous of others? Why should I be jealous of others? I am the most outstanding, I am the strongest. Suddenly, Gao Hongjing's heart roared like thunder, shattering all distracting thoughts. His conviction was pure, and his strength was like a dragon. The power of each spear became more and more violent, suddenly increasing the pressure on Qinzong. However, Qinzong's tenacity was incomparably amazing. He had been through countless difficulties and obstacles since he was young, but he had never been defeated. It was impossible for him to be defeated by the pressure of a powerful opponent. The pure conviction and willpower, and the incomparably powerful and extraordinary liquefied soul all gave Qinzong an even more amazing willpower. The pressure was strong, but his heart was unmoved. With his superhuman tenacity and willpower, Qinzong resisted the pressure brought by Gao Hongjing. He attacked with his sword, weakened the power of Gao Hongjing's spear, and counterattacked. Even though he was slightly at a disadvantage, Qinzong was still able to resist, and he continued to integrate his martial arts. In terms of martial arts accumulation, Qinzong was better than Gao Hongjing. Although Qinzong did not come into contact with many martial arts in the Lingwu Holy World, he had practiced a lot in the Kanglin world. Although it was not as good as the Lingwu Holy World, it was also because of the difference in the world. If it was only in terms of the changes and mysteries, there would not be much of a difference. After all, the difference in power was the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, with a lot of accumulation, at this moment, good luck came to him. His extraordinary comprehension and understanding of the Heartsword Sutra were further pushed forward. Martial integration, the countless mysteries accumulated in the past slowly integrated into the sword at this moment, producing some kind of indescribable transformation. Scarlet Dragon War Body. Gao Hongjing roared. Like a landslide, a sea of thunder surged in all directions. A terrible strength suddenly rushed out of his body, tearing and destroying everything. Immediately, the scarlet strength attached to his upper body and condensed into thumbnail-sized scales, causing Gao Hongjing's upper body to undergo an amazing change, like a human dragon. 7th grade secret method, Scarlet Dragon War Body. This was not a 7th grade secret method of White Cloud Mountain, but Gao Hongjing obtained it by chance outside. Although it was only at the beginner level, it had a terrible power. As soon as the Scarlet Dragon War Body was displayed, Gao Hongjing's strength also improved in an instant. He was only a little bit away from the half-saint level. Strong, extremely strong. If he cultivated the Scarlet Dragon War Body to the advanced level, perhaps he could really have the battle strength of a half-saint. However, Gao Hongjing was confident that even with the beginner level of the Scarlet Dragon War Body, it was enough to defeat Qinzong. A strong sense of danger spread all over his body. Qinzong knew that this power had exceeded his limit at this time. Then, let's explode. There seemed to be an intense roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Purple flames spewed out in an instant, covering Qinzong's entire body. Bits of black starlight flashed and circled around his body, making him look even more mysterious and unfathomable. Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. This was the first time Qinzong had used the power of the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame since the beginning of the battle. The Purple Cloud Black Star Flame had reached the 9th grade. Its power was extremely strong, even stronger than many 9th grade extraordinary powers. This was because the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame was formed by the fusion of two types of Earth-unique flames. It was blazing, domineering, and contained a trace of mystery. The power of the 7th grade flame was more compatible with the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. The power that burst out was also more powerful, causing Qinzong's attack power to increase again. Sacred Heart Sword. As the sword slashed down, a brilliant light of heaven's might was born, fluctuated, and condensed in the sky. It then turned into an extremely majestic sword light, mighty and clear, and shot down in an instant. Boom! The Sacred Heart Sword blasted toward Qinzong with a shocking amount of heaven's might. This sword contained all of Qinzong's strength, as well as heaven's might. Even though it was only a little of heaven's might, it made the sword more powerful. What sword technique is this? Why does it contain heaven's might? Asterisk Kong. Asterisk Like the wrath of the heavens, the majestic judgment, the majestic sword light was insufferably arrogant as it mightily blasted towards Gao Hongjing. This sword strike caused Gao Hongjing's complexion to change greatly. Kong. The most tyrannical power of the Scarlet Dragon battle body also poured into the Scarlet Dragon sky, devastating spear in an instant. Raging flames burned the world and burned the void. Following Gao Hongjing's final roar, it exploded out. Sky-shattering spear. The spear was like a red heavenly dragon, shaking the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to blast a hole in the sky. This was the collision of their strongest blows. An extremely tyrannical power burst forth from the collision, sweeping out like void waves, destroying all tangible and intangible matter. The vacuum of 1,000 meters was like an invisible sphere that stretched across the sky, and the terrifying light and heat were like the eruption of the sun with a myriad of prowess. Such power seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. Everyone around the arena was dumbfounded, whether it was their thoughts or their thoughts, all of them fell into a state of shock. Could a transcendent strength really be so tyrannical? It was impossible to imagine that this kind of power was at the half-saint level. Some of the disciples were truly shocked and secretly speculated. Amidst the endless light and heat, a terrifying wave of energy swept out like a raging tide. Amidst the endless light, a figure rushed up into the sky while another figure rapidly fell down. With a loud boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Countless cracks appeared in the center of the arena and spread out rapidly with lightning speed. A figure's feet were embedded in the cracks and were stuck in the arena as if they had grown out of the arena and were connected as one. This figure was Chenzong, both of his legs embedded in the arena from the calf down. Gao Hongjing's entire body was sent flying by the terrifying impact of this attack, and the scarlet flames covering his body instantly collapsed and disappeared. The tyrannical power brought about by the saint-grade low-grade cultivation technique of the fragmentary cloud inferno technique also disappeared in an instant. The remnant cloud flame art's power was very strong, so strong that Gao Hongjing could bear it but was unable to fully grasp it. Urging it again and again, colliding with it again and again, he finally completely lost control of it. Once he lost control, he was unable to control his strength and instantly disappeared, causing Gao Hongjing's body to suffer serious injuries. The crimson dragon scales covering his upper body also disappeared. For a time, Gao Hongjing simply couldn't control his body that was rushing up, and it was also difficult to stop his body that was rapidly falling after reaching the peak. He could only hold the crimson dragon sky-splitting spear tightly and continuously mobilize the power in his body to heal his injuries, and control his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he fell from this height and hit the ground, even with his own body, he would inevitably suffer a second injury. Even though he had the power of White Cloud Floating Island, and as long as he didn't die, all his powers would quickly recover in a short period of time, the feeling of being injured was not pleasant. He wanted to avoid it as much as possible. At the same time, Chenzong calmed down his qi and blood, which were surging like huge waves. His strength exploded once again, and with a loud bang, the arena shook violently. Chenzong's legs were forcefully pulled out of the arena, and the arena once again recovered to its original state. Stomping his feet, Chenzong's tyrannical power exploded once again. Amidst the rumbling sound, Chenzong shot out like a giant crossbow and slashed his sword at the falling Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing had just adjusted and was regathering his strength when he faced Chenzong's sword. He immediately waved the crimson dragon sky-splitting spear to resist, but Gao Hongjing, who had just recovered, could only release a limited amount of power in a hurry. This sword directly swung the big spear away, and then, the sword light exploded, bursting out like a silver star. Gao Hongjing only felt that his body seemed to be penetrated by thousands of sword lights. The tearing and crushing pain made Gao Hongjing tremble all over, and even the crimson dragon sky-splitting spear in his hand was somewhat difficult to hold. His body was uncontrollably rushed to the distance, and fell again. This time, he fell directly out of the arena, and there was no way to recover. Fall, Chenzong and Gao Hongjing's bodies fell together, but Chenzong fell on the arena, and Gao Hongjing fell outside the arena. The height of the arena was 1 meter, but this 1 meter height allowed Chenzong to look down from above, and Gao Hongjing had to raise his head slightly to meet Chenzong's eyes. Chenzong's eyes were indifferent, and there was no excitement or joy of victory, nor was there excitement after a fierce battle. It was calm, like the calm of the river and the sea, like the depth of the stars and the moon returning to the night. On the contrary, Gao Hongjing's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He was unwilling to admit defeat when he had the power to surpass his opponent, and he was angry when he was defeated by someone whose cultivation was not as good as his. The surroundings were silent, because Gao Hongjing was defeated. It was simply impossible. Everyone recognized that Gao Hongjing was in the top 3 of this year's cloud ranking. After all, Gao Hongjing's strength had been improving over the past 5 years, not to mention that he had cultivated the powerful Saint-grade lower rank cultivation method, the fragmentary cloud flame prison technique. The power he displayed after using it was truly terrifying. However, no one expected that Gao Hongjing would be defeated by Qinzong, not even Fu Yunxiao and the other Saint-grade inner sect disciples. He was defeated by a new disciple whose cultivation was not even at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, the truth was right in front of them. It was not an illusion, and it could not be reversed. Whether it was due to strength or luck, Qinzong had defeated Gao Hongjing. At this point, Qinzong still maintained his winning streak, while Gao Hongjing had no choice but to suffer a defeat after his winning streak. In other words, at least the first place of this year's cloud ranking had nothing to do with Gao Hongjing. Immediately, the crowd thought of an even more shocking possibility. Didn't Qinzong have the ability to compete for the first place of this year's cloud ranking? At the thought of this, the crowd's heart suddenly surged like a huge wave. A slight cracking sound was heard, and everyone was stunned. The profound light sword in Qinzong's hand trembled slightly, and countless cracks appeared on the sword. In the next moment, the sword shattered inch by inch and turned into powder. In just a short moment, even the sword hilt in Qinzong's hand was completely shattered, turning into powder. The profound light sword was a grade 3 spirit artifact, but the power of the fusion of Qinzong's qi refining spirit energy and body refining dragon force was too tyrannical. With the power of the heart sword, white cloud force, flame force, and purple cloud black star flame, it had already exceeded the limit of the profound light sword. Previously, the profound light sword seemed to be intact with the protection of the power, but now that the power was withdrawn, the profound light sword could no longer maintain its shape and directly shattered. Qinzong's gaze fell on the flying powder. He was first stunned, then regretful. This sword had been with him for a long time. Unfortunately, as his strength increased, this low-grade spirit artifact could no longer keep up with him. It was not that the power it contained could not keep up with his progress, but that the power it could withstand could not keep up. It was time to change to another sword. However, he was in the middle of the outer sect tournament. Where could he change to another sword? Could it be that he would have to use the Scarlet Flame Edge sword if he encountered a strong opponent? The Scarlet Flame Edge sword was a half-sage artifact. This was the Lingwu Holy World, and the power of a half-sage artifact would not be limited. With his heart sword Dao realm, he could completely unleash the power of the Scarlet Flame Edge sword. That was the power of a half-sage. If he had used the Scarlet Flame Edge sword in his battle with Gao Hongjing, perhaps he could have defeated Gao Hongjing in one strike. However, if he had done that, he would have lost the meaning of training himself, and would not have gained anything. Alright. The high and mighty illusory Cloud Dao Master exhaled after a long while, and secretly nodded. Back then, he valued Qinzong's talent, and also cherished a bit of talent. Thus, he introduced Qinzong as a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. He did not expect that he would be a hidden dragon, and today, the hidden dragon had risen. Seeing Qinzong, Su Ling's body trembled uncontrollably. An indescribable fear surged from the depths of his heart and filled his entire body. His face was filled with fear, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Qinzong for fear of attracting Qinzong's attention. There was no other way. Even senior brother Gao Hongjing was defeated, let alone him. At this moment, Su Ling wished he could shrink himself into a small dot and hide completely. However, Qinzong's gaze swept past, and did not stop at Su Ling for even a breath. To Qinzong, Su Ling was nothing, and there was no real grudge between them, so he directly ignored him. Chen Shidi, congratulations. Yun Yanqin exchanged glances with Qinzong and congratulated him with a smile. Of course, she congratulated Qinzong for defeating Gao Hongjing, and also congratulated Qinzong for being expected to be in the top 3 of this year's cloud list. The top 10 were qualified to compete for the opportunity to enter the Sage Realm. The top 3 were very likely to be qualified to enter the Sage Realm, and they could also choose saint-level cultivation methods or martial arts techniques to practice. She believed that with Chen Zong's talent, if he could get a saint-level cultivation method or martial arts technique to practice for a period of time, he would only become more powerful. Yun Yanqing was naturally happy for Chen Zong. "Thank you, senior sister." Chen Zong smiled. "Junior brother, your sword is broken. What about the next battle?" Yun Yanqing changed the topic. "If the opponent's strength is too strong." Chen Zong didn't say it clearly, but the clever Yun Yanqing had some guesses. "Junior brother, this sword is too heavy. It's useless to me. Why don't I give it to you?" Yun Yanqing flipped her white hand, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in her hand. The scabbard of the sword was pitch black. It looked simple and unadorned, but it had the charm of a great qi. It was very extraordinary. Chen Zong took the sword. He felt that the sword was extremely heavy, and it was about to fall down. Fortunately, Chen Zong's physical strength was very strong, so he could hold it. He grasped the hilt with his right hand and pulled it slightly. A vigorous and sharp sound was heard, and the pitch-black sword was ejected. It was the same length and width as the normal Jianwui, but the sword guard was a dark golden dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out the pitch-black sword. The hilt was covered with dark golden dragon scales, as if it was the body of a dragon, and the head of the sword was the tail of a dragon. Chen Zong held the scale-covered hilt with his right hand. He felt very comfortable. No matter how hard he tried, his strength wouldn't be affected at all. "Good sword," Chen Zong slightly probed, and knew that this sword was a 9th-class spiritual weapon. A 9th-class spiritual weapon, Chen Zong was stunned and shocked. It should be known that in the entire outer sect, only the top 10 of the last heavenly roll had a 9th-class spiritual weapon. There might be some, but there were only a few. It was obvious that a 9th-class spiritual weapon was precious. Many people fixed their eyes on Chen Zong and Yun Yanqing, and some fixed their eyes on the dark golden sword in Chen Zong's hand. Their eyes were cold. "Junior brother, this sword is called the Heavy Dragon Sword. It weighs 98,000 jin, just right for you," Yun Yanqing said with a smile. It looked like a sword of normal length and width, but it actually weighed 98,000 jin. Naturally, it was extremely amazing. He didn't know what material was used to forge it, but Chen Zong could feel its amazing weight, as well as the terrifying power and sharpness it contained. "Good sword. With this sword in hand, my strength will increase by a few notches. Senior sister, please lend me this heavy dragon sword. I will return it to senior sister after the sect competition." Chen Zong stared at Yun Yanqing with a solemn expression and said solemnly. If it was only a 5th grade or 6th grade spirit artifact, Chen Zong wouldn't hesitate to accept it, but this was a very valuable 9th grade spirit artifact. From Chen Zong's eyes and tone, Yun Yanqing could feel his determination. After a little hesitation, she nodded. In fact, she really wanted to give this sword to Chen Zong. After all, for her, although this sword was good, it wasn't suitable. A sword cultivator should use a suitable sword. The sword cultivator chose the sword, and the sword cultivator chose the sword cultivator. Those who walked the hard and powerful path were not suitable to wield a thin sword, and those who walked the tricky path were not suitable to wield a heavy sword. The principle was the same. The heavy dragon sword weighed 98,000 jin. This weight was nothing to a late-stage transcendent realm cultivator. If they circulated their spirit qi, they could easily pick it up even if it was twice as heavy, but that would inevitably increase the consumption of their spirit qi. But a heavy sword was a heavy sword, this was something that couldn't be changed. Yun Yanqing focused on qi cultivation, not body tempering, so a heavy sword was indeed not suitable for her. On the other hand, Chen Zong's body tempering was tyrannical, so he didn't need to use his spirit qi to play with a heavy sword. Naturally, 98,000 jin was nothing in his hands. When the onlookers heard the conversation between Chen Zong and Yun Yanqing, they were all stunned. A heavy sword of 98,000 jin, what kind of weight was this? When such a powerful force was swung, the explosive power would be even more terrifying. It was simply violent. Seeing Chen Zong casually holding the heavy dragon sword with his left hand and hanging it on his waist, many disciples couldn't help but tremble. They imagined the scene of fighting against Chen Zong and being chopped by his heavy sword. It was too terrifying. The force generated by the 98,000 kilogram heavy sword was more than a few 100,000 kilograms. Including Chen Zong's own strength, it would be even more terrifying. The battles in the arena continued, one after another, with both wins and losses. Yun Yanxin was up against Yu Shuiyuan. There was no doubt about Yu Shuiyuan's strength. He was very strong. Even when Yun Yanxin used his full strength, he was still defeated in the end. Until now, there were only a few people who were still undefeated. There were only 4 of them: Fu Yunxiao, Bai Xia, Ning Tianming, and Chen Zong. Fu Yunxiao and Bai Xia were in the top 3 of the previous cloud roll. Although Ning Tianming wasn't, he was still ranked 4th. Naturally, he was extraordinary. As for Chen Zong, he was a rising star and had even defeated Gao Hongjing. In the arena, Chen Zong was facing Ning Tianming, who had a solemn expression. Facing Chen Zong, Ning Tianming had a lot of pressure in his heart. Because the strength that Chen Zong had displayed in the previous battle with Gao Hongjing was too tyrannical, he didn't have much confidence. However, Ning Tianming wasn't an ordinary disciple. He had sufficient strength and a strong will. He wouldn't retreat without a fight. With a shake of his hands, a light shot out and a pair of truncheons appeared in his hands. The bronze truncheons were covered with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and beasts. They looked very mysterious and had a unique charm. The truncheons were 9th-grade spiritual weapons. Each truncheon weighed 5,000 kilograms. They were considered quite heavy weapons. Chen Shidi, please. As soon as Ning Tianming's voice fell, his eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. He suddenly stomped his legs and a terrifying force bombarded the ground through his feet. Layers of ripples spread out. Ning Tianming shot towards Chen Zong like a powerful giant crossbow. With a shake of the truncheons, a simple and vigorous light emerged. It rolled up a shocking storm and raged towards Chen Zong in all directions. As soon as he made his move, the truncheons were as violent and overbearing as fierce tigers. They were powerful and heavy. The shocking pressure seemed to want to crush Chen Zong's body. Under the dance of Ning Tianming, the power of the 5,000 kilograms truncheons was extremely terrifying. It was enough to shatter a mountain. The strong wind blew and roared in all directions, making people tremble in fear. However, Chen Zong didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he stood in place and waited for Ning Tianming's truncheons to arrive. As the truncheons approached, a terrifying aura pressed down. It seemed to want to crush Chen Zong's body. He held the scabbard with his left hand and pressed his thumb on the dragon head sword guard. With a slight flick, the heavy dragon sword instantly shot out from the scabbard. His right hand grabbed the sword hilt and suddenly swung it forward. The heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was unsheathed. Under Chen Zong's tyrannical strength, it burst out an extremely shocking force. The pitch-black sword cut through the air and left a pitch-black mark. It was as if a heavy brush was drawn with thick ink. Slash, this slash was powerful and heavy, this slash was extremely tough and powerful, this slash was violent and overbearing, this slash was unparalleled in power, this slash made Chen Zong feel even more satisfied. Because the sword was heavy enough, the power it released was even more tyrannical. Ning Tianming's expression suddenly changed. The might of that sword was even more terrifying than the might of his 2 truncheons. The astonishing sword pressure was as vigorous as a mountain, and it also had a terrifying sharpness. The sword slashed through the sky and attacked. It was too fast and the pressure was too strong. Ning Tianming could only swing his truncheons to smash against the black sword body and meet force with force. An incomparably majestic aura roared. It was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. The shockwaves were shattering. Ning Tianming could only feel an extremely terrifying force bombarding him. That force was extremely violent and overbearing. It was even unreasonable to the extreme. It directly suppressed him. Ning Tianming was able to obtain the 4th place in the previous cloud roll. Other than his powerful strength, he also had an advantage, which was his strength. To be able to use the truncheons, which weighed 20,000 kilograms, as weapons, his physique was already extraordinary. The martial arts that he cultivated emphasized on strength. It was extremely tough and ferocious. Under the superposition, the power of each strike was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Because of this, Ming Tianming defeated one opponent after another with the truncheons and finally obtained the fourth place in the previous cloud roll. After 5 years of cultivation, Ming Tianming's strength had improved tremendously. Even the truncheons had been upgraded from the original 2,500 kilograms to 10,000 kilograms, which was even more tyrannical. However, under the direct collision of such power, Ming Tianming was pushed back by the slash. On the other hand, Qianzong did not move at all. He took a step forward and the heavy dragon sword slashed down again. There was no need for any exquisite moves or techniques. The terrifying weight of 98,000 kilograms was slashed down directly. One slash could break a mountain. Qianzong's cultivation was at the later stage of dragon power realm. His physique was shocking. The strength of one arm was hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Moreover, his control of his own strength was also at its peak. He could fully unleash every bit of his strength. As such, it was naturally not difficult for him to lift the heavy dragon sword. If he were to use spiritual power, he would have to increase the consumption of his spiritual power, which would be disadvantageous to him. The sword was a good one, but not everyone could use it. If the sword was in Ming Tianming's hands, he would not be able to unleash its power. That was because he did not have the terrifying strength of Qianzong. Slash, when the second slash landed, a shocking explosion occurred. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the air fluctuated. A vacuum was created under the slash of the sword. Ming Tianming quickly retreated and dodged. He did not dare to face Qianzong head-on. That kind of power was too terrifying. The third slash, one slash after another, it was endless. The heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was incomparably powerful and violent. Every sword strike was vast and majestic as if it had exhausted all of its strength. However, in Qianzong's hands, it did not seem to be strained at all. It seemed to be as light as a feather and was incomparably agile. There was no gap between each slash. It was as if there was no gap between each slash. Ming Tianming could only dodge continuously. He did not have the slightest chance to counterattack. Ming Tianming was waiting. He was waiting for the moment Qianzong was exhausted. That would be the moment for him to counterattack. He did not believe that Qianzong could keep swinging the 98,000 kilogram sword. After all, its weight was too shocking. Every slash of the sword made the audience feel that the air in the arena was shaking. It was very shocking. 10 slashes, 20 slashes, 30 slashes, not only did Qianzong not show any signs of exhaustion, but he seemed to be even more spirited and powerful. His eyes were shining brightly, becoming more and more terrifying. For Qianzong, although the sword was heavy, it was not heavy to the point that he could not bear it. It was just nice. The weight of the sword allowed him to bring out his tyrannical power incisively and vividly. Every slash brought about a shocking storm, wreaking havoc in all directions. Ming Tianming felt very uncomfortable. The entire arena was filled with the wind created by Qianzong's heavy dragon sword. It was incomparably violent, strangling everything. Its power was too terrifying. Boom! Boom, boom. Ming Tianming had no choice but to wield the two maces to break the storm and gain enough space for himself to dodge. In the past, this kind of situation would only happen to his opponents. Now, he was experiencing it personally. There was no such thing as the most violent, only more violent. Qianzong seemed to have changed his fighting style from before. He was using his own powerful strength to sweep everything away. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. Even Gao Hongjing was the same. This kind of power was too shocking. A graze would cause injury, and a touch would cause death. After dodging continuously, Ming Tianming was shocked to find that he could not dodge anymore. He was forced into a corner by Qianzong. He could only take it head-on. Taking a deep breath, Ming Tianming unleashed all his power. The two maces bloomed with an extremely shocking light, like a volcano erupting. He lifted the maces high up and suddenly attacked, cutting off all means of retreat. Good. Qianzong laughed loudly. His aura was shocking, and the heavy dragon sword slashed out fearlessly. Boom, the two maces were immediately split apart. The extremely terrifying power was like a moving mountain. No matter what was in front of it, it would be directly crushed. Ning Tianming felt as if he had lost all feeling in his arms. His qi and blood were scattered. The terrifying force directly hit him, as if it was going to crush his body. It felt as if he had been hit by an ancient giant beast and almost fell apart. He couldn't stop himself from retreating and finally fell off the arena. There was nothing he could do, but a defeat was a defeat. Yun Yanqing's face was full of smiles from the bottom of his heart, like a blooming flower. On the 10,000-meter-high arena, the fierce battle continued without end. The extremely terrifying energy waves were like stormy waves, mighty and overbearing, destroying everything in their path. Scarlet flames gushed out again and again, and the resounding roars of dragons sounded like heavenly dragons patrolling the sky. Suddenly, a clear cry resounding through heaven and earth. It was as if the night had fallen. In the darkness, a faint white brilliance rose up, illuminating all directions. It was a bright moon. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its clear light illuminated the world. It illuminated heaven and earth, all living things, and also people's hearts. Refinement Cloud Path. Great Sun Scarlet Dragon. Gao Hongjing directly used his ultimate move. His spear pierced through the air, and 100-meter-long scarlet heavenly dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its entire body was burning with world-destroying flames, and it blasted towards the bright moon in the sky. The fragmentary cloud inferno technique had already been pushed to the extreme. The bright moon sank in the west, and in an instant, it changed from a clear coldness to a violent and sharp one. It was as if the moon was falling and the stars were sinking. It burst forth with a terrifying power that could destroy the earth, and it was even more profound and difficult to find its profundity. Heavenly Cloud Path. West Sinking Moon. Accompanied by the terrifying power of the moon was Xianxia's clear and cold voice. This was a collision of ultimate moves. Gao Hongjing cultivated the low-grade saint-level fragmentary cloud inferno technique, and Xianxia cultivated the low-grade saint-level thousand cloud illuminating moon technique. They each had their own merits. After the two of them tested each other, they used their true strength to fight, only hoping to defeat each other. In the previous cloud ranking, Xianxia was defeated by Gao Hongjing's spear. In this cloud ranking, she wanted to counterattack. Boom, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The extremely terrifying power poured out in all directions like a tsunami, wreaking havoc in all directions. The people outside the arena could only feel the extremely terrifying force bombarding them, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid it. This kind of power was not inferior to the battle between Gao Hongjing and Shenzong. The tremors subsided, and the dust and smoke dispersed. A huge crater was rapidly healing. The flames on Gao Hongjing's body dissipated, and the dragon scales of the Scarlet Dragon battle physique also disappeared. He retreated to the edge of the arena, and he could only feel a terrifying power constantly attacking his body. This power seemed to be like a trickle of water, as clear as moonlight, but it contained an extremely violent power that could destroy everything, causing Gao Hongjing to tremble uncontrollably. It was obvious that this person had cultivated a saint-grade lower-level cultivation technique to a higher level than his to be able to display such might. Otherwise, the fragmentary cloud flame prison and the thousand cloud moon illuminating art were both at the same level as the saint class low grade. Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. The tyrannical power surged into her body, and the surging magma-like heat seemed to want to burn her body into ashes. It was a good thing that his thousand cloud moon illumination art was much stronger, and he was able to resist the terrifying heat, extinguishing it before dispersing it. If the power cultivated by the fragmentary cloud inferno technique was violent and blazing, then the power cultivated by the thousand cloud moon illuminating technique was calm and peaceful. Using the tyrannical finishing move of West Sinking Moon also contained a frightening destructive power. You've cultivated the thousand cloud moon illuminating art to the 4th level? Gao Hongjing asked with a bit of bewilderment as he stared at Xianxia while resisting the power that was constantly wreaking havoc in his body. What replied Gao Hongjing was Xianxia waving her hand, and a crescent moon pierced through the sky and directly bombarded Gao Hongjing's body, forcing him to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, he fell off the stage. Defeated, Gao Hongjing was incomparably depressed. First, he was defeated by Shenzong, and now, he was defeated by Xianxia. One must know that Xianxia was his opponent in the last tournament. Gao Hongjing was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had been defeated twice in a row. If he were to be defeated again, then he would have no fate with the top three. Most importantly, he was the one who took the initiative to choose Xianxia as his opponent. His goal was to regain his glory, but he didn't expect that things would go against his wishes. Fu Yunxiao, the person who obstructed him from obtaining the top three, was Fu Yunxiao. Thinking up to here, Gao Hongjing's heart slightly sank. Fu Yunxiao's strength was very strong, and it had already been proven in the last tournament. After 5 years, Fu Yunxiao's strength would definitely have increased by quite a bit, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat him. The finals of the 4th stage went on one round after another. It had already reached the end, and the battles were getting more and more intense. Some of the formidable opponents that he had avoided previously had to be chosen at this very moment. Xia Minglang encountered Chen Zong. Without a doubt, under Chen Zong's heavy dragon sword, Xia Minglang simply didn't have the ability to resist. He was defeated in a few moves, and when he recalled the battle, his heart palpitated. The 98,000 gene heavy dragon sword was truly too terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it made one's hair stand on end. However, Xia Minglang's strength was actually quite good, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to obtain the top 20 of this year's cloud ranking. Yun Yanqin won more than he lost, and according to the current situation, it was also possible for him to enter the top 10. This battle was between Chen Zong and Xianxia. The atmosphere was immediately ignited, and the entire arena seemed to be about to explode, causing everyone's heart to beat wildly. Chen Zong had defeated Gao Hongjing, and Xianxia had also defeated Gao Hongjing. Both of them were undoubtedly very strong, but who was stronger, no one knew, and they could only find out in this battle. When Xianxia's cold and serene eyes stared at Chen Zong, a trace of seriousness flashed past. How was Chen Zong's strength? He was very strong, even stronger than Gao Hongjing. At that time, he was wielding a grade 3 spirit sword, and now, he was wielding a grade 9 spirit sword. There was an enormous difference in strength. Moreover, the weight of this grade 9 spirit sword was shocking, reaching an entire 98,000 gene, and it was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong's body refinement cultivation was extremely brilliant, and the strength of his physique was extremely shocking. With such a heavy sword in his hand, he was like a tiger that had grown wings, and he was extremely terrifying. Even though Xianxia had defeated Gao Hongjing, it was a narrow victory, and she didn't dare to underestimate Chen Zong in the slightest. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't underestimate Xianxia as well. No matter if it was the 3rd place of the last cloud ranking or the previous battle, it all proved that Xianxia possessed a formidable and shocking strength. Chen Zong attached great importance to Xianxia, and he wouldn't fear her in the slightest. Xianxia's weapon was a pair of moonwhite gloves that seemed as if they were weaved from moonlight, and when she wore them on her hands, they were like hazy moonlight and gurgling streams, and they possessed an extremely distant charm. They were grade 9 as well. Before the battle had even begun, a shocking aura had already soared up from Xianxia's body. That aura was cold, distant, and lofty, as if a bright moon was hanging in the sky. Moonlight illuminated all living beings in the world, and when one bathed under the moonlight, a type of tranquility would arise in one's heart. It seemed to be calming one's mind, causing one to be unable to help but be immersed in this tranquility and peace, and forget everything. Imperceptibly, it was capable of dissolving one's opponent's will to fight and subduing one's opponent without fighting. If Xianxia was placed on the battlefield, it was sufficient to subdue one's side. After all, ordinary cultivators didn't have such a strong will to resist Xianxia's imposing aura. However, to Chen Zong, this kind of imposing aura was nothing. It didn't affect him in the slightest. At most, it made Chen Zong feel good, and that was all. With a faint smile, Chen Zong's eyes emitted an extremely shocking radiance, and it landed on Xianxia's body like a bolt of lightning. When Xianxia's eyes came into contact with Chen Zong's eyes that were as cold as lightning, she immediately felt a trace of uneasiness from the depths of her heart. She didn't have time to think too much. Her subconscious that had been tempered by countless life and death situations erupted. She shifted her position, and a lifelike figure was left in her original position. A pitch-black swordlight directly chopped that figure into pieces. That was an afterimage left behind by Xianxia's high-speed movement, and the pitch-black sword was the heavy dragon sword. In an instant, Chenzong burst forth with an incomparably shocking speed and closed in on Xia. He slashed out with an extremely terrifying sword, and shattered the afterimage left behind by Xia. Fight, Xia gently raised her hand, and it was as if she was lifting a bright moon. The moonlight faintly bloomed, as if it was slowly rising from the water. It was tranquil, secluded, and magnificent. This move was like a painting that was slowly unfolding. It was so exquisite that everyone couldn't help but be attracted to it. Even if they had already seen it in the previous battle with Gao Hongjing, it was still so captivating, as if it was their first time seeing it. That kind of beauty and tranquility attracted even Chenzong, who had an extremely tenacious will, in an instant. Beautiful, it was really very beautiful. It was like a bright moon rising from the water, and it contained an extraordinary concept. This was the starting move of Xia's self-created bright moon art. Rise, strike down, Chenzong was immediately startled. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart by the astonishing sharpness. However, a trace of tranquility arose in his heart, and he seemed unwilling to move. This tranquil feeling only existed for 1/1000th of an instant before it was shattered by Chenzong. The heavy dragon sword suddenly rose, and an astonishing whistling sound swept out like a storm, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! Chenzong's heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, exploded with a force of several 100,000 kilograms. In addition to Chenzong's tyrannical strength, it exceeded 1,000,000 kilograms. The extremely tyrannical sword immediately shattered the bright moon that was falling from the sky. After shattering the bright moon, the heavy dragon sword didn't pause for a moment. It suddenly slashed down, and a pitch-black crescent moon sword light, which seemed to be made of divine gold, tore through the sky and slashed out. Boom! A ravine was torn open in the arena by the astonishing sword pressure, and it spread towards Xia like lightning. Xia's expression was indifferent, but her eyes were serious. She raised her white hand and gently waved it, but it seemed as if she was pulling a mountain. Her tranquility was pervaded with vigor and sharpness. Her palm was like a knife, and she lightly slashed down. The moonlight, which was as sharp as a knife, broke through the air, and dozens of them exploded forward in an instant. The heavy dragon sword clearly weighed 98,000 kilograms, but in Chenzong's hand, it was as light and agile as a tree branch. The tip of the sword was like a fluttering butterfly, and it shattered the dozens of moonlight that were as sharp as a knife. The sword pierced straight towards Xia. It was clearly just a sword, but it was as if a pillar of the heavens was being blasted forward by a giant. The astonishing sword pressure caused Xia's expression to suddenly change. She finally experienced the feeling of Chenzong's previous opponents. Facing the heavy dragon sword, they felt powerless. The sword was too heavy, and the power that erupted from it after it was swung was extremely terrifying. Especially in the hands of a powerful and brilliant body refiner like Chenzong, the power that erupted from it was even more astonishing. Xia didn't dare to take it head-on. As the moonlight spread out, her figure shifted, and only a lifelike afterimage was shattered by the heavy dragon sword. The moment it shattered, the figure suddenly erupted with incomparably dazzling and clear moonlight that illuminated all directions and filled everyone's line of sight. Even with Fu Yunxiao's ability, he was clearly affected and was unable to see clearly. Heavenly cloud path. West sinking moon. A cold and melodious voice resounded through the sky, like ripples on water, like moonlight sprinkling down, leaving a deep imprint in one's heart. Immediately, a bright moon fell from the sky, as if the moon was going to destroy the stars, bursting forth with an extremely terrifying power. It fell from the sky, wanting to destroy mountains and rivers, and blasted towards Chenzong. This attack was the one that defeated Gao Hongjing. Of course, it wasn't completely so, because Xia didn't use the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art, so there was a difference in power. Even so, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying, especially when there was an intense moonlight shining in all directions, submerging Chenzong. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't be able to guard against it at all. But under Chenzong's tyrannical spiritual sense, everything was under Chenzong's control. Heart-calming sword, with a boom, the heavy dragon sword slashed out as if it had shattered the sky. The pitch-black sword light condensed and compressed at a high intensity, like a pitch-black silk, tearing through the sky and rising upwards. Swish, the falling bright moon suddenly paused and was split in half. The sword light zigzagged and shot towards Xianxia in the sky, causing her to feel a chill all over her body. That terrifying aura that was as powerful as a mountain and as sharp as a sword was pressing down, bringing an extremely strong impact to her body and mind. With a wave of her white hand, the sky suddenly shook, as if there was a muffled sound, surging in all directions like a raging tide. That small palm seemed to have collapsed a part of the sky, falling from the sky, causing Chenzong to feel darkness before his eyes. As if the darkness had descended, that wisp of heart-calming sword energy paused under this terrifying pressure. Soon after, a wisp of faint blue moonlight tore through the darkness and descended. The heart-calming sword energy was shattered, and that wisp of moonlight became even more resplendent and dazzling, as if it was a blade forged from divine gold, emitting an astonishing sharpness. Break! A sound like muffled thunder resounded in all directions. Chenzong thrust his sword upwards, carrying an extremely terrifying power that shook heaven and earth. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the sky, exploding upwards. Chenzong's eyes were completely white. Without any intention, without thought, there was only a sword that followed the mysteries of heaven and earth, a sword that followed the instincts of his heart. Heartless sword, under the heavy dragon sword, the power of the heartless sword became even stronger. The strength of a sword art was closely related to one's own strength. It was also closely related to one's application of strength and comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. It was also closely related to the quality and strength of the sword. The power of a sword art was affected by too many factors. Only by combining all of them together could one create the strongest sword art. The moonlight, which was as sharp as a blade, sliced through the void like a thin piece of paper. Under the terrifying power of the heartless sword, it was instantly shattered without any resistance. The sword light was highly condensed, compressing and concentrating all the power to produce some kind of mysterious change. The sword seemed to have been tempered thousands of times and contained endless mysteries. The darkness was penetrated, and an extremely terrifying aftershock rippled out, instantly disintegrating the surrounding darkness and completely disappearing. After the darkness, Xianxia's entire body was enveloped in moonlight. She emitted a faint and cold white halo. There seemed to be wisps of white clouds lingering around her body. It was as if she was a fairy in the immortal realm. She was so dazzling, so enchanting, and so peerless. Xianxia's body was covered in moonlight. In an instant, Chenzong couldn't help but feel stunned and cheered for her. Most of the outer sect disciples around the arena were attracted. They couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to imprint her into their hearts and never forget her. Previously, when Xianxia and Gao Hongjing were fighting outside the arena, Chenzong had also seen Xianxia like this. However, that was from a distance. Now, it was right in front of his eyes, as if it was right in front of him. She was as peerless as a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her figure was like a wisp of moonlight descending. It was so light that it was breathtaking. It was serene and tranquil. It was as if she had completely relaxed and was lying on a soft and comfortable grassland while looking at the moon. She was intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art. Xianxia had already cultivated Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art to the 4th level. It was one level higher than Gao Hongjing. Its power was also more tyrannical. Moreover, it was more under Xianxia's control. It wasn't as easy to lose control as Gao Hongjing. Urging the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art also meant that Xianxia was using her full strength. The 4th level of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art was indeed more powerful, but it also meant that Xianxia had to bear a greater burden. She wouldn't be able to maintain it for long, otherwise, she would be seriously injured by the power of the 4th level. In the end, a saint-grade secret art was still a saint-grade secret art. Even if it was only a low-rank secret art, it was still a secret art that could only be cultivated by a Saint Realm master. In the end, it was too difficult for a transcendent. Even a half-step Saint Realm master wouldn't be able to truly master a saint-grade secret art. Therefore, for powerful transcendents like Gao Hongjing and Xianxia, saint-grade low-rank secret arts were more like secret arts than secret arts. They were powerful secret arts that could be superimposed with other secret arts. Chenzong was very clear about the power of Gao Hongjing's remnant cloud flame prison art when it was cultivated to the 3rd level, So how powerful would the fourth level of the Saint-grade secret art, Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination art be? Chen Zong's heart became somewhat dignified. If he hadn't used the scarlet flame flowing edge sword before, it would have been difficult for him to resist, let alone defeat Xianxia. But now, with the ninth-grade spirit sword, the heavy dragon sword, in his hand, his strength had also increased correspondingly. In particular, the heavy dragon sword's weight had reached an astonishing 98,000 kilograms, making it even more terrifying. With such a heavy sword in hand, Chen Zong was even more confident. His faith was pure and unyielding. Even if there were thousands of external forces, it would remain unmoved. Even if his opponent was stronger, Chen Zong wasn't afraid and dared to fight head-on. This was his faith in himself, and his faith in his own sword Dao. What was the sword Dao? With so many experiences, Chen Zong was somewhat unclear and couldn't see through it. In the Zhonglan world, Chen Zong thought that he had grasped the sword Dao and even created his own sword Dao. But after coming to the Lingwu holy world, he understood that it was only a more brilliant application of sword techniques and couldn't be called the true sword Dao. And in the Lingwu holy world, Chen Zong's cultivation path could only be considered to have just started. There was a lot of knowledge that he didn't know and didn't receive a complete inheritance. His concept of the sword Dao wasn't clear enough. But this lack of clarity didn't hinder Chen Zong's faith. Especially during the trip to the Zhonglan world, the people around him sacrificed themselves for the greater good without hesitation like moths to a flame. What it brought to Chen Zong was not only touched and moved, but also the firmness of his faith. For cultivators, firmness of faith was very important. Especially for sword cultivators, faith was even more important. Without faith, the sword was empty, and if faith wasn't pure, the sword wouldn't be stable. Kill, slash, with the heavy dragon sword in hand, he slashed out explosively. Every slash was a heart-calming sword. Every slash erupted with an incomparably tyrannical power that destroyed everything. Xianxia, who had activated the fourth level of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination art, had a cold expression. Her eyes were indifferent, as if she was a high and mighty moon goddess looking down on everything in the mortal world. Facing the threads of sword light that Chen Zong slashed out, her expression didn't change at all. Her 10 fingers pulled and flicked. The void was like the strings of a zither, and her 10 fingers were like blooming lotuses. It was magnificent. Then, the moonlight floated like water, and the cold moon jumped out of the water. Its edges were extremely sharp, and the void seemed to be unable to withstand being cut, leaving behind clear slashes. Those slashes made people tremble, as if their bodies were being cut apart. Heavenly Cloud Dao. Nan Lingyue, Xianxia mainly cultivated the Heavenly Cloud Dao. The Heavenly Cloud Dao's concept was profound, and it complemented the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination art. Xianxia had already mastered the upper part of the Heavenly Cloud Dao, and had cultivated to the middle part of the Heavenly Cloud Dao. She had tempered herself in various ways and finally created the Heavenly Cloud Dao's Bright Moon art. The Heavenly Cloud Bright Moon art sounded like a cultivation technique, but it wasn't. It was a martial art, an unfathomable and superb martial art that suited Xianxia. The West Sunken Moon was one of the moves, and so was the South Sunken Moon. There were also the North and East Sunken Moon arts, each with their own profoundness. The West Sunken Moon art's main force was filled with astonishing destructive power. The South Sunken Moon art's destructive power wasn't as strong as the West Sunken Moon art, but it had the sharpness of a sword that could cut through everything in the world. Chen Zong only felt a chill run through his body, as if there was an invisible sword that wanted to tear his body apart. Chen Zong slightly narrowed his eyes. He also felt as if his eyes were being cut apart, and traces of intense pain spread through his eyes. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. There was an astonishing light flowing through them, filling his eyes. The divine light was brilliant, and the might was awe-inspiring. It seemed as if lightning was appearing in the sky. The heavy dragon sword was swung, and the light filled the air, as if it had merged with the sky. Rumble, thunder rolled and exploded, shaking the world. Endless light condensed, and the brilliant might of the heavens condensed. It was incomparably mighty, unparalleled, and extremely pure. It instantly bombarded down. The sword light was majestic, vast, and clear, as if it could turn everything into nothingness. The heavenly heart sword, the sword carried the might of the heavens. The second sword was swung out, and the heart-calming sword chi snaked through the air, as if it was attacking from above and below. Soon after, Qinzong suddenly sucked in a breath. His astonishing physique was like a whale sucking in water, and the vitality of his lungs was astonishing to the extreme. Immediately, the wind and clouds in the surroundings swept over like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and poured into Qinzong's body. A vast white aura spread out, turning into a churning sea of clouds. It fluctuated endlessly, filling his eyes with endless profoundness. The sword was raised at an angle, and an indescribable profoundness spread out in the surroundings. Swish, the moment the sound was heard, the pitch-black sword had already pierced through the sky, turning into an extremely black sword light that pierced through the air. Heartless sword, the power contained in the heavy dragon sword, a 9th-grade spiritual artifact, was completely stimulated by Qinzong, and reached the extreme. Ordinary sword practitioners could only stimulate the power of the spiritual artifact itself, but the superb realm of using the heart to control the sword could further increase the power, surpassing the limit and becoming even more powerful. Heavenly Cloud Path. Dong Luiyue. Although Bai Xia's expression did not change, she was extremely shocked. She raised both her arms, and they were as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail. It also seemed as if she was holding up moonlight. The moonlight wandered in her hands like flowing water, in her heart, in the world, and finally gathered above her head. The light shone brightly, and as Bai Xia's arms moved, it sprinkled down gracefully like a dance. The moonlight flowed down from the sky like a river. It flowed endlessly. The water of the long river gently rippled. A halo of light spread out in all directions and traversed the horizon. It looked magnificent and intoxicating. The long river of moonlight gushed down. The undulating river water became incomparably clear under Qinzong's gaze. It wasn't real river water, but rather a river formed by wisps of moonlight. It was like a blade converging into a river that flowed endlessly. If it was only a single wisp of moonlight, although its power wasn't bad, it wasn't much. However, when there were a lot of them, it became very terrifying. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. It was enough to silently tear apart and destroy everything that was hard or soft. Danger was often hidden under the calm and peaceful surface. This move was very exquisite and picturesque. The sea of clouds gathered and dispersed in Qinzong's eyes. The strange clouds swung out. It seemed to be slashing but not slashing. It seemed to be stabbing but not stabbing. The pitch-black sword light was highly compressed into a beam and shot straight into the sky. Heartless sword, tranquil sword was a sword technique. It was also the fusion and application of power. It was the foundation. The heartless sword and heavenly sword were the sword techniques that truly possessed great power. After more than a year of concentrated cultivation, Qinzong didn't create any other sword techniques. However, he further perfected tranquil sword, heavenly sword, and heartless sword. Their power also increased accordingly. The pitch-black sword light went up and the long river of moonlight went down. It was inevitable that they would meet. Like the fate of water and fire entangling, the blade fragments of moonlight contained in the long river of moonlight silently washed away the pitch-black sword light. It was as if the passage of time and all living things were withering to obliterate the pitch-black sword light. However, the pitch-black sword light was condensed from high-intensity power. It was like a sharp sword forged from divine gold. It contained astonishing characteristics and was difficult to destroy and obliterate. There seemed to be a sizzling sound. The pitch-black sword light of the heartless sword pierced through the air and charged into the long river of moonlight. It charged towards Bai Xia like a hot knife through butter. Bai Xia's eyes widened. There seemed to be faint moonlight flashing. The long river of moonlight that was originally flowing slowly suddenly sped up. The waves gradually rose. Vaguely, the sound of flowing water spread out in the sky. The speed of the pitch-black sword light abruptly decreased. Under the increasingly violent east-flowing moon river, it gradually shattered. With a boom, Qinzong's body shot up into the sky, and the heavy dragon sword slashed from bottom to top. The astonishing weight transformed into a majestic power that made the air fluctuate, and a storm was stirred up in all directions. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Slashing the heavens with a single strike, like a hot knife through butter, it directly tore the river of moonlight apart, and it carried a peerlessly powerful and sharp and shocking might as it charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia was very clear about the tyrannical strength Qianzong could unleash in close combat. Even if she had activated the 4th level of the 1000 Cloud Moon Illumination Art, she would still be unwilling to clash head-on with him. After all, even though the 4th level of the 1000 Cloud Moon Illumination Art was very powerful, the burden on the body was also very great. In close combat, one had to explode with even more power and endure even greater burdens. The moonlight faintly spread in all directions, and the surroundings seemed to have sunk into a dreamy world. Time and space were filled with misty colors. Xiaxia's body also lightly swayed in an instant, and she danced like a fairy in the moon. Her figure overlapped, and her dance was like a blossoming flower. It was dreamy and illusory. The illusory and the real were changing unpredictably, and in between the real and the fake, it made it difficult for Qianzong to distinguish where the real one was. Thus, she calmly retreated and opened up a distance from Qianzong, which made it easier for her to urge her spiritual energy to launch an attack. However, she didn't know how powerful Qianzong's spiritual sense was. Even a semi-sage expert couldn't compare with it. Under the sweep of this extremely powerful spiritual sense, all the illusory and real were clearly distinguished. Slash, kill, break, wherever the sword passed, the hazy, dreamy and beautiful figure was mercilessly chopped into pieces. At this very moment, Qianzong was holding the heavy dragon sword, and he was like the most ruthless and ruthless executioner in the world who wanted to destroy the most beautiful thing in the world. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. Like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Wherever the sword passed, a pitch-black darkness was left in the air, as if a thick graffiti was left on a moonlight painting, directly destroying the entire beauty. Xiaxia's expression didn't change, but her pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. A trace of astonishment condensed in her eyes, and she felt even more incredulous. The opponent saw through the illusion brought about by her move, so how did he know where her real body was? Without time to think, Xianxia raised her hands, pressed them down, and shook them. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded. Within the crisp sound, there was a kind of indescribable oppressive thunder-like sound. Both of her hands lit up with extremely dazzling moonlight, which suddenly rose and fell in an instant. Boom, the 2 balls of moonlight collided with each other, bursting out with an astonishing force that blasted towards Qianzong. All the power poured out in torrents. Under the urging of the power of the 4th layer of the 1000 Cloud Illuminating Moon Art, the power of this move became even more terrifying. Suddenly, it blocked Qianzong's sword attack with irresistible force. Heavenly Cloud Path. Bei Xianyue. Xianxia executed the last move of the Heavenly Cloud Bright Moon Art, and it was also the most profound move. She raised both of her hands, and round after round of bright white crescent moons condensed and rose. They were of different sizes, the small ones were like fingernails, the big ones were like palms, and there were dozens of them. Then, behind Xianxia, a meter-long crescent moon quietly condensed and formed, and gradually rose up. The entire process fell into the eyes of everyone clearly. It seemed to have passed for a long time, but in fact, it was only an instant, and dozens of bright crescent moons of different sizes floated around Xianxia. Go! Xianxia lightly waved her white hand, and her fair and slender index finger pointed towards Qianzong. As if they had received an order, the dozens of bright crescent moons of different sizes trembled one after another, and burst out with their fastest speed, tearing through the sky and blasting towards Qianzong. Not only was every bright crescent moon incomparably fast, it was also filled with many changes as it fell from midair, and was filled with astonishing profoundness. It shot out explosively, twisting, and changing like the wind and clouds. It was profound and unfathomable, lofty and profound like the clouds in the sky. Of the 4 moves of the Heavenly Cloud Bright Moon Art, the west sinking moon focused on destruction. It was a strike that could destroy the moon and sink the stars, and its destructive power was astonishing. The south rising moon focused on cutting and tearing through everything hard and void. The east flowing moon was like flowing water, flowing unceasingly and endlessly, and contained a fine sharpness and a scouring power that was like the flow of time. It could silently disintegrate the opponent's offense and even defense, like the spring rain silently moistening things, or like a frog being boiled in warm water. The North Xianxia focused on transformations, and all transformations were contained within. It was incomparably profound. The first 3 moves had been broken by Qianzong, so she would use this last move. Qianzong's eyes were extremely bright, like the edge of a sword piercing through all illusions. Cooperating with his extremely tyrannical spiritual sense, he analyzed the profoundness of Bei Xianxia one by one. Sword out, it was as if he was dancing in the moon, but also as if he was charging in a battle formation. With the heavy dragon sword in hand, Qianzong calmly dealt with the dozens of crescent moon attacks from Bei Xianxia. The dozens of crescent moons were all under Bai Xia's control. Following the control of her jade-white and beautiful fingers, they attacked Qianzong from all angles as if they were dozens of experts. They were even more difficult to deal with than dozens of experts combined. After all, although dozens of experts were powerful, they couldn't besiege a target at the same time. At most, there were 7 or 8 of them. However, the dozens of crescent moons were of different sizes and thin, so they could participate in the besiegement directly. The 1-meter-sized crescent moon floated above Qianzong, as if it was waiting for the best opportunity to strike. As Qianzong's arms shook, the sword light exploded, like a pitch-black rainstorm pouring down, covering and sweeping in all directions. The dozens of crescent moons were hit in an instant, bursting out an astonishing sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably crisp and ear-piercing, buzzing incessantly in one's ears. At the same time, the 1-meter-sized crescent moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly, bursting out with an extremely astonishing sharpness and striking down mightily. All the changes were restrained. Using the same principle to deal with all changes, this strike had reached the pinnacle in terms of power and timing. Bai Xia wanted to defeat Qianzong directly with this strike. She didn't know that Qianzong had been prepared for this and was waiting for this strike. The 1-meter-sized crescent moon fell, tearing the sky apart as it attacked Qianzong. In an instant, it split Qianzong's body into 2 halves as if tearing apart a thin piece of paper. However, Bai Xia's calm expression revealed a trace of graveness in her eyes, because that strike didn't really hit Qianzong. In an instant, Qianzong burst out with astonishing speed and profound agility to dodge. What was torn apart was only a lifelike afterimage. An astonishing sense of crisis emerged from Bai Xia's heart. A terrifying aura appeared behind her, making Bai Xia feel as if she was being pierced and torn apart. Qianzong appeared behind her and struck out with his sword. This sword strike shook and shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. Break! Bai Xia's figure was directly hit and immediately shattered, turning into countless moonlight fragments that rushed in all directions. At the moment of crisis, she narrowly avoided Qianzong's sword strike, but the frightening power's aftermath still made Bai Xia endlessly apprehensive. If she was hit directly, she would be seriously injured. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to maintain the 4th layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art. Qianzong couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful that his sword strike didn't hit Bai Xia. However, this kind of emotion didn't affect Qianzong in the slightest. At this very moment, Qianzong's mind was completely calm, and his grasp of everything around him had reached the pinnacle. His extraordinary spiritual sense allowed Qianzong to control everything. This was like looking down from a commanding height, allowing him to see everything more clearly. Even the shadows couldn't be avoided. His speed burst out as he closed in and struck out with his sword. Qianzong unceasingly pursued Bai Xia's figure. His heavy dragon sword erupted with astonishing power, shattering the void as it unceasingly attacked Bai Xia. Slash! 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 Suspended bright moon. Bai Xia used a 7th-tier secret art. Countless moonlight seemed to sprinkle down from the sky, condensing into a bright moon wheel above. The moonlight sprinkled down faintly. The moonlight was like water bathing Bai Xia's entire body, and her aura also increased accordingly. The entry-level suspended bright moon secret art's might was extraordinary, causing Bai Xia's strength to increase once again. Seeing that Bai Xia had used a secret art to increase her strength, Qianzong also used the purplish cloud black star flame. It wasn't a secret art, but it had the power of a secret art. Above the arena, moonlight scattered in all directions and illuminated the world. The tranquility was intoxicating, but it also contained an indescribable sense of danger. The heavy dragon sword's astonishing weight shook the sky like a moving mountain. Purple flames suffused with black starlight burned fiercely, and an incomparably scorching aura fluctuated in all directions and burned everything. Heavenly Heart Sword, the majestic sword light struck down from the sky. That sword light burned with the purple cloud black star flame, and its might was even more terrifying. This sword caused Xia's calm expression to change for the first time. The feeling of being locked on arose spontaneously, as if she couldn't avoid this sword no matter where she went. All her power erupted and flowed towards her arms. The moonlight was like water, wind, and clouds. As Xia raised her arms above her head, it merged with the bright moon in the sky. The bright moon in the sky swelled, and its light shone in all directions. It became even more resplendent, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it became even more restrained. The cold aura became even more vigorous, and it seemed to contain the terrifying might of a volcano's magma. She pushed her hands up fiercely, and the moonlight sphere that had swelled to 3 meters in diameter immediately rose into the sky, its speed increasing explosively. The sword light went from top to bottom, the full moon went from bottom to top. Collision, it was as if two stars had fiercely collided, and time and space seemed to have frozen. In the next moment, the world was silent, and all colors disappeared, leaving only black and white. In this silent world, everything became extremely slow. In this world of black and white, it was so monotonous that it made people panic. It seemed to last forever, but it was also just an instant. The extremely shocking and sharp rumbling became even more resounding, as if it had swept over from the distant horizon. The rumbling was boundless, and it made people's minds tremble violently. Colors reappeared, but they became incomparably chaotic, as if they had been shattered. It made people dazzled, and they couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion at all. Even Fu Yunxiao couldn't see it clearly. Only the inner sect disciples, elders, and the high and mighty Tao Master Huanyun could see it. Amidst the chaotic colors, the two figures collided once again. No, it should be said that one of the figures wielding a pitch-black sword descended from the sky. It was as ferocious as a meteor, and its sword slashed down. The heavy dragon sword that weighed 98,000 kilograms was even more terrifying to the extreme. It seemed as if the sky had collapsed. Boom! Xia forcefully endured this attack, and she felt a force that was extremely powerful and heavy like an iron mountain descend upon her. That force also contained shocking sharpness, and it easily disintegrated Xia's energy defense. It was barbaric, overbearing, and unreasonable, and it instantly caused Xia's entire body to tremble as she fell to the ground, and she couldn't help but spit out blood. In order to defend against Qinzong's tyrannical Heaven Heart Sword, Xia had unleashed all of her strength. She had also endured the burden of the 4th level of the 1000 Cloud Moon Illumination Art and was unable to continue. Of Xia, Xia. Without the power of the 1000 Cloud Moon Illuminating Art, Xia was no match for Qinzong. Naturally, she couldn't block Qinzong's sword. Seeing Qinzong defeat Xia, everyone was shocked. First, he defeated Gao Hongjing. Then, Gao Hongjing was defeated by Xia. Then, Qinzong defeated Xia. It set off a frenzy. Qinzong will surely enter the top 3 of this year's cloud ranking. At least 2nd place. That's right. At least 2nd place. He can even compete with Fu Yunxiao. The previous cloud ranking's 1st place was Fu Yunxiao. And this year, if there were no special accidents, the 1st place would also belong to Fu Yunxiao. This was publicly acknowledged. However, before this, everyone was certain that the 1st place would be Fu Yunxiao. They were even certain that the top 3 would be Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. But an accident happened. This accident was Qinzong. He defeated Gao Hongjing and Xia. No one was certain that Fu Yunxiao wouldn't be defeated. He wouldn't be defeated by Qinzong. Until now, Qinzong had yet to fight with Fu Yunxiao. However, the battle between the two of them was necessary and it wouldn't be long. That battle might be the most important battle to determine the 1st place of this year's cloud ranking. After all, from the 4th stage of the finals until now, everyone had already fought. Their strength could be more or less seen. At least 70 to 90% of their strength could be seen. Of course, it couldn't rule out some people who hid their strength very well. However, it was impossible. The rewards for the top 3 of the cloud ranking were generous. If they hid their strength and caused themselves to be defeated, it wouldn't be worth it. Unless there were too many people involved and they had to hide their strength. Hence, it could be confirmed that everyone's strength was more or less revealed. Even if they hid some of their strength, it wouldn't be that much. They hadn't reached the stage where they could overturn everything. Until now, only Fu Yunxiao and Chen Zong were still in a winning streak. As for Yun Yanqin, although his performance was extraordinary, his strength was still limited. He had lost a few battles. However, according to the strength that Yun Yanqin had displayed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 10 if there weren't any accidents. As for Xiao Minglang, he had lost more battles. He had no hope of getting into the top 10, but there was still hope for him to get into the top 20. Fight, 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 the outer sect tournament didn't have any time to rest. From the first elimination round, to the second preliminary round, to the third promotion round, and now to the fourth final round, it had been going on continuously. It was so intense that everyone was excited. It was another round. Chen Zong randomly picked an opponent. After all, no matter if it was Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the cloud ranking, or Ning Tianming, who was ranked 4th, or even Bai Xia and Gao Hongjing, who were ranked 3rd and 2nd, they had all been defeated by Chen Zong. There was only one person who could be his opponent, and that was Fu Yunxiao. Chen Zong didn't want to start this battle so early. Perhaps Fu Yunxiao had the same idea. Since that was the case, it didn't matter who his opponent was. I admit defeat. The person who was chosen by Chen Zong as his opponent immediately raised his hand. There was no other way. One battle after another had shown Chen Zong's powerful strength. Especially the defeat of Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia, it established Chen Zong's position and powerful strength. In addition, the power of the heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was extremely terrifying. No one was willing to take it personally. In any case, if they fought against Chen Zong, they would only be defeated in the end. They might not even be able to withstand 3 sword strikes, so they might as well just admit defeat. Letting someone admit defeat without even stepping onto the stage was originally a treatment that only Gao Hongjing and Fu Yunxiao received. Now, there was an additional Chen Zong. Chen Zong only smiled and didn't care about it. It didn't matter if they admitted defeat or if they were defeated by his sword. However, it was better not to make a move against such a weak opponent. It would save time and energy. Fu Yunxiao's opponent also admitted defeat. Thus, Fu Yunxiao's number of moves was very limited. Even if he did, he would usually defeat his opponent in an instant. It was hard to tell how strong he was. Yu Shuiyuan and Bai Xia fought. Bai Xia defeated Yu Shuiyuan without using the 4th stage of the 1000 Cloud Moon Illumination art. Ning Tianming and Gao Hongjing fought. Similarly, Gao Hongjing defeated Ning Tianming without using the 3rd stage of the Fragmentary Cloud Flame Prison art. The gap between the strength of the top 3 on the previous cloud ranking was really huge. They were on 2 completely different levels, even if they were both at the peak of the 9th Transcendent Realm. As for the battles between Yu Shuiyuan and Ning Tianming and Fu Yunxiao, they were easily defeated by Fu Yunxiao. The second last round. Gao Hongjing issued a challenge. Sweeping his gaze, Gao Hongjing looked at Fu Yunxiao. Fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. This battle had finally arrived. Fu Yunxiao, come and fight me. Gao Hongjing's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the surroundings. It was like a torch and everyone's heart was ignited in an instant, becoming vigorous and blazing. Regardless of whether Gao Hongjing was defeated by Chen Zong or Bai Xia, it was undeniable that Gao Hongjing was powerful. What's more, in the previous cloud ranking, Gao Hongjing was ranked 2nd. He was only defeated by Fu Yunxiao by a single move. The strength of the two was very close. Then, after 5 years, Gao Hongjing's strength had greatly improved. What about Fu Yunxiao? Had his strength also greatly improved? Fu Yunxiao's gaze fell on Gao Hongjing's face, calm and deep. Gao Hongjing leaped into the air and crashed into the arena like a meteor. Shockwaves surged out, causing the entire arena to shake. Cracks spread out from Gao Hongjing's feet, but they were instantly repaired by the powerful corrective force of the arena. Fu Yunxiao stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Step by step, he walked towards the ring. His feet stepped on the void, as if the air was an invisible staircase, surprising everyone. Calm and composed, Fu Yunxiao walked onto the ring with his hands behind his back as if he was stepping on a staircase in the void. This scene immediately caused Chen Zong's pupils to shrink. Void step, this wasn't a profound martial art. It couldn't even be called a martial art. It was just a technique to apply power. However, it was a very profound technique. It required absolute control of one's own power, as well as a high realm and accumulation. Gao Hongjing couldn't do it, and neither could Bai Xia. However, Fu Yunxiao did it. This move shocked many people. So powerful, Chen Zong said secretly. His heart suddenly jumped. Traces of battle intent emerged from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his body. Fu Yunxiao, this was indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. An opponent worth saving for the last. Looking at Fu Yunxiao walking towards him in the void, Gao Hongjing also shrank in pain. Void step, ordinary cultivators would probably only think that it was good-looking and powerful. However, in the eyes of experts like Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia, they knew the meaning behind it. Gao Hongjing's face suddenly turned solemn. Just from the void step, it was enough to see that Fu Yunxiao's progress in the past 5 years was astonishing. Not only was he not inferior to himself, but he was even superior. Fu Yunxiao, take this spear. With a thunderous roar, Gao Hongjing's crimson dragon sky-splitting spear shook. A terrifying fire energy burst out like a volcanic eruption. The power was vast and unparalleled. It was extremely terrifying and ferocious. Boom, the spear broke through the air like it was breaking a mountain. Layers of ripples quickly spread out and shook. The power of this spear seemed to be a little stronger than before. The crimson dragon sky-splitting spear was filled with a shockingly hot aura. The flames burned in all directions, and the terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn everything into ashes. Even the air was burned into a vacuum. The heat waves roared and attacked like the roar of an angry beast. Gao Hongjing's eyes were filled with anger. Flames shot out from his eyes, and his entire body was burning with blazing flames. This was the phenomenon that appeared when he activated the 3rd level of the crippled cloud flame prison technique. Facing Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing exploded with his full strength after 3 probing strikes. Boom, the spear was like a heavenly fire that shattered the clouds. Wang, a bright light bloomed from the void. It was so sudden, yet so natural. Fu Yunxiao's expression was calm, and his long saber suddenly slashed down. The saber was like a thunderbolt in anger. The saber was like the river and the sea, condensing into a clear light. It was fine when it was motionless, but once it moved, it was like a hurricane attacking, like lightning splitting the sky. The bright saber light tore through the sky, and the terrifying saber pressure tore apart the blazing heat brought by the crimson dragon sky-splitting spear. Gao Hongjing's expression changed, and Chen Zong's eyes focused. What a fierce saber! Chen Zong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fu Yunxiao's saber was about 3 fingers wide, and the blade was about 3 feet long. It was completely snow-white, as if it had been condensed from 10,000 years of cold snow. There were countless cloud patterns on the blade, making it look like countless clouds were floating. Before the saber was drawn, Fu Yunxiao's entire person looked calm, but the moment the saber was drawn, it instantly released an extremely shocking power. This was because his control of his own power had reached the extreme, and there was no gap between extreme stillness and extreme movement. That saber was very fast, but it wasn't just fast, so it couldn't be described with just one word. That saber was very strong, but it wasn't just strong, so it couldn't be described with just one word because it was too one-sided. After thinking about it, Chen Zong used one word, fierce. It was a very fierce saber that contained speed, strength, and changes. This saber not only broke the power of Gao Hongjing's great spear, it also evolved all the changes to the extreme, making Gao Hongjing unable to dodge and only able to take it head-on. The great spear spun, and the shaft of the spear was placed horizontally in front of him. It was as if an iron lock was blocking the river. Gao Hongjing's saber chopped down, directly hitting the saber body. The terrifying power was immediately blocked by the great spear. Gao Hongjing twisted his hands, and the spear body suddenly rotated, bursting with a terrifying rotating force. He wanted to shake off the saber body and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, the moment the blade was bounced up, it slashed down again. The second slash, the third slash, the fourth slash, in the blink of an eye, Fu Yunxiao slashed out 8 more times. The second slash was slightly stronger than the first, the third was slightly stronger than the second, and the fourth was slightly stronger than the third. As such, the power of the eighth slash was slightly stronger than the seventh slash. Compared to the first slash, the increase in power was very obvious. The most important thing was the ninth slash. Its power was actually 30% stronger than the eighth slash. The moment Gao Hongjing was about to change from defense to offense, he faced Fu Yunxiao's follow-up 8 slashes. Each slash was stronger than the previous, and the power of the last slash was even directly released. A layer of light even spread out from Fu Yunxiao's body, as if a halo was born, and a tyrannical power surged in all directions. In the top 3 of the previous cloud ranking, Bai Xia chose the Saint-grade low-grade 1000 cloud illuminating moon art, Gao Hongjing chose the Saint-grade low-grade fragmentary cloud flame prison art, and Fu Yunxiao chose the Saint-grade mid-grade white cloud soaring sky art. Like Bai Xia, Fu Yunxiao had also cultivated the white cloud soaring sky art to the 4th level. Fu Yunxiao was the first on the previous cloud ranking, so his reward was the most generous. Therefore, he was qualified to choose the Saint-grade mid-grade white cloud soaring sky art to cultivate. Of course, the white cloud soaring sky art was the strongest cultivation technique in White Cloud Mountain. It was also a mountain guarding technique, just like the white cloud ultimate technique, which belonged to the Transcendent Realm's spirit grade guarding technique. Strictly speaking, the white cloud soaring sky art and the white cloud ultimate technique were of the same origin. Previously, Fu Yunxiao had cultivated the white cloud ultimate technique, so it was easier for him to switch to the white cloud soaring sky art. However, as a Saint-grade mid-grade cultivation technique, its value was amazing. Even if Fu Yunxiao was the first on the previous cloud ranking, he couldn't obtain the complete white cloud soaring sky art. He could only obtain part of it. If he wanted to continue, he would need to have enough sect contribution points to exchange for it. Fortunately, Fu Yunxiao had only cultivated the white cloud soaring sky art to the 4th level. However, he had already exchanged for 18 levels. He didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate to the 18th level. Even if he broke through to the Saint Realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate to the 18th level. Of course, the power cultivated by the 4th level of the white cloud soaring sky art was stronger than the power cultivated by the 4th level of the 1000 cloud illuminating moon art. Fu Yunxiao's control of his own strength was better than Bai Xia's. Therefore, when he circulated the 4th level of the white cloud soaring sky art, there wasn't an obvious phenomenon like Gao Hongjing's. There was only a faint halo around his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. As the 9th slash descended, Gao Hongjing felt the great spear in his hand tremble violently. An extremely frightening force swept out with a loud rumble. It contained an endless amount of impact and astonishing sharpness, causing Gao Hongjing to feel a prickling sensation. Retreat, every step he took was forcefully stomped on the ground, leaving clear footprints on the hard arena, which instantly healed. Gao Hongjing's face was slightly pale. The power that erupted from Fu Yunxiao's 9 slashes was too tyrannical. After the 9 slashes forced Gao Hongjing back, Fu Yunxiao's feet slipped as if he was sliding on ice. His long saber slashed out again. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk a dazzling saber light flashed past. 9 consecutive slashes were sent out, repelling Gao Hongjing once again. Not only was each slash stronger than the previous, but the 9th slash was the most tyrannical. When it erupted, it seemed to exceed one's limits. Gao Hongjing felt his arms tremble slightly. With his martial arts attainment, he could naturally see that the 9 slashes were extraordinary. If he wanted to resist, he could only break the continuous momentum of the 9 slashes. Otherwise, each slash would be stronger than the previous one. However, Fu Yunxiao's control of his own strength had reached the pinnacle. It wasn't something that Gao Hongjing could compare with. Moreover, Fu Yunxiao's control of timing and rhythm had also reached the pinnacle. The combination of the two made it difficult for Gao Hongjing to resist Fu Yunxiao's 9 slashes. Slash slash slash, one slash after another. The 9 slashes formed a wave. As soon as the wave fell, a new wave rose. It was as if the waves were endless. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of waves sweeping out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, every slash of Fu Yunxiao's saber was like a wave, and there seemed to be a vast ocean behind him. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the vast ocean was actually a sea of clouds, and every slash was a cloud wave. Majestic, sharp, vigorous, and domineering. Scarlet Dragon Battle Body. Gao Hongjing had no choice but to use the 7th rank secret technique. The entry-level 7th rank secret technique immediately increased his strength significantly. His arms shook, and his hands suddenly twisted. The Scarlet Dragon sky-breaking spear's body followed, bursting out a terrifying wave. As the spear's body spun and vibrated, the hard spear's body was bent. He suddenly swung it, bursting out a terrifying force. It rolled up a hurricane and blasted towards the saber light. Counterattack. The Scarlet Dragon battle body increased Gao Hongjing's strength, and he immediately counterattacked. The great spear and the long saber collided again and again. The ear-piercing sound entered everyone's ears, making them dizzy. Sparks flew everywhere, as bright and beautiful as fireworks. Gao Hongjing, whose strength had increased, relied on his tyrannical strength. He immediately stabilized the disadvantageous situation and gradually turned the tables. However, Fu Yunxiao's saber was very fierce, very fierce. Fu Yunxiao usually looked a little cold and arrogant. He was a little high and mighty. However, when he attacked, he directly revealed a shocking fierceness. It was as if a quiet scholar was holding a book of poetry and reading under the moon. Suddenly, he threw away the book of poetry and took out a long saber, transforming into a Jianghu hero. Soaring Sky Energy. Fu Yunxiao also used the secret technique. Soaring Sky Energy was a 7th rank secret technique belonging to White Cloud Mountain. It was a unique force. After it was cultivated, it could increase one's strength. Most importantly, Fu Yunxiao had already cultivated Soaring Sky Energy to minor accomplishment. It was also a 7th rank secret technique, but minor accomplishment was naturally better and stronger than entry level. The invisible Soaring Sky Energy poured into the long saber. The saber trembled, bursting out a shocking saber light. The saber slashed through the air. In an instant, Gao Hongjing's great spear was repelled again. The tyrannical force continued to attack, causing Gao Hongjing to continuously retreat. It was difficult for him to resist. The 2nd saber, the 3rd saber, the 4th saber, one saber after another. Under the support of Soaring Sky Energy, the power of each saber became more and more terrifying and shocking. The 9th saber slashed down, and a buzzing sound shocked the world. The terrifying saber was extremely bright, as if it was bursting out a dazzling beam of light like the sun. The saber slashed out, and the sky was torn apart. With a poochie sound, Gao Hongjing's body flew backwards. The tyrannical force injured him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a blood mist and filled the air. Gao Hongjing's face was pale after spitting out a mouthful of blood. The power in his body was scattered everywhere, and it was difficult for him to gather it. His blood and qi were also fluctuating. Fu Yunxiao was not a soft-hearted person. Once he made a move, it was like thunder breaking through the sky. Seeing that Gao Hongjing was injured and had lost the ability to resist, he immediately slashed out the next saber. Gao Hongjing was unable to resist this attack, and he fell off the stage. He took a few steps back and spat out another mouthful of blood. Defeated. In the last competition, Gao Hongjing was defeated by Fu Yunxiao's saber. This time, he was defeated by Fu Yunxiao again. Moreover, he was defeated faster than the last competition. This showed that Fu Yunxiao's strength had improved more than Gao Hongjing's in the past 5 years. In addition, Gao Hongjing had been defeated by Chenzong, by Xia, and Fu Yunxiao. This meant that he had nothing to do with the top 3 on the cloud list. Originally, Gao Hongjing had thought that he could choose another holy level martial skill to comprehend and cultivate. Now, this hope was completely gone. Thinking of this, Gao Hongjing had an indescribable gloom in his heart. His mind was affected, and he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. After defeating Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao's expression became calm again, and there was a bit of pride in the calmness. Immediately, Fu Yunxiao walked down the stage step by step. He glanced over and looked at Chenzong, and his eyes met with Chenzong's. The White Cloud Island floated 5,000 meters in the air. The clouds in the sky were endless. The scorching sun shone brightly in the sky. Light beams shot down like swords and sabers. The battle on the stage was intense. Suddenly, an intense but not dazzling light lit up in the sky. It was as if a bright moon shone, shining with the sun and moon. Heavenly cloud path. West sinking moon, a bright moon suddenly burst forth with astonishing power. It was as if it was about to collapse in an instant. The terrifying power seemed to be earth-shattering. A rumble resounded through the world. The air was turbulent, and the power was astonishing. It surged like waves. Fu Yunxiao raised his head to look. His expression was calm, but his eyes faintly contained a domineering intent. He suddenly flicked the saber in his hand and slashed down. 100-meter-long saber light burst forth. The huge saber light tore through the sky. It was as if the sky had been split in half. It attacked the falling bright moon. Xianxia pushed the fourth layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art to the limit. Then, she used the seventh layer of the moon-hanging bright moon. Fu Yunxiao also used the fourth layer of the white cloud soaring sky art and the seventh layer of the soaring sky art. Whether it was strength or martial attainment, Fu Yunxiao surpassed Xianxia by quite a bit. Facing such a powerful Fu Yunxiao, Xianxia could only use all her strength and methods. Heavenly Cloud Path. Dong Luiyue, Heavenly Cloud Path. Nan Lingyue, Heavenly Cloud Path. Bei Xianyue, Xianxia used the following 3 moves in succession. Although it put an extremely heavy burden on her, it also burst forth with astonishing power. It was as if she had used up all her strength in this one attack. She would either succeed or die trying. The burden from using 3 moves in succession immediately shattered the bright moon in the sky. It meant that the secret technique had collapsed. Soon after, the halo on Xiaxia's body dissipated. It also meant that the fourth layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art had come to an end. The long river of moonlight flowed down like an ocean. An extremely sharp bright moon was faintly discernible in the river. Dozens of moons of different sizes revolved around the long river of moonlight. It was as if the power of the 3 moves had been integrated into one. However, in reality, it was not truly combined. It was only on the surface. Otherwise, the power would only be much stronger. Even so, the momentum of the 3 simultaneous attacks was extremely terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Beneath that kind of beauty was an extremely shocking killing intent. Fu Yunxiao's expression turned slightly solemn. Such an attack was enough to threaten him. The white cloud soaring heaven technique was fully activated, and the power of the primary level soaring heaven technique surged and poured into the long saber. The saber trembled slightly, and cloud patterns appeared and floated in all directions, turning into a sea of clouds that rose and covered the sky. The buzzing sound shocked the world, directly entering everyone's ears, making their scalps go numb. Immediately, a terrifying saber light shot out from the rising sea of clouds. It split the sea of clouds in half and went against the flow. The saber light was 100 meters long. It was so condensed that it looked like it was made of divine gold. It felt like an empty room was about to be torn apart. The sky was like a thin piece of paper that could not resist at all. Sizzling sounds reverberated in all directions, extremely ear-piercing. The saber light and the long river of moonlight collided in an instant, and both of them erupted with terrifying power. The extremely intense light instantly spread in all directions, filling the entire arena. Then, with a sharp rumble, it spread out of the arena. It was so dazzling that everyone could not look at it directly. They could only close their eyes. Only a few people were immune to the blazing white light, such as the high and mighty Tao Master Huan Yun, the powerful elders, the inner sect disciples who were Saint Rome powerhouses, and Chen Zong and Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing narrowed his eyes. He was more or less affected, but he could still see the scene under the intense white light. As for Chen Zong, his eyes were even stronger. Under a layer of fluorescent light, he was not affected at all. He could see the scene in the arena clearly. Fu Yunxiao's saber strike sent Xianxia flying. After 3 breaths, the intense and dazzling white light gradually dissipated. Everyone opened their eyes. First, they blinked slightly. After quickly adjusting to the light, they could see the scene in the arena clearly. There was only one figure standing in the arena. It was Fu Yunxiao. As for Xianxia, she had already fallen off the arena. Falling off the arena meant defeat. Fu Yunxiao won. So far, there were only two people who had won consecutively, Fu Yunxiao and Chen Zong. There was no doubt that the first place on this year's cloud ranking would be born between the two of them. The last round of the fourth stage of the battle began. Everyone only had one opponent left. Whether it was intentionally avoided or for other reasons, it was inevitable now. They could either fight or admit defeat. It was inevitable that Chen Zong and Fu Yunxiao would meet. This battle was unavoidable. This battle seemed to have been premeditated by the unseen world. Both of them moved at the same time. They stepped in the air and walked up to the arena from two different directions. This scene immediately caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Fu Yunxiao had already performed the void step before. Therefore, everyone was not that surprised when they saw it for the third time. However, it was Chen Zong's first time performing the void step in front of everyone. Naturally, it was shocking. Fu Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. The void step seemed simple, but it was not easy to perform. Without enough control of one's own strength, one could not perform it at all. Chen Zong could perform the void step in a casual manner. It was enough to show that Chen Zong's control of his own strength had reached an amazing level. Thinking of this, Fu Yunxiao only felt that his blood seemed to be boiling. Opponent, this would be a very good opponent. But he did not know how much pressure this opponent could bring him. He should be able to surpass Gao Hongjing and Xianxia. Fu Yunxiao thought secretly, and his eyes became more and more profound. Holding the heavy dragon sword in his left hand, Chen Zong stared at Fu Yunxiao. This was undoubtedly the strongest opponent this time. Chen Zong had clearly seen the battle between Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Xianxia. He had grasped every single detail. Under his super-strong spiritual sense, he had grasped every single aspect of the battle without any blind spots. This allowed Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding of Fu Yunxiao's strength. Fu Yunxiao's strength could be said to be very close to the half-saint level. He was only a hair's breadth away. If he was a little stronger, he would be able to reach the standard of the half-saint level. If this kind of strength was placed in the Kanglan world or the Earth Demon Abyss, it was enough to be invincible. Even if several top demon emperors joined forces, they would not be a match for him and would be easily killed. If it were Chen Zong who had just returned from the Kanglan world, he would definitely not be a match for him. Fortunately, Chen Zong's strength had improved significantly after more than a year of closed-door cultivation. However, Chen Zong did not have much confidence in defeating Fu Yunxiao. 50-50. After all, Fu Yunxiao's strength was much stronger than Gao Hongjing and Xianxia's. The two of them had not yet made a move, but the atmosphere in the arena had already become cold and desolate. The wisps of air seemed to be endowed with a sword-like sharpness that could cut through everything. People could not help but feel a chill and sharpness. Fu Yunxiao's saber had a nice name. It was called Frost Cloud Snow Saber. When the long saber was unsheathed, saber light filled the air and shone in all directions. Traces of coldness also spread out, as if it wanted to freeze everything within a radius of 10 meters. Moreover, it quickly spread in all directions and gradually spread to the entire arena. Frost Cloud Snow Saber was pointed directly at Chen Zong. An astonishing coldness and sharpness pressed forward. Chen Zong's left hand moved. With a light flick of his thumb, the heavy dragon sword shot out from the scabbard like a pitch-black ray of light, directly shattering that terrifying coldness and sharpness. His right hand grasped the sword hilt tightly with 5 fingers. A whistling sound reverberated in all directions. A terrifying aura raged like a storm, turning into an invisible surge of sword chi. It was like a mountain moving horizontally, like a huge wave surging towards Fu Yunxiao. Fu Yunxiao's expression did not change, but his eyes emitted a trace of sharpness. He took a step forward, and his footsteps were hurried. The sound of hurried footsteps was like rain hitting a banana leaf, containing a trace of a unique rhythm. That rhythm would make people involuntarily immerse themselves in it and be affected. Even the beating of the heart would be disturbed and eventually be moved. Chen Zong's expression slightly changed. He immediately realized the rhythm contained in the sound of Fu Yunxiao's footsteps. Under his incomparably tenacious willpower and incomparably tyrannical physique, he was not affected in the slightest. He suddenly took a step forward. With a bang, the entire arena trembled as if it had been trampled by a giant. A deep footprint appeared on the arena, and cracks spread all over the arena. Although the arena's powerful corrective force healed the cracks in an instant, the power of that kick was still shocking. The powerful rebound force pushed Chenzong's body. In an instant, he stuck close to the arena and shot out like an arrow from a bow. Like an aurora, he pierced through the air with the terrifying power of a crashing mountain. His sword pierced through the air and shattered the vast sky. Quick, 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 Fu Yunxiao's figure flashed, and the distance of 1,000 meters was crossed in an instant. His Hanyun snow saber suddenly pierced forward. In an instant, the snow-white saber and the pitch-black sword crossed each other, respectively attacking each other. Fu Yunxiao's expression slightly changed. The terrifying sword pressure brought by the heavy dragon sword's terrifying weight was too frightening. It filled the air and pressed towards him, as if it was going to crush him. At the same time, the terrifying coldness of the Hanyun snow saber also attacked Chenzong, as if it was going to freeze Chenzong. Both of them reacted extremely quickly. Their saber and sword changed, and when they clashed, blazing sparks sputtered in all directions, and extremely frightening sounds surged. In close combat, Fu Yunxiao mobilized his own strength with the saber in his hand, and displayed his saber art to the extreme. This saber art had long been integrated with the martial arts. Every seemingly ordinary saber attack not only surpassed a high-grade spirit-level martial art in power, but also surpassed a high-grade spirit-level martial art in terms of profoundness. Chenzong had also reached a certain level in the martial arts integration. With the vigorous accumulation, Chenzong's every sword attack was even more exquisite and powerful. It was not inferior to a high-grade spirit-level sword art in the slightest. Moreover, with the terrifying weight of the heavy dragon sword, the power of every sword attack was even more violent. In one breath, both of their saber and sword had performed over 100 moves. The power of every move was extremely frightening, and the exquisiteness was even more amazing. So powerful. This martial art is too amazing. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia were also very surprised. Fu Yunxiao and Chenzong did not use all of their strength. For example, Fu Yunxiao did not activate the 4th level of the White Cloud technique, and Chenzong did not use the heart-calming sword to integrate the power of qi refining and body refining. In fact, both of them had a tacit understanding. They did not use all of their strength at once, and only used a small amount of strength to fight. Their purpose was naturally to test each other's application of strength and martial arts attainments. The exquisite saber technique was like a stream of light in the sky, but also like the floating clouds on a snowy mountain. When it surged, it was majestic. When it was vigorous, it was like a surging tide. When it was heavy, it was like a mountain rising from the ground. When it was sharp, it was like a sharp blade splitting the air. But no matter what, every saber technique emitted a chill that swept through the surroundings. With a saber in hand, Fu Yunxiao performed the exquisite saber technique to the extreme. Fu Yunxiao's martial arts realm had reached the 3rd level of small success, which was 2 levels lower than Chenzong. But Fu Yunxiao had cultivated for many years and had a more comprehensive grasp of the 3rd level of martial arts. This was not something that Chenzong could compare with. Chenzong's improvement in the 3rd level of sword principle was extremely fast. He broke through to small success, then large success, and finally perfection. If this level was divided into horizontal and vertical levels, the vertical level referred to the level of a level, such as small success, large success, and perfection, while the horizontal level referred to the development of each level. Therefore, in the vertical level of martial arts realm, Chenzong obviously surpassed Fu Yunxiao, but in the horizontal level, he was not as good as Fu Yunxiao. This was not something that could be solved with talent and comprehension alone. It also required a certain amount of time to hone and settle down. Chenzong's cultivation time, environment, and inheritance were far inferior to Fu Yunxiao's. The gap had existed for a long time. But now, Chenzong was gradually catching up and even surpassed him in some aspects. Chenzong was never afraid of strong opponents. He was still young and had time, energy, talent, and determination to catch up and surpass. Chenzong was afraid that no one could beat him. That was to reach the peak one day and be invincible. It was lonely at the top. Of course, there were countless cultivators in the world who could guarantee that they were truly invincible. Even the Heartsword Saint, who created the Heartsword Sutra, did not dare to say that he was invincible. Under the superb realm of sword principle, the heavy dragon sword was sometimes extremely heavy, like a mountain pressing down from the sky. Its power was unparalleled. Sometimes, it was as light as a tree branch and extremely flexible, creating countless sword shadows. Sometimes, it was like a cloud floating in the sky, containing all kinds of changes. Sometimes, it was like a mighty wind sweeping through thousands of miles. White Cloud Mountain's martial arts had always been about changes. The 5 White Cloud Paths were an overview. Regardless of whether it was the Flying Cloud Path that focused on speed or the Refining Cloud Path that focused on strength, they both contained the essence of transformations. However, they were not as complicated as the illusory Cloud Path. Fu Yunxiao was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Chen Zong was also a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Both of them cultivated White Cloud Mountain's martial arts, and each of them had their own understanding of the Tao of transformations. The ever-changing saber and ever-changing sword continued to clash, colliding time and time again, dodging time and time again, attacking the opponent's flaws. Regardless of whether there were changes or not, every strike was extremely terrifying. Especially this kind of close combat, it was even more shocking, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Their breathing became hurried, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling. It was too brilliant, too dangerous, too exciting, and it caused one to feel as if they were in the real world. It was as if there were saber lights and sword images revolving endlessly around their bodies, and one could faintly sense the terrifying sharpness of the saber lights. Gao Hongjing's expression was solemn. His battle with Chen Zong and Fu Yunxiao had not been this intense. This kind of battle did not test one's own strength, but the level of one's martial arts attainments and martial arts realm, the degree of one's control over one's own strength, and the collision of one's combat talent and skills. Very clever, both of them were very clever. Immediately, Gao Hongjing's lips curled into a sneer. Having fought with Chen Zong, he was very clear about Chen Zong's learning ability. In the beginning, Chen Zong did not understand martial arts fusion, but after fighting with him, he gradually mastered it. Now, he had reached a certain level of proficiency in martial arts fusion, making each of his sword moves more powerful. Gao Hongjing believed that in the process of fighting with Fu Yunxiao, Chen Zong's swordsmanship would definitely improve again, and Fu Yunxiao would soon have a taste of what he felt at that time. Indeed, Fu Yunxiao had already felt it. He could feel that his opponent was rapidly improving, and each of his sword moves was becoming more unpredictable. Even Fu Yunxiao could feel that the rapid improvement of his opponent's swordsmanship was closely related to him, as if he was feeding his opponent moves. But in fact, that was not the case. He was not feeding Chen Zong, but was truly displaying his own saber skills. His purpose was to defeat Chen Zong, but because of Chen Zong's excellent control over his strength and swordsmanship, he felt that he had met his match, and the battle was unrestrained. Fu Yunxiao was different from Gao Hongjing. When Gao Hongjing realized that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was rapidly improving, he felt great pressure. Therefore, he activated all his strength, intending to defeat Chen Zong with tyrannical strength and win. However, Fu Yunxiao did not do so directly, because he believed in himself, and also felt lucky to have met a good opponent. Even if Chen Zong was improving under his own pressure, it was still his ability. Moreover, Fu Yunxiao also planned to use Chen Zong to sharpen his saber skills, so that his saber skills could be more refined. This was the difference between Fu Yunxiao and Gao Hongjing, the difference in their mentality. Gao Hongjing did not want to become Chen Zong's whetstone, and did not want to let Chen Zong's swordsmanship improve because of him. He did not want to use this to sharpen his spear skills. However, Fu Yunxiao was different. Fu Yunxiao's mentality was better, and he was more open-minded. People like him could often cultivate to a higher level. Of course, it was not certain that Gao Hongjing could not cultivate to a higher level. There were no absolutes in the world. Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved through practice and learning, and so did Fu Yunxiao. However, Fu Yunxiao's speed of improvement was much slower than Chen Zong's. Even if Fu Yunxiao had a good mentality, he could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, Chen Zong was like a dry sponge, constantly absorbing water to enrich himself. There was nothing more intuitive than improving and breaking through in a battle. This battle lasted for an hour. Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved significantly compared to before. Fu Yunxiao's saber skills had improved, but it was not so obvious. After all, he had almost reached a limit in his cultivation. If he wanted to improve, he could only break through to a higher level. However, it was not so easy to break through to a higher level. On the other hand, Chen Zong's level was very high. It was like filling a bucket with water. Fu Yunxiao's bucket was 1 meter high, while Chen Zong's bucket was 2 meters high. Now, Fu Yunxiao's bucket had been filled with nearly 1 meter of water. If he continued to fill it, it would overflow. Unless he modified the bucket and made it taller, it could hold more water. However, Chen Zong's 2-meter bucket was less than 1 meter of water. Now it was gradually increased to 1 meter, but there was still space for more water. Naturally, Fu Yunxiao's bucket could not be compared with his. After an hour of fierce fighting, neither of them could defeat the other because they each had their own strengths. Chen Zong felt very satisfied. It could be said that Fu Yunxiao was the first opponent who could fight with Chen Zong to this extent in martial arts. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia could not do it. Sure enough, he deserved to be the first on the last cloud list. They stopped fighting tacitly and instantly distanced themselves from each other. In the last breath, the saber light and the sword shadow tore through all directions. In the next breath, the saber light and the sword shadow disappeared. How wonderful! These two are too strong. Who can get the first place? Below the arena, everyone was dumbfounded. After half an hour of fierce fighting, it had been like a violent storm, causing everyone to forget how to breathe. Now that the situation had suddenly come to a standstill, the sudden change had caused some of them to feel dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, everyone here was a transcendent realm cultivator, their strength not to be underestimated, and their life force far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing them to recover in a breath's time. If it was a foundation establishment cultivator who had not improved their life rating, they would have fainted. If it was an ordinary person, their consciousness would have probably collapsed and they would have died. I'm very happy to have met you. Fu Yunxiao stared at Chen Zong. His face was no longer calm and indifferent. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. It was a resounding and impassioned smile. His eyes even shot out an extremely sharp light as his battle intent surged. Fu Yunxiao's current state stunned everyone, and they thought they were seeing things. Even in the last cloudless tournament, when Fu Yunxiao and Gao Hongjing fought, it was not like this. Same to you. Chen Zong smiled slightly. Fu Yunxiao was really a good opponent, a very good opponent. Your strength and swordsmanship are both very strong. Even if I go all out to defeat you, it won't be that easy. Fu Yunxiao spoke again. It was very rare, because from the beginning of the outer sect great competition until now, Fu Yunxiao had not spoken until now, 50-50. 50-50, this referred to Fu Yunxiao's chances of winning if he went all out against Chen Zong. There was a 50% chance of winning, 50% chance of losing. This probability was just as Chen Zong had imagined. 50-50, it seemed that Fu Yunxiao's strength was stronger, but Chen Zong also had his strengths. If they really went all out, it would be hard to tell who would win and who would lose until the last moment. Everyone could not help but wonder. Since it was a 50% chance of winning and losing was hard to predict, was he not going to fight? If he wanted to fight, how would he fight? Chen Zong was also very curious. That's not my original intention. However, there has to be a winner in this battle. I want to be number one. Fu Yunxiao sighed slightly. Immediately, his expression turned cold and his eyes became even sharper. If that's the case, I can only rely on some external help. External help? Chen Zong frowned slightly. Fu Yunxiao's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Then what was the so-called external help? There were always rules in the outer sect great competition. Some external help could not be relied on, such as asking others to help, borrowing other people's strength, and also could not use elixirs that could increase one's strength in a short period of time. After all, those elixirs had obvious side effects. In serious cases, it could even affect one's foundation. If one's foundation was affected, it would mean that one's future path of cultivation would be even more difficult. This was not beneficial to the sect. Then, what other external help could they rely on? The range was very small, and the amount of external help they could rely on was also very small. Chen Zong's gaze fell on the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand. At the same time, Fu Yunxiao's gaze also fell on the long saber in his hand. Frost Cloud Snow Saber. The cloud-white aura was filled with an astonishing chill. It spread like a frost mist and wrapped around the long saber from top to bottom. It was like an invisible ice silkworm spinning a cocoon. Strands of it quickly spread out and pervaded Fu Yunxiao's body, protecting him firmly. This layer of defense seemed thin, but it was actually extremely astonishing. Even if Chen Zong used his full strength, he still couldn't break it. Half-Saint grade, it was an astonishing defense that could withstand a half-Saint grade attack, and the source was the long saber. This saber is called Frost Cloud Shining Snow. A faint and empty voice came from Fu Yunxiao's mouth. It was as if he was mumbling to himself at the peak of a snowy mountain. It's a natural spiritual weapon. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. A natural spiritual weapon was extraordinary. Gao Hongjing's Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear was a natural spiritual weapon, but Bai Xiya's 9th grade spiritual weapon wasn't. He didn't expect the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand to be a natural spiritual weapon. It was difficult to tell whether it was a natural spiritual weapon or not. I've done my best to cultivate this saber. Today, it's the first time I've released its true power. As Fu Yunxiao's voice fell, suddenly, there seemed to be an empty saber cry. It was like a light cry on a snowy mountain that reverberated in all directions. The astonishing chill suddenly exploded and turned into an astonishing wave of cold that swept out in all directions. The frost aura quickly spread like a wave and covered all directions. In the blink of an eye, with Fu Yunxiao as the center, the surrounding arena was suddenly covered by a layer of frost. It quickly spread out and covered the entire arena. Chen Zong's figure lightly jumped and avoided the spreading frost. Using his absolute control over his own strength, his figure was as light as a feather as he slowly floated down from the air. At this speed, it would take at least a dozen breaths of time to reach the ground. Amidst the ear-piercing cracking sounds, the entire arena was suddenly covered by frost and completely frozen. The white-blue ice spread layer by layer. It was more than 3 feet thick. It was extremely terrifying. An astonishing chill continuously spread out from it and soared into the sky. Chen Zong, who was slowly floating down, couldn't help but feel cold all over. That terrifying chill seemed to want to enter his body and wreak havoc. It was very cold. It was a coldness that could freeze one's blood, qi, and even one's soul. The expressions of the disciples standing outside the ring also changed greatly. They trembled all over and quickly circulated their secret arts to resist the chill and quickly retreated to open up a distance. It was as if they had suddenly entered a cold winter. Moreover, it was not an ordinary cold winter, but an extremely terrifying cold winter. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xiya's expressions were incomparably solemn. Even they were unable to ignore such cold qi. They had to divert a portion of their strength to resist it. It could be imagined that if he were to divert a portion of his strength to resist this terrifying cold qi, he would not be able to fully display his strength. With a boom, the cold mist exploded. The long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand seemed to have changed. Strands of cold air revolved around the blade, fluctuating and flickering. It looked like frost and lightning, emitting an astonishing and terrifying power. With the saber in hand, Fu Yunxiao's aura continued to strengthen. It broke through its original limits and reached an even higher level. Half-Step Saint, Fu Yunxiao's aura had reached the half-saint level. Everyone below the arena was dumbfounded. The strength of a half-step saint was already very powerful. One had to know that Fu Yunxiao was not considered old. He was only in his 30s. Half-step saints in their 30s were very rare. Even if Fu Yunxiao borrowed the power of the Hanyun Snow Saber to reach the half-step saint level, the Hanyun Snow Saber was a natural spiritual weapon and was one with Fu Yunxiao. It was cultivated by Fu Yunxiao to the half-step saint level, so it could be considered Fu Yunxiao's strength. If news of a half-step saint in his 30s were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Of course, White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force. Whether it was in terms of strength or background, it was shocking. Naturally, there were many half-step saint experts. But all of them were over 40 or 50 years old. Why were there no half-step saints participating in the Outer Sect tournament? That was the restriction of the sect's rules. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect tournament was held once every 5 years. At most, one could participate in 2 tournaments. After all, the span of the 2 tournaments was 10 years. 10 years was enough for one to improve greatly. Letting disciples who had cultivated for 10 more years to participate in the Outer Sect tournament was actually very unfair to the other disciples. Letting disciples who had participated in the first Outer Sect tournament participate in the second tournament was already the biggest concession. All in all, White Cloud Mountain had quite a few sect rules. Although there were quite a few semi-saint experts, they were not allowed to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Of course, semi-saint experts also had their own special treatment. Although the rewards for the Outer Sect Grand Competition were pretty good, it was not too much for them. After all, every half-step saint had cultivated saint-grade arts and martial arts. At the very least, they were of the low grade. Fu Yunxiao is definitely going to win, an inner sect disciple said. The strength of a half-step saint was enough to sweep the entire Outer Sect tournament. His strength has not reached the half-step saint level, but he has a half-step saint artifact. Another inner sect disciple squinted his eyes slightly. There was envy in his voice. One had to know that when they were still in the Transcendence realm, they did not have a half-step saint artifact. It was only after breaking through to the half-step saint level that they obtained a half-step saint artifact. Being able to obtain a half-step saint artifact in advance was undoubtedly a great advantage. It's a half-step saint artifact. Chenzong is definitely going to lose. Without a doubt, the first place on this year's cloud ranking is still in senior brother Fu Yunxiao's bag. Looking at the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand that was exuding an amazing power and chill, everyone felt that the dust had settled. There was no need for this battle to continue. Chenzong was indeed very strong, but his strength was still limited to the Transcendence realm. He had not yet reached the half-step saint level. Without reaching the half-step saint level, he was not a match for a half-step saint master. Using this power is too much of a bully. Fu Yunxiao shook his head slightly. To be honest, he did not intend to use this power in the beginning. However, Chenzong was too strong and he did not have the confidence to defeat him. On the other hand, Fu Yunxiao was determined to obtain the first place on this year's cloud ranking. In that case, he had to make a few choices. Either he fought Chenzong with his own strength, but there was a possibility that he would be defeated by Chenzong and miss the opportunity to obtain the first place on the cloud ranking. Or he could unlock the seal of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber and release the true power of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber, which was the half-step power. Using the power of a half-step saint was indeed a bit of a bully, but in any case, the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber was his innate spirit artifact. He had cultivated it single-handedly. In a sense, it was his own power. One slash. Fu Yunxiao opened his mouth again and his eyes became cold. Since he had unlocked the power of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber, there was no need for regrets. He only had determination. Chinshidi, if you can take one slash of my sword, I will lose. Senior brother Fu Yunxiao is giving Chenzong a chance. Some disciples exclaimed. A chance my ass. Do you think Chenzong can take the slash of a half-step saint? Some disciples curled their lips. The strength of a half-step saint was undoubtedly stronger. Without the strength of a half-step saint, one would not be able to withstand one slash and would be defeated directly. Therefore, there was no difference between 1 slash, 2 slashes, or 3 slashes. Of course, perhaps Chenzong could really take the slash and win if he used all his strength. No. Chenzong shook his head. Senior brother Fu, just use all your strength. As he spoke, Chenzong's figure also floated down from the arena. Powerful qi and blood surged through his body. Wisps of purple cloud black star flame spread out and isolated the invading cold air. It could not enter his body at all, so naturally, it could not affect Chenzong at all. As soon as Chenzong finished speaking, the heavy dragon sword returned to its scabbard like a swallow returning to its nest. Then, Chenzong's hand swiped across it and disappeared. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes. What was going on? Why did Chenzong put away his sword instead? In the next moment, a new sword appeared in Chenzong's hand. The sword was sparkling and translucent, as if the body of the sword was made of flawless crystal. There was a golden line spreading along the sword's spine, and the sword's edge was suffused with a golden light. Wisps of flame were burning on the sword's body. Chen Zong had not used this sword since he returned to the Linggu Holy World for more than a year. Half-step saint weapon, red flame sharp sword. Now, with the sword in his hand, Chen Zong could feel the strong power contained in the red flame sharp sword by controlling it with his heart. The strength of a half-step saint. Originally, Chen Zong did not want to use the red flame sharp sword. But now, Fu Yunxiao had used a half-step saint weapon and had the strength of a half-step saint. If he did not use the red flame sharp sword, he would not be Fu Yunxiao's opponent at all. Chen Zong's choice was very simple. He could either admit defeat and lose the first place, but Chen Zong also wanted the first place. Therefore, he could only use the red flame sharp sword. Half-step saint weapon. Exclamations suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Chen Zong also had a half-step saint weapon. He hid it so well. The disciple smiled bitterly. Gao Hongjing was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy. It turned out that Chen Zong was still hiding a half-step saint weapon. If he had used the half-step saint weapon in the previous battle, he would not have been able to withstand a single strike. Thinking of this, Gao Hongjing's eyelids twitched. Fu Yunxiao was also shocked. He never expected that Chen Zong would also have a half-step saint weapon. What was the difference between this and the previous battle when he did not use the half-step saint weapon? The chances of winning and losing were still 50-50. Fu Yunxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. After going back and forth, he finally returned to his original position. But now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Moreover, Fu Yunxiao wanted to give it a try. If he used the half-step saint weapon with his strength below the half-step saint weapon, he would not be able to use it for a long time, and his strength would be greatly consumed. The Hanyun Snow Blade was his natural spiritual weapon and was closely related to him. Therefore, when he used it, the consumption of his strength would be reduced. Moreover, he had reached the third level of the martial arts realm, so he could further reduce the consumption of his strength. In this way, Chen Zong's strength would only be consumed more than his. In this way, he could win. The thought flashed through his mind quickly. Fu Yunxiao took a step forward as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. This step turned into a cold wind that swept forward, covering the sky and covering the earth as if it could freeze everything. The wind blew and the snow surged. It was as if a snowstorm from the extreme north was sweeping forward. The whistling sound of the wind filled the heavens and earth, and no other sound could be heard. The heavens and earth were covered in white. The wind and snow turned into ice shards that were like goose feathers sweeping across the land. It covered the sky and covered the earth, freezing all life and ending the world. But the scarlet flame sword in Chen Zong's hand instantly flashed, and with a swooshing sound, a golden flame suddenly burst out from the body of the sword, burning fiercely. It was as if the water of a long river flowed endlessly, transforming into a golden flame that spread in all directions, directly burning and melting the ice storm that swept over. Countless white fog rose up, covering all directions. The sound of sizzling filled the heavens and earth, giving people an indescribable feeling. The entanglement of ice and fire, the collision of the long sword and the sharp sword, the tyrannical aura of a half-step saint continued to spread out, affecting the surroundings more and more. The elder in charge of the outer sect grand competition had no choice but to set up a layer of protection around the arena, isolating it from the outside world so that the arena would not be affected. The bone-chilling coldness and the scorching heat collided again and again. As the steam rose, it filled the entire arena, making it difficult for people to see what was happening inside. In the thick steam, Fu Yunxiao and Chen Zong approached each other and swung their swords. With a half-saint weapon in hand, both of them had the frightening strength of a half-saint. Moreover, under the third level of the way of the sword, their energy consumption would be lower and they could last longer. Chen Zong's sword of the heart had reached perfection and was much stronger than Fu Yunxiao. Therefore, his energy consumption was much lower. Although Fu Yunxiao's level was not as high as Chen Zong's, the frost cloud reflecting snow blade was one with him and grew together. Therefore, his energy consumption was much lower. The exquisite sword and saber techniques, the tyrannical strength of a half-saint, the power that burst out was even more frightening. Both of them were half-saints. For a moment, the battle between the two was incomparably intense. No one could do anything to the other. Fu Yunxiao seized an opportunity and slashed with his blade. An indescribable aura spread out and the second blade followed. Mystic Nine-Blade Slash. This was the mysterious martial art that had defeated Gao Hongjing before. 9 consecutive saber strikes, each strike stronger than the previous one, especially the 9th saber strike, which burst out with an astonishing power. Raising his sword to meet the attack, Chen Zong withstood the 9 blade slashes. He could feel the power increasing, especially the last blade. It was so powerful that Chen Zong was forced back. In an instant, Fu Yunxiao slashed again. The 9 blades formed a wave. If it was not Chen Zong's body. However, Chen Zong had his own reasons for doing so, and that was to comprehend the profundity of Fu Yunxiao's 9 blades. At the same time, Chen Zong slashed with his sword. This sword seemed to be stabbing into the air, but there was an indescribable mystery to it. It was as if it had stabbed into a certain point, which made Fu Yunxiao's expression change. The continuous power of the 9 mysterious knife slash was suddenly broken. The real power of the mystic 9-blade slash was continuous. Slash after slash. 9 consecutive slashes. The power had reached the peak. If the slash was broken, the power could not be fully exerted. It was similar to a normal slash. After breaking through the 9 mysterious blade cut, Chen Zong's sword ring moved freely. In an instant, it slashed down towards Fu Yunxiao as if it could split the heavens and earth. Fu Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. White cloud soaring heaven technique, Fu Yunxiao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He blocked Chen Zong's sword with his saber and counterattacked. Tranquil sword, purple cloud black star flame, Chen Zong also activated all his power. Every time the sword and saber collided, it gave people an earth-shattering shock. It was as if everything in all directions was torn apart. The power was terrifying. Sword and saber scars covered the ring. Even with the ring's powerful correction power, it could not be repaired in an instant. It would take at least 3 breaths. This was the power of a half-saint. Of course, if he wanted to give the ring more correction power, it would increase the consumption of power. The current correction power was enough. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. It was as if the earth was breaking and the moon was falling. This kind of power was isolated in the ring. It was difficult for the outside world to feel it. But the scene in front of their eyes made everyone horrified. Too strong, the strength of a half-step saint was really too strong and terrifying. Moreover, these two people's martial arts attainments were very high. They were even more powerful. Gao Hongjing's expression was very ugly. The corner of his eyes twitched. Bai Siya's face was also very serious. If Chen Zong and Fu Yunxiao had used this kind of strength in their previous battle, they would not have been able to withstand even one move. They could not see clearly at all. They could only hear the continuous sound. It was extremely complicated and ear-piercing. It was as if it was stirring up everyone's spiritual will and tearing their souls apart. The sound of the sword and saber colliding was even more terrifying. Those who were not strong enough felt as if their heads were being split open. Fu Yunxiao quickly retreated. His body was like the wind. Frost condensed into snowflakes and flew around his body. He held his Hanyun snow saber horizontally in front of his chest. 4 fingers of his left hand touched the saber. The saber trembled. A shocking buzzing sound resounded through the world. The icy saber radiance suddenly spread out as if it was awakened. After that, strands of cloud markings lit up and appeared on the blade. They overlapped with each other like numerous towering mountains that were spread out between the heavens and the earth. Every single mountain was suffused with a shocking aura. Those were not ordinary mountains. They were snowy mountains. Snowy mountains were majestic and thick, and they were filled with a shocking chill. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It was even stronger than before. Thousand snow. Fu Yunxiao said word by word. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were cold and sharp. It was like an eternal ice that froze the world. The moment the third word snow fell, Fu Yunxiao swung his saber horizontally in front of his chest. It seemed to be very slow and ordinary, just like a normal swing of the blade. However, in an instant, the illusory snow-capped mountains floating on the blade suddenly burst out with an astonishing cold light. The cold light spread and connected into a large area, giving off an astonishing momentum that could shatter heaven and earth. It was like the 1,000-year-old snow on a huge snow-capped mountain was collapsing, constantly sweeping downwards. The more it swept, the faster it moved, and the more powerful and terrifying it became. It was enough to cause the earth to collapse. This saber was Fu Yunxiao's ultimate move. It was a self-created ultimate move that he created by watching the collapse of the snowy mountains and his own saber techniques. When he fought with Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao did not use this move. It was because he did not need to use this move to deal with Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia. However, he had no choice but to use this move against Chen Zong. The power of this ultimate move was unparalleled. At the same time, the energy consumption was also very shocking. After all, this move was very strong, but it was not perfect. If it was perfected, its power would only increase further. On the contrary, the energy consumption would decrease. Even though it was not perfect, the power of this move was very terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme. When the saber was swung, the saber disappeared. There was only a shocking impact of light. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing. It was filled with a violent and domineering aura that could destroy the world. It attacked everything, engulfed everything, and destroyed everything. All obstructions and obstacles could not be resisted. They would only be completely destroyed. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. He instantly felt like he was standing in front of a huge snowy mountain, facing the collapse of a snowy mountain. The power of heaven and earth, the terrifying truth contained in nature, made people tremble from the depths of their souls. This was an unavoidable reaction that originated from the nature of life. The corner of Gao Hongjing's eyes twitched even more. The power of this saber was too terrifying. Even if Fu Yunxiao did not use a sage-level weapon, he would not be able to resist it even if he burst out with all his strength. All his defenses would be destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying saber! Before this, he did not even have the ability to let Fu Yunxiao use this saber. Was he looking down on him? Unable to accept this, Gao Hongjing's chest rose and fell rapidly. He was furious. Facing this saber, the whole arena was filled. The terrifying power spread in all directions. There was nowhere to dodge. Chen Zong could only resist this saber. The pressure was vast and boundless. This kind of pressure was filled with terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy everything. It also carried a shocking chill that froze everything and destroyed all life. The combination of the two forces made the power of the saber break through the limit and go one step further. This kind of pressure made Chen Zong feel suffocated. His body felt as if it was about to be crushed. Even his mind felt as if it was about to be frozen. Under this kind of terrifying pressure, Chen Zong's eyes turned. White filled the air. It was a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rose and spread in all directions. It was full of unparalleled mystery. Holding the hilt with both hands, he swung it diagonally. The golden sword light immediately tore the sky and pierced through everything. The tyrannical power was activated to the extreme. The purple cloud black star flame was also released without reservation, making the power of this saber even stronger. Chen Zong did not need to resist the whole avalanche. He only needed to cut a hole. Under the tyrannical saber and the existence of a super strong spiritual sense, the mystery of the heartless sword was activated to the extreme. In an instant, Chen Zong's body was swallowed by the white avalanche and disappeared. However, a purple-gold saber light suddenly flashed. It was like a fish swimming against the current, attacking Fu Yunxiao. Kill, using Xianxia consumed a lot of Fu Yunxiao's energy. As Chen Zong approached, Fu Yunxiao felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly waved his saber to resist, but he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was too mysterious and difficult to resist. It was as if there was divine help. Under this saber, Fu Yunxiao was forced to retreat. This retreat was unstoppable. Retreat, 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 the impact of the avalanche reverberated in all directions, rolling up terrifying waves. Chen Zong seemed to be walking on the waves. He forced Fu Yunxiao to retreat again and again with his saber. Although using Xianxia was powerful, there were also disadvantages. Chen Zong grasped the opportunity and immediately grasped the rhythm. He expanded the opportunity and forced Fu Yunxiao to be unable to gather strength to counterattack. Heartless sword. There was only one figure left on the 10,000-meter-high arena, while another figure stood below the arena. Fu Yunxiao was a little stunned. He smiled bitterly and stared into Chen Zong's eyes. "Chen Shidi, you've won." Yes, Chen Zong defeated Fu Yunxiao and won. Around the arena, there was a dead silence. Although the crowd had already expected that the winner of this year's Outer Sect tournament and Roll of Honor would be between Chen Zong and Fu Yunxiao, most of them were subconsciously leaning towards Fu Yunxiao. If Fu Yunxiao defeated Chen Zong and won the first place, most of them would take it for granted. But now, Fu Yunxiao was defeated and Chen Zong won the first place. This stunned everyone. This year's Outer Sect tournament has come to an end. Congratulations to Chen Zong for winning the tournament and being ranked first on the Roll of Honor. The voice of the elder in charge of the Outer Sect tournament resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. It instantly woke up those who were still in disbelief. Facts were facts and could not be changed. Chen Zong was the winner of this year's Outer Sect tournament and ranked first on the Roll of Honor. Chen Zong had the most points, followed by Fu Yunxiao. As the elder in charge of the Outer Sect tournament spoke, the announcement was as follows. Outer Sect tournament, Roll of Honor, first, Chen Zong. Second, Fu Yunxiao. Third, Xianxia. Fourth, Gao Hongjing. When Gao Hongjing heard his ranking, he only felt his ears buzzing. It was as if there were endless voices ringing in his head, giving him a splitting headache. In the previous Roll of Honor, he was ranked second. This year's Roll of Honor was much stronger, but he actually fell to fourth place. How humiliating was that! Fu Yunxiao's ranking also fell, but Xianxia's ranking did not change. Fifth place was still Ning Tianming. 5 years ago, he was strong, but now, he was even stronger. Sixth place was Yu Shuiyuan. As for Yun Yanqin, it was a close call. He was ranked 10th. If he was above the top 10, he would not have the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. Of course, being in the top 10 only meant that they had a chance to fight for it. There was no guarantee that they would get it. However, for cultivators, there were many opportunities that they had to fight for themselves. Without sufficient opportunities, strength, and luck, they would never be able to obtain them. However, once the opportunity had been obtained, the rest would depend on their own abilities. Xiao Minglang was also not bad, ranking 17th. Those who made it onto the heavenly roll in the Outer Sect tournament would be rewarded by the sect. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Especially the top 3, they would be rewarded with the right to choose a saint-level cultivation method or martial arts. As for the reward for the first place, not only would they be able to choose a saint-grade cultivation method or martial art, they would even be able to choose a saint-grade mid-grade cultivation method or martial art. Of course, a mid-grade saint-grade artifact would be stronger than a low-grade saint-grade artifact. Chen Zong won first place, so he received 3 rewards from the sect. First, the qualification to choose a saint-level cultivation method or martial arts. Second, 1 million sect contribution points. Third, you can choose any treasure from the sect's treasury. The reward for the second place was slightly worse. The saint-grade cultivation method or martial art could only be a low-grade one, and the contribution points would be 900,000. There was also a limit to the treasures that could be chosen from the sect's treasury. There was a slight difference between the third place and the third place. At the fourth place, the qualification to choose a saint-grade cultivation method or martial art was lost. They could only choose a spirit-grade cultivation method or White Cloud 5 Dao. Thus, the difference between the top 3 and the bottom 3 could be seen. However, there was another reward, which was the qualification to enter the Huayun formation to cultivate. Saint-grade cultivation method. Chen Zong's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat quickened. Attention, top 10 on the heavenly roll. In the next half a year, you have to do your best to improve your strength. The fight for the saint opportunity will be held in half a year, the elder said loudly, stirring up waves of emotions in everyone's hearts. Half a year, there was only half a year left. They had to do their best to improve. The Outer Sect tournament had ended. Following the elder's announcement, everyone left with different emotions. I have to become stronger in this half a year. I have to get the saint opportunity. Gao Hongjing clenched his fists. His expression was cold, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Compared to the saint opportunity, the first place on the heavenly roll seemed so insignificant. Senior sister, I'll return this sword to you. Chen Zong walked towards Yun Yanqing, took out the heavy dragon sword, and handed it to her. It was a good sword. Chen Zong liked and was very satisfied with it. However, this sword was too precious. He could borrow it for a while, but he could not keep it for himself. Not to mention that his relationship with senior sister Yu was not that good. Even if they were good friends, they should know the difference. Junior brother, although this sword is good, it's useless to me. Yun Yanqing did not take the heavy dragon sword. Instead, she faced Chen Zong and said seriously, the heavy dragon sword can only collect dust in my hands. But in junior brother's hands, it can display its true power. Yun Yanqing naturally knew that Chen Zong had the scarlet flame sharp sword. She also knew that Chen Zong would not easily use a half-step saint artifact like the scarlet flame sharp sword. As for Chen Zong, his cultivation had not yet reached the limit of the transcendent realm. There was still a big gap between him and the half-step saint realm. Therefore, the heavy dragon sword was a very good weapon for Chen Zong. It was a weapon that could be used under normal circumstances. Earlier, when Yun Yanqing took out the heavy dragon sword, she had the intention of giving it to Chen Zong. After seeing him use the heavy dragon sword to defeat strong opponents one after another and display the full power of the heavy dragon sword, she knew that this sword could only be used by people like Chen Zong. A good sword could not be left in the dust. Otherwise, it would be no different from a useless sword. In all fairness, Chen Zong liked the heavy dragon sword very much. It was heavy enough and could release an amazing power in his hands. It was very tyrannical. Senior sister, I will accept the heavy dragon sword. Chen Zong thought for a moment and stared at Yun Yanqing seriously, but you can't refuse my gift. Okay. Yun Yanqing smiled slightly and narrowed her eyes. Senior sister, I won first place and received 3 rewards. Chen Zong said with a smile, the third reward was to choose a treasure from the treasury. I was going to choose a 9th grade spirit sword. Since I have the heavy dragon sword, I will give it to senior sister. Yun Yanqing wanted to refuse. White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force and was very strong. Naturally, there were many treasures in its treasury. Even the outer vault had many precious treasures. Chen Zong might be able to find a great treasure that was better than the heavy dragon sword. In any case, Chen Zong had accepted the heavy dragon sword. Chen Zong gave the opportunity to choose a treasure to Yun Yanqing. The outer vault of the treasury, as the name implied, corresponded to the transcendent realm, which was the spirit grade. It was impossible to find a half-saint artifact. To be honest, this was not very attractive to Chen Zong. And Chen Zong's original goal was also to choose a grade 9 spirit sword among them. Since he had the heavy dragon sword, a spirit sword that was very suitable for him, this opportunity was not that important to him. Of course, not that important did not mean it was not important. Its value was also quite amazing. Otherwise, Chen Zong would not have given it to Yun Yanqing. Perhaps Yun Yanqing would find a treasure useful to her. The two of them left together. But in the end, they separated and returned to their own cloud palaces. Chen Zong began to choose a secret art. Between a saint-grade secret art and a martial art, Chen Zong wanted to choose a secret art. Because a secret art was the foundation of one's strength. First, cultivate a secret art. After all, a saint-grade martial art required the power of a saint-grade secret art to activate. Although White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force with great strength and deep heritage, it did not have many saint-grade secret arts. There were 4 saint-grade low-rank secret arts and 2 saint-grade mid-rank secret arts. For example, Dao Hongjing's Remnant Cloud Flame Prison Art and Bai Siya's Thousand Cloud Moon Illuminating Art were among them. Fu Yunxiao's White Cloud Soaring Sky Art was also among them. The other saint-grade mid-rank secret art was called Heavenly Cloud Revolving Sky Art. Heavenly Cloud Revolving Sky Art and White Cloud Soaring Sky Art each had their own merits. Although White Cloud Soaring Sky Art was the secret art of White Cloud Mountain, Heavenly Cloud Revolving Sky Art was not weak either. However, Chen Zong preferred White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. Because White Cloud Soaring Sky Art and White Cloud Extreme Truth Art came from the same source, it would be easier to switch from white cloud extreme truth art to white cloud soaring sky art. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately used his reward for first place on the cloud list to exchange for the first 18 stages of white cloud soaring sky art. As a saint-grade mid-rank secret art, it was countless times more mysterious than a spirit-grade mid-rank secret art. It was impossible to tell just how great the disparity was between the two of them. Wanting to cultivate this secret art was not an easy matter, so for a long period of time, Xianxia simply did not need to worry about the secret art. After choosing a secret art, someone quickly brought over the spirit jade for the first 18 stages of white cloud soaring sky art. Xianxia looked at the other things. 1 million sect contribution points was not a small sum. He had to make good use of it. After all, there was only half a year left until the fight for the opportunity to become a saint. It was a very short period of time. He had to improve his strength as much as possible. There was still a lot of room for improvement with his late-stage Dragon Strength Realm 9th layer body refinement and Peak Transcendent 8th layer Chi refinement. There was still room for improvement, but it would be difficult to improve to the extreme in just half a year. Time was too short, he could only rely on external forces. What external forces? The power of pills or better cultivation grounds. Xianxia had the purple cloud black star flame, which was enough to purify the impurities in pills, not leaving behind any residue in his body that would affect his future cultivation. However, Chi refinement could be improved with a large number of pills, but body refinement was very difficult to improve. Although there were body refinement pills in White Cloud Mountain, they were relatively ordinary and were useless to him now. As for using the blood refinement art to refine blood beads, it was possible in Songlan world, but not in Lingwu Holy World. After all, the blood refinement art was a secret technique of the blood demon sect. In Songlan world, Xianxia could improve it with his own comprehension, but in Lingwu Holy World, there was no true inheritance, so the blood refinement art was useless. In other words, if Xianxia wanted to improve his body refinement art, he could only rely on bitter cultivation or other body refinement treasures. At this time, the spirit jade was delivered to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately accepted the spirit jade. The first 18 layers of the White Cloud Soaring Heavens art were extremely mysterious and contained a lot of content. Even with Xianxia's powerful soul condensation stage strength, it took him a full quarter of an hour to fully accept it. Back then, Fu Yunxiao had slowly accepted it for 3 days. This was closely related to the strength of one's soul. After the liquefied soul condensation stage, the strength of one's soul would be even more astonishing, and so would one's endurance. The Grand Cloud Refining Pill was the best spirit-grade pill available in White Cloud Mountain, capable of effectively increasing a Chi refining cultivator's cultivation. A single Grand Cloud Refining Pill was worth 100,000 sect contribution points, a frightening price. Moreover, each person could only take one, the second one would be ineffective. Xianxia had 1 million contribution points, so naturally he could afford it. Soon, a Grand Cloud Refining Pill was delivered to Xianxia's hands. The Grand Cloud Refining Pill was only one size smaller than an egg. It was completely white and covered with cloud patterns. Upon closer inspection, the cloud patterns seemed to be floating, like the clouds in the sky floating slowly. It was very lifelike and seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. Layers of halo spread out from the core, and a strong fragrance assailed Xianxia's nostrils. Taking a whiff, Xianxia felt comfortable all over, and the 8 spiritual wheels in his body seemed to rotate a little faster. This Grand Cloud Refining Pill should be enough to allow my cultivation to break through to the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, Xianxia thought to himself. His current Chi refining cultivation was at the peak of the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and to break through to the 9th layer, he would first need to accumulate enough energy to reach the peak of the 8th layer before breaking through. After adjusting his breathing, Xianxia swallowed the Grand Cloud Refining Pill in one gulp. As soon as the pill entered his body, a majestic energy spread out from his stomach. It was like a tsunami that surged in all directions. It was powerful and majestic. A great cloud refining pill that was worth 100,000 contribution points was refined using 99 precious medicinal ingredients over a period of 81 days. Only one pill could be refined per year, and only 3 or 4 pills could be refined in a year. It contained an extremely vast and shocking energy, and when it was released it was like a tsunami. The Grand Cloud Refining Pill contained an astonishing amount of energy and was not easy to refine. At the very least, early and mid-transcendent realm cultivators would not be able to refine it. Even if they swallowed it, their bodies would be crushed by the terrifying energy released from the Grand Cloud Refining Pill. Only late-stage transcendent realm cultivators were qualified to refine the Grand Refining Cloud Pill, but even then, they were only qualified and could only refine it bit by bit. For Chen Zong to directly swallow it into his stomach and allow it to freely release its power, one had to be extremely strong or have an extremely powerful physique to be able to withstand the impact of this majestic power. Chen Zong's physique was extremely strong, which was why he was confident that he could withstand the impact of the Great Cloud Refining Pill. His stomach rumbled as if thunder was tearing the void apart. Activating the White Cloud Genuine skill, the 8 spiritual wheels spun at full speed, as if they could crush everything, and began to absorb and refine the power of the Great Cloud Refining Pill. The 18th level of the White Cloud Ultimate skill was extremely powerful, and Chen Zong's spiritual power was extremely pure. The power of the Grand Cloud Pill was also very pure, so the refining process was very smooth. The 8th spiritual wheel continued to expand and fill until it reached its limit. Then, the 8 spiritual wheels began to vibrate and resonate with each other. After the power of the Great Cloud Refining Pill passed through the 8 spiritual wheels, it began to construct a 9th spiritual wheel. As long as the 9th spiritual wheel was successfully constructed, Chen Zong's cultivation would truly break through to the 9th layer of the transcendent realm and his strength would once again increase significantly. Accumulation, accumulation, accumulation. Chen Zong's cultivation had long since surpassed the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, so such a breakthrough only required him to accumulate enough strength. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of something opening and the 9th spiritual wheel began to condense. Although it was only an illusory image, it was enough to show that Chen Zong's cultivation had broken through. Early 9th layer transcendent realm, the Grand Cloud Refining Pill continued to pour pure and majestic energy into the 9th spirit wheel, causing the 9th spirit wheel to become more and more solid and powerful. Stability. Chen Zong's early 9th layer transcendent realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, but the power of the Grand Cloud Refining Pill had not been completely exhausted. Cultivation, 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 forgetting everything in the outside world and wholeheartedly cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Chen Zong sat cross-legged, motionless, as if he had become a statue. At that moment, Chen Zong felt a tyrannical aura erupt from his body, accompanied by the sound of thunder and the roiling sea of clouds. A tyrannical aura swept out in all directions, transforming into a storm that swept out in all directions. After 10 breaths, this terrifying aura storm came to a stop and was withdrawn into Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong raised his eyelids and an extremely sharp light pierced through the air, like a sword being unsheathed, piercing through the sky. The 9 spiritual wheels in his body slowly rotated, releasing an astonishing amount of power that was far stronger than before. Middle 9th layer transcendent realm, a single Grand Cloud Refining Pill had allowed Chen Zong's cultivation to break through from the peak 8th layer transcendent realm to the middle 9th layer transcendent realm in just 5 days. Although the price of 100,000 sect contribution points was astonishing, one had to know that Chen Zong's spirit energy was incomparably pure, several times purer than many cultivators in the same realm, so every time he broke through, the amount of spirit energy he needed to break through was far greater. From this, one could see the astonishing power of the Grand Cloud Refining Pill. If other cultivators took it and refined it, they might be able to break through to the late 9th layer transcendent realm. Of course, if other cultivators wanted to refine a single Grand Cloud Refining Pill, 5 days would be far from enough, it would take at least 10 times longer. After all, they did not have Chen Zong's tyrannical physique, powerful spiritual sense, and extremely pure spirit energy. Unfortunately, the Grand Cloud Refining Pill could only be taken once, the second one would be ineffective. Otherwise, if he could exchange for 2 more pills, it would be enough to push his qi refining cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. With his qi refining cultivation rising from the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm to the mid-9th layer, Chen Zong's overall strength had also improved significantly. However, this was still not enough. In the competition for the Saint Ascension opportunity half a year later, such strength was not guaranteed. He needed to become stronger, he needed to become even stronger. Shenzong began to ponder. How could he improve his cultivation base in the future? The transforming cloud array. This was a cultivation-sealed world in White Cloud Mountain. It was an extremely rare cultivation-sealed world that was not easily opened. Of course, opening such a cultivation-sealed world consumed a lot of energy, so if one wanted to enter, they would need to pay a large amount of sect contribution points. 100,000, one had to pay 100,000 contribution points to enter, and there was no limit to how long one could stay. However, the transforming cloud array was not so easy to enter. Those who made it onto the cloud list would have a chance to enter the Great Cloud Array for free, so Shenzong naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Even for those disciples whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, this was a good opportunity. Shenzong immediately left the Cloud Hall and flew towards the Transforming Cloud Peak where the Transforming Cloud Array was located. The Transforming Cloud Hall on the Transforming Cloud Peak. Within the Transforming Cloud Hall was the Transforming Cloud Array. There was an elder in the Transforming Cloud Hall who knew Shenzong's identity and purpose, so he immediately greeted him with a smile. Anyone who took first place in the Outer Sect Great Competition had extraordinary strength and potential. Moreover, this year's Outer Sect Great Competition was even more exciting than the previous ones. Shenzong, inside the Transforming Cloud Array, you will constantly encounter wave after wave of enemies. Every time you kill an enemy, you will obtain a trace of pure energy. This energy will be temporarily hidden in your body, and after you leave the Transforming Cloud Array, you will be able to refine and absorb it. The elder explained with a smile, if you can't withstand it, you will be killed. Of course, you won't really die, but you will be sent out of the Transforming Cloud Array. The elder's explanation was very simple, but it was very clear. Shenzong understood it immediately. Look, this is the best record left behind by those who have entered the Transforming Cloud Array. The elder pointed to a 10-meter-tall white stone tablet in the Transforming Cloud Hall. It was the Transforming Cloud Tablet. There were some names on the Transforming Cloud Tablet left behind by those who have entered the Transforming Cloud Array in the past. Shenzong saw Fu Yunxiao's name, which was ranked 3rd. Gao Hongjing's name was ranked 8th. Bai Xia was ranked 9th. As for the second place, it was a person called Zhou Longxiao. The first place was a person called Gu Shuyao. After Fu Yunxiao's name was the level he had reached in the Transforming Cloud Array, which was the 17th wave. Zhou Longxiao, who was ranked 2nd, had reached the 18th wave, while Gu Shuyao, who was ranked 1st, had reached the 20th wave. Shenzong still didn't know how difficult it was to break through the Transforming Cloud Array, nor did he understand the concept of the number of waves. A door opened, and looking in, one could see a sea of clouds surging. The clouds were boundless and boundless. Go, do your best, the elder said with a smile. Thank you, elder. Shenzong bowed and strode inside, his figure disappearing into the sea of clouds. The door closed. I wonder how many waves this little brat will be able to reach. The elder muttered. Fu Yunxiao, who was ranked 1st on the previous cloud ranking, had reached the 18th wave, but at that time, Fu Yunxiao's cultivation had not yet reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. If the current Fu Yunxiao were to attempt it again, he would likely be able to reach the 18th wave. With the elder's ability and the slight aura fluctuations Shenzong emitted, the elder was able to determine Shenzong's current cultivation. Mid-Transcendent Realm 9th layer, however, the elder also knew that during the Outer Sect Great Competition, Shenzong's Qi refining cultivation had been at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Now that his cultivation had clearly broken through, his strength would definitely be greater, causing the elder to look forward to it. Shenzong stepped into the sea of clouds and the Transforming Cloud Array immediately began operating. The white clouds in front of him were endless, as if they were a world of their own. It was incomparably mysterious. Then, the sea of clouds in front of him rippled and dispersed in all directions, revealing a flat area. It was like a plain of clouds, with no end in sight. Shenzong's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw many figures appearing in the distance. They were snow-white giant wolves, and every one of them was as big as an elephant. They seemed to be made of clouds and snow, and they were charging forward like an army of thousands of men and horses. Their aura was astonishing. There were a total of 100 giant snow-white wolves, their scarlet eyes exuding an incomparably terrifying aura, enough to cause a cowardly person to faint from fear. Each giant snow-white wolf had fangs in their half-opened mouths, giving them a terrifying appearance, as if they could easily crush gold. Each giant snow-white wolf exuded an astonishing aura. Early Transcendent Realm 7th Layer. In other words, Chenzong was about to face 100 early Transcendent Realm 7th Layer opponents, not an ordinary early Transcendent Realm cultivator could compare to. However, Chenzong did not fear them in the slightest. Early Transcendent Realm 7th Layer opponents were simply too weak for him. Not to mention 100, even if there were 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 of them, Chenzong would not be afraid. Inside the Cloud Transformation Grand Array, the first wave of enemies was an early-stage Transcendent 7th Layer Great Snow-White Wolves. Chenzong only needed to slash out once and a sword light flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the 100 wolves. After Chenzong defeated 100 wolves with a single sword strike, the wolves paused for a moment, then emitted a white radiance that expanded and exploded. 100 wisps of pure white cloud-like aura spread out from Chenzong like 100 rivers returning to the stream. Chenzong didn't dodge and instead carefully enjoyed the feeling of the 100 strands of qi entering his body. Like a thin stream of water, it was both cool and warm, very comfortable. After the 100 strands of qi entered his body, they quickly swam around and settled down in Chenzong's qi sea, waiting to be refined and absorbed. The second wave of enemies also appeared. This time, it wasn't a group of snow-white wolves, but 100 snow-white giant oxen, each of them a size larger than the other snow-white wolves. Each of these oxen had an incomparably strong body and were filled with astonishing strength. Lowering their heads, they charged forward at an astonishing speed, causing the white cloud ground to shake violently. The two horns on their heads were as sharp as knives and their auras had reached the mid-stage of the Transcendent 7th Layer. Slash after slash, the 100 snow-white giant oxen charged forward and before they could reach Chenzong, their bodies froze like statues before exploding into pieces. The third wave of enemies was 100 giant elephants. The scene of 100 snow-white giant elephants charging forward at the same time was undoubtedly astonishing. The imposing momentum they exuded was like a collapsing mountain, and the terrifying aura of a late-stage Transcendent 7th Layer cultivator was pushed to the extreme. An ordinary early-stage Transcendent 8th Layer cultivator wouldn't dare face such a charge head-on and would instead be forced to evade and use guerrilla tactics to eliminate them. However, Chenzong didn't use such tactics and simply slashed out with his sword. The 100 late-stage Transcendent 7th Layer giant elephants were instantly pierced through and exploded into pieces. The fourth wave of enemies was 100 peak 7th Layer Transcendent 7th Layer giant apes, which also couldn't stop Chenzong's sword. The fifth wave consisted of 100 peak 7th Layer Transcendent Realm giant tigers, all of which were similarly slain by Chenzong. The opponents of the sixth wave were 100 cloud white cheetahs at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. They didn't appear directly in front of Chenzong but instead snuck up on him from all directions like assassins. When they got close enough, they would suddenly burst forth and launch a lightning-fast attack. The early-stage Transcendent Realm White Cloud Cheetah was much stronger and more proficient in concealing itself. Like a hunter in the jungle, it was impossible to guard against a sudden attack. However, to Chenzong, they posed no threat at all, because Chenzong had already grasped all of them. With a shake of his right hand, sword lights shot out in all directions like a rainstorm. The 100 cloud white cheetahs that were pouncing at him from all directions stopped in midair, and their sharp claws began to explode. The seventh wave of opponents was a mid-stage Transcendent Realm 8th Layer cultivator. The eighth wave of opponents was a late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. The ninth wave of opponents was a peak Transcendent 8th Layer cultivator. The 10th wave of opponents was a peak Transcendent 8th Layer cultivator. The 11th wave of opponents was an early-stage Transcendent 9th Layer cultivator, a qualitative improvement in strength from the previous wave. However, for Chenzong, the difference wasn't too big. After all, Chenzong's strength was far above the peak Transcendent 9th Layer, many times stronger than an early-stage Transcendent 9th Layer cultivator. A single sword strike, kill. The 12th wave of opponents was a mid-stage Transcendent 9th Layer cultivator, still unable to pose any threat to Chenzong. The 13th wave of opponents was a late-stage Transcendent 9th Layer cultivator, a strength that far surpassed Chenzong's current strength. Of course, Chenzong's strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation alone. The 14th wave of opponents was a peak transcendent 9th layer cultivator, 100 of them. Their combined strength began to put pressure on Qianzong, but even so, they were unable to withstand a single sword strike from Qianzong. The 15th wave of opponents was a peak transcendent 9th layer cultivator, theoretically the limit of the transcendent realm. The opponents of this wave were giant snow-white eagles that soared high in the sky, constantly circling in the air, letting out sharp cries that seemed capable of piercing through metal and shattering stone. Every giant eagle flapped its wings, and cold light flashed endlessly like the edge of a blade, directly tearing the sky apart. It was extremely terrifying. If it was just one eagle, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with 100 of them, even Qianzong had to admit that he did feel some pressure, and it wasn't just ordinary pressure. It's still not enough, Qianzong muttered softly to himself. Suddenly leaping up, Qianzong's heavy dragon sword tore through the sky. Kill! Under the tyrannical power, a heavy pressure pressed down on the surrounding area, immediately causing all the giant eagles within a 100-meter radius to come to a halt, their wings seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move for a time. The pressure from the 98,000 gene heavy dragon sword under Qianzong's tyrannical strength was simply too tyrannical. Hong! A giant eagle's body exploded in an instant. A second eagle, a third eagle, a fourth eagle. As Qianzong struck out with his sword again and again, there was nothing that his sword could not overcome. Although the 100 peak transcendent 9th layer snow-white eagles put pressure on Qianzong, it was only pressure, not a threat. Their attacks couldn't cause Qianzong the slightest injury, but Qianzong's sword was still able to kill them one by one. The 16th wave was different from the previous ones. It had the appearance of a human, but each of them was 2 meters tall and wielded a cloud-white long sword. Each of these cloud-white people exuded a tyrannical aura. The auras of peak transcendent 9th layer cultivators were even more powerful. Such strength should be equivalent to an elite peak transcendent 9th layer cultivator, much stronger than a standard peak transcendent 9th layer cultivator. The auras of 100 powerful enemies suddenly locked onto Qianzong, causing Qianzong's expression to become slightly more serious. The pressure this time was slightly different from before, much greater. Xiao xiao xiao. When the sharp sound of breaking wind rang out, the 100 cloud-white figures had already closed in on Qianzong with long blades in their hands. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and they swept across the sky like flowing light. Wherever the long blades went, an astonishingly sharp aura would pierce through Qianzong and tear him apart. At the same time, Qianzong was facing the attacks of more than a dozen powerful enemies, one after another, forming a deadly momentum. Qianzong's expression was slightly solemn. His body did not move at all. When more than a dozen strong enemies were about to attack him, the heavy dragon sword shook and pierced through the sky, directly blocking the sudden attack of more than a dozen long swords. The tyrannical impact directly shattered more than a dozen long swords. The extremely terrifying impact of the power even made the dozen strong enemies pause. Boom. Like a meteor exploding, the dozen or so powerful enemies trembled violently, unable to bear the terrifying power contained in Qianzong's heavy dragon sword and directly exploding. The next wave of more than a dozen enemies arrived and the same thing happened, all of them being blasted to pieces by Qianzong. Just like that, Qianzong passed through the 16th wave, the aura pouring into his body becoming thicker and more vigorous, constantly accumulating in his qi and condensing into a fist-sized mass that slowly rotated like a vortex. The 17th wave of opponents were also snow-white humanoids, but their heights were different. The taller ones could reach 2 meters, while the shorter ones were about 1.5 meters. Some of them held weapons such as sabers and swords, while others held weapons such as spears and halberds. Some even held short swords and daggers, and some were even barehanded. The cultivations of this wave of enemies were still at the peak of the transcendent 9th layer. After all, this was the highest level of the transcendent realm, but their auras were even more tyrannical than the 16th wave. Qianzong could feel that the strength of these auras was comparable to the lower-ranked disciples on this year's cloud list. Those who could rank on the cloud list were geniuses among geniuses. In other words, Qianzong was facing the joint attack of 100 elite geniuses. Qianzong remembered that the record on the Transforming Cloud Steel and Transforming Cloud Palace stated that Fu Yunxiao had reached the 17th wave. In other words, he had passed the 16th wave but had not reached the 17th. With a swish, a short figure seemed to appear from the shadows, holding an extremely sharp dagger and stabbing towards Chenzong's back, where his heart was. If his heart was pierced, his heart would be instantly torn apart by a terrifying force. However, Chenzong seemed to have anticipated this and his figure flickered slightly, avoiding the other party's attack and slashing out with his heavy dragon sword. This sword strike was so profound that it was impossible to dodge. The short figure who had attacked him was instantly cut in half, and at the same time, Chenzong was facing attacks from all directions, each one of them extremely powerful and astonishing. With a slash of his sword, all the attacks were blocked, and a tyrannical force erupted, directly shaking the attackers away. The heavy dragon sword roared like a dragon and smashed a second strong enemy. Each of the strong enemies had amazing strength, but Chenzong was stronger. With his chi refining cultivation at the 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage, Chenzong's spirit chi was incomparably pure, greatly increasing his strength. If it was before, it would have been very difficult for Chenzong to pass the 17th wave with just his chi refining cultivation. Kill. Chenzong did not use his body refining cultivation, only his chi refining cultivation. Not long after, 100 strong enemies were killed by Chenzong's sword one after another. Fighting relied on one's own cultivation and martial arts attainments. Only when all these aspects were combined could one be considered true strength. In such a big world, there were countless cultivators, and it was common for the weak to defeat the strong. The aura of the 17th wave was even more powerful and vigorous, causing the vortex of aura in Chenzong's chi to expand and become more solid. In the 18th wave, each aura was even more powerful. Zhou Longxiao, who was ranked second on the transforming cloud steel, was stopped in this wave. Of course, if Fu Yunxiao were to try it now, he would definitely be able to pass this wave. As for whether he could pass this wave and enter the next one, it was hard to say, because the difference in difficulty between each wave was very obvious. The strength of each of the strong enemies in the 18th wave had reached the level of the middle of this year's cloud list. Perhaps one or two of them were nothing, but the pressure brought by 100 of them together was very strong, and Chenzong could not help but change his expression. However, this level of strength attracted Chenzong's attention, but Chenzong still did not use his full strength. He still used his chi refining cultivation to fight against the enemies. Fight, kill. With the heavy dragon sword in hand, Chenzong's swordsmanship had reached an even more tyrannical level. The power of each sword move was superior to that of an ordinary spirit-grade high-rank sword art, and the exquisiteness of it was not the slightest bit inferior. The cloud-transforming peak was one of the many peaks in White Cloud Mountain. The cloud-transforming hall stood on top of the cloud-transforming peak. Usually, few people would visit this place, but now, there were quite a few people gathered in the cloud-transforming hall. There were a total of 3 people, all of whom were on this year's cloud ranking. They were all waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the challengers to leave. At that moment, the cloud-transforming steel suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light formed a halo that quickly spread out and swept in all directions. The 3 people and the elder who were waiting were immediately attracted. They all turned their heads to look, and immediately, their faces were filled with shock. The rankings on the cloud-transforming steel suddenly changed. All the names dropped a level, and a brand new name and record appeared on the first place in the first row. Chenzong, the 20th wave. Moreover, the 20th wave was emitting a 7-colored luster. Chenzong! The 3 people suddenly exclaimed. They knew Chenzong very well. Wasn't he the champion of this year's Outer Sect Grand Competition and the champion of this year's Sky Ranking? His formidable strength was still fresh in their minds after a period of time, leaving an incomparably deep impression on them. The 20th wave. Chenzong actually made it to the 20th wave and broke the highest record in the history of White Cloud Mountain. He was ranked first, creating an even higher record. The elder who guarded the cloud-transforming hall opened his mouth wide in shock. Perhaps some disciples didn't know what the 7-colored light meant, but this elder was completely clear. The 7-colored light meant that Chenzong had made it to the 20th wave. If there was a 21st wave in the cloud-transforming array, then Chenzong should have made it to the 21st wave. However, the construction and operation of the cloud-transforming array required a huge amount of energy, And the consumption would be many times greater if one went further up. Too much energy would be consumed, and the construction would be even more difficult. The enemies in the 20th wave were the limit of the transcendent realm. It was the true limit, an unsurpassable limit. Because beyond that, one would no longer be in the transcendent realm, but in the half-saint realm. Gu Xiao made it to the 20th wave but failed. Not long after she entered the 20th wave, she was defeated and sent out of the cloud transforming array. Now, Chenzong had actually made it to the 20th wave, which was equivalent to passing the entire cloud transforming array. One had to know that inside the transforming cloud array, it was forbidden to use strength beyond the transcendent realm. For example, the strength of a half-step saint was restricted. Without the strength of a half-saint, facing 100 opponents at the peak of the transcendent realm would undoubtedly be an unimaginable amount of pressure. It was already very difficult to win a one-on-one battle, and it was even easier to win a one-on-two battle. It was basically impossible to win a one-on-three battle. However, Chenzong had won, defeating and killing 100 transcendents who had reached the peak of the transcendent realm. The elder didn't know how Chenzong defeated him, because he couldn't imagine it at all. Right now, only Chenzong himself knew what was going on. In the 19th wave, Chenzong felt great pressure. He had to use his real strength and combine his qi refining cultivation and body refining cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass. The pressure of the 20th wave was even more unimaginable. Chenzong was under great pressure and threat every second. If he was careless, he would be hit. The strength of each enemy was too tyrannical, enough to be compared with the likes of Gao Hongjing. If it had been Gao Hongjing who entered, he would have been killed in less than 10 breaths. Even the stronger Bai Xia wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths. Fu Yunxiao would be better off, but Chenzong was sure that Fu Yunxiao would only be able to last 30 breaths of time. Whether he could kill the enemy or not was still unknown. Perhaps he could, but at most he would only be able to kill one enemy. If it had been Chenzong, who had just won first place in the outer sect great competition, challenging the transforming cloud array, he wouldn't have fared much better. At best, he would only be able to kill one enemy. However, the great refining cloud pill had allowed Chenzong to make a significant breakthrough in his qi refining cultivation. His strength had also increased, and he had taken another step forward. His strength, tenacity, and spiritual sense had all combined together, allowing Chenzong to constantly wander around the 100-strong enemies, waiting for an opportunity to strike and kill them one by one. During this time, Chenzong had also been hit by strong enemies. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough, and he had layers of defense, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Even so, Chenzong felt like he was about to collapse after killing the 100-strong enemies. Chenzong really didn't want to experience that feeling a second time. It was too painful, just like the torment of hell. Even someone as tenacious as Chenzong felt pain and didn't want to experience it a second time. Although the process was extremely painful, so painful that Chenzong did not want to try it a second time, the harvest was also very gratifying. At the very least, the fist-sized condensed aura that was entrenched in his qi emitted an astonishingly vigorous fluctuation. The qi he obtained from the 20th wave was no less than the sum of the previous 19 waves. Chenzong didn't know how much his cultivation would increase after refining and absorbing the qi, but he guessed that it would be quite a bit. After breaking through the 20th wave of the transforming cloud grand array, Chenzong also received a small amount of nourishment, his fatigue quickly disappearing, and his injuries quickly healed, allowing him to leave. Everyone's eyes fell on Chenzong, especially the elder, whose eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and an indescribable heat. This kind of heat seemed to want to pierce through Chenzong and see through all of Chenzong's secrets. After bidding farewell to the elder, Chenzong quickly returned to his cloud hall and began to refine the condensed qi in his qi, leaving behind the elder who was still in shock. Refine, refine, refine. After entering seclusion, Chenzong circulated the white cloud extreme true art with all his strength, forgetting about everything else, focusing on refining and absorbing the qi, constantly enriching his ninth spirit wheel. Breakthrough, Chenzong's qi became more and more tyrannical. Ninth layer transcendent realm late stage. After another breakthrough, his qi swelled once again. Peak ninth layer transcendent realm, third breakthrough, peak ninth layer transcendent realm, Chenzong's qi became more and more tyrannical. However, this limit was only the threshold of one's cultivation and could not be considered the true limit. There was still room for improvement. His spiritual energy became even more vigorous and majestic. As it surged, it rolled up an extremely shocking tsunami, and rumbling sounds filled the air. When all of the qi had been refined by Qianzong, his qi refining cultivation finally reached the limit of the transcendent realm and could no longer be improved. Next, it's time to cultivate the white cloud high heavens art, Qianzong thought. However, the white cloud high heavens art was a saint-grade mid-rank secret art, several hundred times more profound than the white cloud extreme true art. If one wanted to cultivate it, they needed to first comprehend its mysteries and essence, which would allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Qianzong began to meditate, relying on his powerful soul and perception to comprehend the white cloud high heavens art. As soon as he did, Qianzong was dumbfounded. It was too difficult. Even if a true Saint Realm master wanted to comprehend the white cloud high heavens art, they would need to spend a lot of time and energy. Qianzong's perception was indeed very high, but that was only relative to the transcendent realm. If compared to the average Saint Realm master, Qianzong's perception was actually higher than the average Saint Realm master, comparable to the geniuses of the Saint Realm. Meditating, Qianzong gradually understood the mysteries of the first layer of the white cloud high heavens art. 5 days. Qianzong spent a total of 5 days to comprehend the mysteries of the first layer of the white cloud high heavens art. The second layer's mysteries would only be more mysterious and difficult to comprehend. 7 days. Second layer. 9 heavens. Third layer. 11 days. Fourth layer. Just like that, a little more than a month passed. Half a month had passed since the half-year deadline was set, leaving only 4.5 months. 4.5 months sounded long, but in fact, it was very short. Just one more layer and I'll start cultivating, Qianzong secretly said. It took him 13 days to comprehend the 5th layer. At this speed, it would take him 15 days to comprehend the 6th layer. The further he went, the more time it would take. There was not enough time, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Qianzong also felt that the first 5 layers of the white cloud high heavens art were enough for him to cultivate now. After all, it would take a lot of time to cultivate a new secret art. It would also take a lot of time to cultivate to the next layer. What's more, he could not only cultivate the white cloud high heavens art, but also other aspects. For example, he could comprehend the Heart Sword Sutra, improve his Heart Sword force, White Cloud force, Flame force, and so on. 4 months was a little short. Qianzong could only try his best to improve himself. This was because the opportunity to become a saint was not in his hands directly. He had to fight for it himself. If he was just a little bit weaker and missed the opportunity, wouldn't that be a pity? Not only Qianzong, but the other top 10 masters on the cloud list were also doing their best to improve themselves, regardless of the cost. The white cloud high heavens art was a medium sacred level cultivation method. It was hundreds of times more difficult to cultivate than the white cloud ultimate skill. Even if Qianzong fully comprehended the profound mysteries of the first level, he similarly would not be able to quickly master it. Fu Yunxiao and the others had chosen the sacred level cultivation method in the last session. 5 years later, they had only cultivated to the 4th layer. Deducting the time when they did not cultivate, it was at least 3 years. It was really slow to cultivate to the 4th layer in 3 years. Of course, in Qianzong's opinion, it was slow, but in the eyes of others, it was not slow at all. Traces of power were running in his body. The white cloud high heavens art's circulation route was really too complicated. If one did not have enough understanding and mastery of himself, it would be impossible to cultivate it. Fortunately, Qianzong's liquefied soul was strong, and his soul sense was also very strong. It was completely superior to that of a half-saint, so it was easier for him to control himself. The circulation route was more than 100 times more complicated than the white cloud ultimate skill. It took Qianzong 10 days to overcome it. Overcoming it only meant that Qianzong had just begun to cultivate the first layer. 20 days. It took Qianzong 20 days to cultivate the first layer of the white cloud high heavens art. Before reaching the half-saint realm, the power cultivated by the white cloud high heavens art was like a secret method. However, Qianzong tried it. The first layer was still very weak, not as good as his current spiritual power. Then, he began to cultivate the second layer. This time, it took him a month to cultivate the second layer. The power released when he activated it was almost the same as his current spiritual power. It seemed that he had to cultivate it to the third layer at least, and the power after activation could surpass his current spiritual power. Time was like the clouds in the sky, seemingly motionless, but slowly moving forward without turning back. It had been exactly half a year since the end of the Outer Sect Great Competition. A figure appeared from Cloud Palace number 212, it was Xianxia. At the same time, a figure also appeared from Cloud Palace number 211, it was Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia, Xianxia smiled, like a white lotus blooming among thousands of green lotus leaves in a tranquil lotus pond. Senior sister. Junior brother. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia noticed that Xianxia seemed to be different from half a year ago. Her face was more delicate, as beautiful as a painting, and her aura was also somewhat different from before, as if it contained a trace of nobility and mystery. The aura fluctuations emitted by Xianxia let Xianxia know that her cultivation had also reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, the true limit. After all, Xianxia was ranked 10th on the cloud list. If she wanted to raise her cultivation from the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer to the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer in half a year, there were many methods, such as the Grand Cloud Refining Pill and the Transforming Cloud Array, etc. Junior brother, thank you. Xianxia suddenly said to Xianxia seriously. Thank me? Xianxia was confused, but Xianxia did not explain, instead smiling, making Xianxia even more confused. The two summoned their white clouds and flew up into the sky, quickly leaving for the Cloud Dragon Peak. The Cloud Dragon Peak was usually closed and would only open on special occasions, and today was the special occasion. The Cloud Dragon Peak was shrouded in mist, like a dragon coiling in the clouds, vivid and lifelike. As they approached, they seemed to hear a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the void. The top 10 of the cloud list had gathered on the Cloud Dragon Peak. When Xianxia and Xianxia landed, several people had already arrived. The 5th-ranked Ming Tianming and the 6th-ranked Yu Shuiyuan had already arrived, and the 3rd-ranked Xianxia had arrived almost at the same time. At this moment, a vigorous and domineering aura fell from the sky like a meteor. Flames covered the sky and covered the earth, and the aura soared into the sky. With a hong sound, the fiery light fell, blasting open an enormous crater. Dust and smoke surged, and a sturdy figure stood tall. Xianxia didn't need to look at the person to know who it was. Gao Hongjing. After half a year, Gao Hongjing's aura had become even more vigorous and domineering, which also showed that his strength had improved greatly. Gao Hongjing, who had rushed over in a domineering manner, swept his gaze over the crowd. The intense light in his eyes was like a stream of hot magma, which made people's expressions change slightly. In the end, that gaze landed on Xianxia. It was as if it wanted to burn Xianxia. However, Xianxia calmly looked back at it. Her gaze was tranquil and ethereal like the bright moon in the night sky. It was refined, elegant, and tranquil. Gao Hongjing coldly snorted, but it was like a volcanic eruption. Its power was astonishing, and it made Yu Shuiyuan and the others secretly shocked. In the past half a year, everyone had been bitterly cultivating and doing their best to improve their strength. However, some people improved very little. After all, at this level, it was very difficult to improve further. It was almost like a bottleneck, a barrier, unless they could break through to the half-step Saint realm. However, some people could still continue to improve and become more powerful. This was the gap in one's own potential. Obviously, Ming Tianming, Yu Shuiyuan, and the others belonged to the category of transcendence. If they couldn't break through to the half-step Saint realm, then it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. Of course, if they could cultivate a saint-grade secret art, they might be able to become stronger. Unfortunately, they didn't cultivate a saint-grade secret art. Moreover, taking a step back, with their talent and aptitude, even if they obtained a saint-grade secret art, it wouldn't be so easy to cultivate it. They would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Gao Hongjing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xianxia. The blazing fire in his eyes seemed to want to burn Xianxia. However, Xianxia glanced at Gao Hongjing symbolically and ignored him. Instead, he was talking and laughing with Xianxia beside him. This scene made Gao Hongjing almost explode with anger. He had been bitterly cultivating for half a year, constantly imagining the scene of him meeting Chenzong, Baixia, Fu Yunxiao, and the others again. He wanted to use the powerful aura brought about by his improved strength to oppress them. No matter what, Chenzong should be looking at him like Baixia. He didn't expect that the other party would ignore him. This feeling made Gao Hongjing feel as if he had hit cotton with all his strength. It was soft and couldn't bear the force. It was extremely uncomfortable. Chenzong. Gao Hongjing opened his mouth and was about to angrily rebuke when Fu Yunxiao arrived. He landed right between Chenzong and Gao Hongjing. However, Fu Yunxiao didn't pay attention to Gao Hongjing. Instead, he turned his back to Gao Hongjing and faced Chenzong. His eyes were faintly flickering with a sharp light. He stared at Chenzong with a trace of fighting spirit. Feeling Fu Yunxiao's gaze, Chenzong turned his head and smiled as a greeting. He could feel that Fu Yunxiao's aura was a little stronger than half a year ago, which meant that his strength had improved again. However, he still hadn't reached the half-saint grade. Of course, Fu Yunxiao had the Hanyun snow blade. Once it was unsealed, it would become a half-saint weapon and possess the power of the half-saint grade. Therefore, in a sense, Fu Yunxiao could be regarded as an expert of the half-saint grade. Of course, in this way, Chenzong could also be regarded as a half-saint grade. The top 10 of this year's cloud list had all arrived and were waiting. At this moment, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Traces of indescribable ethereal aura spread out, making everyone feel as if they were about to fly. This graceful figure was a little hazy. Shrouded in dense clouds and mist, it added a bit of mystery. The aura, which was as high as the clouds in the sky, was indescribable. The newcomer's gaze swept across the top 10 of the cloud list. In an instant, everyone's body tensed up. They felt as if the gaze could see through everything and see through all secrets. Chenzong knew that it was just a feeling. Not all secrets were really seen through. However, he was sure that under such a gaze, things that were not so deeply hidden would be seen through. An expert, an unimaginable expert. I'm the cloud-flying Taoist master. The graceful and hazy figure spoke gently, like a cool breeze and flowing clouds, like a willow leaf in spring water. There were 5 Taoists on White Cloud Mountain. The 5 Taoists were the foundation of White Cloud Mountain, and each of the 5 Taoists had a Taoist master. The 5 Taoist masters of White Cloud Mountain were the strongest experts on White Cloud Mountain. They were the unparalleled strongest experts. As for the strength of these 5 supreme experts, Chenzong did not know. Was it the Saint Rudiment stage, or was it stronger than the Saint Rudiment stage? It was difficult to know until one reached a certain level. Regardless, the cloud-flying Taoist master was one of the supreme experts on White Cloud Mountain. Chenzong had seen the cloud-flying Taoist master before. It was also the cloud-flying Taoist master who came to the Outer Sect Grand Competition. As for the other 4 Taoist masters, he had never seen them before. Naturally, it was the cloud-flying Taoist master's first time seeing them. Sending a Taoist master to escort them showed how rare and important this opportunity to become a saint was. The cloud-flying Taoist master did not do anything. Clouds covered the entire area and turned into a white cloud that was 1,000 meters in size. Chenzong and the other top 10 on the cloud leaderboard were carried on the white cloud that was 1,000 meters in size. They then flew away from Cloud Dragon Peak and toward the Sea of Clouds in the outside world. After passing through the Sea of Clouds, they quickly left White Cloud Mountain and flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that Chenzong and the others were dumbfounded. Even with Chenzong's amazing eyesight, he could only see a blur that flashed by. It was as if the scenery was stretched into blurry lines. Chenzong tried to spread out his spiritual consciousness, but his expression changed. He felt that his spiritual consciousness could not sense anything. It was too fast. The speed was so fast that it was indescribable. It was so fast that his spiritual consciousness could not react. It was unimaginably fast. Since he could not see or sense anything, Chenzong simply ignored it. The cloud-flying Taoist master spoke as well. Her gentle voice sounded like a string instrument under the moonlight. Everyone calmed down and listened attentively. They remembered every word she said clearly in their minds. What the cloud-flying Taoist master said was closely related to the Saint Ascension opportunity. Why was it said that only the top 10 on the cloud leaderboard were qualified to obtain the Saint Ascension opportunity? In other words, only the top 10 on the cloud leaderboard were qualified to compete for the Saint Ascension opportunity? It was because this opportunity was rare and there was a quota. White Cloud Mountain was not the only one who wanted to obtain the Saint Ascension opportunity. There were other forces as well. What were the other forces? There were 3 major 9-star forces in the Sky Pillar upper region. They were the 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace, the Taiyan Mountain, and the mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace. In addition, there were 10 major 8-star forces. What? Aren't they 7? The 7 major 8-star forces were the Big Dipper Overlord Sect, the 7 Flames Glazed Palace, the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, the White Cloud Mountain, the Dark Sun Moon Palace, the Ethereal Heavenly Palace, and the Absolute Refining Sect. The other 3 major 8-star forces were 3 ancient clans. They were the Huangfu clan, the Dongli clan, and the Yuchi clan. The 3 ancient clans would not recruit disciples from the outside. At most, they would recruit some guests or elders with different surnames. The threshold was very high. The 7 major 8-star forces were sect. In order for a sect to continue to develop, it had to recruit enough outstanding disciples from the outside. Clans and clans were different from sect. They were the continuation of the bloodline of the clan. They were particular about the purity of the bloodline and did not allow the bloodline to be mixed. Therefore, the 3 major clans basically did not marry outsiders. Even if they could, the outsiders must be very talented to be chosen by the 3 major clans. They must also change their surnames. Such clans would naturally not enter the ancient war city to select disciples like the 7 major 8-star forces. They would not give the cultivators of the middle and lower regions a chance either. The 3 major 9-star forces and 10 major 8-star forces made up a total of 13 powerful forces to compete for the Saint Ascension opportunity. One could imagine how difficult it would be and how fierce the competition would be. Without sufficient strength, there was no hope at all. It was hard to say whether the top 10 on the cloud leaderboard could obtain a quota. As for the quota, there were not many, only 36 in total. If it was calculated on an average basis, there would be 36 spots for 13 forces, and each force would only obtain 2 or 3 spots. However, no matter if it was in terms of foundation or strength, the 3 great 9-star forces were undoubtedly stronger than the 10 great 8-star forces. Therefore, according to the estimation, the number of spots that the 3 great 9-star forces would be able to obtain would probably exceed the average. In this way, the quota that the 10 major 8-star forces could compete for would be even fewer. The Sky Pillar upper region was vast and boundless. Under the vast sky, 1,000-meter-long white cloud flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. It was heading north of the Sky Pillar upper region. There were 4 upper regions in the Lingwu sacred world. At the center of the 4 upper regions was the Tianyuan sacred region, the most powerful region in the Lingwu sacred world. The Sky Pillar upper region was located to the south of the Tianyuan sacred region. According to the Flying Cloud Tao Master, the fight for the Saint Ascension opportunity would be held in the northernmost region of the Sky Pillar upper region. The Sky Pillar upper region was vast. If one traveled from White Cloud Mountain to the northernmost region with the speed of a transcendent, it would take at least a year. In theory, one would not need to stop, rest, or encounter any accidents. In reality, there were many mountains, rivers, monster beasts, and forbidden zones along the way. With the strength of a transcendent, it was far too difficult and dangerous to traverse. Even a half-saint would have a slim chance of survival if they traveled all the way north. Even a true Saint Rudiment Realm Master would have to endure great danger. Therefore, no matter how strong a transcendent was, it was almost impossible for them to travel all the way from White Cloud Mountain to the northernmost region on their own. It had nothing to do with time. Even if the top 10 cultivators on White Cloud Mountain worked together to travel all the way north, they would not be able to do it. They would most likely die before they reached the northernmost region. A transcendent was not strong enough after all. There were many Saint Rudiment Realm Masters and monster beasts along the way. The Flying Cloud Tao Master was extremely fast. It took him less than a day to travel from White Cloud Mountain to the northernmost region. Moreover, he was traveling at his full speed. The northernmost region of the sky pillar upper region was very cold. Looking from afar, it was snow-white. The sudden drop in temperature made everyone feel cold. Of course, as peak transcendent realm masters and geniuses, this kind of coldness did not affect them. On the contrary, everyone was admiring this beautiful scenery. The world was snow-white, wrapped in silver without the slightest bit of impurity. It was incomparably pure, making one feel a type of shock when they first saw it. Fu Yunxiao was the only one who had witnessed such a scene among the 10 people on the heavenly roll. However, Fu Yunxiao was also shocked. That was because the snow scene he saw when he was comprehending Xianxia's unique skill was like a pond compared to the ocean. It was an endless expanse of pure white without any other colors. This was a world of white snow. Looking further into the distance, one could see snowy mountains and icebergs standing on top of the white snow, like spears and giant swords pointing to the sky. Long time no see, flying cloud downlord. A loud and clear voice rang out, like a great bell ringing between the heavens and the earth. The voice reverberated, and it was filled with astonishing vigor and dominance. Earth Holy General, long time no see. The flying cloud sect master turned around and smiled. Earth Saint General, Chen Zong and the others were a little confused, but Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Siya's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they had heard of him before. However, no one had any intention of explaining. Chen Zong and the others did not know who the Earth Holy General was, but that did not stop them from guessing. The Flying Cloud Sect Master was one of the 5 strongest Downlords in White Cloud Mountain. The greeting between the Earth Holy General and the Flying Cloud Sect Master was equal, indicating that they were on the same level. In fact, no one had a clear idea of how strong the Flying Cloud Sect Master was. They could only be sure that he was very, very strong. They speculated that he might be a super master at the peak Saint Realm. The strength of a Saint Realm Master was already amazing. It was unimaginable how strong the peak Saint Realm Master was. The Earth Holy General stood on an ancient giant door-like artifact, hovering in the air, and flew to the side of the Flying Cloud Sect Master's white cloud. Besides the Earth Holy General's imposing figure that was more than 2 meters tall, there were 10 other figures on the giant door. The 10 figures were all clad in armor. Some of them looked like heavy armor, which was very domineering. Some of them looked like close-fitting light armor, which made them look surprisingly agile. The 10 figures all looked young, in their 20s or 30s. They were the candidates who were going to participate in the fight for the Saint Realm opportunity. 9 men and 1 woman, they were the disciples of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, one of the top 10 8-star forces. They specialized in body refinement. Chen Zong's sharp spiritual consciousness could clearly sense the aura exuding from their bodies. It was the aura of body refinement. It was very powerful, even more powerful than his own body refinement aura. Regarding this, Chen Zong did not feel ashamed or any other negative emotions. The Titan Soul Heavenly Sect was a sect that specialized in body refinement. It was one of the strongest body refinement forces in the Sky Pillar Upper Province. It had a complete and powerful body refinement inheritance and abundant body refinement resources. Chen Zong's body refinement started with the spirit rank low-grade true flame body refinement technique. The other body refinement resources were also obtained through his own efforts. What really strengthened his body refinement strength was when he returned to the Kanglin world to improve the blood refinement technique and refine a large amount of blood beads. However, all of these added together could not compare to the foundation of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. After all, the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect was an 8-star force that specialized in body refinement. They had stood tall for tens of thousands of years and accumulated countless resources. Their foundation was shocking, and they even had the experience and guidance of body refinement experts in the sect. Therefore, Chen Zong did not find it strange that the disciples of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect were inferior to the disciples of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect in body refinement. Moreover, they were the 10 most outstanding outer sect disciples. The 10 disciples of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect stood upright on top of the ancient giant gate. A powerful aura surrounded their bodies as if it was repelling the air. Their eyes were sharp and contained a shocking might that swept across the faces of the 10 disciples of the White Cloud Mountain. They did not speak, but there was a hint of battle intent in their eyes. As an 8-star force and one of the top 10 outer sect disciples, their strength was naturally not weak. The Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, a body refinement sect, was also famous for their belligerence. After all, a body refinement cultivator's physique was extremely strong, and their vitality was incomparably vigorous. They would not usually cultivate any cultivation techniques that could calm the heart. Moreover, their cultivation method was to fight other than to cultivate quietly. They would fight with strong opponents and break through their limits in the midst of battle. One by one, the disciples of the sect rushed over and appeared in the surroundings. Shocking heat filled the air as if it was burning the sky, and it immediately brought a trace of warmth to the cold world. Everyone turned around and saw a huge 7-colored flame that looked like a lotus flower flying rapidly towards them. It exuded 7 different types of heat waves. The 7 flames glazed palace. Qianzong squinted his eyes and saw the people on top of the 7-colored lotus flame of the 7 flames glazed palace. There was no doubt that one of them was the strongest of the 7 flames glazed palace, and the other 10 were the top 10 outer sect disciples of the 7 flames glazed palace. Qianzong recognized one of the top 10 disciples. It was Lu Yanji, who had threatened and tempted him to get the purple cloud primordial flame in the ancient war city. Qianzong did not expect that after 5 years, Lu Yanji would be able to get into the top 10 of the 7 flames glazed palace. However, since he and Yun Yanxin were able to get into the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain outer sect, it was not impossible for Lu Yanji to get into the top 10 of the 7 flames glazed palace outer sect. After all, Lu Yanji was also a genius. Lu Yanji's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Qianzong's face. His face was full of shock. He naturally recognized Qianzong. After all, back then, Qianzong had a kind of earth flame. Lu Yanji had tried to ask for it but was rejected. It left a deep impression on him. However, in Lu Yanji's opinion, even if Qianzong's talent was good, it was impossible for him to improve so quickly in just 5 years and get into the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain outer sect disciples. After all, 5 years ago, Qianzong's cultivation was very low, only Transcendent Realm level 4. Could it be that the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain outer sect disciples were of low quality? That shouldn't be the case. As an 8-star force, White Cloud Mountain shouldn't be weaker than the 7 flames glazed palace. Even if they were weaker, the difference wouldn't be too big. Lu Yanji couldn't understand and was very surprised. He couldn't sense the aura fluctuations that Qianzong deliberately hid, so he didn't know what cultivation level Qianzong had reached. He's probably the 10th place of the White Cloud Mountain outer sect competition, Lu Yanji thought to himself. The gap between the 1st place and the 10th place was very big. Not to mention the 1st place, even the gap between the top 3 and the 10th place was very big. The 10th place might not even be able to withstand a single attack from the top 3. At least, that was the case in the 7 flames glazed palace. Qianzong's talent was extraordinary. After 5 years of cultivation and hard work at White Cloud Mountain, his strength had improved greatly. Adding in some luck, it was not impossible for him to get into the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain outer sect competition. I'm the 7th place of the 7 flames glazed palace outer sect competition. Lu Yanji thought to himself, this time, if I have the slightest chance, I'll take your Earth Wonder Flame. Lu Yanji entered the 7 flames glazed palace for the 7 wonder flames of heaven and earth. After entering, he realized that it was very difficult to obtain the 7 wonder flames of heaven and earth. After all, the wonder flames of heaven and earth were very precious and difficult to produce. To obtain them, one would either have to pay a lot of sect contribution points or be highly valued by the sect. Lu Yanji tried his best and was rewarded with an Earth Wonder Flame because he got into the top 10 of the outer sect competition. After spending a lot of time, he finally merged his Earth Wonder Flame with the 7 flames glazed palace's Earth Wonder Flame to become a new Wonder Flame of heaven and earth with greater power. If he could obtain Qianzong's mysterious Earth Flame and spend some time to merge with it, then the power and potential of his mysterious Earth Flame would be able to increase further. Eventually, he would reach the peak of the mysterious Earth Flame and his own strength would increase greatly. Thinking of this, Lu Yanji's heart burned with excitement. Qianzong, your Earth Wonder Flame is mine. Lu Yanji immediately transmitted his voice to Qianzong. His voice was filled with ridicule, provocation, and confidence as it rang in Qianzong's ears. Zong looked at Lu Yanji in surprise but did not respond. With his powerful spiritual sense, Zong could sense Lu Yanji's cultivation. It was at the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. Not bad, but Zong did not feel the slightest threat from him. In order to have a great body, the dominator of 6 realms has started working out. He's got an 8-pack and a big chest. Those from the Tiangang Overlord sect arrived as well. 8-star forces such as the Dark Hall of Sun and Moon, the Ethereal Heavenly Palace, and the Refinement Clan arrived one after another. Powerful auras spread out from every corner, causing ripples in the surroundings. It was as if invisible waves were crashing in all directions, stirring up layers of wind that kept blowing away. At that moment, an extremely sharp screech resounded throughout the world. It was so loud that it could shatter metal and rock, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate. A golden light that seemed to be burning with terrifying flames quickly approached from one side of the sky. The golden light spread out like a raging tide, illuminating an area of the void. In an instant, the golden light approached and appeared thousands of meters away from everyone. It suddenly stopped and revealed itself. It was a giant bird. It was completely golden as if it was made of gold. Its appearance was like an eagle, and its eyes were extremely sharp as if they could pierce through the sky. There were 6 people standing on the back of the giant bird. One of them was a middle-aged man who emitted an indescribable aura. He should be a powerhouse at the same level as the Flying Cloud Path Master. As for the other 5, they should be people who were going to participate in the fight for the opportunity to become a saint because they all looked very young. That's the Huangfu clan. The Flying Cloud Path Master's gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. They immediately understood who those people were. They were the Huangfu clan, one of the 3 8-star clans. The clans pay attention to their bloodline. They are not as numerous as the sect in terms of numbers, but they are superior in terms of quality, the Flying Cloud Path Master added. It was a very simple sentence, but it contained a lot of information and content. None of them were ordinary people, so they analyzed the Flying Cloud Path Master's words thoroughly. To ensure the continuity and purity of their bloodline, the 3 8-star clans usually did not marry with outsiders, and they rarely recruited outsiders. No matter how many generations a clan had, it was impossible for them to be unscrupulous. Therefore, in terms of numbers, they could not be compared to the sect that had always been recruiting disciples. However, the sect had always been recruiting disciples. Although they had set up many thresholds to pick out the most talented disciples, not all of them could become powerhouses. The sect's way of doing things was more like washing away the sand with great waves. There would always be pearls that would be found and become strong enough to ensure the inheritance and continuation of the sect. The 3 great clans, on the other hand, had preserved the purity of their bloodlines. Although the total number of people was relatively small, the number of experts that appeared from generation to generation would be greater. As a result, there were only 5 people from the Huangfu clan who had come to compete for the opportunity to become a saint. However, all of them were dignified and their auras were condensed and powerful. They appeared to be extraordinary and were all very powerful. Everyone's gazes swept over them as if they were observing which one was more powerful. The 5 people from the Huangfu clan also swept their sharp gazes over and observed the others. Every single person here could become an opponent. Zong noticed that the eyes of the people from the Huangfu family were a little different from the others. There seemed to be a layer of faint and imperceptible golden light on their black pupils. The golden light was like water, very pure, and contained a trace of nobility. It was as if they were born to be extraordinary. In fact, the bloodlines of the 3 great clans were indeed extraordinary. Almost all of them were bloodline cultivators and had extraordinary bloodlines. One could tell just by looking at Gao Leping. He was originally considered a decent genius, but when compared to the entire outer sect of Mount Baiyun, he could only be considered ordinary. However, because he had awakened the fierce tiger bloodline, he immediately became extraordinary and surpassed many disciples. If Gao Leping's talent and other things were originally at the lower level of the outer sect disciples of Mount Baiyun, then after awakening the fierce tiger bloodline, he had reached the middle level or even surpassed it. He could be considered above average. The changes brought about by a good bloodline awakening to a cultivator were astonishing. Most of the people from the 3 great clans were bloodline cultivators. When they reached a certain level, they would awaken their bloodline, and their talent and strength would also skyrocket. And these 5 people were the strongest of the younger generation of the Huangfu clan. The one that caught Qianzong's attention the most was one of the 5 people, who was also one of the 2 women from the Huangfu clan. She wore golden armor that seemed to be woven from the feathers of a golden eagle, perfectly setting off her tall and curvaceous figure. There was an indescribable vigor and beauty about her. It was a combination of wildness and nobility, and was full of astonishing attractiveness. Under her golden feathered crown, her black hair fluttered like silk. Her face and skin were as gentle as fine jade, and a halo was naturally produced. Her facial features and face were very well matched, and there was a trace of indescribable heroic spirit in her exquisiteness, like the heroic spirit of a valkyrie. Her entire body exuded a kind of lofty aura like that of a princess. While it made people revere her, it also made people have an impulse to conquer her. Qianzong noticed her not only because of her extraordinary beauty and unique temperament, but more importantly because of the faint aura fluctuations on her body, which made Qianzong feel unique and powerful. This was a strong opponent. In an instant, Qianzong came to a conclusion. Of course, this woman's grasp of her own aura was also very astonishing. Without a strong spiritual sense and perception like Qianzong, it would be impossible to detect her. As for the other woman, although she also had an extraordinary appearance and temperament, she did not give Qianzong that unique feeling, so Qianzong did not pay too much attention to her. However, Qianzong took a few more glances at the giant golden bird that looked like an eagle or a rock. It was very powerful. It was the golden holy eagle. Qianzong estimated that he could not block the giant bird's claw. At this moment, a green light illuminated a corner of the space, and a strange sound like a snake hissing and a dragon roaring faintly resounded through the world. A giant snake that was 100 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Its ferocious and overbearing appearance, as well as its extremely cold eyes, was unforgettable. Just one look at it would send chills down everyone's spine. This was the green glow snake. It was a very famous and ferocious demonic beast. There were 6 people standing on the back of the snake. One was a middle-aged man, and the other 5 were young people, 4 men and 1 woman. These people were from the Dongli clan. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking. In another direction, a black and red light spread rapidly, like a black and red flame, and turned into a wave of fire that swept over violently. The terrifying aura was extremely ferocious, as if it had emerged from hell. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. In the northwest direction, a giant tiger that was 100 meters long with black and red stripes and burning with black and red flames was running wildly. This black and red giant tiger had 2 long sword-like teeth, which looked very frightening. The teeth were white and covered with complicated black and red patterns. A few more glances at it would make people feel dizzy. The shoulders of the giant tiger were covered with ferocious spikes. Each spike was several meters long and looked like a strange pair of wings. The giant tiger's tail was constantly swinging, and the end was burning with a black and red flame that was extremely scorching. This was the abyssal demon tiger. The 6 people on the abyssal demon tiger's back were from the Yuchi clan. Since then, all 10 8-star forces had gathered, and many 7-star forces had also come in various ways. There were 10 8-star forces, and even more 7-star forces. There were more than 30 who were qualified to come, and each of them was a stronger force among the 7-star forces. Ordinary 7-star forces couldn't be compared to them. Each 7-star force would get 5 spots. There would be more than 160 disciples from the 30 or so 7-star forces participating in the competition. There would be 15 disciples from the 3 grade 8-star clans and 70 disciples from the 7 grade 8-star sections. In total, there would be more than 200 disciples participating in the competition. However, the 3 9-star forces hadn't arrived yet. The 3 9-star forces were the strongest forces in the Sky Pillar Upper Province. They were invincible forces, and they had more spots. Each of them had 20 people, so there were 60 people in total. In total, there would be more than 300 people participating in this competition. However, only 36 people would get the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. 36 out of 300 people were competing, which was a ratio of 10 to 1. It was unknown how intense the competition would be. Even now, No one knew how they were going to compete for the 36 spots to enter the Saint Realm. A mystical mountain descended from the sky as if it had appeared out of thin air. It was incomparably mystical, and all kinds of mystical light shone around the 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The mountain landed on one side, emitting a shocking aura. 21 figures stood on the mountain. One of the figures was an old man in a gray robe. He had his hands behind his back, and his expression was indifferent. He gave off a feeling of superiority, and his eyes contained endless mystical light. The 9-star force, Taiyan Mountain, had arrived. Behind the old man were the 20 disciples of Taiyan Mountain. Then, the mysterious Sky Ancient Palace arrived. The mysterious Sky Ancient Palace was a huge palace that shone with mystical light. As soon as it appeared, it brought along endless rays of light. The palace door opened, and a beautiful and noble figure in palace attire walked out. Every step she took was filled with an indescribable charm, as if she was stepping on Taoist rhymes. The patterns on her purple palace attire flowed slowly like water, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. The face of the supreme expert of the mysterious Sky Ancient Palace couldn't be seen clearly, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile. 20 figures appeared behind her, and each of them had a mystical aura. They were the disciples who were going to compete for the Saint Ascension opportunity. Rumbling sounds were heard, and a shocking aura soared into the sky, sweeping over from afar. It was sharp, domineering, vigorous, and boundless. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out from the east, illuminating a corner of the sky and rapidly spreading out. The light was incomparably blazing, like a scorching sun. A huge flying boat seemed to be sailing out from the sun. There were 5 flags on the flying boat, and they were scattered on 5 sides, fluttering in the wind. 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. There were 3 9-star forces in the Sky Pillar upper region, but the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace was widely recognized as the most powerful force in the Sky Pillar upper region. As if it was the finale, the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace appeared last. As soon as it appeared, the rays of light spread across half the sky, and the blazing rays of the sun shone brightly. The flying boat was 1,000 meters long, and it shone with 5 different colors. Each of the colors was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. Extremely high profile, extremely domineering, extremely disdainful, it was as if it was announcing to the world that the 5 Ju Heavenly Palace was the most powerful force. 3 9-star forces, 10 8-star forces, more than 30 7-star forces, all of them were present. There were more than 300 people participating in the competition for the Saint opportunity. Each of these 300 people was a genius among geniuses. They were all elites among geniuses. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to sweep through a region. Now, they were gathered here to compete for the Saint opportunity. Perhaps, even if they really obtained the so-called Saint opportunity, they might not be able to break through to the Saint realm, but it could increase their chances of breaking through. Nothing was 100% absolute, but there was a distinction between high and low. Among the 20 disciples of 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace, there were 2 people Chen Zong knew. One was Wu Lingkong. Seeing Wu Lingkong, Chen Zong was happy for him. Wu Lingkong also saw Chen Zong. He was stunned at first, but then a smile appeared on his face. On the fierce ancient battlefield, the 2 of them appreciated each other and formed a friendship. Although they did not enter the same sect and had not met for 5 years, it did not affect the friendship between the 2. True friends, even if they had not met or contacted each other for many years, when they met one day, they would still be as close as before. The other person was Lu Yijue. Lu Yijue had a sneer on his face as he stared at Yun Yanxin. He seemed to be mouthing, "Senior sister Yu, we meet again." Such a simple sentence seemed to be a greeting, but only Yun Yanxin knew how much pride and provocation it contained. Seeing Lu Yijue again, Yun Yanxin's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with fierce murderous intent. She was originally a disciple of the Central Territory's Thunder Wind sect. She had never thought of leaving the Thunder Wind sect to enter the fierce ancient battlefield or the Upper Territory. It was only because she wanted to kill Lu Yijue. Unexpectedly, not only did she fail to kill Lu Yijue, but Lu Yijue had also become a disciple of a 9-star force, 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace. The gap between a 9-star force and a 7-star force was unimaginable. With Lu Yijue's talent, it was unimaginable how powerful he would become in the future after being nurtured by a 9-star force. Yun Yanxin once felt despair. Fortunately, he had also entered White Cloud Mountain. Now, through his continuous efforts, his strength had greatly improved. Lu Yijue had to be killed no matter what. This was Yun Yanxin's initial goal and desire, but it had quietly evolved into an obsession. Lu Yijue's provocative and playful look made Yun Yanxin's killing intent even more intense. It was like a volcano's magma that was about to erupt. "Senior sister, calm down." Chen Zong's voice suddenly sounded in Yun Yanxin's ears. With a trace of rhythm, Yun Yanxin instantly woke up and got rid of the influence of the killing intent. This was not a good place to make a move. Moreover, even if he made a move, it would be difficult to kill Lu Yijue. Therefore, suppressing his killing intent was the best way to calm himself down. Seeing Yun Yanxin on the verge of exploding with killing intent and suddenly regaining his calmness, Lu Yijue was suddenly startled. This was not in line with his expectations. Yun Yanxin's talent was very high and was not inferior to his. Although his strength had greatly improved after entering the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace, Yun Yanxin had also entered White Cloud Mountain. With her talent, her strength would definitely increase rapidly. Lu Yijue was very clear that Yun Yanxin was determined to kill him. It was not a good feeling to be remembered by someone with outstanding talent and strength. Therefore, when Lu Yijue saw Yun Yanxin, he wanted to provoke Yun Yanxin and let Yun Yanxin make a move at this time. Maybe he could take this opportunity to use the power of the 5-Ju Heavenly Palace to kill her. Even if he could not kill her, he could still severely injure her or make her lose the fight for the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. In short, he would do whatever was beneficial to him. He did not expect Yun Yanxin to be able to calm down under the extreme killing intent that was about to erupt. This made Lu Yijue even more wary. Yun Yanxin looked away and no longer looked at Lu Yijue because Lu Yijue would constantly provoke her secretly. Then, it was time to announce the method to compete for the quota. In the deepest part of the snow domain, which was also the end of the Sky Pillar upper region, there was a secret realm called the Flying Snow Secret Realm. More than 300 genius disciples from various sect forces would depart from here and enter the Flying Snow Secret Realm with the fastest speed. There was a time limit of 3 days. In other words, if they could not enter the Flying Snow Secret Realm within 3 days, they would be eliminated and would not be able to participate in the next stage of the competition, let alone the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. The second stage was to enter the Flying Snow Secret Realm and hunt the snow beasts in the Secret Realm to obtain the snow crystals. After finding the 36 Secret Realm entrances, they would use the power of the snow crystals to open the Secret Realm entrances and lead the Flying Snow Secret Realm through the Secret Realm entrances. Each Secret Realm entrance could only be opened once. After that, it would be useless. In other words, only 36 people could lead the Flying Snow Secret Realm through the Secret Realm entrances. They would be the winners of the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. The others would be eliminated and would not have the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. The competition sounded simple, but they would have to experience it themselves to know the real situation. "Go, do your best," the Flying Cloud Sect Master said to the 10 disciples and encouraged them. At the same time, many figures leaped into the sky. They were like eagles, tigers, feathers, and arrows. They were all different, but they were all very fast. 3 days was not a short time. With everyone's speed, they would be able to travel very far in 3 days. However, no one knew what kind of situation or danger they would encounter in the snow domain that would affect their speed. The opportunity was to be fought for by oneself and had nothing to do with others. Since that was the case, even disciples from the same sect would not give way to each other. An opportunity that could be given away was either not of much use to him, or the other party was very important to him. Everyone wanted the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. How could they give it away? If they wanted to give it away, why would they come here, fight? Chen Zong's figure was erratic. It was as if he was riding the wind and flying through the sky. His speed was much faster than half a year ago. In fact, after one's strength reached the limit of the transcendent realm, one's speed would also reach the limit. Without external help, it would be more difficult to improve further. However, if one cultivated a high-level movement technique and cultivated it to a high level, it could also increase one's speed. If one summoned riding white cloud and flew through the air, their speed would indeed be faster than their normal limit, but it could not be compared to using a movement technique. It was because of this that the 10 disciples of White Cloud sect did not summon riding white cloud. They chose to use their movement techniques to increase their speed. In the past half a year, Chenzong had not neglected other aspects of cultivation besides cultivating the White Cloud Soaring Sky technique. He wanted to comprehend the Heartsword Sutra. He exchanged the lower part of the illusory cloud path for comprehension and cultivation. In addition, Chenzong, who had enough contribution points in the sect, also exchanged the upper and middle parts of the flying cloud path and the upper and middle parts of the refining cloud path. After his soul had been liquefied, Chenzong's tolerance had increased. His comprehension had also been further enhanced. In addition to his various accumulations, the speed at which he comprehended the flying cloud path and refining cloud path was more than 10 times faster than when he comprehended the illusory cloud path. Otherwise, Chenzong would not have dared to do so in the past. After comprehending the essence of the flying cloud path master's speed, not only could he use a faster sword, but he could also increase his movement speed. The subtleties of the 5 white cloud paths were not one-sided. It was comprehensive. As Chenzong continued to comprehend and cultivate, his understanding of this became more and more profound. As the champion of White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect Grand Competition, Chenzong was not only the strongest, but also the fastest. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the other disciples of White Cloud Mountain and flew forward. Perhaps some people would think that since Chenzong was so strong and so fast, he should support each other with his fellow disciples. It sounded right, but if one thought about it carefully, it was ridiculously wrong. The competition for the opportunity to become a saint was an individual competition, not a group competition. If it was a group competition, then whichever sect or faction arrived first would be able to obtain the opportunity to become a saint. In that case, Chenzong would definitely team up with the others. However, this was a competition between more than 300 people. Even if they were from the same sect, they would still be competing. Asking Chenzong to lower his own speed so that he could keep pace with the others was akin to ruining this rare opportunity. "Senior sister, I'll go first." Chenzong transmitted his voice to Yun Yanqin. "Junior brother, I'll catch up as well," Yun Yanqin replied. In fact, Chenzong was not the only one who was like this. The others were the same. Those who were faster were doing their best to move forward, while those who were slower could only try to catch up. Gradually, Chenzong widened the distance between him and the others of White Cloud Mountain. Above the snow region, pure white snow covered an endless expanse. It seemed to be endless. No one knew how long it would take to reach the end of the snow region from the moment they entered. In short, even with everyone's strong eyesight, they could not see it. Even the snow-capped mountains in the distance made everyone feel very far away. More than 300 people seemed like a lot at first. However, as everyone continued to move forward with their movement techniques, the distance between them gradually widened. It looked like little black dots scattered on the snowy plains. Looking down from above, they looked like a group of scattered ants. Chenzong used his movement techniques to move forward quickly. He also paid attention to his surroundings. His speed wasn't the fastest. The 3 9-star forces, the 20 disciples of the 5 ultimate heavenly palace, Taiyan Mountain, and the mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace, were all astonishingly fast. The fastest 3 were even faster than him. Among the 3 great clans, Chenzong also noticed the woman with a very unique temperament. She seemed to be charging forward on the battlefield, sweeping through everything before her. Her speed was extremely astonishing. Her body seemed to be surrounded by golden flames, as if flames were burning fiercely. The golden flames floated behind her, like ribbons or wings, causing her speed to be even faster. She seemed to be charging on the battlefield, but also as sharp as a golden holy eagle. There was also an indescribable nobility. On the Dongli clan's side, they used their movement techniques. They seemed to be slithering like a green snake. They seemed to be winding, but their speed was also astonishing. I feel like my hands are going to be crippled. It's so sore. The snow region was vast, and there were no other colors. At first, it was breathtaking, but after looking at it for a while, one would start to feel bored. This was because they were all white, pure white, boundless white, a white without any signs of life. Moreover, everyone was here to compete, not to enjoy the scenery. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was nothing compared to the opportunity to become a saint. When they reached the peak in the future, they could see any kind of beautiful scenery, and they could enjoy it with a more refined attitude. Compete, they were competing for opportunities, for time, for their future, and for the general trend. Among their peers, whoever could take a step forward and seize the opportunity would have a great chance to surpass the others and surpass the previous generation. Fortuitous encounters did not appear out of thin air and fall onto one's head like a pie. One had to fight for it and fight for it. Even if one was lucky enough to get an opportunity out of nowhere, without enough ability, one would not be able to benefit from the opportunity. On the contrary, one might even lose one's life. A group of powerhouses flew into the sky and looked down, as if they were watching a group of ants running for a long distance. In fact, with everyone's speed, even if they were the slowest, they could cross the vast snow region in 3 days and reach the end of the snow region, then enter the flying snow mystery realm. But was it that simple? No. In theory, there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents. However, in this snowy region, it wouldn't be so safe. At this moment, more than 300 people had separated from each other. Simply put, the 300 people could be divided into 4 echelons according to their speed. The first echelon was the one at the front, and they had the least number of people, only a dozen. The second echelon was a few thousand meters away from the first echelon, and there were more than 40 of them. The third echelon was a few thousand meters away from the second echelon, and there were more than 70 of them. The fourth echelon was also a few thousand meters away from the third echelon, and they had the most people. A few thousand meters was actually something that could be traversed in a short span of time, but the fourth echelon was unable to catch up to the third echelon. Similarly, the third echelon was unable to catch up to the second echelon, and the second echelon was unable to catch up to the first echelon. The distance between them was unknowingly increasing. There were more than 40 people in the second group. Half of them were from the 3 9-star forces, and the rest were mostly from the 10 8-star forces. There were even 2 7-star forces. This caused the experts in the sky to be a little surprised. However, after giving it some thought, he found it reasonable. Although a 7-star organization was inferior to an 8-star organization, or even a 9-star organization, there were bound to be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses who could rival the geniuses of 8-star or 9-star organizations. As for the third echelon, a few of them were disciples from the 3 great 9-star forces, some of them were disciples from the 10 great 8-star forces, and most of them were disciples from 7-star forces. Most of the people in the fourth echelon were disciples of 7-star forces. Xianxia was at the front of the third echelon. She was ranked 10th on the cloud roll of Mount Baiyun, so it was normal for her to be in the third echelon. Oh woo! A series of high-pitched howls suddenly rang out and swept over from all directions. The howls were like the roars of the mountain winds in this vast wilderness. As they spread further and further, everyone's expression changed slightly. These were the howls of wolves. They came from the front and the left and right, and they were getting louder and louder. There were very few people in the snow region, but there were some demonic beasts like the snow wolves that lived there. Right in front of them, snow-white dust billowed up like waves, constantly fluctuating and spreading out. Faintly, rumbling sounds could be heard. Shocking murderous intent surged like waves, taking the lead to attack. It was like a piercingly cold wind, sharp as a blade, sweeping past the people in the first echelon, causing their bodies to stiffen slightly. A wave of coldness invaded their bodies, causing them to feel slightly numb. When they first entered the snow region, everyone felt a chill. This kind of chill was enough to freeze an ordinary person to death in a short span of 3 breaths. Even Foundation realm cultivators wouldn't be able to stay here for more than a few days if they weren't prepared. The deeper they went into the snow region, the colder and more terrifying the chill became. For example, the geniuses were now at least hundreds of thousands of meters deep. The temperature here was so low that even a piece of steel would be frozen into ice in an instant. If a Foundation realm cultivator came here, they would be turned into an ice sculpture in a few breaths of time, their vitality extinguished. The transcendent realm was different. Their life essence had undergone a transformation, becoming more advanced and powerful. Compared to the Foundation establishment realm, all aspects of a transcendent realm cultivator were significantly improved. Their ability to adapt to and resist the outside world was many times stronger. Coupled with their higher cultivation and strength, whether it was hot or cold, they had a stronger resistance. Even so, everyone felt the chill invading their bodies from all directions. However, they were constantly circulating their strength to resist it, so it couldn't penetrate their bodies. The disciples of Titan Soul Heavenly Sect had an advantage against this kind of cold because their physiques were very strong and their vitality was shockingly vigorous. Their vigorous vitality contained an astonishing amount of heat, so they could resist this kind of cold without needing to consume any extra strength. Billowing white waves soared into the sky, reaching up to 100 meters. Under the 100-meter white waves, there were huge snow-white wolves. Each snow-white wolf was at least 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long. Including their tails, they were nearly 5 meters long. Their snow-white bodies were completely devoid of any impurities, giving them a very pure appearance. If they were completely stripped off their fur, they could definitely be sold for an astonishing price. After all, this kind of fur was very rare and many people liked it. Whether it was made into fur or used as mats on beds or benches, it was an excellent choice. Of course, with everyone's status, they wouldn't hunt the snow wolves here to sell their fur. That would be too cheap, and the price they could sell them for was nothing to them. Snow wolf was a very simple name, but the meaning behind it was not simple at all. Each snow wolf was a transcendent monster beast, and not just any ordinary transcendent. All of them had reached the late stage of the transcendent realm, with at least a 7th layer transcendent. The pack of snow wolves was densely packed, numbering at least 1,000, each of them exuding an astonishing murderous aura. These were the killers of the snow domain. Even the stronger monster beasts were unwilling to face them head-on. Cruel, ruthless, and proficient in teamwork. In the snow domain, snow wolves were undoubtedly the most terrifying monster beasts. Facing the onslaught of over 1,000 snow wolves, the dozen or so people in the first echelon wore different expressions. Some of their brow furrowed slightly, some of them grinning, some of them filled with fighting spirit, some of them even glared at them with a sharp light, as if they were looking down on everything. But no matter what kind of expression they had, the dozen or so people didn't slow down in the slightest, nor did they show the slightest intention to dodge, simply continuing to rush forward. Snow wolves were indeed the most terrifying killers in the snow domain, but a trivial 1,000 snow wolves weren't enough to force them to retreat. One had to know, they were all the strongest disciples of 8 or 9 Star Force's outer sects. Not to mention there were more than a dozen of them. Even if it was just one of them facing 1,000 snow wolves, they still wouldn't hesitate. Of course, if there were more than 10,000 snow wolves, they would have no choice but to fear them. In this snow domain, 1,000 snow wolves could only be regarded as a mid-tier group. Enemies meeting on a narrow path, kill. The dozen or so people were like a dozen sharp knives that mercilessly stabbed into the pack of snow wolves without any hesitation. A terrifying murderous intent mixed with an astonishing chill assaulted them, as if it wanted to swallow them whole, but it didn't affect them in the slightest. Although this murderous intent was very strong, these dozen or so people were even stronger. The heavy dragon sword shot out from its scabbard, and a pitch-black sword light suddenly pierced through the air, like a black meteor streaking across the sky. It reflected against the snow-white sky of the snow region, and its color became even more distinct. The sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Not a single snow wolf could withstand it, whether it was a 7th grade, 8th grade, or 9th grade spirit-level wolf. Spirit-grade monster beasts corresponded to the human race's transcendent realm, and each grade corresponded to the next. The snow wolves were indeed very strong, but relatively speaking, Chenzong's strength was constantly improving and had already surpassed the limit of an ordinary 9th grade transcendent realm cultivator by many times. 7th, 8th, or 9th grade spirit grade monster beasts made no difference to Chenzong. It was nothing more than the difference between a slightly bigger ant and a slightly smaller ant. The other dozen or so people also took action. Giant Soul Heavenly Sect's disciple simply threw out a punch, sending out a jet black fist energy that was like a dragon soaring out of the abyss, carrying with it a fierce and domineering aura that seemed capable of shattering a mountain. No matter how powerful the snow wolves were, they couldn't compare to a mountain, their bodies like they were made of powder that was barely pieced together. Under this one punch, the terrifying power behind it caused the snow wolves' bodies to explode, their flesh and blood splattering in all directions. With just a single punch, several dozen snow wolves had been killed. Everyone had their own methods, but they only attacked casually. After all, there was no need to use their full strength against these snow wolves. The people of 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace did not even unsheath their swords. They only slashed with their sword fingers, and an extremely dazzling purple light streaked across. At the same time, it split open the snowy ground, and also split open the bodies of several dozen snow wolves. The Taiyan Mountain's disciple gently waved his hand, bringing with it an astonishing majestic aura that directly crushed several dozen snow wolves. The profound Heaven Ancient Palace's disciple gently raised his finger, causing a layer of mist to swirl around it, creating an extremely mysterious sight. With a chi sound, several dozen snow wolves were pierced through and their vitality was extinguished. The princess-like disciple of the Huangfu clan shook his right arm, and golden light shot out like a golden spear that pierced through the sky. It was as swift and violent as lightning, and this extremely powerful strike also killed several dozen snow wolves in an instant. Each of the dozen or so people sent out a blow, each blow killing several dozen snow wolves. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 snow wolves had been killed, leaving only a little over 100. Although the snow wolves were ferocious, tough and cunning, they were still afraid in the face of this kind of killing power. They were intelligent. Over 100 snow wolves let out mournful howls and ran away without looking back. As the sword light flashed, the hundreds of snow wolves trembled and were all cut in half, their blood splashing out, dyeing the snow red and filling the air with the smell of blood. The disciples of the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace all exuded a thick murderous aura. Sneering coldly, their sharp eyes swept across the hundreds of snow wolf corpses, their cold eyes filled with indifference towards life. At that moment, white waves surged from both sides, even more magnificent and majestic. A pack of snow wolves, another pack of snow wolves rushed over, this one even larger than the previous one, numbering over 3,000. However, none of them paused for a moment, still maintaining their speed as they rushed forward. Their purpose for coming here was not to kill snow wolves, but to compete for the opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. The first stage was to reach the end of the snow domain and enter the flying snow-sealed world within the specified time limit. If they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified and lose the opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. Thousands of snow wolves chased after them from both sides, like maggots on bones, catching up to the geniuses of the 4th echelon and pouncing on them without any fear of death. Die. The geniuses of the 4th echelon naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. One by one, they attacked the snow wolves. Even though they were only in the 4th echelon, each of them had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm and were many times stronger than a normal peak Transcendent Realm cultivator. They were all geniuses among geniuses, possessing extraordinary strength. Blood splattered everywhere, and the broken limbs of the snow wolves flew everywhere. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, causing the snow wolves to go even crazier. One by one, they howled, and their eyes turned scarlet. Their bodies faintly swelled as if they had gone berserk. An extremely terrifying murderous aura lingered around their bodies, making them even more terrifying. Facing snow wolves, these monster beasts from the snow domain, one could either kill them with the most tyrannical method possible, forcing them to flee in fear, or provoke them into going berserk. In their berserk state, not only did the snow wolves' eyes turn scarlet red, but their bodies also seemed to glow with a faint red light, causing their strength to soar by 30%. 30%, this was a terrifying increase. However, these 100 or so geniuses from 7-star and 8-star forces were also very strong, and under their full strength, they were able to slaughter the snow wolves. Kill, kill, kill. The geniuses of the 4th echelon fought with the thousands of berserk snow wolves, but the others simply ignored them, because stopping to fight with the snow wolves would undoubtedly delay their progress. This matter concerned his future, and he didn't have anyone he cared about. Naturally, he wouldn't sacrifice himself for this. After a fierce battle, all 6,000 snow wolves died, but none of the geniuses died. At most, they suffered light injuries, but these light injuries were quickly healed with the help of pills. Thousands of snow wolves were killed, their corpses littered the ground. Large amounts of blood dyed several thousand meters of the snowy ground red, and an extremely thick smell of blood permeated the air, lingering for a long time. The snow wolf's sense of smell was extremely amazing. It was 1,000,000 times better than a normal person's. Even a half-saint expert's sense of smell couldn't be compared to a 7th grade spirit-level snow wolf. Immediately, a large number of snow wolves smelled the blood, and they could tell that it was the blood of a snow wolf. A large number of snow wolves were slaughtered. An earth-shattering howl rang out, as if an astonishing tsunami was coming from the front. It was like a thunderous explosion, causing the snow on the snowy mountains to scatter, turning into snowballs that rolled down to the bottom of the mountains. In the next moment, a series of resounding howls filled with killing intent rang out from all directions. Those were the howls of the snow wolves, as if they were responding to each other. Such dense and resounding howls were more than 10 times stronger than before, indicating that the number of snow wolves was much greater than before, causing everyone's expression to become even more unsightly. Demonic beasts like the snow wolves weren't a threat to everyone when there were only a few hundred of them. If there were thousands of them, the threat wouldn't be great, but it would delay some time. However, if there were tens of thousands of them, it wouldn't be as simple as delaying time, it would even bring about a threat to everyone's lives. There was a snowy mountain in front of them. It wasn't very high, about 1,000 meters tall. Just below the snowy mountain, there was a huge boulder that was dozens of meters tall, covered in a thick layer of snow. On the huge boulder covered in snow, there was a figure standing upright. The figure was 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was snowy white, and the white fur on its body was extremely pure, so pure that it emitted a white halo. This was a huge wolf, a huge snow wolf that was several times larger than the other snow wolves. This snow wolf's appearance was incomparably ferocious. It was extremely strong and domineering, as if it was a majestic king, unexcelled in the world. There seemed to be a tuft of white hair on its forehead that exuded an even richer brilliance, like a burning white flame. A pair of flawless ruby-like eyes seemed to overlook the world, indifferent and aloof. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they stared at this figure. Wolf King, Snow Wolf King, only the Snow Wolf King had such a physique and such power. The Snow Wolf King's aura was tyrannical and unfathomable, causing everyone to tremble slightly. Below the boulder under the Snow Wolf King's paw, there were 10 4-meter-tall giant snow wolves. These 10 seemingly powerful giant snow wolves all exuded an astonishing aura, one that had reached the peak of the transcendent realm. Snow wolf guards, every wolf king would have a wolf guard under him, and every wolf guard was selected after many battles. They were the most powerful demonic beasts in the entire clan, second only to the wolf king. 10 snow wolf guards and a snow wolf king blocking the way caused the faces of the first echelon to turn solemn. In their perception, the 10 snow wolf guards were very powerful. Shenzong estimated that they were not much inferior to Gao Hongjing from half a year ago, perhaps even comparable. If the snow wolf guards were so powerful, then what about the snow wolf king? It was hard to imagine. At this moment, a dense sound rang out, like an army of thousands of horses galloping, their aura soaring to the sky. In all directions, one snow wolf after another appeared, so densely packed that there seemed to be no end to them. An astonishing evil chi mixed with the terrifying chill of the snow domain spread out in all directions, filling the sky with heavy snow. The wind blew, and the heavy snow swept in all directions. The dozen people in the first echelon all stopped. Because around the 10 snow wolf guards, one after another tyrannical snow wolf appeared. Each snow wolf was 3 meters tall and exuded an astonishing aura. If the 10 snow wolf guards had the strength of an 8-star force's third seat disciple, then those 3-meter-tall snow wolves had the strength of an 8-star force's top 10 outer sect disciple. No matter if it was the 10th or 4th place, they all belonged to the top 10. There were more than 1,000 of these snow wolves. It could be said that the death of thousands of snow wolves had angered the Snow Wolf clan in the snow domain. Under the command of the Snow Wolf King, almost all of them were mobilized to hunt down this group of murderers who dared to kill thousands of their own clan members. Tens of thousands, in all directions, tens of thousands of snow wolves formed an encirclement, surrounding more than 300 disciples in the middle. An astonishing evil chi mixed with chilling evil chi was emitted from every snow wolf, and they all rushed towards the 300 people who were surrounded. The evil chi of tens of thousands of snow wolves combined with the chilling evil chi was extremely terrifying. One could vaguely see a 1,000-meter-tall snow wolf's shadow condensing in the sky, looking down. Its pair of scarlet eyes were cold and emotionless, and the shocking evil chi made everyone's heart sink. Kill. The 5 Extinction Heavenly Palace's head disciple's face was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were indifferent as he spat out a word. Kill our way out. Fight. Just a bunch of wolf cubs, and you want to block my way? All of you, die. In an instant, more than 10 geniuses from the first echelon exploded and charged forward. There were only 3 days left, and it was extremely urgent. They had to race against time, and there could not be any unnecessary delays. No matter how strong the Snow Wolf guards were, no matter how strong the Snow Wolf King was, they had to kill their way out, and charge towards the end of the snow region. More than 10 geniuses from the first echelon exploded, and the second, third, and fourth echelon geniuses also exploded. This time, they did not hold back. At the same time, the Snow Wolf King, who was on top of a huge rock, raised its claw and slammed it down. Its huge and mighty body crouched down, and it opened its huge mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and roared at the 300 people below. This low and deep roar was the signal to attack. Tens of thousands of snow wolves immediately exploded with all their strength, and they all charged forward. Thousands of elite snow wolves also launched a frontal attack, and the 10 powerful snow wolf guards also launched an attack. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, and the Snow Wolf King raised its second claw and slammed it down. An extremely terrifying force burst out from the claw, and a shocking shockwave rippled out from the point of impact, causing a shocking wave to surge out. Cracks appeared on the huge rock, and they were densely packed like lightning. The Snow Wolf King's body suddenly rushed forward, and it turned into a snow-white lightning that tore through the sky. Fast, it was indescribably fast. Not only was it fast, but it also burst out with an extremely terrifying aura that tore through the sky. The sudden attack of the wolf claw shattered the vacuum, and an earth-shattering force mixed with extreme killing intent and chilling intent swept out, shocking the heavens and earth. The chilling air in the snow region surged along with the Snow Wolf King, and the snowflakes that filled the sky formed a shocking gale that blew over, as if a mighty snowstorm was brewing. The Snow Wolf King did not move, but once it moved, it locked onto one of the geniuses from the first echelon. It was the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect's chief outer disciple, a 2-meter-tall physique cultivator in bronze armor. Good timing. The chief outer disciple of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, Tuobanu, roared. His body suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura burst out like a volcanic eruption. His shocking blood energy surged like thunder, and a high-pitched dragon roar seemed to resound in all directions, causing a torrential ripple. His eyes were filled with anger, and his arms were stretched forward. A terrifying energy surged into his arms, causing them to swell up in an instant. The web between his thumb and forefinger trembled, and his 5 fingers spread out, as if they were pillars that stretched across the heavens and earth. Chenzong also noticed this scene, and he split his attention to observe. After all, Chenzong was also a physique cultivator, and he was very curious about the physique cultivator of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect. Especially since he was the chief outer disciple of the Titan Soul Heavenly Sect, he should be able to fully display the essence of the physique cultivator. With a loud boom, the momentum shook the area. Tuobanu grasped the Snow Wolf King's claws tightly. His strength exploded. His muscles swelled and his body seemed to have swelled up. With a roar, he shook his arms and burst out a stormy wave of strength. He was about to swing the Snow Wolf King's body and smash it on the snow. However, the Snow Wolf King was stronger than expected. Its huge body gave it even more strength. Tuobanu didn't even shake it as it fell. Instead, it shook its claws and a terrifying force erupted like a volcano. Not only did it shake off Tuobanu's fingers, but it was also like a huge spear that pierced through the air. Tuobanu was shocked. He quickly crossed his arms and his muscles bulged like a shield in front of him to block the Snow Wolf King's attack. With a loud bang, the Snow Wolf King's claws released a terrifying force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Tuobanu's expression changed drastically. His strong body trembled and he retreated rapidly as if he was skiing. His feet left 2 deep trenches in the snow. The powerful force made Tuobanu's arms tremble. A terrifying and domineering chill spread from his arms to his body as if it was going to freeze and destroy his body. Strong, the Snow Wolf King's strength was very strong. Judging from this attack, it wasn't at the half-step saint level. However, it was infinitely close to it. Even if it encountered a true half-step saint expert, the Snow Wolf King would still have the strength to fight back. The 10 Snow Wolf Guards charged forward and released a powerful force. After the Snow Wolf King forced Tuobanu to retreat, it turned around and waved its claws to tear the sky. The white light of the claws created a series of sparks as it rubbed against the air. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the air and it was very pungent. The claws were aimed at the outer sect chief disciples of the Dark Hall of Sun and Moon and the outer sect chief disciples of the Absolute Refining sect. Their expressions changed and they immediately used their own methods to defend and dodge. The Titan Soul Sect's Tuobanu's body was extremely strong. Even he couldn't defend against the Snow Wolf King's attack. Their defense couldn't be compared to Tuobanu's. Of course, this didn't mean that they were weaker than Tuobanu. They each had their own strengths. When the Snow Wolf King waved its claws, its long and thick tail also shook violently and swung out. The shocking momentum exploded in the void. It could shatter a mountain in one hit. It fiercely attacked the outer sect chief disciple of the Big Dipper Overlord sect. The Heavenly Dipper Overlord sect's outer sect chief disciple's expression turned ruthless. The giant cudgel in his hand suddenly shook, and the cudgel's body was like a giant python that flipped over, emitting an extremely shocking power. It bounced up and seemed to shatter the void, striking down fiercely. With this strike, the shadow of the staff covered the sky and covered the sun. The pressure of the staff shocked the world and shattered the snow on the ground. Boom, the giant cudgel struck down and collided with the Snow Wolf King's tail, causing a monstrous storm to erupt in all directions. The outer sect chief disciple of the Big Dipper Tyrant sect had a drastic change in expression. The giant cudgel was bounced up high by a tyrannical force, causing him to stagger backward. His arms were in intense pain as if his bones were about to break. Strong, the Snow Wolf's strength too. And yet, it hadn't reached the true half-step saint realm. It could only be regarded as a half-step saint. These dozen people had reached the true limit of the transcendent realm. They were all very strong, but there were still some differences in strength depending on the individual. The Snow Wolf King was also at the limit of the spirit grade. It was equivalent to the true limit of the transcendent realm. However, the Snow Wolf King was a monster beast. It was born with a strong physique and vigorous vitality. In this regard, it was superior to many cultivators. Moreover, the Snow Wolf King was the king of the Snow Wolf clan. Its physique was more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary snow wolf. Although the 10 Snow Wolf Guards weren't as strong as the Snow Wolf King, they were still very strong and wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Snow Wolf King and the 10 Snow Wolf Guards cooperated with each other and blocked the path of the first echelon geniuses. The other Snow Wolves attacked the second, third, and even fourth echelon geniuses one after another. Tens of thousands of Snow Wolves besieged them. The murderous aura was extremely shocking. The group of experts in the sky watched, but they had no intention of lending a helping hand. If they had to help in such a situation, then even if they obtained an opportunity to enter the Saint Realm and broke through to the Saint Realm, they wouldn't have any great achievements. True masters had always been born from countless life and death situations. If they didn't experience slaughter, setbacks, and tribulations, they wouldn't be able to shine. The Snow Wolf King directly stalled 4 of the first echelon geniuses, making it so that they could barely contend with it. The Snow Wolf King's strength was indeed terrifying. The strength of each Snow Wolf Guard was even stronger than expected. In a one-on-one fight, it was impossible to kill them in a short time. For example, Chen Zong was now facing a Snow Wolf Guard. The Snow Wolf Guard's strength was about the same as Gao Hongjing's half a year ago, but Gao Hongjing wouldn't have been its opponent half a year ago. This was because the Snow Wolf Guard's physique was very strong. Their tyrannical physique gave them amazing defensive capabilities and endurance. A melee, chaos, tens of thousands of snow wolves attacked crazily. More than 300 geniuses from various sect forces also took action to resist. This kind of battle was not a drill, but a real life and death battle. If one wasn't careful enough and wasn't strong enough, he would die here. His body would be torn to pieces by the snow wolves, and he would even become their food. A few snow wolves suddenly flew over from the side, their terrifying sharp claws flickering with cold light in the void. They attacked with extreme killing intent and coldness. Zong seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He clearly saw the sudden attack of the snow wolves. With a shake of the heavy dragon sword, he repelled the snow wolf guards. The sword light rolled up and slashed through the snow wolves like a hot knife through butter. The snow wolves that were attacking from behind were suddenly swept by the sword light. Their bodies paused for a moment, and then they fell to the ground in two, dyeing the snow red with blood. The snow wolf guards furiously pounced. Their sharp claws tore through the air, bursting with countless sparks. Their sharp fangs were extremely sharp, and they bit fiercely, trying to tear Zong to pieces. However, the pitch-black sword light flashed and tore through the sky again. The sword light seemed to be floating, but the moment it touched the snow wolf guards, it burst out with an astonishing violent power. It was incomparably overbearing. With a boom, the astonishing strength spread out in all directions like wild waves, rolling up thousands of layers of snow and exploding. Heartless sword, Zong launched the second sword attack. The sword light seemed to shuttle through the air without leaving a trace. The moment the snow wolf guards were about to attack again, they seemed to be facing the heavy dragon sword with their own chest. The heavy dragon sword was not only 98,000 kilograms heavy, but also extremely sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the snow wolf guard's strong body and went straight through them like a hot knife through butter. Just now, Zong did not use his full strength. Now, he used all his strength. Although the snow wolf guards were strong, they still could not resist. After killing the snow wolf guards with one sword attack, Zong's soul sense, which covered the whole area, also sensed the situation of the other disciples of Mount Baiyun. Senior sister Xianxia was surrounded by more than a dozen powerful snow wolves. However, with Xianxia's strength, she could completely resist and kill them. However, there was a 3-meter-tall snow wolf quietly lurking. It hid its breath and slowly approached Xianxia like a hunter staring at its prey. It had reached the optimal distance and was only waiting for the right time to launch a sudden attack. In an instant, the 3-meter-tall snow wolf burst out with power. Its body tore through the sky like a snow-white lightning bolt. Its sharp claws brought up a series of dazzling sparks, and a burning aura spread in all directions. This attack was extremely fast and powerful. It was completely out of Xianxia's expectations. By the time Xianxia was alerted, the surrounding snow wolves had already gone berserk. They charged at Xianxia without regard for anything else. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they still wanted to kill Xianxia. After half a year of cultivation, Xianxia's strength had also improved greatly. She was not flustered in the face of danger and her sword was like the wind. Dozens of sword lights bloomed at the same time, piercing through dozens of snow wolves that had gone berserk. Soon after, the dozens of sword shadows gathered into one and slashed horizontally towards the 3-meter-tall snow wolf. With one slash, the snow wolf was killed. Using his soul sense, Zong could not help but exclaim in surprise. Compared to half a year ago, senior sister Xianxia's strength had indeed improved significantly. If it was half a year ago, she would at most be able to kill those snow wolves. She would not be able to do anything to the 3-meter-tall snow wolf. With a shake of the heavy dragon sword, several pitch-black sword lights suddenly pierced through the air and immediately pierced through the snow wolves surrounding the White Cloud Mountain disciples, relieving the pressure on everyone in an instant. "Let's go." Zong's voice sounded in everyone's ears at the same time. Opportunities should be fought for by oneself. They could not modestly give it to others. This was their principle. However, as fellow disciples of the same sect, it was also their principle to not interfere in times of danger and lend a helping hand. To Zong, that sword light was nothing at all. It didn't consume much of his strength, nor did it take up much of his time. However, to everyone else, it instantly alleviated the pressure on them and won them a trace of opportunity to escape. None of them could be compared to ordinary people. When the pitch-black sword light killed the snow wolves around them and Zong's voice sounded in their ears, they had already reacted. One after another, they burst out with astonishing speed and fled. The purpose of coming here was not to fight with the demonic beasts, but to reach the end of the snow domain. It was best to buy time. After all, they would be attacked by the snow wolves here. No one knew what would happen next. The people of White Cloud Mountain did this, and so did the people of the other sect forces. Go, 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 In an instant, some people rushed out of the encirclement of the snow wolves. However, the snow wolves would not let them go so easily. They chased after them madly. The ground shook incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of snow-white light as thick as a muscular man's waist shot out from the Snow Wolf King's mouth. This beam of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it traversed across the sky. Its terrifying power evaporated the air and turned it into a vacuum. Under this attack, the dozen or so geniuses had no time to dodge. They could only use all their strength to resist. However, the power of this attack was too terrifying and too powerful. The dozen or so geniuses could not resist at all. They were torn apart in an instant. A few of the dozen or so geniuses had their bodies directly penetrated and exploded. Although the other 10 or so geniuses did not die, they were thrown far away and vomited blood. They were severely injured. Death, this was the first time death had occurred. The ones who died were geniuses among geniuses. The remaining power of the snow-white light did not dissipate. It blasted towards the snow mountain. Rumble, the 1,000-meter-tall snow mountain suddenly trembled. The accumulated snow, which had been accumulating for an unknown number of years, crumbled and collapsed, turning into pieces of broken snow mountain streams that rolled down like a tsunami, mighty and ferocious. Avalanche, this was the most common disaster in Snow Mountain. The avalanche that came down from the 1,000-meter-tall snow mountain was only loud in the beginning, but it was not that powerful. However, as it continued to fall, its power became stronger and stronger. The momentum was shocking, and the power became more and more terrifying, as if it was going to shatter everything. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even geniuses like Qinzong were shocked when facing such an avalanche. They might be able to resist it with all their strength, but it would definitely be uncomfortable. If they were hit by the avalanche, they would be delayed for a long time. The avalanche's frontal attack, the encirclement of tens of thousands of snow wolves, and the all-out attack of the powerful Snow Wolf King. These three factors caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Kill the Snow Wolf King first. Everyone immediately reacted. If the Snow Wolf King did not die, it would be even more troublesome. Only by killing it first would they be able to avoid future troubles. Everyone realized this a little late, but it was not too late. Kill. In an instant, more than 10 geniuses from the first echelon attacked the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King's strength was indeed very powerful and shocking. Facing the attacks of more than 10 geniuses, it was able to resist their attacks and counterattack. The sword cultivator from the 5 Absolute Heavenly Palace had a serious expression, and his eyes emitted an extremely sharp killing intent. With a shake of his sword, an extremely dazzling purple light shot out, and a 3-foot-long sword light pierced through the sky. It was silent, but it carried an extreme killing intent and a sharpness that could pierce through everything. That dazzling purple sword light seemed to have merged with tens of thousands of sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. This was a killing move. The chief disciple of the Taiyan Mountain's outer sect waved his hands and flicked his 10 fingers. Strands of gray aura filled the air, condensing and weaving. Then, an illusion of a mountain appeared out of thin air. As the aura continued to pour in, the illusion of the mountain became more and more solid. In a flash, less than 1/10 of a breath's time had passed from the Taiyan Mountain disciple's hand seal to the illusion of the mountain. Boom, the mountain seal smashed towards the Snow Wolf King. The mountain seal seemed to contain the vigorous power of an ancient mountain. It was incomparably heavy, and when it smashed out, the surrounding space was compressed to the extreme. It was as tough as refined steel. The 5 fingers of the disciple from the mysterious Heaven Ancient Palace shook like the wings of a bird. They were filled with incomparable mysteries. Shortly after, a sharp and clear cry resounded in the sky and spread in all directions. The power of the 5 fingers condensed and shot out in an instant. It was like a finger light, but also like the shadow of a black bird. It was full of indescribable mystery. As soon as the finger beam or the mystic bird's shadow left the finger, it silently shuttled through the spatial rifts and charged towards the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King was immediately threatened by the 3 outer sect first disciples of the 3 great 9-star sections. That was not all. The outer sect chief disciple of the Big Dipper Overlord sect raised his cudgel, and a shocking amount of earth energy flowed into the cudgel. Every strand of earth energy was more condensed than refined gold, and it was as heavy as a mountain. A single strike from the cudgel seemed to be able to shatter a mountain and crack the earth. The cudgel was extremely domineering and unyielding. It was filled with a shocking battle intent as it fiercely blasted towards the Snow Wolf King. The Seven Flames Glazed Palace's first disciple of the Seven Flames Glazed Palace opened his hands, and a shocking silver flame suddenly burned on his hands. Within the silver flame, there were traces of red threads swimming around like dragons and snakes. The silver and red flames rose up like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws to control the nine heavens. They emitted a terrifying mystery and scorching heat that could burn all things in the world as they blasted towards the Snow Wolf King. Wherever the blazing flames passed, the snow melted in an instant. Each of them brought out their true strength, hoping to kill the Snow Wolf King in one blow. Chenzong's sword pierced through the air. The heavy dragon sword was as light as a feather, but it contained an incomparably terrifying power. This sword was incomparably mysterious and difficult to track, as if it was aimed at the heart. Heartless sword, the Snow Wolf King's strength was indeed very tyrannical. He could withstand the attacks of several first-tier geniuses by himself, and even gain the upper hand. But now, he was not facing a few, but more than 10. More than 10 peerless geniuses were attacking him with their true strength. He could block 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks, but he couldn't block more than that. Under the joint attack of more than 10 peerless geniuses, the tyrannical Snow Wolf King was instantly hit. He was unable to withstand such a powerful attack, and his body, which was even more tyrannical than the Titan Soul Heavenly Sex to Obanu, was instantly shattered. He was thrown into the pack of snow wolves like a ragged sack. Fresh blood flowed out, and his body was broken. The Snow Wolf King's tenacious vitality struggled to get up again. However, his injuries were too severe, and he could only cry out in grief. The injuries were too severe, and his vitality was quickly draining away. In just a few breaths, the Snow Wolf King's head tilted to one side, and his vitality was completely gone. He was completely dead. With the death of the Snow Wolf King, the other snow wolves were stunned, and they quickly fled. The pack of snow wolves was under the control and command of the Snow Wolf King. With the death of the Snow Wolf King, they lost their leader and became scattered. Next, a new leader would emerge from the slaughter to lead the pack again. However, this had nothing to do with Chenzong and the rest. The attack just now was too powerful, and it caused the avalanche to intensify. The momentum made everyone's expression more serious. Landslide and earth-splitting, there was no one who did not fear this kind of power. The experts above all smiled. Facing such a disaster, how would they deal with it? Gather all our strength and kill our way out, the chief outer sect disciple of Taiyan Mountain roared. This was undoubtedly the best way. 5Ju Heavenly Palace, follow me. The chief outer sect disciple of 5Ju Heavenly Palace did not care. With a command, his long sword pierced through the air like a sharp awl. Originally, with the combined strength of more than 300 people, they could completely resist and even break through the avalanche that was getting stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, the chief outer sect disciple of 5Ju Heavenly Palace was too arrogant. Joining forces to kill the Snow Wolf King was already the biggest compromise he could make. Since the people of 5Ju Heavenly Palace were unwilling to join forces, the people of Big Dipper Overlord sect also directly attacked. For a moment, everyone was fighting for themselves. White Cloud Mountain was naturally led by Chenzong. Kill, the heavy dragon sword burst forth with a terrifying power, directly shattering the front and destroying a large part of the avalanche. However, at the same time, the terrifying power bombarded Chenzong, causing him to bear a great impact. The other 9 disciples of White Cloud Mountain also attacked one after another to destroy the avalanche. They were also shocked by the power of the avalanche. The power of the avalanche was too strong. It was even more terrifying than the Snow Wolf King's attack. Moreover, it was continuous and extremely shocking. Even so, Chenzong and the rest still relied on their own strength to break through the avalanche's impact and quickly rushed to the side. When facing an avalanche, it was best not to retreat. The more one retreated, the stronger the avalanche's power and the harder it would be to resist. Charge, 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 charge. This avalanche was extremely powerful, and it caused the snow in the surroundings to roll, covering a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The waves continued to spread out. 100,000 meters, 110,000 meters, 120,000 meters, the range of the avalanche's impact became wider and wider, and its power also became more and more terrifying. The surroundings were filled with white snow, and it was difficult to see more than a few meters away. The astonishing chill had reached a point where it was enough to freeze an early transcendent realm cultivator, and it was still intensifying. As the chill grew deeper and deeper, it mixed with the flying snow and the avalanche's torrent, affecting everyone's speed. The repeated impacts forced everyone to use all their strength to resist. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The astonishing momentum surged for hundreds of thousands of meters. It was extremely terrifying, and the earth trembled incessantly. Drowned, more than 300 people were completely submerged. The astonishing shaking lasted for nearly half an hour before it stopped. The 1,000-meter-tall snow mountain had completely collapsed. Because it was not a real mountain, it was formed by the accumulation of snow over many years. When it collapsed, it naturally collapsed. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters, the snow was scattered everywhere, as if it had been trampled by a void behemoth. More than 300 people had disappeared without a trace, as if they had all been crushed by the terrifying avalanche. The masters above all stared. Under their eyes, it was as if nothing could hide, and they could see everything clearly. About half an hour passed. With a bang, a snowflake exploded, and a strong and imposing figure rushed out. It was giant soul heavenly sex Tuobanu. Tuobanu's physique was extremely astonishing, and his vitality was extremely tyrannical. In such a situation, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for him. Then, another person broke out of the snow. It was Chenzong. Tuobanu was stunned. He stared at Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through him. Body refinement cultivators had a stronger ability to adapt to various environments, and their survivability was also stronger. Therefore, in such a disaster, body refinement cultivators had a higher chance of survival, and the speed at which they broke out of the snow would also be faster. Tuobanu thought that the second person to break out of the snow would be Giant Soul Heavenly Sect's second disciple, but he did not expect it to be someone from another sect. It seemed to be a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Could it be that this person also cultivated body refinement? Thinking of this, Tuobanu suddenly had a strong fighting spirit. Tuobanu's guess was right. Chenzong was able to break out of the snow so quickly because of his body refinement cultivation. Of course, in terms of body refinement cultivation, Chenzong was not comparable to any of the 10 disciples of Giant Soul Heavenly Sect. However, Chenzong was not a body refinement cultivator. He had a stronger chi refinement cultivation and a powerful purple cloud black star flame. Therefore, he broke out of the snow slightly slower than Tuobanu. More people broke out of the snow. Not long after, the first group of Heaven's Prides appeared one after another. Chenzong scanned with his spiritual consciousness, looking for White Cloud Mountain's disciples. After unsheathing his sword and helping White Cloud Mountain's disciples break out of the snow, he immediately set off towards the end of the snow region. It was a race against time. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Figures shot out like arrows from a bow. Their speed was incomparably fast, and they streaked across the snowy ground, leaving behind trails. Not long after, more than 300 people separated once again, clearly separating into different groups. The first group of people was still at the forefront. The second group was a few thousand meters away, the third group was a few thousand meters away, and the fourth group was still a few thousand meters away. The snow region was vast and boundless, and the deeper one went, the thicker the snow became. A figure flew out of the thick pure white snow. With a light tap of his toes, he flew thousands of meters away in an instant. Leaving no trace in the snow, the figure was swift and silent, as if it didn't cause any sound of breaking wind. It was very agile, like the clouds in the sky changing constantly. Chenzong was flying quickly to the extreme north of the snow region, and there was no one else beside him. First, he was surrounded by a pack of snow wolves, and then the snow mountain collapsed during the fierce battle, causing a big avalanche. Then, when he continued to move forward, he encountered an ice storm. The ice storm was more than 10 times stronger than the previous avalanche, and it was more dangerous. It affected a wider area and lasted longer, and it directly scattered more than 300 people. After the ice storm passed, there was no one else around Xianxia, and he didn't know where he had been swept to. Even a half-sane expert had to pay attention to such a strong ice storm. Although the ice storm had shifted his original trajectory, Xianxia found the direction and continued to move north after identifying the direction. When a person used his body movement to fly over the vast snow region at lightning speed without seeing other creatures, he would inevitably feel lonely after a long time, as if he was the only one left in the whole world. Loneliness had always been the natural enemy of human beings. Especially in this kind of pure white snowy region that stretched as far as the eye could see, it was empty, silent, and cold. The feeling of being unable to see a trace of the sky and land would imperceptibly intensify the feeling of loneliness, and it would directly attack the heart and mind. Xianxia had a strong mind and a firm will. Even if he was running alone in the endless snow region, he wouldn't feel lost. That was because his mind was firm and he had a goal. With a goal, there would be motivation. With a firm character, he would not be afraid of difficulties and obstacles, and he would move forward courageously. Here, Xianxia couldn't feel the passage of time. Unknowingly, night fell. Under the night sky, the snow region seemed to be quieter and emptier. The stars dotted the boundless night sky, and they were so clear and lively as if one could reach out and touch them. The night sky in this region was truly vast. No, it should be said that the starry sky was vast. Under the night sky, the snow region was even quieter than usual, but the chill was even deeper. Fortunately, Xianxia's cultivation was not low, and he had a strong and vigorous qi and blood in his body, so he was able to resist the shocking chill. If those geniuses in the fourth echelon had not refined their bodies, they would have to expend more energy to resist the chill. Even though it was late at night, Xianxia didn't intend to stop. He didn't need to rest. He wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible. Charge! Suddenly, a hissing sound was heard. It was so subtle that Xianxia wouldn't have noticed it if his five senses weren't so sharp. With a sweep of his soul sense, Xianxia saw a figure swimming under the snow thousands of meters away. It was a snow python. The snow pythons in the snow region were rather peculiar. They liked to move around at night to hunt for prey. Xianxia was the prey it had set its eyes on. As Xianxia approached, the snow python suddenly burst out from the snowy ground. It was even thicker than a strong man's body, and it burst out with an astonishing ferocious aura. It opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy smell blew out like a gale. Its shadow shrouded Xianxia's body. This was a 9th grade spirit grade snow python. If an ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivator was caught off guard, they would be swallowed whole. However, Xianxia's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if everything was under his control. Unsheathing the heavy dragon sword, a jet black sword light shot out like an aurora, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The snow python with its maw wide open suddenly froze, its body stiffening as it slammed into the ground, sending waves of snow tumbling out. Even if this snow python was several times stronger, it wouldn't be able to block Xianxia's sword. After killing the snow python, Xianxia quickly left. Because the snow python's blood had flowed out, the smell of blood was very strong. Soon, the other demonic beasts of the snow region would smell it and rush over. If they found Xianxia, they would definitely attack him. In such a place, fighting monster beasts wasn't a wise choice. If possible, it was best to avoid it. Under the curtain of night, Xianxia hurried along at full speed, killing some of the snow domain monster beasts that appeared at night. As the sky gradually brightened, Xianxia saw a series of ice mountains in front of him. The deeper he went into the snow domain, the colder it became. The snow-capped mountains gradually turned into icebergs. Each iceberg was covered in snow, and as time passed, it gradually condensed into solid ice. The icebergs were like ice giants standing on top of the snowy region, towering into the sky. They were so majestic that it was astonishing. At that moment, a figure flickering with golden flames streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, flying in the same direction as Xianxia. Xianxia saw the other party, and the other party also saw Xianxia. It was the chief disciple of the Huangfu clan, the woman who looked like a princess. Huangfu Feihuang was slightly surprised to see Xianxia, but she didn't pay attention to him. In theory, the two of them were competitors. The golden flames around Huangfu Feihuang continued to spurt out, circling around her like streams of water. She continued to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Chenzong wasn't slow either. The two of them were thousands of meters apart, like two parallel lines. They both displayed their speed and kept moving toward the extreme north of the snow domain. Huangfu Feihuang had always been competitive, and her talent was the highest in the Huangfu clan in 100 years. She wanted to leave Chenzong behind. However, Chenzong's speed wasn't slow at all. They were actually moving side by side. Huangfu Feihuang's competitive spirit seemed to be stimulated. She shook her shoulders, and the golden flames around her body fluctuated in an instant. They quickly spread and condensed behind her shoulders, turning into two light wings that fluttered like ribbons. Huangfu Feihuang's body suddenly rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, but it didn't seem abrupt at all. Instead, it had an indescribable agility, like a phoenix soaring in the sky. In just an instant, Huangfu Feihuang's speed increased by 30%, directly breaking the momentum of moving side by side with Chenzong. She was about to leave Chenzong far behind. In a moment of excitement, Chenzong's muscles and bones trembled slightly. There seemed to be a dull sound, and a terrifying invisible force fluctuated in all directions, bursting out layers of ripples. The snow under his feet instantly exploded, and snow waves more than 10 meters high rushed up. A tyrannical force recoiled, causing Chenzong's speed to increase. In an instant, he crossed several thousand meters and was once again on par with Huangfu Feihuang. Huangfu Feihuang was secretly shocked, but she mustered all her strength and swore to leave Chenzong behind. As the most outstanding disciple of the Huangfu clan in 100 years, she was like a princess. Her bloodline was pure and noble, and she was born extraordinary. She had long nurtured the idea of being superior. How could a cultivator without a bloodline compare to someone with a noble bloodline like her? Even if the other party was the chief disciple of the White Cloud Mountains outer sect, it still wouldn't be enough. To a bloodline cultivator, they valued the level of life more. They believed that a bloodline cultivator's life essence was higher, and they were born to be superior to others. As someone with an extremely pure bloodline in the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Feihuang valued her bloodline even more. Now, a non-bloodline cultivator was actually on par with her in terms of speed. She couldn't accept this. More streamers of golden flames condensed, and the light wings became more and more solid. Huangfu Feihuang's speed increased again. Chenzong stepped on the snowy ground step by step. Every step he took burst forth with astonishing power, splashing thousands of layers of snow. The tyrannical force caused Chenzong's speed to increase. Every time he moved, it was like an aurora piercing through the sky. He wasn't inferior to Huangfu Feihuang in the slightest. The two were separated by several thousand meters, and their speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, the light wings behind Huangfu Feihuang were vivid and lifelike, just like the wings of a heavenly phoenix. With a flap, Huangfu Feihuang's speed doubled. On the other hand, Chenzong also used his body refining ability to double his speed. After a period of time, the two still couldn't distinguish who was faster and who was slower. When one overtook the other would instantly catch up, overtake the other, and then be overtaken again. In this situation where they were constantly overtaking each other, the two figures flew into the depths of the snowy region. Roar, an earth-shattering and violent sound suddenly rang out. It was like the rolling thunder that split the sky and earth. The astonishing momentum was vast and mighty. The icebergs trembled slightly under this roar, and some of the snow covering the icebergs rustled and fell. A crack even appeared on the icebergs closer to the roar. Chenzong and Huangfu Feihuang's expressions changed slightly. From the roar, the two of them could hear the threat. A very powerful demon beast of the snowy region, a demon beast of the snowy region that was even more powerful than the Snow Wolf King from before. A snow-white figure quickly enlarged in the eyes of the two. When they saw the figure, their pupils shrank. It was a snow ape. This was a snow ape with a height of 10 meters. Its entire body was snow-white, and its huge and imposing body had bulging muscles. It was as if it had been compressed from 10,000 years of ice. It contained an extremely terrifying power. If it were to explode, it would be enough to destroy a mountain. To be honest, a 10-meter tall snow ape wasn't very big. Chen Zong had seen monster beasts that were 100 meters tall. In terms of size, this snow ape really didn't have any advantage. However, the aura that this snow ape exuded was very tyrannical. It directly surpassed the level of the transcendent realm and reached the half-step saint realm. This was a monster beast that had the strength of a half-step saint. The strength of a half-step saint and the body of a monster beast was much stronger and more terrifying than an ordinary half-step saint. This half-step saint snow ape had already sensed the aura of Chen Zong and Huangfu Fei Huang. Its pair of ruby-like eyes swept over the two of them, faintly excited. From the male human's body, it could feel a shocking amount of qi and blood. It was extremely majestic. If it were to devour him, it would definitely benefit it greatly. As for the female human, although she did not have such majestic qi and blood fluctuations, she had a noble aura. Her bloodline was extraordinary. If it were to devour her, it would also benefit it greatly. Swallow, both of them, the snow ape's appetite was very big. It wanted to swallow both of these humans and absorb their vitality and bloodline for its own use. In this way, it could break through its own shackles and perhaps break through to the saint realm in one fell swoop. As a powerful half-step saint monster beast and an ape-type monster beast, although the snow ape couldn't speak the human language, its intelligence wasn't low. It was not inferior to a normal human. Golden Phoenix Break. Huangfu Fei Huang's entire body was covered in golden light, burning like a raging flame. A flying feather spear extended from his right arm, and with a shake of the spear, endless golden light rushed out like flames. Beams after beams of light circled around each other, and an extremely resounding cry resounded through the world. The cry sounded so noble, as if it was born as an extraordinary king. As the flying feather spear pierced forward, the golden flames shattered the sky, and the astonishing pressure of the spear crushed the snow in all directions, and rushed towards the snow ape at an astonishing speed, as if a dragon or snake had turned over its body. The spear light surged, and a golden bird spread its wings, burning with golden flames. The flames were endless, terrifying as if they could burn everything in the world. As soon as it appeared, the snow within 100 meters of the bird melted in an instant. The golden phoenix flew forward, leaving behind a 1,000-meter-long ravine. It was as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. This attack could shatter an iceberg. Noble, mysterious, blazing, and even contained a hint of dominance and supremacy. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. The number one disciple of the Huangfu clan was indeed extraordinary. The power of this attack was very, very strong. If it was half a year ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have been defeated in an instant. And it could be seen that this attack wasn't Huangfu Fei Huang's strongest attack. Although he was shocked, Chen Zong didn't stop at all. The heavy dragon sword shot out from the sheath like lightning, and this sword carried the vigorous and heavy power of a thunderous mountain, crushing the void as it blasted out. This sword seemed slow, but it moved forward inch by inch. With every inch it moved forward, its momentum became more vigorous. The further it moved forward, the stronger the momentum, and the more vigorous the power was. It crushed the void in front of it, compressing the air until it was stronger than steel and gold. Power, weight, vigor, dominance, and all kinds of auras were integrated into this sword, making this sword even more powerful. This sword strike was a tyrannical strike that Chen Zong had unleashed after his continuous cultivation and the accumulation of all his sword techniques. Combined with the astonishing weight of the heavy dragon sword, he had fused the profundities of the Heart Sword Sutra into it. Chen Zong named this sword the Heart-Sinking Sword. If the heart sank, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. The incomparably dark sword light seemed to be compressed into an ancient mountain. It was vigorous and heavy to the extreme, vividly displaying its power. Who knew how many years of accumulated snow was crushed by this majestic dark sword light? It wasn't the strongest attack, but it was an all-out attack. After all, the snow ape was a demi-saint demon beast, and its strength was extremely powerful. The two's goal, not to kill it, was to stall it for a while, and buy them some time to escape. Demi-saint demon beast. Even if Chen Ji used flame-flowing sword, he wasn't sure that he could kill it. Moreover, this was the snow's hot power, and the sword, it was the sword was the sword was swords. Also, he didn't Fei Huang, snow, and snow, he Fei Huang was Fei Huang. Fei Huang, snow, Fei Fei, snow, snow, snow. Huangfu Fei Huang also didn't plan to fight to the death with this snow ape. It would only be a waste of time. In the face of the two powerful attacks, the snow ape's scarlet eyes revealed a trace of human mockery. Two ants, do you think you can fight with me like this? A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. Faint ripples spread out crazily, and the surrounding snow exploded inch by inch. It was as if a vacuum had been blasted out. Just the roar alone had such power. Immediately, the snow ape shook its arms, and the white hair on its body surged like waves, spreading to its arms. The originally thick arms seemed to swell up, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom, boom. The shaking of its arms seemed to condense two icebergs, and its fists burned with snow-white chi, like a flame wave, emitting a terrifying power, shattering all directions. The two fists blasted out like a giant hammer, and the chi of the fists was like a giant dragon soaring through the sky. Under the two fists, the golden phoenix brake and the heart-sinking sword paused, and were instantly broken. The extremely terrifying chi exploded, and the fierce momentum shook the eardrums. The astonishing chi rolled out like a tsunami, rolling up thousands of snow waves and exploding in all directions. In the snow waves, the chi of the snow ape's fists blasted out, shattering the bodies of Chen Zong and Huangfu Fei Huang. However, it was not the real body, but the afterimages left behind by the two. As early as the first blow, the two had already burst out at full speed, because they knew very well that the blow could not cause any damage to the snow ape. They did not continue to fight, and quickly left, one on one side. The snow ape's angry roar sounded in the blizzard, and it felt that it had been played by the two insignificant humans. In anger, the snow ape's eyes turned, shooting out an extremely angry murderous intent, and its fists blasted out again. The chi of the fists was like a demonic dragon rushing out from the abyss, bringing with it a terrifying chi that could destroy everything. Chen Zong and Huangfu Fei Huang's expressions changed greatly. The two did not plan to join forces, especially Huangfu Fei Huang. The pride in her bloodline made her not want to join forces with a cultivator without bloodline power. Huangfu Fei Huang dodged the snow ape's attack from afar. After Chen Zong dodged, he slashed out with his sword. This sword was still the heart-sinking sword. It was powerful and unparalleled, but it was not aimed at the snow ape. It was aimed at an ice mountain. The majestic pitch-black sword light was extremely overbearing, and when it hit the iceberg, a crack appeared on the iceberg. The purpose of this sword was to break the iceberg and make it collapse, blocking the snow ape's pursuit. The second sword, the third sword, Chen Zong's sword was extremely fast, and the three swords hit the same spot on the iceberg at the same time. A powerful force burst out, and the impact of the sword chi strangled, causing more and more cracks to appear on the iceberg. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously, and the iceberg began to collapse. Once the iceberg collapsed, its power was even more terrifying than the snow mountain from before, and the snow ape did not dare to ignore it. The loud rumbling sound echoed in all directions, and the snow region seemed to be shaking along with it. Huge chunks of ice exploded and rolled down, shattering everything. The snow ape was furious, and its fists smashed the chunks of ice, and rushed toward Chen Zong with unstoppable force. Although the snow ape had the intelligence of a normal human, and its own cleverness, it was still a monster after all, and was more easily angered than a human. Once angered, it would lose its mind. It thought that the male human had broken the iceberg and brought it trouble, so it hated Chen Zong and chased after him. Heartless sword, the sword slashed out diagonally, and without any intention, this sword followed the most profound fluctuation in the heart, and the trajectory of the sword light was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. This sword slashed out directly toward the snow ape. The power of the sword was not enough to kill the snow ape, but it happened to hit a point, and stop the snow ape's forward momentum. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to affect the battle. The iceberg shattered, and its power surged, and a huge chunk of ice fell, startling the snow ape. In the next moment, the snow ape's body was submerged in ice. Chen Zong took the opportunity to escape. The power brought about by the shattering of the iceberg was astonishing, and the chill was even more terrifying. The experts in the sky could clearly see the situation of the people in the snow region. Some of them smiled when they saw Chen Zong deal with a half-saint level demon beast, and some of them were disdainful of it. After breaking through a pack of snow wolves, rushing out of an avalanche, crossing an ice storm, and escaping from the pursuit of a half-saint monster beast, Qianzong encountered a group of snow domain's monster beasts, and after killing his way out, he encountered another ice storm. Ice storms were very common in the snow domain, and some were stronger, while others were weaker. A weak ice storm could be resisted by a late-stage transcendent, but a strong ice storm could even freeze and kill a half-saint master. Of course, a strong ice storm was rarely seen. This journey was definitely not easy. It was very difficult and dangerous, and there were even several life and death crises. Even so, Qianzong was not afraid. This kind of experience was a form of tempering. It sharpened his sword, sharpened his will, and tempered his mind to become even stronger. No matter how big the snow domain was, it was not truly endless, and there was always an end. After 2 days and 2 nights of long-distance travel, Qianzong finally saw his destination. The ground was no longer covered with snow, but ice, extremely hard 10,000-year-old ice. Qianzong tried to step on it, but found that all he could do was break a few ice chips, which made Qianzong secretly surprised. He estimated in his heart that if he used all his strength, he could break this 10,000-year-old ice, but he would not be able to cause much damage. The 10,000-year-old ice stretched for several hundred kilometers, and at the end of it, there were 2 3,000-meter-tall icebergs. These 2 icebergs were 100 meters apart, like 2 sharp fangs piercing the sky. If one looked more carefully, one would think that the 2 icebergs were split in half. Between the 2 icebergs, there was a 100-meter-tall giant light gate that was rotating slowly like a whirlpool. The white color made it seem like countless snowflakes were being born and destroyed. Flying Snow Secret Realm, this was the gate of the Flying Snow Secret Realm. When Qianzong was dozens of miles away from the gate of the Flying Snow Secret Realm, there were already people who directly entered the Flying Snow Secret Realm through the teleportation gate. In this stage of the competition, you would not have the chance to be in the same place. If you could reach the end of the snow domain earlier, you would be able to enter the Flying Snow Secret Realm earlier and enter the second stage earlier. Seeing that there were already a few people who had entered earlier than him, Qianzong frowned slightly. He unleashed his power and increased his speed even further. Go go go, the target was right in front of him. Go in. The dozens of miles of distance was shortened rapidly under Qianzong's extreme speed, and the gate of the Flying Snow Secret Realm between the 2 icebergs became clearer and clearer. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles, 7 miles, 6 miles, the distance was getting shorter and shorter, and Qianzong felt a shocking aura spreading out from the teleportation gate, spreading in all directions. The closer he got, the stronger the aura became. The Flying Snow Secret Realm was a secret realm that was created by the experts of various sections. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious, and so was the gate. 1 mile, Qianzong's body was as fast as lightning as he swept across the sky. The distance of 1 mile was instantly covered by him. Whistling sounds echoed throughout the world as the cold wind howled like a giant dragon sweeping across the land. In front of Xianxia was a vast expanse of white snow that stretched for countless kilometers. Frost trees stood tall and the mountains rose and fell like ice dragons. The temperature here was much lower than in the snow domain. In such a place, if an ordinary transcendent late-stage cultivator were to enter, they would not be able to last long without sufficient external assistance. Palm-sized snowflakes drifted down from the snow-white sky. Each snowflake contained an astonishing amount of coldness and power, falling down like a goose feather dancing in the wind. The trajectory of the snowflakes was light, agile, and unpredictable. A snowflake fell towards Qianzong's body, but Qianzong did not dodge, allowing it to land on his shoulder, his expression changing slightly. This palm-sized snowflake actually contained a force of several thousand kilograms, and this force contained an astonishing chill. The impact of several thousand kilograms was nothing to Qianzong's tyrannical physique, unable to even harm a single hair on his body. The chill that could freeze a late-stage transcendent realm cultivator was also no threat to Qianzong. However, Qianzong was surprised by the strength of this snowflake. Very strong. One had to know that normal snowflakes had no weight at all, but the snowflakes here actually contained a force of several thousand kilograms, thousands of times more terrifying than snowflakes in the outside world. If this snowflake was so terrifying, then what about the rest? Qianzong looked down at the ground below. The ground was covered in snow, so he lifted his foot and stomped down, using 70% of his strength. With a bang, the snow on the ground was sent flying as a terrifying force swept out, blasting open a pit several meters in diameter. All the snow within a few meters was shaken off, revealing the solid ground beneath. Solid, incomparably solid, Qianzong could feel a terrifying force rushing towards the sole of his foot, as if it was trying to shatter it. The terrifying chill mixed with this force and covered the sole of Qianzong's foot, quickly spreading towards his calf at an astonishing speed. Pong. Qianzong's calf muscles trembled, bursting out with an extremely tyrannical force, shattering the frost covering his foot and shattering the force of the shock. Looking at the solid ground, it was actually intact. This hardness was at least twice as high as the outside world. Raising his head, Qianzong's eyes swept across the area in front of him. There are 36 entrances to the flying snow-sealed world. Once you find the entrance and activate it, you can pass through and obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, Qianzong secretly said. However, to activate the entrances to the flying snow-sealed world, they needed the snow crystals from the flying snow-sealed world. Therefore, there were two things that needed to be done to enter the flying snow-sealed world. The first was to hunt for snow beasts and obtain snow crystals. The second was to find the entrance to the secret realm. However, there was still a question. How many snow crystals would be needed to activate the door to the secret plane? Strength, luck, that's right, in order. To obtain the opportunity to become a saint after entering the flying snow mystery realm, not only did one need to be strong enough, one also needed to be lucky enough. When one first entered, he would usually be like a headless fly. Qianzong's soul consciousness spread out and instantly covered all directions. He suddenly felt that his soul consciousness was restricted and could not be as relaxed as it was in the outside world. He could even feel a deep-seated chill that was constantly spreading. Even his soul consciousness was affected, as if it was about to be frozen. The solid ground and the shocking chill not only affected his body and qi, but also his soul and mind. Such an environment could be said to be terrible. Qianzong also realized that spreading out his soul consciousness consumed a lot of energy and was obviously affected. It was better to use his eyes, so he simply shrunk his soul consciousness and only covered 100 meters around him. With a range of 100 meters, Qianzong would be able to sense all movements within 100 meters of himself. Although it was not as far as his eyes, it was more comprehensive. If he encountered a sudden attack, he could discover it as soon as possible and react. 100 meters, it was not much of a distance, but if Qianzong could sense it first, he could react in an instant. Of course, if Qianzong could not react in time, it meant that he could not fight back. It would be the same whether he covered it with his soul consciousness or not. Qianzong's shoulders shook slightly as if there was a pair of invisible wings flapping. An invisible storm rolled up and pushed his body forward quickly. He was fast and light, agile and unpredictable. The flying snow-sealed realm was remodeled by the supreme experts of various sects. It was very spacious inside, but not many people could enter. Therefore, it was not easy to encounter each other. About half an hour later, Qianzong saw a snow beast. The snow beast was snow-white and looked like an ape. It was about 5 meters tall. This snow ape in the sealed realm looked the same as the snow apes in the snow region. However, if one looked closely, they would notice the difference. The fur of the snow ape in the sealed realm faintly glowed with white brilliance. The brilliance connected and formed a faint halo. Its eyes were white and filled with white light, like white gemstones. Between its eyebrows, there was a red crystal stone. The crystal stone was perfectly round and was in a regular octagonal shape. It was about the size of a strong man's palm. This snow ape in the sealed realm also noticed Qianzong. Its white gem-like eyes flashed with a trace of blazing light. Then, it jumped dozens of meters high. Its strong body drew a stunning and violent arc in the air and fell like a meteorite with earth-shattering power. Boom, the momentum was shocking. An extremely violent and overbearing aura locked onto Qianzong. The sky shook, and an extremely terrifying pressure seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and the earth. The snow ape raised its right arm, and a white light burst out from its right fist. It turned into a torrential flame and suddenly struck down. Boom, it was as if a meteor had pierced through the sky. Not only was it astonishingly fast, but it also contained an extremely terrifying penetrative force. Countless ripples swept out, shattering all the accumulated snow within several hundred meters. Chenzong narrowed his eyes. Although the snow ape in the sealed realm was not as powerful as the one in the outside world, it was not much weaker than the snow wolf king. Strong, very strong, he did not expect to encounter such a powerful snow beast as soon as he entered the flying snow secret realm. Then, the red octagonal crystal on its forehead must be the so-called snow crystal. Then, let's kill it and get the crystal. He flicked his left thumb and a powerful force burst out, enough to shatter a hill. The heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, shot out in an instant. A jet of black flowing light pierced through the sky with a shocking sword chi. It pierced through the void and attacked the fist strength. The fist strength was snow white and could shatter the mountain and the earth. The jet black sword chi was shattered by the fist strength in an instant. However, this sword chi was not powerful enough. It was just the sword chi that came with the unsheathed heavy dragon sword. Chenzong stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed forward. His slender and white fingers, which were like those of a musical grandmaster, burst out with a shocking power. He grabbed the hilt of the heavy dragon sword as if he could crush a mountain with one hand. There seemed to be a trembling sound in the void. The sword sound, which was like the sound of a heavenly drum, surged out and rolled up a shocking storm. Chenzong bent his body slightly forward and exerted force in his feet. It was as if he was going to crush the solid ice ground. Layers of ripples burst out from his feet and spread out in all directions. Crack, a cracking sound was heard. With Chenzong's feet as the center, cracks appeared and spread out rapidly like a spider web. The solid ice was indeed shockingly hard. However, it was unable to withstand Chenzong's real power. He waved the heavy dragon sword and made a terrifying sound like a tsunami. The sound of the sword whistling in all directions was earth-shattering. A jet-black crescent moon sword light, which looked like it was made of divine gold, tore the sky apart and slashed out. Chenzong had exerted all of his power in this sword attack. The crescent moon sword light pierced through the air and attacked the fist strength of the snow ape. At the same time, Chenzong's feet exerted force for the second time. With a boom, the sword hilt under his feet collapsed and spread out inch by inch, forming two pits that were several meters deep. Chenzong's body shot up into the sky as a result of the recoil. Like a lightning bolt or an aurora, the heavy dragon sword shattered the vacuum and rushed towards the sky with a terrifying pressure. Under the sword, the snow ape's body seemed to be slightly stunned. That was actually an illusion. It was an illusion caused by the space around the snow ape being suppressed in an instant. It also showed the power of Chenzong's sword attack. Heart-sinking sword, this sword attack was to exert the weight of the heavy dragon sword to the extreme. It was so heavy that it could crush everything. It made people feel powerless in the face of such a terrifying and heavy power. Cut, the heavy dragon sword and the snow ape's fist collided. Both of them paused for a moment, and the space around them seemed to have frozen. In the next second, extremely terrifying ripples exploded from the point of collision. The shockwave swept across the sky, and the shocking explosion shattered everything. The space in that area was shaken, as if it was about to be shattered. Chenzong could feel the horrifying power of the snow ape, which was even more powerful than he had imagined. That fist was as heavy as a mountain and as explosive as a thunderbolt, as if it was about to shatter his arm. There was also a horrifying ice-cold power that spread out rapidly, passing through the body of the heavy dragon sword and heading straight for him. Chenzong's body stiffened, as if he was about to be frozen by that ice-cold power. His powerful chi and blood shook, and then the purple cloud black star flame swept out, shattering the ice-cold power in an instant. That fist attack from the snow ape had made Chenzong feel extremely uncomfortable, and that sword attack from Chenzong had also made the snow ape feel extremely uncomfortable. Its entire body was thrown into the air by the powerful force. The white light on its fist was shattered, and a sword mark appeared on its fist. It was so deep that it seemed to have cut the fist into pieces. After landing on the ground, Chenzong suddenly took in a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, he sucked in all the air within a few thousand meters. His chest suddenly expanded, as if there was an extremely horrifying power that was about to explode. Boom, the power exploded once again. Chenzong's feet exerted force, and a hole that was more than 10 meters deep collapsed. Chen Zong's entire body shot up into the sky like a giant crossbow. Like a shooting star, the heavy dragon sword was thrown out again. Heart-sinking sword, this sword attack carried an extremely horrifying power, and once again, it was thrown out. Under this sword attack, the sword pressure seemed to have shattered the sky once again. The snow ape could not fly, and since it was in the air, it had lost its footing, so it could only fall from the sky. It was barely able to explode its power, which was also very powerful. It was enough to defeat Chen Zong half a year ago, but not now. Disemboweled, blood gushed out like a fountain. The mysterious realm snow ape's body was strong, but it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of Chen Zong's heavy dragon sword. Not only was the heavy dragon sword incredibly heavy, it was also incredibly sharp. Kill! Chen Zong swung his sword again. The pitch-black light was like a bolt of lightning that could split heaven and earth. The sword slashed down from above, and the terrifying sword pressure broke open the ice on the ground. The mysterious realm snow ape's neck was instantly cut off. The crimson blood was like a fountain that had been compressed to the extreme, and it sprayed out dozens of meters into the air. What a rich blood essence! Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If the blood refinement technique worked, he could refine this blood essence into a blood bead and absorb it, which would further strengthen his blood essence and improve his body refinement realm. With the next swing of his sword, Chen Zong dug out the octagon-shaped red snow crystal. The snow crystal felt heavy in his hand, as if it weighed over 10,000 pounds. However, Chen Zong wasn't surprised. There were too many mysteries in the world of cultivation. It was rare for a palm-sized crystal to weigh over 10,000 pounds, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. Not only was this red crystal heavy, but it also contained an incredibly hot aura. It was as if a sea of fire had been compressed into it, which surprised Chen Zong. The flying snow secret realm was extremely cold, and the mysterious realm snow beasts also had incredible ice power. However, the snow crystals on their bodies were extremely hot, which was the complete opposite. With a flip of his hand, Chen Zong put this piece of snow crystal into his storage ring. He continued to hunt for snow beasts while looking for the entrance to the mysterious realm. Chen Zong didn't know what the entrance to the mysterious realm looked like. Sometimes, he could only rely on luck. And even if he did find the entrance to the mysterious realm, how many snow crystals would be needed to open it was another question. After about 15 minutes, Chen Zong found the second mysterious realm snow beast. It was a mysterious realm snow python. Its body was 1 meter in diameter. It looked extremely large and powerful, and its speed was extremely fast. It was like a winding lightning bolt that tore through the earth and charged towards Chen Zong. When the snow python approached to a certain distance, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, but it did not bite Chen Zong directly. Instead, a cloud of snow mist condensed and rotated in the depths of its mouth. With a boom, the snow python spat out a cloud of snow mist. It was as swift as a shooting star and as ferocious as a tsunami. As the snow python breathed out, a chill spread out in an instant. Frost froze everything, and the falling snowflakes were also frozen into solid ice in an instant. They mixed into the snow python's breath, causing the breath to become even more powerful. Chen Zong only felt that his vision was filled with white breath, and the world seemed to be falling. Chop! The heavy dragon sword was unsheathed and slashed out. The pitch-black sword light produced heat due to the friction with the air, bursting forth with an astonishing blazing star fire. Immediately, the surrounding snowflakes were incinerated and melted. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. It was extremely intense, as if a red-hot soldering iron had been dropped into an ice-cold spring water. White smoke billowed out like dragons and snakes rolling over and over like clouds and rain. Not only was the snow python's breath cold enough to freeze everything, but it also contained an astonishing force of impact. It was like an erupting mountain flood, destroying everything in its path. With a boom, the purple cloud black star flame spread out and covered the heavy dragon sword. It burned fiercely, causing the power of Chen Zong's sword to increase dramatically. He slashed out. After the sword split open the snow python's breath, it heavily slashed the snow python's forehead. The frightening sword chi mixed with the purple cloud black star flame's terrifying heat caused the snow python to roll over and roar in pain. It madly counterattacked, and the frightening power destroyed everything in its path. But not long after, the snow python's struggle gradually weakened, and it died. As soon as it died, the snow crystal on its forehead was dug out by Xianxia. It was a hexagonal, fiery red snow crystal. It was also very heavy and contained an astonishing amount of heat. Different shapes. Xianxia stared at the hexagonal snow crystal in his hand and could not help but think. Previously, he had obtained an octagonal one, but now he had a hexagonal one. Could it be related to the strength of the snow beast? Indeed, this snow python felt a bit weaker than the snow ape. If the shape of the snow crystal was related to the strength of the snow beast, then what kind of snow crystal would be needed to find and open the door, or any kind of snow crystal? New questions popped up in Xianxia's mind. But before he found the door to the secret realm, he could not be sure. In the outside world, many figures were approaching. They rushed into the flying snow secret realm without hesitation and entered the flying snow secret realm. 3 days had finally passed. The whirlpool-like door to the flying snow secret realm quickly froze and turned into a piece of solid ice. It looked like a huge ice mirror standing between 2 ice mountains. What is going on? Open! The 2 geniuses who had just arrived were slightly startled. They both had a bad feeling, but they did not want to admit it. They immediately unleashed their powerful powers and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. 2 powerful attacks directly landed on the frozen door to the flying snow secret realm. However, they were unable to break it. Instead, they exploded on their own, like 2 lonely fireworks. There was no effect. The 2 of them were infuriated and attacked continuously. Their attacks were like torrential torrents, and they bombarded the door of the flying snow secret realm. However, they all exploded and dispersed like smoke. They were unable to damage the door at all. More people arrived. When they saw the frozen door and the 2 geniuses who were attacking, their hearts sank. They missed it. If they missed it, they would not be able to enter the flying snow secret realm and participate in the second stage of the competition. They were 1 step too slow. Just 1 step too slow and they missed out on a great opportunity. All of them were filled with regret. Although they might not be able to obtain the opportunity to become a saint even if they entered the flying snow secret realm, there was still some hope. In the end, they all missed the opportunity to become a saint. However, they could not blame anyone. After all, they were competing on the same starting line. If others could enter the flying snow secret realm within the specified time, it was a skill. If they could not reach the flying snow secret realm within the specified time, it was also a skill. If they were to attribute it to bad luck, the cloud chi was also a skill. A total of 118 people have entered the flying snow secret realm. In the sky, a supreme expert smiled and said. Such a number was within everyone's expectations. As for those who had reached the end of the snow region but could not enter the flying snow secret realm, they would not reopen the door to let them in. If they missed it, they missed it. Opportunities were always like this. A total of 118 people entered the flying snow secret realm. They started to hunt snow beasts and the door to the secret realm. Out of the 118 people, more than 10 of them were the supreme talents in the first group. Most of the geniuses in the second group had also entered the flying snow secret realm. There were even fewer geniuses in the third group. As for the fourth group, none of them entered. Xianxia also stepped into the flying snow secret realm and instantly felt the shocking chill. Fu Yunxiao also entered the flying snow secret realm. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie also entered the flying snow secret realm. There were exactly 5 people from White Cloud Mountain who entered the flying snow secret realm. Of course, this did not mean that 5 disciples from White Cloud Mountain could obtain the 36 spots. It was possible that none of them could obtain the spots. After all, if they were unlucky and did not find the door to the flying snow secret realm, they would really miss it. There was also a time limit in the flying snow secret realm. It was much more relaxed than the first stage. It was a month. If they could not find the door to the flying snow secret realm within a month, they would also lose the opportunity to enter the saint realm. On the 3rd day, Xianxia killed the 9th snow beast and obtained the 9th snow crystal. Interestingly, the 9 snow crystals were all different in appearance except for their color. This directly broke Xianxia's previous guesses about the strength of the snow beasts. One was octagonal, one was hexagonal, one was triangular, one was circular, one was quadrangular, one was oval, one was prismatic, one was circular, and one was square. However, Chenzong still had not found the door to the flying snow secret realm. Of course, there were no clear rules about what the door to the flying snow secret realm looked like. It could be one way or another. Without seeing it, no one could be sure. Chenzong's soul sense had been covering an area of 100 meters around him. He could clearly see any movement that might occur. His eyes were extremely sharp. He scanned the front, left, and right sides. He also paid attention to the area above him from the corner of his eyes. If there were any flying snow beasts, Chenzong would be able to detect them as soon as possible. That's... Chenzong's expression changed slightly. He quickly turned to look to the right. About 100 meters away, there was a huge stone with a very strange appearance. Chenzong only discovered this stone when he covered it with his soul sense. Upon closer inspection, the stone was more than 10 meters high. It seemed that a part of it had been cut off by a sharp blade. The slope was very flat. On the edge of the flat slope, there were holes of similar sizes. The holes were all different in shape. Some were circular, some were triangular, and some were polygonal. What really caught Chenzong's attention were the holes of similar or different shapes. Without any pretense, Chenzong's figure appeared in front of the flat sloping surface. He stared at it and immediately took out a hexagonal snow crystal and gently placed it on the hexagonal hole. It fit perfectly, as if it had been cut from the top, if not for the fact that the color was different. The door to the flying snow secret realm. Chenzong's eyes sparkled. He tried them one by one. Indeed, every shape was very compatible. Chenzong was 90% sure that this was the door to the flying snow secret realm. Sometimes, it was so wonderful. You tried so hard to find it, but you suddenly found it when you looked back. 2 octagons, 4 hexagons, 2 circles, 6 prisms. Chenzong glanced over and clearly saw the number and shape of the snow crystals needed. Finally, his eyes fell on the hole in the center. It was a more complicated shape. A snowflake shape. It was not the shape of snowflakes falling from the sky, but a very regular snowflake shape. In other words, he had to gather so many snow crystals to activate the door to the flying snow secret realm. Although he did not have enough snow crystals on hand, he already had a goal in mind. Next, he would be able to target the snow beasts to obtain snow crystals. Another point was naturally to do it as soon as possible, to prevent others from activating the secret plane door first. The sky of the flying snow secret realm was white and boundless, as if it was covered by a large amount of snow. An astonishing chill was constantly spreading out and descending upon the earth. The ground was covered with snow, and under the snow was solid ice, which was also emitting an astonishing chill. The sky was cold and the earth was frozen. The world seemed to have turned into an ice prison, causing the people in it to be constantly attacked by the chill. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew, causing the snowflakes to be sometimes slow and sometimes fast. When it was slow, it was as light as a feather, and when it was fast, it was as sharp as a blade. Roar, an astonishing roar rang out, and a violent wind blew wantonly. The fishy wind blew, and the power was vigorous and violent. The sharp claws flashed with an astonishing cold light in the air, tearing the sky apart. The snowflakes did not have time to react, and were torn apart by the sharp claws, and then shattered by the terrifying power. Xianxia's delicate face looked serious, and her eyes flashed. Her long sword vibrated, repelling the air, and the speed of the sword reached the extreme. The green sword light carried a misty halo, and a dreamy feeling spread out in all directions. The sword light tore through everything, and attacked with an invincible force. An ear-piercing sound rang out, as if countless metals were colliding, and the air was shattered. The surrounding snowflakes paused, as if they were frozen in the air. In the next moment, from a microscopic point of view, the snowflakes began to crumble from the edges, turning into powder. With the sword in her hand, she was as fast as the wind, as fierce as the storm, and as sharp as the wind. Kill, kill, kill. The misty green sword light transformed into countless illusions, and all of them attacked the sharp claws, shattering the cold light of the sharp claws, and turning into an astonishing hurricane of destruction. However, the owner of the sharp claws was also very strong. With a strong physique, strength, and astonishing chill, he resisted Xianxia's sword and fought fiercely. The claw light tore through the air, and as the light twisted and flickered, it appeared in front of Xianxia, as if ignoring the distance between them. In the next moment, the terrifying power of the claw would tear Xianxia's delicate face apart. Xianxia's pupils contracted in an instant, but he didn't panic in the face of danger. The misty green sword light seemed to have broken through time and space and appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the sharp claws. With a turn of the sword light, the sharp sword broke apart the sharp claws. The extremely sharp sword cut along the thick arm under the sharp claws, leaving a long straight mark. In the sky. Qi-la, this sword slashed open the other party's chest, leaving behind a sword wound, blood gushing out. Roar roar roar, the concealed realm snow lion was enraged. Like a trapped beast, an even more powerful aura gushed out from its body, freezing the surrounding snowflakes in midair. Immediately after, the snow lion opened its mouth and spat out a thick snow-white light beam. That light beam was like a ray of light that split the heavens and earth apart, shattering everything. It was obviously extremely cold and froze the surroundings, but the friction with the air produced an astonishing amount of heat, burning everything. Ice and fire intertwined, cold and hot blended. This attack was also very sudden, out of Xianxia's expectations. It directly pierced through Xianxia's body, shattering it into pieces. However, Xianxia reacted in an instant. He dodged at an extremely high speed, shattering the afterimage he left behind. Wind chant. With a light shout, Xianxia's sword finger brushed across the blade of the sword. The misty green sword light quickly spread out, as if a cool breeze was blowing. The wind was singing in a low voice, with a strange rhythm. Fluctuations spread out in all directions, as if there were countless wind spirits singing. Traces of green spread out in the void, like veins spreading all over the place, like a big net covering the sky. Every trace of the wind was singing in a low voice, and the rhythm seemed to come from the depths of the void. The sword light slashed down in this unique rhythm. The green sword mark seemed to split the heavens and earth in half. There seemed to be the sound of a sharp blade piercing through a body, followed by the sound of a sharp blade cutting through hard bones. This sword pierced through the snow lion's body from the back. The terrifying sword chi swept through the snow lion's body like a storm, strangling everything. The snow lion was severely injured and roared in grief. It struggled madly to counterattack, but Xianxia's figure appeared in the sky, completely avoiding all of the snow lion's dying counterattacks. After 3 breaths, the snow lion's body, which had been destroyed by the sword chi, trembled. Its limbs straightened and became stiff, and dark red blood flowed out from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. It also emitted traces of sharpness and lightness. That was Xianxia's wind sword chi. After killing the snow lion, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. This snow lion was very strong. If it was half a year ago, he would not be its opponent at all. However, after half a year of cultivation, his cultivation had increased significantly, and his strength had also improved significantly. Even so, he had used 100% of his strength to kill this snow lion. Even the weakest snow beast in this flying snow secret realm had the strength of the top 10 in the White Cloud Mountain outer sect half a year ago. With a flick of the thin green sword, the snow crystal on the snow lion's forehead immediately fell into his hand. This was a crescent-shaped snow crystal. It was completely red and extremely pure. Xianxia smiled. Although he had not found the door to the secret realm, it was good to have a snow crystal. With a thought, the crescent-shaped snow crystal disappeared and was stored in his storage ring. Glancing at the snow lion's corpse, Xianxia's figure moved through the falling snowflakes. He turned into a gust of wind and floated forward. Suddenly, a purplish-black blade light tore through the sky. The blade light was like a purplish-black thunderbolt, carrying with it an extremely violent and destructive aura. It seemed to have come from the void. The friction between the blade light and the air caused an astonishing burst of flames. The intertwining of thunder and fire made the power of this blade even more terrifying. The terrifying blade pressure instantly split open the snow and the ice under the snow. The blade light continued forward with an irresistible force, as if it was going to tear apart everything in its path. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. This blade light appeared very suddenly and was completely within his expectations. In fact, Xianxia was not mentally prepared at all. The blade light was extremely terrifying, and the aura it exuded made Xianxia's scalp tingle. Pushing his speed to the extreme, Xianxia's figure became even faster. Even if he was not a Saint Realm master, he seemed to have gained the ability to fly in an instant. Of course, this was not true flight. Instead, it was a kind of use of the wind force. It was a display of extreme speed and lightness. When the attacker realized that his attack had failed, he no longer hid. In an instant, his saber aura multiplied, and a terrifying aura exploded. After the purple-black thunder and fire intertwined with the saber light, a terrifying force that could topple mountains and overturn seas condensed into thousands of saber chi that covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Boom! Boom, boom! Every blade chi burst out with astonishing power, as if it could cut the void into pieces. The terrifying blade pressure suppressed and solidified the impact within a kilometer radius. Xianxia's figure seemed to be imprisoned. He paused for a moment, and the terrifying blade light slashed through the air. This blade light was filled with killing intent. This blade light was capable of destroying life. It was fine if he did not use his blade, but once he did, he wanted to kill Xianxia right there and then. Boom! A green light shot into the sky and rushed out of Xianxia's body like a green flame burning the sky. In fact, it was not a flame, but a kind of energy that was compressed and attached to the surface of his body. It was like a flame in the wind. Wind chant. It was like a gentle breeze, but also like a howling gale or a roaring hurricane. The green sword chi emitted by this sword was more than twice as powerful as when he killed the snow lion. It was an explosion that surpassed the limit. As he slashed out with his sword, the sword chi followed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The sword chi and the blade chi collided continuously, bursting out countless sparks. The green sword chi was like a gentle breeze, a strong gale, and a strong gale. When the sword chi and the blade chi collided, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He felt an extremely terrifying and irresistible force of destruction coming at him. The green sword chi shattered inch by inch, and the astonishing force even destroyed the green flames on Xianxia's body. With a bang, Xianxia flew back rapidly. His face was pale, and the long sword in his hand was vibrating non-stop. Crack! Purple-black lightning tore through the sky in an instant and appeared directly above Xianxia. A figure wearing purple-black soft armor also appeared. This person had a mocking killing intent on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were ferocious, and his killing intent was blazing. He raised his hands high, and terrifying lightning burst out from his long blade, destroying everything. Senior Sister Xianxia, die! The person slashed down with his blade, and an astonishing beast-like roar came from the depths of his throat. The killing intent was earth-shattering. Xianxia saw the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. This person was obviously beyond Xianxia's expectations. Slash! The figure in the sky slashed down with his blade. This slash was extremely violent, and it was like a thunderbolt that could destroy heaven and earth. Xianxia only saw purple-black lightning in front of her eyes, and the whole sky seemed to be collapsing and turning dark. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The sky turned dark. Xianxia gathered all the strength in her body and swung her sword. Boom! A storm swept up into the sky and blasted towards the extremely terrifying slash. The blade and the sword collided in an instant, and the two extremely tyrannical forces bombarded each other. The surroundings froze in an instant, and then shattered. It was as if a level 18 tsunami had exploded and swept through the world. The snowflakes within a radius of a few thousand meters all froze, and then collapsed into powder and disappeared into the air. Terrifying destructive ripples swept out from the point of collision again, and it was filled with an astonishing explosive power that could destroy mountains and split the earth. Boom, boom. Boom, the energy exploded, and the figure in the sky couldn't help but fly up. Xianxia's graceful body suddenly trembled violently, as if she was constantly being bombarded by lightning. Her face was pale, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her entire body fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom, in an instant, Xianxia's body fell 100 meters, and heavily smashed into the snow. In an instant, the snow was smashed away, and then the ice was broken, and she fell under the solid ice. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the ground shook incessantly. This continued for a full 10 breaths of time before it stopped. The figure in the sky stared down at the human-shaped hole in the solid ice. His eyes flashed with purple-black lightning, as if he could see through everything and see Xianxia in the hole. Immediately, a ferocious and threatening murderous intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Slash, the purple-black lightning on the long blade was extremely blazing. It suddenly exploded, and slashed down again and again. The snow-white sky was dyed with purplish-black light, shining in all directions as if the sky was collapsing. Slash, 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 every slash used 100% of his strength, and the purplish-black lightning on every slash was extremely terrifying. Every slash left a stunning slash mark in the void. 3 slashes in a row, these 3 slashes were aimed at the same spot in the crater, slashing towards the figure in the crater. Sheathing the blade, the lightning dissipated, and the sky became clear. A huge crater that was dozens of meters wide appeared on the snow-white ground, and there were cracks all around. It was a shocking sight. The snow-white ground of the flying snow secret realm was extremely hard, much harder than the outside world. It was more than 10 times harder to create a crater that was dozens of meters wide. He should be dead. The figure in the sky looked down from above, and his eyes flashed with purplish-black lightning as he stared at the depths of the crater, as if he wanted to see through it. He muttered to himself, and there was a sense of relief in his tone. Finally, he killed Xianxia, and he didn't have to worry about this anymore. However, I need to see him alive and dead. Only then can I feel more at ease. The person muttered to himself again, and his body fell rapidly. He couldn't fly in the air in the first place, and the short period of time he was suspended in the air was caused by the tyrannical force when he slashed out with his blade. Now that he had sheathed his blade, he couldn't maintain the suspended state anymore. As his body fell, his left hand grabbed the air, and purplish-black lightning flashed continuously and quickly gathered, like a lightning dragon reaching out its claws to grab a piece of land. Whoosh, the purplish-black light shone brightly, illuminating the entire space, making it incomparably bright. The light flickered. The lightning claw grabbed into the crater, but it suddenly shook, as if it was directly hit by a tyrannical force, and instantly shattered. The expression of the owner of the lightning claw changed greatly, and his body turned into a purplish-black lightning as he retreated rapidly without any hesitation. The moment the figure retreated, he left behind countless afterimages. A beam of green aurora light with incomparable agility and sharpness pierced through the solid ice and shot out, shattering all the afterimages. In the next moment, an extremely sharp and resounding cry resounded out, and it pierced through the clouds and shattered the seas. It resounded through the 9 heavens while an indescribably noble and profound aura effused out along with it. A green light soared into the sky. One could vaguely see the shadow of a green flying bird. There were 3 feathers on the top of the bird's head that were extremely soft and fluttering in the wind. Its wings seemed to be burning with a layer of misty green flames, but it wasn't flames. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to sway, and one's will would be disturbed and become erratic. His eyes narrowed, and purplish-black lightning flickered and leaped. He instantly broke free from this influence, but his heart was still filled with terror. What kind of power was this? The cyan bird phantom soared into the sky. There were 6 cyan feathers on its tail. Each of them was straight and hard, emitting an astonishingly sharp aura like a sharp sword. The cyan bird phantom soared several hundred meters into the sky, as if it was going to tear the clouds apart. Then, it paused and let out a resounding cry, tearing the world apart. Her graceful and elegant body made a turn in the air, drawing a perfect and swift trajectory as she dove down. As fast as an aurora, it rushed into the hole in the blink of an eye. The icy ground suddenly trembled as cracks spread out. From the cracks, streaks of green light shot out like swords. Boom, an astonishing green light soared into the sky like lava from a volcanic eruption. It was as if a green sun was shining in all directions. The extremely astonishing energy fluctuations caused the person who had retreated several thousand meters away to have an incomparably solemn expression. What kind of power is this? The person's face was solemn, and he was extremely unwilling. He had clearly struck Xianxia. He had clearly killed her with 3 swift slashes. She had no chance of survival. How could she burst out with such astonishing power? Could it be that the person had been replaced? In the next moment, as the cyan flames continued to gush out, a figure quickly floated up from the hole. It was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia's eyes were filled with cyan light. Her long black hair was also dyed with 3 layers of cyan light, as if it was fluttering in the wind. 3 feet above the ground, at this moment, Xianxia's body was dyed with cyan light. The light seemed very intense, but it wasn't dazzling at all. Her body seemed to have lost all weight as she floated. It was almost like she was flying. Lu Yijue, you deserve to die. A fierce voice full of killing intent came out from Xianxia's mouth. It carried an accent that could pierce through gold and split stone. It made Lu Yijue's heart unconsciously tremble, as if he was hit by an invisible force. Bloodline. Lu Yijue's face became extremely ugly. You actually awakened your bloodline. After entering the 5Ju Heavenly Palace, Lu Yijue's talent was stimulated to a greater extent. He cultivated more advanced cultivation methods and martial arts, and cultivated in a better environment. His cultivation base and strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His knowledge had also increased with the increase in strength. Therefore, Lu Yijue judged that Xianxia had awakened his bloodline power. Whether he had already awakened his bloodline power before or after being attacked by him, Lu Yijue didn't know, but he was very shocked. Once a cultivator awakened their bloodline power, their strength would be significantly enhanced. If it was a low-level bloodline awakened, the enhancement effect would be relatively ordinary. If it was a mid-level bloodline awakened, the enhancement effect would be quite obvious. If it was a high-level bloodline awakened, the enhancement effect would be very shocking. Lu Yijue didn't know what bloodline Xianxia had awakened, but he felt that it shouldn't be a low-level bloodline. After all, the phenomenon triggered by a low-level bloodline wasn't so obvious. Jealousy. Lu Yijue was very jealous. He was jealous that Xianxia had awakened his bloodline power, but he hadn't. If he could also awaken his bloodline power, his talent would be further enhanced, and his strength would be further enhanced. As he was thinking, a green light suddenly flashed in front of him. Fast, extremely fast. Almost at the instant when the green light flashed, an astonishingly sharp killing intent had already pierced through the void. It gave Lu Yijue a feeling that his whole body was penetrated. His spirit and willpower were also slightly affected, like a flame being blown by the wind, instantly swaying. Fortunately, Lu Yijue's spirit and willpower was very strong. He immediately got rid of this influence and slashed out. Purple-black thunderbolts densely lingered on the long saber. The saber vibrated as if it was about to shatter the void, and the saber slashed out fiercely. The speed of the thunderbolt was extremely fast, and the power was even more violent. But in an instant, the purple-black thunderbolt exploded, and the long saber jumped high as if it was about to fly out of his hand. The misty green sword light with a trace of distorted silk-like arc light arrived in front of Lu Yijue. It was incomparably dazzling and dazzling. At the moment of crisis, Lu Yijue's hair stood on end. His subconscious, which had been torn between life and death many times, broke out. The saber cut across the void and blocked the sword. With a clink, the tip of the sword stabbed the saber. The terrifying sharpness and power impacted the saber, causing the saber to hit Lu Yijue's chest like a door plank. The tyrannical power caused Lu Yijue to quickly retreat. His chi and blood surged, and his spiritual power shook. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But what made Lu Yijue even more horrified was that a terrifying evil intent passed through the saber like a storm and directly rushed into his sea of consciousness, rushing toward his spirit and willpower. Like a roaring hurricane, Lu Yijue's spirit and willpower were shaken in an instant, and he was in a trance for a moment. In a trance, the second sword light shook the saber away and drove straight in. After all, Lu Yijue had also broken through many life and death situations. His subconscious was extraordinary, and he instantly made the best response. But he was still a bit slow. His shoulder was directly penetrated by the misty green sword light, and the terrifying evil intent once again rushed toward his spirit and willpower. Lu Yijue crushed a purple thunderball, and the blazing thunder quickly wrapped his body. He turned into a purple thunderbolt and fled away at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped thousands of meters away. In another blink of an eye, he had leaped tens of thousands of meters away. He was so fast that by the time Xianxia reacted, it was already too late to catch up. When Lu Yijue's figure disappeared, the misty green halo around Xianxia seemed to be restrained. Xianxia's body also fell out of thin air. The moment his feet touched the ground, he seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to the ground. His consciousness was clear, but his body seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was limp and couldn't muster any strength. If Lu Yijue returned at this time, or if some snow beast appeared, Yun Yanqing's life would be in danger. Fortunately, this limp and powerlessness was only temporary. A new force was constantly diffusing from the deepest part of Yun Yanqing's body. It was the power from his bloodline, and it was rapidly restoring his strength. 10% was restored in one breath. After 10 breaths, Yun Yanqing's strength was completely restored to the previous peak, but that was only the previous peak. 11 breaths, his strength had increased by 10% from the original limit. 12 breaths, his strength had increased by 20% from the original limit. 13 breaths, 14 breaths, 15 breaths, 16 breaths. 17 breaths, 20 breaths, Yun Yanqing's strength was no longer increasing. Even so, Yun Yanqing felt that his strength had increased by 10% out of thin air. His strength had soared a lot in just 20 breaths. It wasn't over yet. Yun Yanqing felt that the changes in his body were still continuing. This time, it wasn't a change in strength, but a change in the extraordinary force. As the extraordinary force finished changing, a trace of consciousness appeared out of thin air. It seemed to spread out from the deepest part of his bloodline, pouring into his knowledge sea and into his soul. It was absorbed and controlled by Yun Yanqing. A quarter of an hour later, Yun Yanqing got up. He felt that his body was becoming lighter and more agile, as if he could fly in the air with a light leap, like the wind and the clouds. I didn't expect my bloodline power to awaken so quickly. Yun Yanqing smiled slightly. When she was still in White Cloud Mountain, she coincidentally showed signs of awakening her bloodline power, but it still took a lot of time for it to truly awaken. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. She didn't expect that she would suddenly be attacked by Lu Yijue. She was seriously injured and was almost killed. The crisis of death actually stimulated her bloodline power and completely awakened it. As soon as it awakened, it gave Yun Yanqing a powerful strength, injuring Lu Yijue. If Lu Yijue didn't have a life-saving artifact, he would have died here. It was still covered in white snow, and there were still endless icebergs. Chen Zong leaped up and down, looking for suitable snow beasts to kill. I've gathered all the other snow crystals. Only the snowflake-shaped snow crystals are left. Chen Zong's bright eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for snow beasts with snowflake-shaped snow crystals. However, this kind of snow beast seemed to be very rare. It had been 7 days, but Chen Zong still hadn't found any. In this flying snow secret realm, there were actually no other things except snow beasts. The 8th day passed, and the 9th day passed. During this time, Chen Zong also met 3 people from other sect forces, but there was no conflict between them. On the 10th day, Chen Zong was delighted because an ice dragon appeared in front of him. The ice dragon was about 100 meters long. It was entrenched on an ice hill, and it seemed to be in deep sleep. Chen Zong's eyes glowed as he stared at the ice dragon's forehead. There was a fiery red crystal the size of 3 palms, which looked like a complicated snowflake. A snowflake-shaped snow crystal. Finding the snowflake-shaped snow crystal that he had been looking for several days, Chen Zong was overjoyed, but he didn't get carried away. Instead, he became calmer. Because that snow beast was an ice dragon. Since ancient times, no matter which secret realm it was in, dragon-shaped creatures were usually very powerful, much more powerful than other demon beasts of the same level. Moreover, this ice dragon was about 100 meters long, and its sleeping body emitted a terrifying pressure, which made Chen Zong feel threatened. Very powerful, this was a very powerful snow beast. Chen Zong hesitated for a while, then made a prompt decision to attack. A snowflake-shaped snow crystal was very rare, and Chen Zong had only found 1 secret realm gate. If he wanted to activate it, he needed a snowflake-shaped snow crystal. Now that it was in front of him, he couldn't miss it. Chen Zong took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, all the aura within a radius of several thousand meters was absorbed by him. His chest heaved up and down as if it was about to explode, and a powerful force exploded. The heavy dragon sword turned into a black aurora and shot out. 100% of his spiritual power and 100% of his body-refining dragon power instantly merged and poured into his right arm, 3 kinds of extraordinary power, the 9th level sword power, the 8th level 8 cloud power, and the 8th level flame power, also poured into the heavy dragon sword. The 9th level purple black star flames power also poured into the heavy dragon sword. This sword condensed all of Chen Zong's strength. While the ice dragon was still asleep, he attacked with all his strength, trying to kill the ice dragon. At the very least, he wanted to heavily injure the ice dragon, greatly weakening its strength so that it would be easier to kill it and obtain the snow crystal. Chen Zong's control was incomparably astonishing. Even though he had unleashed all of his power, his might was incomparably tyrannical and astonishing. However, he had sealed all of his aura within the heavy dragon sword, and not the slightest bit of it leaked out. Deep sword. The deep sword was the most suitable for such an attack. Because the deep sword was a basic sword technique, it was a combination of 2 kinds of power. The deep sword was a sword technique that carried the power of heaven. It was powerful, and it carried the power of heaven. After all, the power didn't completely belong to Chen Zong's body, so it couldn't be completely restrained. Chen Zong wasn't strong enough to completely control the power of heaven. Once he used it, he would be discovered by the ice dragon. The heartless sword was erratic. Although it could restrain its aura, it could subconsciously follow the opponent's flaws and attack. The sleeping ice dragon had flaws everywhere, so there was no need for this. The deep sword technique was powerful and domineering, and its destructive power was number 1. At this time, the deep sword was the best choice. Snow beasts could only be taken by killing them. If they were alive, they couldn't take the snow crystal. Therefore, Chen Zong aimed his sword at the ice dragon's neck. The ice dragon's head was one of the hardest parts. It was difficult to break it, but the neck was easier. Just as the deep sword approached the ice dragon's neck, the ice dragon lifted its eyelids. Cold light shot out from its huge, cold, and emotionless eyes, instantly locking onto Chen Zong. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He was still discovered. In an instant, the ice dragon woke up and realized that it was in danger. It roared angrily. Terrifying sound waves rolled and exploded. With extreme cold, it swept in all directions and froze everything around it. The frost quickly covered Chen Zong's eyes. The ice dragon lifted one of its front claws. The light from the claws filled the void, leaving stunning scratches. It was as if it had broken through the boundary of time and space. It rushed toward Chen Zong with extreme cold and murderous intent. Its tail shook in an instant, rolling up a snowstorm that swept toward Chen Zong as if it was going to shatter an iceberg. The terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas was so powerful that it shattered everything. It was too fast. The speed at which the ice dragon had woken up and counterattacked was too fast. This reaction speed shocked Chen Zong. Moreover, the ice dragon's counterattack was not so simple. It launched 3 counterattacks almost at the same time, forming a 3-sided pincer attack. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Facing the ice dragon's counterattack, Chen Zong's face darkened slightly. His eyes were dignified. There was no fear on his face, and he had no intention of retreating. With a boom, an extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted from the heavy dragon sword, causing the might of the sword to increase by another 30%. The power was completely restrained in the sword in order to better kill the ice dragon. Its power was somewhat weakened, but now that the ice dragon had discovered it and launched a shocking counterattack, Chen Zong did not need to restrain his power anymore. He completely released it, and its power increased by 30%. It was even more terrifying. The astonishing weight of the heavy dragon sword released a frightening pressure, causing the space under the sword to shatter, forming an invisible funnel shape that was extremely sharp. Kill! The sword instantly struck the ice dragon's neck, and a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Pieces of ice shattered, and the astonishing black chi continued to explode, shattering the ice into ice shards. The ice around the ice dragon's body also shattered, and cracks also appeared on the small hill below it. The purple cloud black star flame's terrifying heat kept burning, making the ice dragon feel uncomfortable. After all, the ice dragon was a demonic beast of the ice element. Its entire body was cold, and it was naturally hostile to fire. Moreover, the 9th grade purple cloud black star flame's power was extremely terrifying. The damage it caused to the ice dragon was also very shocking, making it feel extremely uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, as if a long time had passed, the ice dragon's icy breath swept out like a raging wave. The ice dragon's claws tore through the sky, leaving behind a few sparkling and translucent scratches. The ice dragon's huge tail carried the terrifying might of a thunderbolt as it smashed down. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he could not withstand such an attack. If he was hit, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured and lose his ability to fight. The heavy heart sword arrived. It carried the mysteries of the refinement cloud path, and its power was unleashed to the extreme. Break, before the dark red blood could spurt out, it was burned and evaporated by the terrifying heat of the purple cloud black star flame. Xianxia's shoulders shook imperceptibly. His body was like a floating cloud. His steps were as light as water and smoke, and he moved forward and backward like the wind. Countless illusions overlapped, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The cold breath covered the surroundings in a flash, and a thick layer of frost condensed. The huge ice dragon's claws tore through the air and smashed the illusions into pieces. Deep claw marks were torn open on the solid ice ground. The huge tail carried the shocking power of breaking the sky and smashed towards Xianxia. With a bang, the earth shook. The solid ice covered with claw marks was smashed and collapsed under the fierce attack of the tail. All the illusions were defeated and dissipated into nothingness. The heavy heart sword was not fully used, but it still made a huge wound on the ice dragon's neck. The blood on the wound was evaporated by the high temperature, leaving behind a patch of charred black. Xianxia's real body appeared in the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked down. He raised the heavy dragon sword, and the sword light rushed into the sky as if it had shattered the snow dome above. Traces of brilliant heavenly power gathered from all directions, condensing into a stunning light. Heavenly Heart Sword, the majestic sword light contained the brilliant heavenly power, and it was terrifying to the extreme. It smashed down like a vacuum and went for the ice dragon's neck. The ice dragon, which had been severely injured, had its strength greatly reduced. It could not dodge this sword at all. However, the ice dragon's strength was very strong. It immediately exploded, and a claw with the extreme power of ice and frost clawed at the sky. Swoosh, the sky was torn apart, leaving behind streaks of icy claw marks, and it quickly rushed into the sky. Then, the ice dragon's tail swept again, and it smashed into the sky like a mountain. Xianxia's figure was smashed again. That was another afterimage. His real body had already fallen at an extremely fast speed, and his sword was about to strike. Heartless sword, the subconscious instinct of the sword burst out, and it followed the best trajectory to strike, and its strength was extremely powerful. This sword penetrated the wound on the ice dragon's neck, and the injury was further aggravated. The sword chi rushed into the ice dragon's body and crazily strangled it. Kill, the severe pain made the ice dragon's 100-meter-long body toss and turn. It was severely injured when it was still asleep, and its powerful strength was greatly reduced. Now, it was even more at a disadvantage. Ice chips kept splashing. The ice dragon endured Xianxia's violent attacks again and again, and its injury was getting worse. Although the ice dragon was also constantly counterattacking, and the power of each counterattack was extremely terrifying, as if it could shatter heaven and earth, it did not pose much of a threat to Xianxia. Dodge, counterattack, Xianxia held his breath. His face was as cold as iron in the deep sea, and his eyes were as sharp as a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. One strike after another, and each strike was exquisite to the extreme. It kept expanding the wound on the ice dragon's body, and the terrifying and scorching sword chi kept rushing into the ice dragon's body, causing secondary damage. Another sword slash came down. Boom, the sword light was majestic and mighty. It fell from the sky, as if a heavenly light was tearing through the 9 heavens, and it was about to sink into the earth. It was impossible to dodge, and it was also difficult to resist. All of the ice dragon's defenses were shattered by this strike. The ice dragon let out its last sorrowful roar. Its neck was finally cut off, and its huge head fell to the ground, smashing a huge hole in the solid ice ground. Xianxia's body fell rapidly, and he breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This battle was very difficult. He had exhausted all of his strength, and this was the ice dragon that was seriously injured. If the ice dragon was in its prime, how powerful would it be, fortunately, the battle was over, and he had killed the ice dragon. Other than consuming a lot of energy, he did not suffer any injuries. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. Countless cracks spread in all directions. The corpse of a huge ice dragon lay across a small broken iceberg. Blood flowed out, but it was frozen by the amazing coldness, forming bright red and gorgeous blood ice. The amazing aura still spread in all directions and slowly dissipated. However, it would take at least 15 minutes for it to completely disperse. As the elixir dissolved, Chenzong's consumed strength also recovered rapidly. The snowflake-shaped snow crystal was very large, 3 or 4 times the size of Chenzong's palm. It was also very heavy, even heavier than the heavy dragon sword. If Chenzong hadn't refined his body and had a strong physique, he would have had to use his spiritual power and constantly consume it to pick it up. Even now, Chenzong felt the weight of the snow crystal in his hand. In the next moment, the snowflake-shaped snow crystal in Chenzong's hand disappeared in an instant. It was put into the storage ring. It's time to open the door to the secret realm. Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He had finally collected all the snow crystals needed to open the door to the secret realm. One of the 36 opportunities to enter the Saint Realm was about to fall into his hands. However, he didn't know if the door to the secret realm had been discovered by others. Had it been opened by others? No matter what, Chenzong had to go back and take a look. The moment Chenzong moved, a green light that looked like a snake slithered through the air at lightning speed. It shot out from the side and blocked Chenzong's path. A terrifying aura locked onto Chenzong. This kind of aura was cold and domineering. It kept attacking, as if it wanted to swallow Chenzong. The green light dissipated, revealing a figure. He was wearing a green snake-scale armor. On his pale face was a pair of dark and evil eyes. He stared at Chenzong with a cold aura. Chenzong recognized him. He was from the Dongli clan, one of the 3 bloodline clans. He was the leader of the 5 disciples of the Dongli clan, Dongli Green Jiao. Hand over that snow crystal. Dongli Qing Jiao stared at Chenzong with his dark and narrow eyes. Wisps of green light were swimming in his pupils like snakes, and a cold and slippery feeling quickly spread out from Chenzong's body. His voice was weird, as if countless snakes were hissing with their tongues out, which made people's scalps numb. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon was also looking for the snowflake-shaped snow crystal. He happened to catch a glimpse of it from afar and saw it with his amazing eyesight. Even though it was only taken a moment by Chenzong into his storage ring, he was sure that it was the snowflake-shaped snow crystal he was looking for. Fight, since he had seen it, he had to fight for it. The other party was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. He seemed to be the head disciple of White Cloud Mountain's outer sect. This identity was not bad in his eyes, but it was nothing much. After all, the number of disciples of the 3 great bloodline clans was indeed less than any of the 8 star forces. However, their overall strength wasn't inferior at all. In a one-on-one situation, the disciples of the 3 great bloodline clans were usually stronger. F***ck off. Chenzong spat out a word as cold as ice and as sharp as a sword. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon didn't think that his opponent would be so arrogant as to tell him to F***ck off. You're just an ant without a bloodline. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon's expression darkened, and his eyes became even more gloomy. A cold and sinister aura spread out from his body, and wisps of greenish-gray light rippled around his body like a group of dancing snakes. The void behind him was dyed with a layer of gray. In the next moment, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon raised his arm. It was as agile and cunning as a poisonous snake. His fingers were like the mouth of a snake, and it was difficult to tell where he was going to attack. With a hissing sound, the arm transformed into a greenish-gray poisonous snake and shot through the air. The angle of attack was extremely cunning, and its aura was extremely cold and sinister. Chenzong couldn't help but tremble, and he felt a chill run down his spine. When the greenish-gray poisonous snake was right in front of him, it suddenly transformed into dozens of snake shadows. They became more complex, more cunning, more sinister, and more difficult to distinguish. Every single snake shadow was real, and every single one of them carried a terrifying amount of power. The hissing sound kept ringing out like a group of snakes coming out of their holes, and it made one's scalp tingle. It was so slippery that it felt like dozens of venomous snakes were attacking him. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon showed his true strength as soon as he attacked, which made Chenzong feel threatened. Especially now, Chenzong had just killed the Ice Dragon, and his strength was almost depleted. He had only recovered about 40% of his strength after taking the elixir. He hadn't fully recovered yet. His toes touched the ground lightly, and his body moved like the wind. His steps were as nimble as flowing water, and he naturally retreated at an extremely fast speed. However, the dozens of snake shadows kept closing in on him, and the hissing sound became denser and more frightening. Behind the dozens of snake shadows, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's eyes became darker and colder, and the evil intention became more and more obvious. With a flick of his left thumb, the heavy dragon sword turned into a pitch-black light and shot out. The powerful sword pressure broke through the air, and immediately made the snake shadows pause for a moment. Chenzong grabbed the sword with his right hand, and his 5 fingers tightly grasped the sword hilt. The tyrannical power kept fluctuating, and he suddenly swung the sword horizontally. It was like an iron chain crossing the river, and also like a heavenly pillar falling across the sky. The astonishing sword pressure seemed to crush the void, and it spread out layers of violent ripples. The ripples were vast and mighty, and they could destroy mountains. Slash, under the sword, the dozens of snake shadows paused one after another, and then they all shattered. The terrible pitch-black sword light shot back to the Eastern Fence Green Dragon. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon's face changed slightly, and its body twisted nimbly like a python turning over to avoid the pitch-black sword attack. In a flash, it rushed forward and appeared in front of Chenzong like lightning. In a hundredth of a second, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's flexible body kept twisting, as if it had turned into a green-gray python, and it surrounded Chenzong layer by layer. The astonishing hissing sound was mixed with the roar of giant beasts, and it kept attacking. Chaos, the real and the fake intertwined. Suddenly, a terrible green-gray light shot out like an arrow from a bow, and it shot toward Chenzong like lightning. The cold air swept through his whole body. Wave after wave of attacks came at him from all directions. It was as if there were no blind spots. Chenzong's eyes flashed. He shook the heavy dragon sword, and the terrible sword whistling sound surged in all directions, tearing everything. The pitch-black sword light was like a blooming lotus, and it was like a hedgehog spreading its spikes all over its body. All the attacks of the Eastern Fence Green Dragon were blocked by Chenzong's sword, and they were not broken at all. The sword circle of 5 feet in radius could not be broken. After facing powerful opponents again and again, this skill became more exquisite and perfect. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon was even more surprised that its attack was blocked by Chenzong again. Immediately, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's body changed. Sometimes it was tricky like a poisonous snake, and sometimes it was powerful like a python. Not bad, you can block 2 of my attacks, but that's just a warm-up. Next, it's time for you to die. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon's gloomy voice came out with a bit of sharpness and fierceness. The next moment, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's right palm was filled with green light, and it was compressed into a beam of light, and it instantly shot out. As the green light flickered, a snake-shaped long sword appeared in the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's hand, and it was full of amazing fluctuations. A 9th-class spiritual weapon, moreover, it was a bloodline spiritual weapon. In addition to ordinary spiritual weapons, there were also innate spiritual weapons and bloodline spiritual weapons. Innate spiritual weapons were born from heaven and earth. After being refined by cultivators, they would be continuously improved through cultivation, and finally become saint weapons. Bloodline spiritual weapons were spiritual weapons that could only be owned by bloodline cultivators. They were forged with a special method, and they could be integrated with the cultivator's bloodline, as if they were one. In other words, if there were enough materials, innate spiritual weapons could be cultivated into half-saint weapons or even saint weapons in advance, such as Fu Yunxiao's Cold Cloud Snow Shining Saber. Fu Yunxiao himself had not reached the half-saint level, but he had cultivated the Cold Cloud Snow Shining Saber to the half-saint level. However, bloodline spiritual weapons could not. The level of the bloodline spiritual weapons cultivation level was the same. If the bloodline cultivator broke through to the half-saint level, the bloodline spiritual weapon would also be upgraded to half-saint weapons. If the bloodline cultivator broke through to the saint realm, the bloodline spiritual weapon would also be upgraded to saint weapons. It was impossible for a bloodline spiritual weapon to have a higher grade than the bloodline spiritual weapon, unless one obtained a higher grade bloodline spiritual weapon and refined it. For example, if a 9th layer Transcendent Realm bloodline cultivator obtained a half-saint bloodline spiritual weapon and refined it for their own use, their strength would also be boosted by the half-saint grade bloodline spiritual weapon, allowing them to rapidly improve. However, bloodline spiritual weapons had one advantage, and that was that they could be integrated with the bloodline cultivator's bloodline, allowing them to mutually enhance each other's strength. With the bloodline spiritual weapon in hand, the East Fence Green Flood Dragon's aura grew stronger and stronger. It became even more invisible and fierce, like a deadly snake hiding in a dark corner. Its gloomy eyes were staring at its prey, waiting for the moment when the prey showed a flaw so that it could launch a fatal attack and kill it. Like a viper slithering across the surface of the water, the green fire snake sword silently pierced through the air and stabbed towards Chenzong from his lower left. The terrifying chill caused the skin on Chenzong's lower left side to shrink as a chill swept through his body. A pitch-black sword light flashed, and the heavy dragon sword appeared on the bottom left side as if it had the help of the gods. The tip of the sword blocked this attack, and a tyrannical power exploded from the tip of the sword, like a green and black intertwined ball of light exploding. Chenzong's complexion changed slightly. The power that burst out from his opponent's sword didn't seem to be very strong, but it was extremely strange, as if it was trying to penetrate his sword and invade his body like a snake's venom. The power contained in Chenzong's sword also made Dongli Qingjiao feel uncomfortable. It was an extremely powerful blow that seemed to be able to crush everything. There was also an astonishing sharpness that seemed to want to pierce through his palm and shatter it. Dang dang dang. Eastern Fence Green Flood Dragon's figure rapidly retreated, his footsteps crisscrossing, his body becoming more agile and his movements more mysterious. Suddenly, Dongli Qingjiao leaped into the air. A greenish-gray light exploded from his body and spread in all directions. He raised his sword and a greenish-gray light around him instantly condensed into a giant greenish-gray python. The python leapt into the air and let out a terrifying roar, its cold eyes staring down at Chenzong, causing him to subconsciously tense up. Kong. His roar shook the heavens, and his energy overflowed like raging waves. The giant python seemed to have shattered the void, and a cold and tyrannical aura intertwined and revolved around it. Strands of greenish-gray lightning circled around the giant python, making it look even more frightening and terrifying. This attack contained astonishing power and majestic might, capable of destroying and shattering everything. Chenzong's pupils constricted. Part of his recovered strength burst out. Like the water of a long river flowing backwards, it was compressed into the heavy dragon sword. The black sword light became majestic and dazzling. Heart-sinking sword, the sword attack that contained the essence of the path of refinement cloud was extremely powerful. As the sword was swung out, the sword pressure could topple mountains and seas, crushing everything in its path. The space within 10 meters of the sword seemed to have solidified like steel. It was extremely terrifying and oppressive. The astonishing power was vigorous and domineering, vast and fierce. Immediately, the green dragon's expression changed greatly. Boom, the giant python seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, striking down fiercely. The heart-sinking sword rushed up into the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. The collision produced an astonishing momentum that swept through and shattered everything in its path. A terrifying force of energy spread in all directions, and the snowflakes within a radius of dozens of meters paused for a moment before shattering into dust that scattered everywhere. The icy ground also cracked and collapsed under the terrifying impact of the waves of power. So strong. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon flew up into the air and felt a powerful force rushing towards it, causing the green fire snake sword to tremble. The force kept hitting its hand and arm, as if it was trying to break the bones in its hand. Chenzong also bore the brunt of the recoil. He immediately channeled the force beneath his feet, shattering the ground. Looking down from above, the Eastern Fence Green Flood Dragon's body twisted and turned like a snake. The green fire snake sword in its hand swayed continuously, as if the head of the snake was swaying to confuse its opponent, searching for the best opportunity and angle. Chi! Streaks of cyan-gray sword light swished down from the sky. Every single one of them was wriggling in the air like a foot-long poisonous snake, darting towards Ji Hao with lightning speed. The cyan gray snake-shaped sword light enveloped Chen Zong within a radius of 10 meters, as if it had sealed off the void, making it impossible for Chen Zong to dodge. However, being unable to dodge was only relative. With Chen Zong's realm and the coverage of his super-strong spiritual sense, he was able to turn the impossible into possible. His body tilted slightly forward and his shoulders shook slightly. His speed was disorderly as he shuttled through the dozens of greenish-gray snake-shaped sword lights. The originally dilapidated ice on the ground shattered one after another, turning it into a sieve. Chen Zong glided on the ice surface, seemingly slow but actually fast. He appeared right under the green dragon of Eastern Fence, raised his heavy dragon sword, and slashed through the air. The pitch-black sword light was ferocious and overbearing. It directly covered the area of 10 meters around the green dragon. The terrifying heavy power turned into an extremely shocking sword pressure. The pressure from all directions was extremely heavy, which made the green dragon's expression change drastically. He felt as if his body was about to be crushed. Explode. With a low shout, a greenish-gray snake slithered around his body and instantly exploded. An extremely frightening aura exploded, as if it could destroy a mountain. In an instant, it repelled the heavy sword pressure of the heavy dragon sword. His figure flashed, and countless phantoms appeared in the air. They were like the wriggling body of a python. Cold, overbearing, strange, and tricky auras merged into one. Under the extremely powerful sword pressure of the heavy dragon sword, the phantoms of the green dragon of Eastern Fence were shattered one after another. However, the fatal blow was also aimed at Chen Zong's back. In the next breath, Chen Zong's strong body would be pierced through. It was as if there was a pair of extremely sharp eyes on his back. Everything around him was under the control of Chen Zong. The heavy dragon sword, which had been flying up to smash the phantoms, was extremely nimble and light. It was as if he was holding a blade of grass instead of a heavy sword that weighed 98,000 kilograms. The heavy dragon sword was as fast as lightning, as light as a feather, and as fluttering as the clouds. It instantly appeared behind Chen Zong's back. The tip of the sword just happened to touch the tip of the green fire snake sword. The green fire snake sword touched the tip of the sword and instantly retracted. Like a deadly assassin, it would escape immediately after a missed attack. Its body once again began to move. Chen Zong's strength and the weight of the heavy dragon sword made the Eastern Fence green flood dragon fearful. It didn't want to fight with Chen Zong head-on, so it displayed its agility and craftiness to the fullest. However, under Chen Zong's high cultivation level and powerful spiritual sense, all of the green dragon of Eastern Fence's techniques were neutralized and counterattacked by Chen Zong. Once, twice, thrice. The more the fight went on, the more serious the green dragon of Eastern Fence's expression became. It finally realized that it had underestimated this cultivator without any bloodline. To be able to become the chief disciple of an 8-star force, one's strength must be extraordinary. But, that's all. A sharp and cold light flashed through the green dragon of Eastern Fence's eyes. Moving at high speed, the green dragon of Eastern Fence's body became more and more strange. It was like a giant snake, sometimes darting out quickly, sometimes twisting and turning. Then, the green dragon of Eastern Fence's body shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters away. In midair, a terrifying sound suddenly came from its body. It sounded like the hiss of thousands of snakes, but also like the roar of a giant python. A faint, high-pitched, sharp, and cruel dragon's roar echoed in all directions. Chen Zong was slightly startled and his expression became serious. High in the sky, the green dragon of Eastern Fence's body constantly emitted a dazzling greenish-gray light. The light covered its entire body like a giant cocoon. It also looked like a greenish-gray scorching sun hanging in the sky, shining down on everything. Chen Zong's sharp senses told him that a powerful aura was constantly growing inside the giant greenish-gray cocoon. It was growing at an astonishing speed, as if a peerless beast was being nurtured inside. Bloodline power? Chen Zong stared at the sky and said to himself. The 3 big clans were all bloodline clans, and their bloodlines were extraordinary. For example, the bloodline of the Eastern Fence clan was the Black Snake bloodline. Bloodlines were divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and the super grade, which was above the high grade. Bloodlines of different grades had different effects on the cultivator after awakening. For example, the fierce tiger bloodline that Gao Leping had awakened was only a low-grade bloodline. However, once it was awakened, his cultivation and talent were immediately enhanced. Once the bloodline power was stimulated, his strength and speed would increase correspondingly. His strength would increase by at least 50%. A 50% increase in strength was like a secret method that would never be outdated. Awakening a mid-grade bloodline would also increase one's cultivation and talent. After the bloodline power was stimulated, one's strength could be doubled. As for a high-grade bloodline, it was even more terrifying. After awakening, one's talent would be greatly enhanced. After the bloodline power was stimulated, one's strength could be doubled. If the previous strength index was 1, then after the bloodline power of a high-grade bloodline, it would be 3. It was even more terrifying. This kind of enhancement was not equivalent to having 2 more people with the same strength as oneself. A 2-fold increase in strength was incalculable. One could even fight against 10 of oneself. The Black Snake bloodline was one of the high-grade bloodlines. In fact, the bloodlines of the 3 big clans were all high-grade bloodlines. Of course, this did not mean that everyone in the 3 big clans had awakened a high-grade bloodline. Most of them had awakened a low-grade bloodline, and a few of them had awakened a mid-grade bloodline. As for those who had awakened a high-grade bloodline, there were only a few among the younger generation of the 3 big clans. For example, in the Eastern Fence clan, there were only 3 people who had awakened a high-grade bloodline in the younger generation. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon was one of the best. There were differences among bloodlines of the same grade. The difference was the purity of the bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, not only could it enhance one's strength, but it also meant a deeper potential and better talent. The improvement of potential and talent would affect one's cultivation. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon's Black Snake bloodline purity had reached an astonishing 30%. 30% sounded a little low, but it was not low at all. The other 2 disciples' bloodline purity was 20% and 10% respectively. Among the surviving clansmen of the Eastern Fence clan, there were less than 10 people who possessed a high-grade bloodline purity of 30%. When the bloodline purity reached 100%, the next step was to transform. The low grade would transform into the mid-grade would transform into the high grade, and the high grade would transform into the transcendent grade. Of course, it was very difficult to increase the purity of one's bloodline. For the vast majority of bloodline cultivators, it was impossible unless they had a fortuitous encounter. As soon as the high-grade Black Snake bloodline was activated, an extremely powerful energy filled the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's body. An extremely terrifying aura rippled and exploded in all directions. The greenish-gray sun seemed to be suppressing an extremely powerful energy into the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's body, causing its aura to skyrocket. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon was bathed in the greenish-gray light. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely sharp. He focused and saw that the light seemed to be formed by countless poisonous snakes that were thinner than a strand of hair. His long black hair turned greenish-gray and danced wildly in the wind like countless poisonous snakes. It gave off an eerie and sinister feeling. The Eastern Fence Green Dragon's eyes also changed greatly. It was as if he had lost his human form and turned into snake-like vertical pupils. A greenish-gray light flickered in his vertical pupils. The green fire snake sword buzzed and vibrated, releasing an even more terrifying sword aura. Its aura grew stronger and stronger. This was the frightening aspect of a bloodline spiritual weapon. Although bloodline spiritual weapons could not be nurtured ahead of time like natural spiritual weapons, if a bloodline cultivator activated their own bloodline power, it would still affect the weapon and strengthen it. At this moment, the green fire snake sword's power multiplied and became even more terrifying. In this state, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon was at his peak and possessed extremely terrifying strength. Looking down from above, the Eastern Fence Green Dragon's cold vertical pupils stared at Chen Zong without a trace of emotion. There was only coldness and darkness. Chen Zong's skin went numb and his subconscious tensed up. He felt as if he had become the prey of an ancient poisonous snake. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Drifting down. End of chapter 1177. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.